Chapter 967. The path of all beings. It seemed as though a colossal blizzard had erupted, enveloping the heavens and the earth, casting all into an icy abyss where an unending chill permeated the air. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, infused with an inexorable wrath, causing the esteemed emperors to feel the full weight of this tempestuous fury. In the eyes of the Azure Emperor, a flicker of astonishment ignited. He had never anticipated that from the blood-soaked sea, stretching for miles under the dominion of the malevolent sovereign, a figure could emerge, shattering the blood sea's gaze and transcending the void, radiating an unparalleled pressure. Lin Cangsheng cleaved the blood sea in twain, a feat that seemed utterly irreversible. The agonizing rift within the malevolent sovereign's mind incited a roar from the depths of the abyss, as if he were on the brink of madness. The Emperor of Chaos and the Celestial Mechanist, Lin Cangsheng's piercing gaze pierced the fabric of reality, locking onto them with chilling precision. "You possess remarkable audacity to lay hands upon my child," he declared coldly. Both the Emperor of Chaos and the Celestial Mechanist felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, as though the relentless cold emanating from Lin Cangsheng's gaze enveloped them entirely. The murderous intent radiating from this elegantly attired middle-aged man was utterly terrifying. With a decisive step, Lin Cangsheng traversed the vast, boundless void, materializing before the two emperors in an instant, causing their very beings to tremble instinctively. Their microcosms began to unravel. Lin Cangsheng's countenance was frigid, a testament to the depth of his fury, as his sword sliced toward the two emperors. An astonishing spectacle unfolded, with that single strike. The microcosms of the Emperor of Chaos and the Celestial Mechanist shattered like fragile tofu, the interwoven paths of transcendence within their realms severed by Lin Cangsheng's blade. Fear gripped the hearts of the Emperor of Chaos and the Celestial Mechanist as they beheld an unprecedented monstrosity, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet their feet felt as though they were bound by lead, rendering escape impossible. After decimating their microcosms, Lin Cangsheng struck again. The execution was so swift that no one could perceive his movements, nor was there any explosive display of divine power or thunderous cacophony. Yet, countless shards of icy brilliance tore through the air, methodically dismantling the Emperor of Chaos and the Celestial Mechanist, reducing them to innumerable fragments of flesh. The will of the emperors was mercilessly obliterated, consumed layer by layer amidst the onslaught of myriad blades. As the echoes of their presence faded from the realm, Lin Cangsheng remained unflinching, his fury undiminished, his gaze as cold as ice directed toward the opposite end of the void. There, an assembly of titans from the sacred spirit continent and the human realm stood transfixed, their very souls trembling under the icy scrutiny of Lin Cangsheng. The recent spectacle of the two emperors being systematically dismantled instilled a profound chill within them. With a swift motion, Lin Cangsheng returned to the endless abyss, his gaze imbued with an icy resolve, fixated upon the depths where Lin Cangsheng stood. His silhouette remained imposing, broad, and unwavering. A formidable figure that sent shivers down the spines of the titans of the Holy Spirit continent and the mortal realm. Yet, for Lin Cangsheng, this presence exuded an overwhelming warmth, reminiscent of a beloved figure from a winter long past. In a fit of rage, the evil lord roared, unleashing torrents of sanguine light from his blood-red eye, as if heralding the apocalypse, the crimson radiance engulfing the boundless sky. The 333 emperors of the ancient primordial continent, having exhausted their last vestiges of strength, would undoubtedly perish under such an onslaught, leaving no life unscathed. "Dare not to harm any living soul," Lin Cangsheng declared coldly, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly traversing into the abyss. In that moment, as the bloodlight surged skyward, he swung his sword with ferocity. An infinite sword intent erupted from the blade, the ancient weapon now resonating with a profound and transcendent power, as if embodying the essence of compassion for all beings, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword. A shocking spectacle unfolded. The boundless bloodlight, which spread for thousands of miles, resembled a colossal crimson volcano erupting, yet was cleaved in twain by Lin Cangsheng, dissolving into an endless void. "Lin Cangsheng, so you are the progenitor of this wretched spawn," the evil lord bellowed from the abyss's depths, his fury palpable. "You have forged me, and I am no longer the feeble entity I once was. Lin Cangsheng, I shall personally annihilate you, making you a part of my very being, and together we shall bring ruin to the world. This malevolent being revealed a cataclysmic truth. He was birthed from Lin Cangsheng himself. The words of the unfeeling fairy and the grand pure fairy intertwined, casting doubt upon the nature of Lin Cangsheng's connection to the evil lord. Now, with this revelation, myriad uncertainties came to light. Lin Cangsheng, what have you done? The severely injured Jiao Su spat in wrath, clearly aware of Lin Cangsheng's entanglement with the unfeeling and grand pure fairies, who had both fallen for him. The collective gaze of the 333 emperors fixated upon Lin Cangsheng, filled with hostility. Fully aware that the emergence of such a monstrous entity would herald unspeakable terror and monumental sin, Lin Cangsheng raised his sword, his countenance becoming serene. The blade hummed and trembled, revealing intricate patterns upon its ancient surface, images signifying the plight of all living beings. This is my path, the way of all beings. He spoke softly. However, to refine this path, one must harbor no malevolent thoughts. Thus, I sealed my own dark intentions within. Yet, I never anticipated that one day this darkness would grow so immense that I could not suppress it. In my desperation, I sought the Chaos Emperor to contain it, hoping to diminish its power and obliterate it entirely. Alas, everything exceeded my expectations. I lost control, and it took dominance. I can only emerge occasionally. Lin Cangsheng turned to Lin Shun, offering a gentle smile imbued with kindness. Had I not heard his call, I might have remained ensnared in the endless malevolent thoughts. Lin Shun, my father, opened his mouth but could utter no words. Indeed, he steadfastly believed that his father could never be the evil lord. So it was. The Azure Emperor sighed, realizing why the Chaos Emperor once told him that as long as it was suppressed, it would inevitably perish. For the Chaos Emperor believed in your ability to conquer the dark thoughts. Fortunately, he had left a contingency plan. Lin Cangsheng suddenly turned, nodding towards the Azure Emperor, his gaze imbued with boundless coldness, fixated on the evil lord within that infinite abyss. This is the heinous sin I, Lin Cangsheng, have committed. I feel deep shame before the world. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, I shall bear the consequences with all my might, Lin Cangsheng resolutely declared. At this moment, the Azure Emperor experienced a fleeting illusion, as if the figures of Lin Shun and Lin Cangsheng could overlap, identical in words, identical in resolve. But can the two of you truly bear this burden? Chapter 968. Transforming oneself into all beings. No one anticipated that events would unfold to such an extent. The evil lord opened one blood-red eye, revealing emotions of rage, murderous intent, and arrogance. Lin Cangsheng, throughout these millennia, when have you not wished to slay me? Yet, when have you ever succeeded? Your path is ultimately flawed. As long as you are imperfect, you will never possess the capability to end my existence. Even now, perfected as you may be, you are no longer my match. The 33 heavens have been forced into submission. The 333 emperors can no longer engage in conflict. Should the schemes of the Chaos Emperor be shattered, the 333 emperors would surely revert to mere dust in an instant. The evil lord spoke true. How many years has Lin Cangsheng spent contending with this evil lord? Yet the outcome remains that the current evil lord has grown to such a terrifying extent. The 333 emperors, sensing from the heart, recognized that although Lin Cangsheng was formidable, his origins remained unknown. The probability of defeating the evil lord was nearly zero. Spare me your clamor. Lin Cangsheng, initially standing with his sword in hand, suddenly surged forth like a lightning bolt. With a single thrust, the cries of countless beings resonated across the heavens and the earth, each voice filled with reverence, joy, elation, and peace. In this world, true peace remains elusive. Darkness arises from the heart. Even the emperors are not exempt. The evil lord bellowed fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming will that emanated boundless evil. His voice seemed to resonate within the souls of men, stirring the darkness that lay within. Even the 333 emperors appeared to be ensnared by the evil lord, their bodies enveloped in an almost imperceptible malevolence. Lin Cangsheng thrust his sword forward, piercing through layer upon layer of dark energy, as if entering a realm devoid of existence. The ancient sword continuously erupted with the will of all beings. His cultivation level is unfathomable, far surpassing that of the Azure Emperor and others. Wielding the essence of the way of all living beings to confront the evil sovereign. I desire peace for all beings in the world. Lin Cangsheng's sword danced swiftly, and countless souls emerged beneath its glimmer, aspiring for a tranquil realm. I wish for blessings upon all beings. Lin Cangsheng's resolve surged with unparalleled grandeur, soaring into the heavens, illuminating the firmament with boundless radiance of fortune. I wish for all beings to be free from malevolent forces. The sword in Lin Cangsheng's hand erupted in a blinding brilliance, illuminating the endless abyss, as the formidable will of his great aspiration surged forth to vanquish the evil sovereign, intent on eradicating all evil from the world. The three grand aspirations erupted simultaneously. The mirage divine mirror, encompassing 12 worlds, obscured all. The evil sovereign activated the mirage divine mirror in a blue light, merely the size of a human, abruptly expanded amidst the infinite brilliance of the grand aspirations, manifesting realms upon realms. The 12 worlds spun together within the mirage divine mirror, as if maturing into an unknown existence, a world that was powerful and impervious, colossal and insurmountable. Boom! The heavens and earth dimmed, mountains crumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. Lin Cangsheng's formidable strike was entirely neutralized by the mirage divine mirror. The 12 worlds, like the immortal, remained unshattered, resisting all might. Ha! The evil sovereign laughed maniacally. Lin Cangsheng, you never anticipated that this instrument you devised to suppress me would now become my foremost weapon. With the mirage divine mirror aiding me, I wonder how you could ever stand as my rival. The way of all living beings. Lin Cangsheng remained undeterred, casting his ancient sword, which radiated dazzling brilliance. Clad in flowing white, he unveiled an unparalleled path amidst a world of sentient beings living in harmony. When countless malevolent forces suddenly attacked, Lin Cangsheng traversed through them, dispelling each evil entity with precision. His expression was devout, with his heart wholly devoted to the welfare of all beings. For the sake of all beings, I exist for them. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated across the 12 worlds. Yet, the mirage divine mirror continued to hum and vibrate, completely absorbing the impact. All beings are blessed, and the universe is in harmony. Boom! The core of the mirage divine mirror trembled, as if enlightened by that supreme intent. The ancient mirror endured a tremendous blow, its azure light dimming, and its ancient patterns appearing fractured. The path of all malice, born of the heart, is unstoppable. The evil sovereign roared, his bloodshot eyes swirling with unfathomable malevolence. This malevolence stemmed from the heart, originating from the essence of humanity itself. It was they who birthed the evil sovereign, the way of all living beings. In this moment, Lin Cangsheng seemed to embody the will of all beings, fully transforming into the sovereign of the way of all living beings. With his heart intertwined with the essence of life itself, two colossal wills clashed violently. Yet, even as Lin Cangsheng manifested his own grand path, the boundless will of all beings flickered, still failing to gain the upper hand. The path of all malice evolved from the way of all living beings. Lin Cangsheng's heart is with the people, while the essence of malice resides within their hearts. Became a force of opposition. Ha ha ha! The evil lord laughed increasingly wildly. Lin Cangsheng, you have even manifested the way of the common folk. With my illusory spirit mirror at hand, how can you possibly be my adversary? I have stated before, all of this originates from me, and thus I shall bear the entire burden. Lin Cangsheng spoke with a tranquil expression, his aura transforming into one of compassion, embodying the supreme existence that protects all living beings. Haha, what a grand statement, that everything arises from you. Since you are so concerned for the world's populace, eradicating all evil and bringing forth happiness and peace, why then does your son, Lin Shun, harbor the primal dark power within him? Far more terrifying than my myriad of evils. Why do you not slay him? In the end, you are not for the common folk. You are profoundly selfish. The evil lord's voice was sharp, his words resonating with a sinister energy that struck at Lin Cangsheng's heart. This evil lord's mastery over the myriad paths of darkness was frighteningly profound, born from the heart and capable of sensing the malevolence within others. Lin Cangsheng's path involved eliminating countless evils, yet Lin Shun remained an exception, indicating a flaw in his own way. Where there is a flaw, there lies evil. Lin Cangsheng's body trembled. In that moment, the evil lord had struck at his Achilles heel. Now, even the way of the common folk that he had unleashed began to dim, as the flaw within his heart expanded. Father, Lin Shun, Although unaware that the dark energy within him was referred to as primal power, he was acutely aware of the profound impact his path had in contrast to his father's. Lin Cangsheng did not turn back, not even casting a glance at Lin Chun, but coldly addressed the evil lord. Dismiss your intentions. It is impossible to corrupt me. Since I cannot slay you, I shall transform into the common folk, trapping you in eternity, never to rise again. As Lin Cangsheng's words fell, his form inexplicably vanished, morphing into a terrifying microcosm. Within this realm resided countless beings, nurtured by boundless aspirations, organized and filled with serenity, evolving into an endless pure land beyond the mundane. What do you intend? Have you lost your mind? Do you not wish to live any longer? The evil lord bellowed furiously, never having anticipated that the former Lin Cangsheng would reveal true righteousness, sacrificing everything to confine him. In other words, this was a transaction of lives, Lin Cangsheng having lived a life for the greater good, while the formidable evil lord would face eternal darkness. Yet, Lin Cangsheng did not retract his hand. At the moment he transformed into the common folk, an infinite white chain extended from within that boundless realm, shooting into the endless abyss. Hold back. The evil lord had completely lost his wits, frantically operating the illusory spirit mirror, conjuring 12 miniature worlds to counter this onslaught. However, those white chains appeared formless and shadowless, penetrating through and striking at his colossal form. Boom. At the instant the white chains pierced the evil lord, a surge of overwhelming dark energy violently surged into the realm of the common folk. From a distance, it appeared as though one were witnessing a myriad of malevolent dragons, each stretching thousands of miles, galloping forth in a relentless frenzy. This boundless and infinite aura of wickedness surged through the heavens and the earth, causing a tumultuous uproar. It took a full half-hour to completely engulf the last remnants of this dark energy within the realm of existence. Lin Cangsheng's furious roar resonated with boundless wrath. I have become the path of all beings, and you shall drift alongside me, eternally lost in the endless void. Lin Cangsheng spoke calmly. As the 333 emperors observed this scene, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Even the Azure Emperor found himself somewhat taken aback. They could not have anticipated that Lin Cangsheng would resort to such measures to conclude this ordeal, sacrificing himself to transform into the great Tao to suppress the malevolent lord. Once Lin Cangsheng extinguished his own life, the path of all beings would never again be revealed, and the malevolent lord would remain forever dormant. Truly, he speaks and acts with conviction, sighed the Azure Emperor. What emperor possesses such audacity to become the vast Tao amidst the infinite firmament? Lin Cangsheng achieved what he could not have done 3,000 years ago. Now, at long last, everything has come to an end. The Azure Emperor smiled gently, remarking, these old bones, must return to dust. The other emperors laughed. Although they had revived, they were on the brink of death. Yet, they felt no dissatisfaction, rather a sense of liberation. At the moment Lin Cangsheng fulfilled his promise, everything concluded. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A radiant beam of 7 colors suddenly pierced through at the moment the world was closing, startling the 333 emperors. Blood Elder and the Demon Empress also trembled in astonishment, never anticipating such a scene, too late to intervene. I shall not allow my father to perish, nor shall I permit the malevolent lord to survive. Lin Chen's voice reverberated through the air. Thus, I shall bring this to an end and bear all responsibility. The great Tao of all beings was entirely sealed. The sky returned to tranquility as the Tao vanished without a trace. It may have transformed into a blade of grass, a tree, or perhaps a minuscule speck of dust in the air. Only the vast, dark abyss remained, devoid of any chill. That unwavering voice had struck the 333 emperors like a thunderbolt. Did that youth venture forth to seek his own demise? Tomorrow, there will be a greater revelation, surpassing the last. Let us all lend our strength. Chapter 969, The Savior. This world is filled with countless beings, including myriad creatures and beasts, all residing within its embrace, each living in happiness, tranquility, and peace. Yet now, this infinite expanse of the sky is shrouded by malevolent forces, like a colossal black veil obscuring the entire world. This wicked aura instills a profound coldness, trembling, and fear deep within the heart. All creatures within the realm of existence began to tremble in terror. Lin Cangsheng's roar echoed, abruptly halting as if he had encountered something astonishing. Lin Chun, How did you enter here? The voice of Lin Cangsheng transformed, filled with severity, reprimand, and an unmistakable sentiment of disappointment. Yet, this voice also carried a warmth. A youth, with a calm demeanor and a faint smile, stepped into this world of Cangsheng. Lin Cangsheng raised his head and smiled at the sky, calling out to his father. Since I have chosen to tread this path, I wish to bring an end to it all with my own hands. Trust in your son. I, the evil lord, will assuredly slay him, ensuring you do not perish. Although Lin Cangsheng did not fully grasp the notion of becoming one with Cangsheng, a strong intuition within him insisted that if Lin Cangsheng truly did so, he would lose his life. He would have to witness his father sacrifice himself in the attempt to suppress the evil lord. That was utterly inconceivable. You are being absurd. Lin Cangsheng bellowed in anger. Ha ha ha. The evil lord seemed to perceive a new opportunity and could not help but laugh maniacally. This was a perfect chance bestowed upon him by the heavens. A mere virtual king dared to enter this realm, boasting about subduing him, the formidable evil lord. Was he dreaming? Welcome to your demise, supreme source evil power, Lin Cangsheng declared, pointing out the flaws. The evil lord's laughter echoed throughout the entire realm of Cangsheng. Yet, Lin Cangsheng remained composed, gazing at the overwhelming evil energy in the sky. It seemed that something significant would need to be sacrificed. The terrifying evil pillar, which had engulfed half of the Holy Spirit continent, vanished completely at this moment. However, the devastation wrought upon the affected forces, cities, and villages was harrowing. From above, one would observe the earth riddled with enormous craters, their expanse unknown, each one a deep abyss exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Those engulfed by the evil energy were reduced to mere dust, leaving no remains. Only the exceedingly powerful managed to survive, albeit maimed. A palpable miasma of death enveloped half of the Holy Spirit continent. No one dared to fathom the enormity of the destruction caused in such a brief span. Nor could they envision the horrors that awaited if the evil energy continued to erupt, transforming the entire continent into a nightmare. Yet, amidst this calamity, the surviving individuals found solace in the fact that it had all come to an end. The terrifying entity claiming to be the evil lord seemed to have quieted or perhaps even perished. This raised a terrifying question. If such a being had not truly died, they could scarcely imagine the horrors that awaited them. This matter had rippled across the continent, sending tremors through the hearts of countless individuals, for they sensed death lurking. As if the apocalypse were imminent, a heavy shadow of mortality cloaked everyone's heart, a chilling reminder of death. However, at that very moment, a gentle and serene voice resonated in everyone's ears. Ba, dear patrons, there is no need for alarm. The humble monk has garnered the recognition of the primordial essence of the Holy Spirit continent, acquiring its formidable power. Just moments ago, I vanquished the malevolent lord, ushering peace across the land. Remember, I am known as the treasure monk. Almost simultaneously, this proclamation resonated within the minds of every inhabitant of the Holy Spirit continent. At the very instant this voice echoed, a vivid image emerged in their thoughts. A portly monk, adorned in majestic attire, traversing boundless clouds of law, confronting a pair of colossal blood-red eyes spanning thousands of miles. With a sudden display of terrifying power, the radiance of the Buddha illuminated the world, stirring the hearts of all present. The dread of the malevolent lord, cloaked in an aura of unending evil, was utterly dissolved in the light of this divine illumination. This scene left everyone profoundly shaken. In the subsequent hour, the name of the treasure monk reverberated throughout the entire continent, becoming known to all. The first inquiry exchanged between individuals was whether they were aware of this treasure monk. The renown of the treasure monk surged, and the imagery of the malevolent lord's demise instantly led countless souls to believe in the truth of his words. The malevolent lord has perished. The entire continent erupted in jubilation, with countless cheers shattering the heavens. The treasure monk is indeed our hero, they exclaimed. He even vanquished the malevolent lord. This individual is my savior. I cannot fathom the extent of his prowess. I witnessed the great emperor attempt to thwart this calamity, yet he returned empty-handed. Humph. The treasure monk, the strongest in the continent. Who possesses the audacity to question this? The malevolent lord has been slain. He saved me. Although he may not know who I am, the fact of his salvation remains undeniable. Conversations surrounding the treasure monk burgeoned, filling the air with speculation. At that moment, Colossal ethereal figures began to materialize across the Holy Spirit continent. These magnificent apparitions were imposing, depicting a rotund figure clad in ancient robes, wielding a golden scepter. His cherubic visage radiated majesty, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority, as if a peerless champion stood before them. "What you behold is but a manifestation of my will," the monk declared. "I convey this thought to dispel any lingering doubts. The malevolent Lord has been vanquished by my utilization of the primordial power of the Holy Spirit continent. This has become an undeniable truth. The malevolent Lord was once an unparalleled fiend imprisoned within the chaos ancient domain, yet he was liberated, nearly precipitating an apocalyptic disaster. His power surpassed that of countless emperors. Even my erstwhile friend, the Chaos Emperor, could not suppress him, despite summoning the strength of 333 emperors. My intention in sharing this revelation is not to seek anything in return, but merely to affirm that the malevolent Lord is indeed no more. As I speak, this vision abruptly dissolves into nothingness. At this moment, the world is enveloped in silence. Yet, in the next instant, it erupts into a fervent uproar. With countless voices fervently cheering, including those of the demonic beasts, whose gazes blaze with fervent admiration and devotion. They all chant the title of the multi-treasure monk. And on this very day, a title reverberates throughout the entire continent, the Savior. Chapter 970, Torment, Part 1. Lin Cangsheng had never truly feared the evil Lord. For within his heart and body resided the spirit of an ancient powerhouse, the bronze ancient coffin. Lin Cangsheng could not deny that it had always been his source of reliance. Although he was uncertain of the coffin's true might, during their last encounter with the avatar of the King of Good and Evil, he had seemingly suffered a minor setback. Yet, the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, Lin Cangsheng held an unwavering faith in the bronze ancient coffin, a conviction that it was seemingly omnipotent. "Bronze ancient coffin, this time, I implore your assistance. What price must I pay?" Lin Cangsheng immediately conveyed his thoughts to the coffin, determined not to witness his father perish alongside the evil Lord. The bronze ancient coffin, nestled within the center of Lin Cangsheng's brow, flickered with a faint azure light. Its voice resonated hollowly, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Did you not firmly resolve to cease seeking me? Do not presume that I am unaware of your innermost thoughts." Lin Cangsheng's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Bronze ancient coffin, I wish to avoid unnecessary discourse. Previously, you extracted 299 years from my lifespan. I have since surged to 600 years. I offer you 599 years in exchange." The bronze ancient coffin erupted into laughter. "Lin Cangsheng, are you truly so naive? The evil Lord's level evidently surpasses that of the Emperor's. Do you believe that a mere 599 years of your life can compel me to assist you?" Lin Cangsheng's brow furrowed slightly, and an unsettling premonition washed over him, as if his final trump card had abruptly vanished, throwing all his plans into disarray. Ultimately, Lin Cangsheng had become excessively reliant on the bronze ancient coffin. In the face of the evil Lord's emergence, impulsive thoughts raced through his mind. Fueled by the belief that he possessed the greatest safeguard, the bronze ancient coffin. However, this sudden ominous feeling gripped him. "Lin Cangsheng, figure it out yourself." The bronze ancient coffin's voice echoed hollowly, devoid of any emotion. "If you perish, I shall merely seek a new host." As soon as these words left its lips, the brilliance of the coffin dimmed instantly. The bronze ancient coffin, capricious in nature, offered Lin Cangsheng no opportunity for rebuttal, sealing his fate with a single statement. At last, Lin Cangsheng could no longer maintain his composure. His complexion shifted, and he took a deep breath. He was overtaken by a sense of helplessness. "Father, I am sorry," Lin Cangsheng murmured, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he addressed the heavens. The bronze ancient coffin's unyielding denial had far surpassed his expectations. He was utterly desperate, placing all his hopes upon the ancient bronze coffin. Yet, how could a mere existence at the Void King level contend with the formidable evil Lord? Even a mere trace of the evil Lord's aura could likely crush Lin Cangsheng into a grievous state. "Alas, such is fate," lamented Lin Cangsheng, his voice echoing sorrowfully throughout the realm of Cangsheng. A thunderous, maniacal laughter erupted from the evil Lord, as waves of sinister energy surged through the realm, instilling fear and trembling in all living things. Before Lin Cangsheng, a dark aura descended, coalescing into a strikingly beautiful, effeminate man with long black hair. His eyes, akin to ancient serpents, glowed blood red with boundless malevolence. Lin Shun, did you not confidently believe you could slay me? The evil lord sneered coldly, regarding Lin Shun as nothing more than a plaything, filled with amusement. This is merely a fragment of my essence. Do you possess the capability to extinguish it? In an instant, Lin Shun's pupils contracted, and he transformed, embodying the ferocity of a tiger or leopard, launching himself forward with ferocious intent. An endless darkness emanated from his being, causing him to vanish, replaced by a myriad of icy glimmers. Shatter the heavens. Countless icy rays surged forth, intertwining and morphing into an immense sword dragon, hurtling towards the evil lord with tremendous force, capable of obliterating all in its path. Merely a trivial skill, the evil lord smirked, his lips curling with malevolence as he spread his arms wide. In that instant, an invisible force seemed to radiate outward. Lin Shun felt as though he was ensnared within an endless sea of dark energy, as if he had stepped into a realm of malevolence. Be cautious, Chen'er. This is the domain of a true king, Lin Cangsheng exclaimed urgently. Although he was uncertain of the evil lord's intentions, it was clear that the outcome was now inevitable. The domain. Lin Shen's mind jolted. The demonic entity's previous manifestation of the demon god's domain had nearly led to his downfall. That had drawn upon a fragment of true king-level power, but now he was confronted with genuine domain energy. Eliminate him, commanded the evil lord, akin to a sovereign issuing orders to his subjects. The ferocious sword dragon, embodying the intent to shatter the heavens, erupted with a surge of potent malevolence, abruptly pivoting to shoot towards Lin Shun, concealed in the shadows. This is bad. Lin Shen's countenance shifted dramatically as he formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. Waves of radiant light emanated from him, resembling a golden idol of Buddha materializing before him, establishing an unyielding barrier. I detest that old bald donkey. The evil lord's expression revealed a flicker of disdain as he bellowed, stand aside, and let it kill. Lin Shen's body trembled violently as an unseen force seized control, forcibly prying apart his hands, forming the Buddhist seal, opening wide as if to embrace. The illuminating light of the Buddha flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Shen's form ensnared by an intangible power. A pair of eyes could only behold the ominous and formidable sword dragon, hurtling towards its chest with explosive force. The Void King realm commands the power of the void, while the True King realm evolves its own domain. Within his own domain, one-S will permeates throughout, making him the sovereign of that space. In this moment, Lin Shun finds himself ensnared within the domain of the evil lord, reduced to a mere puppet, entirely at the mercy of the evil lord's manipulation. The colossal and sinister sword dragon charged fiercely, its lethal strike poised to pierce Lin Shen's chest. Should this blow land, even Lin Shen's quasi-Taoist body would be unable to withstand the devastating force capable of shattering the heavens, a threat not to be taken lightly. In an instant of unity between man and artifact, Lin Shun roared vehemently, golden light erupting from his form. The Xianshang King Tower soared forth from his consciousness, merging seamlessly with him. The ancient bronze tower radiated boundless golden light, resembling an unparalleled golden edifice, shimmering with brilliance. As the massive sword dragon collided with it, the resplendent golden tower reverberated with a deep, resonant hum. Yet, at this moment of harmony between man and artifact, the power of the quasi-Taoist Xianshang King Tower surged with terrifying intensity. The tower's surface became adorned with ancient golden Sanskrit, circulating ceaselessly, counteracting the force unleashed by the sword dragon. The unity of man and artifact, the evil lord raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued, yet regarding Lin Shun with the disdain reserved for a mere jester. It appears you possess some skill, Lin Cangsheng, but I shall allow you to witness the agonizing cries of the child you so deeply cherish beneath my heel. He sneered, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 971, Torment, Part 2. Endless Buddhist light illuminates the world, dispelling the forces of evil. Lin Shun sat within the Xianshang King Tower, embodying the essence of an unparalleled artifact spirit, guiding the course of destiny. The six-character mantra released torrents of Buddhist light, surging forth from the tower. The radiance of the Buddha enveloped the land and sky, as countless tendrils of black smoke began to rise ominously. This was the result of the Buddhist light casting its glow across the evil lord's domain. Humph, it seems you have obtained the supreme treasure of Buddhism. The evil lord's expression grew increasingly frigid. With a flick of his fingers directed at the exalted golden tower, he bellowed, "Strip it away." Boom. An invisible explosion erupted from the entirety of the Cangsheng King Tower, sweeping outward with tremendous force. Lin Cangsheng felt an invisible force pulling at his being. A power far more terrifying than that of the demon god's dojo, rendering him incapable of resistance. He was inexorably drawn from the Cangsheng King Tower, unable to break free despite his desperate struggles. In the devouring domain, the realm of the celestial demon, Lin Cangsheng bellowed fiercely, drawing the Cangsheng King Tower into his sea of consciousness. The dark expanse of the devouring domain unfurled from beneath his feet, voraciously consuming everything around him. Lin Cangsheng sought to weaken the malevolent lord's domain power through the devouring might of his territory. The celestial demon realm opened wide, revealing pairs of crimson demon eyes, with countless demon gods dwelling within, over 10,000 in total. These were demon gods Lin Cangsheng had acquired during the war against the three great races. Each one was a harbinger of bloodshed, ravenous for violence, poised to surge forth from the celestial demon realm in a frenzied tide. I am profoundly disappointed in you. You cannot even conquer a mere wisp of my aura, the malevolent lord scoffed, his face etched with arrogance and disdain. With a flick of his finger towards the celestial demon realm, he declared himself the king of that domain. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted. Boom. The malevolent lord's words seemed imbued with supreme power, causing the demon gods within the celestial demon realm to explode in a relentless chain reaction. In mere moments, the entirety of the demon gods within that realm was obliterated. A final, invisible force detonated within the celestial demon realm, shaking it to its very core, sending tremors throughout its expanse. Cracks snaked through its fabric, threatening to shatter at any moment. Lin Cangsheng, too, felt the impact as if struck by a sledgehammer. His blood surged within him, and had he not gritted his teeth, he would have surely coughed up blood. The celestial demon realm was retracted. The malevolent lord's aura was overwhelmingly potent, a manifestation of the true king realm, wielding unparalleled evil power, making it all too easy to deal with Lin Cangsheng, who was merely on the cusp of the Void King realm. What is it that you truly desire? Lin Cangsheng's voice resonated throughout the realm, filled with fury akin to thunder. He was acutely aware of the chasm between the malevolent lord and Lin Cangsheng, and the lord's leisurely torment of Lin Cangsheng raised grave concerns. You shall soon find out, the malevolent lord replied with a sinister smile. Just then, Lin Cangsheng surged forward, traversing the dark devouring domain, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the malevolent lord. Humph! The malevolent lord responded coldly, casually extending his palm to intercept Lin Cangsheng's strike. In this domain, he is akin to a divine being, impervious even to the formidable physique of Lin Cangsheng's Taoist weapon. With a resounding strike, his fist collided with the palm of the evil lord, whose expression transformed drastically. From Lin Cangsheng's fist erupted torrents of annihilating thunder, enveloping the evil lord in an instant. For within Lin Cangsheng's grasp lay an ancient talisman, the talisman of eradication, which annihilates all and vanquishes evil. With a thunderous roar, the evil lord was forced back 2 or 3 steps, encased in crackling electricity, his entire form emitting wisps of black smoke. The once handsome and androgynous visage of the evil lord contorted into a grotesque snarl. You possess such a treasure, the Buddhist ancient talisman, the talisman of eradication, Lin Cangsheng. I have indeed underestimated your capabilities. The evil lord's rage twisted into a sinister smile, resembling an unparalleled fiend. You dare to injure one who is merely a half-step into the Void King realm? He unleashed a ferocious howl, causing the earth within a 10-mile radius to erupt. An endless tide of malevolence surged forth from the fractured ground, enveloping the entire area in a shroud of unrelenting evil. Lin Cangsheng, radiating an aura of destruction, was entwined in lightning, exuding a majestic might. Gazing at the furious evil lord, a faint smile graced his lips. Do you not consider yourself formidable? Do you not disdain those at the half-step Void King level? Yet here I am, capable of inflicting harm upon you. You are but an empty boast. With a furious bellow, the evil lord commanded the malevolent energy that swirled within the 10-mile radius to coalesce towards Lin Cangsheng, as if he were an abyssal void, drawing all the dark essence into his being. Lin Cangsheng, relying solely on your strength, do you still wish to provoke me? Rest assured, I shall not hasten your demise. I intend for you and your father to relish this. The evil lord's derisive laughter echoed as Lin Cangsheng sensed the gathering malevolence, and a surge of foreboding washed over him. The eye of the demon god in the center of his brow prepared to open. However, at that moment, the evil lord wore a chilling smile. Attempting to unleash the eye of the demon god, demonic heaven's ceiling, I command you to bind. The dark energy swirling around Lin Cangsheng instantly infiltrated his body, surging in with ferocious abandon. In an instant, a thunderous pounding resonated within him. The half-opened eye of the demon god abruptly shut, and Lin Cangsheng's countenance changed dramatically. He felt the malevolence invade him, and in that moment, his magical power and void energy were subjected to terrifying suppression, as if his entire being were forcibly imprisoned. Chapter 972. Utilization. As the waves of malevolence surged into Lin Cangsheng, he sensed his consciousness, his very essence, being forcibly subsumed by this dark energy, sealing him layer upon layer, rendering him immobile. His entire form became ensnared by sinister patterns. In mere moments, the evil lord had sealed him, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. Such is the power of the true king realm. Lin Cangsheng gazed at the dark patterns in the palm of his hand, clenching it tightly. Although he did not fully comprehend the evil lord's intentions, his instincts warned him of the impending peril. All of this is but a sinister plot orchestrated by the evil lord, who is not merely targeting himself. A malevolent smile curled at the corners of the evil lord's lips as he abruptly vanished from sight. Lin Cangsheng's pupils constricted slightly, and in the next moment, a tremendous force reverberated through his head, inducing an excruciating pain akin to that of colliding with a wall. A cacophony of buzzing filled his mind. The evil lord descended from the heavens, ruthlessly driving Lin Cangsheng's head into the ground, the impact resonating with a thunderous crash. Blood immediately streamed down from Lin Cangsheng's forehead. Unable to withstand the might of the evil lord with his current mortal form. "Evil lord, you have enraged Lin Cangsheng," he shouted. The evil lord laughed maniacally. Raising his foot, "Lin Cangsheng, will you not grant me passage from this world?" His foot came crashing down again, producing a deafening sound as blood continued to pour from Lin Cangsheng's forehead, painting the ground crimson, filling the air with terror and immense pain. In that moment, Lin Cangsheng found himself utterly powerless to resist the weight of the evil lord's foot upon his brow, his eyes wide open, witnessing the arrogant and disdainful smile upon the evil lord's face. The evil lord intended to exploit him. "Evil lord, you possess an audacious spirit." Lin Cangsheng's fury erupted, as if the entire realm of Cangsheng were shrouded in unending thunder, deafening to the ears. "Should you dare to move again, I shall ensure your demise without a grave." "Ah, Lin Cangsheng, it is a rare sight to witness your anger, a magnificent display of your spirit," the evil lord remarked, his countenance unflinching as he pressed his foot firmly upon Lin Cangsheng's head. He momentarily lifted his foot, as if to claim something. Yet, the evil lord suddenly grinned ominously. "Do you truly believe that I am to be trifled with?" He forcefully planted his foot upon Lin Cangsheng's face, creating a resounding impact accompanied by the ominous cracking of bones. Blood gushed from Lin Cangsheng's mouth as immense pain enveloped his entire being, eliciting uncontrollable groans. With the step, he exerted even greater force. Lin Cangsheng seemed too furious to articulate his thoughts, yet the overwhelming murderous intent swirling within the realm of Cangsheng spoke volumes of his wrath. "What now?" The evil lord raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Dare to utter one more threat, and I shall extract your son's bones piece by piece before your very eyes." Lin Cangsheng's voice faltered, acutely aware that this evil lord was no ordinary foe. He suppressed his rage, adopting a tone of measured calm. "Evil lord, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. My request is quite simple." The evil lord twisted his foot upon Lin Cangsheng's face, causing the numbness to morph into searing pain. "Open the realm of Cangsheng and allow me to depart." "Impossible," Lin Cangsheng retorted vehemently. "The path of Cangsheng is a sacred duty to the people. Evil lord, you shall never escape from this realm. I shall imprison you for eternity." "Ha ha!" The malevolent lord erupted into a wild, unrestrained laughter, raising his foot to strike Lin Cangsheng's abdomen. The force of the blow caused Lin Cangsheng to double over, resembling a shrimp, as excruciating pain surged through him, rendering his face pale. The frailty of a mortal body was laid bare. At that moment, the realm of the living stirred with tumult. Countless clouds coalesced into a visage resembling Lin Cangsheng. This colossal visage, shrouded in mist, was suffused with boundless fury. and its eyes seemed to long to rip the malevolent lord asunder. Yet, Lin Cangsheng remained silent. How dare you still adamantly refuse me? The smile on the malevolent lord's face twisted into an increasingly sinister grimace, his eyes bulging with a madness that was palpable. Chapter 973, Coercion. Lin Cangsheng, reeling from the earlier blow, coughed blood, his visage grotesquely contorted, appearing utterly wretched. Do not be so overbearing, malevolent lord. Lin Cangsheng's enormous visage was filled with wrath, yet his eyes flickered with profound anguish. He was well aware of the malevolent lord's nature. He would not relent until his objectives were achieved. However, he understood that his path existed for the sake of all beings. How could he forsake the populace for personal gain? Lin Cangsheng, I shall not linger on pleasantries. The malevolent lord lifted his foot, his countenance a mask of ferocity. If you do not open the realm of the living now, I shall continue to stomp until death claims you. Rest assured, I shall not grant you an easy demise. You shall endure at least 10,000 strikes. As soon as his words fell, the malevolent lord lifted his foot once more, vehemently aiming for Lin Cangsheng's abdomen again. Bang! Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted dramatically, pain etching his features as his forehead glistened with beads of sweat. It felt as though a sword had been plunged into his belly, twisting and causing a searing agony. Lin Cangsheng's expression quivered, his eyes filled with immense compassion. The malevolent lord cackled maniacally, delivering a relentless barrage of footfalls upon Lin Cangsheng's abdomen, striking him 100 times in succession. Waves of pain crashed through Lin Cangsheng's body, rendering him limp upon the ground, convulsing, his breath growing faint as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, Lin Cangsheng's gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Desiring death now, the malevolent lord flicked his fingers, unleashing a glimmer that began to mend Lin Cangsheng's injuries, restoring him somewhat. The malevolent lord then brought his foot down upon Lin Cangsheng's head, a long, sinister sort of dark energy materializing in his grasp. What are you planning? Lin Cangsheng's voice quivered with a hint of panic. No longer embodying the unparalleled strength that had once vanquished the Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist of Destiny, he now resembled a father witnessing his child suffer. What are you doing? The malevolent lord offered no reply, the dark sword plunging into Lin Cangsheng's arm, spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood, the agony causing Lin Cangsheng to furrow his brow tightly. The malevolent sword pierced through Lin Cangsheng's flesh, while the evil lord remained expressionless. Slowly, the sword glided across Lin Cangsheng's arm, methodically slicing away the flesh, creating a gaping crimson wound. Stop! Please stop! Lin Cangsheng, on the verge of fury, roared repeatedly. Despite the excruciating pain causing Lin Cangsheng's teeth to chatter, he managed to reveal a cold smirk towards the evil lord, then shouted to the heavens, Father, do not concern yourself with me. This torment is but a trifle to me. Lin Cangsheng's gaze shifted to the evil lord, disdain glimmering in his eyes. Evil lord, do you truly believe that this can render me desperate? I have faced the path of death, experiencing the extraction of my bones over 100 times, each shattered into pieces, all while you watched in helpless horror. Your meager torment is nothing. The evil lord paused, momentarily taken aback, his actions halted. Even Lin Cangsheng, who had been bellowing in rage above, fell silent. Just hearing Lin Cangsheng's words sent chills down his spine. What kind of suffering had he endured? I won't waste words on you, the evil lord replied coldly, swiftly severing Lin Cangsheng's arm. Within the writhing flesh lay the sealed malevolence, and the radiant bones glimmered painfully. The evil lord lunged for the bones, intent on severing them. High above, Lin Cangsheng's expression grew gravely serious. Lin Cangsheng's casual recounting of his experiences had created a tremendous storm of emotions. Once the most formidable genius of the continent, now he recklessly charged into this chaos. Disregarding everything, driven by familial bonds that blinded his judgment, even willing to gamble on the unreliable bronze coffin. I will fulfill my promise, Lin Cangsheng bellowed fiercely, his eyes blazing with rage and determination. In that moment, he was no longer the Emperor of Cangsheng, but an ordinary father. In the chaotic ancient domain, the endless abyss still symbolized the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. Had Lin Cangsheng not appeared, everything would have been obliterated. The 333 emperors remained seated on the ancient, primordial graves, their expressions still in shock, unable to fathom that the young man had dared to take such action. Qing Di, tell me, how can one enter the Cangsheng world? The demoness coldly questioned Qing Di, showing no respect for the once mighty figure from a millennium ago. You cannot enter, Qingdi's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. The young man had personally drawn the sword. What was once a mere promise had now become reality. Alas, he was entirely overestimating himself. That Cangsheng realm could never be opened, and that youth would forever perish within it. Everything had been decided. All would turn to dust. The countenance of the enchanting demoness shifted subtly, emanating an aura of lethal intent. At that very moment, a tempest abruptly surged across the firmament. From the previously tranquil void, a colossal tree violently erupted into the sky, rending the heavens apart. This cataclysmic tear revealed an immense gash in the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter that echoed once more. "Ha! The evil lord returns. Prepare the entire continent for my burial." The earth trembled as boundless territories exploded into chaos, resonating with thunderous roars, seemingly heralding the return of this malevolent entity. The expressions of the 333 emperors transformed drastically. The evil lord had indeed returned. In the 974th chapter, the ancient coffin's fury. Both land and sky erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, encompassing countless miles. It was as if innumerable great drums were being struck, shaking the very heavens, causing the world to quiver beneath the feet of this wicked sovereign. A strikingly handsome young man, with long ebony hair and an ethereal grace, emerged from the vast chasm. His being was imbued with an unfathomable and terrifying power, sending chills through the hearts of the 333 emperors. In his grasp, he held another young man, bloodied and battered, with a severed arm revealing golden bones, exuding an aura of utter devastation, resembling a youth utterly vanquished. The sight of this young man's plight caused the demoness and the blood elder to react with alarm, their expressions transforming in an instant. The demoness, her delicate brows furrowed, exuded a palpable killing intent, her exquisite beauty now overshadowed by an overwhelming ferocity. The once mighty tree that had torn the sky asunder shattered into countless white motes, coalescing into the form of a middle-aged man clad in flowing white robes. His visage appeared faintly pale, tinged with suppressed rage. Evil Lord, Lin Cangsheng. The Azure Emperor, bewildered and furious, confronted Lin Cangsheng, exclaiming, "Did you not sacrifice yourself to suppress the evil lord with such immense resolve that even I was shaken? How could you have released him? Do you comprehend the ramifications of this act?" Lin Cangsheng's gaze locked onto the Azure Emperor with the ferocity of a celestial beast, his icy demeanor instilling a profound chill. "I require no guidance from you. Silence yourselves." The Azure Emperor was momentarily speechless, his throat constricted. Regardless of their confusion and questions, the emergence of the evil lord had solidified the situation. Moreover, with the wisdom of the 333 emperors, they might glean some insights from Lin Chen's plight. Alas, how tragic this fate! The Azure Emperor's expression turned to one of utter desolation, realizing that when Lin Cangsheng chose to forsake the realm of mortals for his son, the path to salvation had become irrevocably flawed. Alas, it seems that transforming Lin Cangsheng back into the realm of the living is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. On this continent, who possesses the power to thwart this malevolent sovereign? Malevolent sovereign, release Lin Chun at once, otherwise I shall once again disregard all consequences and confine you within the endless realm of the living. Lin Cangsheng stood resolutely, sword in hand, his gaze cold and murderous, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him, making it difficult to fathom his next move. "I have long warned you, do not threaten me lightly." The malevolent sovereign chuckled coldly, seizing Lin Chun by the hair and dragging him forcefully before him, the pain at the roots causing excruciating distress. With a sharp slap, the sovereign struck Lin Chun, causing him to spit forth blood, and with a sinister smile, declared, "If you dare to speak to me thus again, I shall strike him dead." Lin Cangsheng's forehead bulged with veins, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, he was exerting tremendous effort to restrain himself from erupting in fury. Suddenly, the malevolent sovereign grinned wickedly at Lin Cangsheng. In that moment, all 333 emperors felt a peculiar sensation, as if the entire world was shrouded in an endless malevolence, plunging into an infinite abyss. "Lin Cangsheng, you forsake the living for your son. Do you still have the right to claim you act for the sake of all?" The sovereign's voice was chillingly bizarre, akin to a sharp blade piercing Lin Cangsheng's heart. Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted slightly. The piercing tone rendered him speechless. To abandon the living for personal gain is indeed a grave sin. The malevolent sovereign's colossal hand gripped Lin Cangsheng's head, exerting pressure that sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through Lin Cangsheng, who could no longer contain his agony and began to roar. Listen to your son's cries of anguish. How gratifying they are to the soul. Soon, you shall hear not only his wails but the lamentations of the entire continent, for you have unleashed me. You have unleashed catastrophe. You are endangering all. His voice rose abruptly, akin to an inexorable judgment, launching an unexpected assault on Lin Cangsheng. The latter staggered back several steps, his pallor growing ever more ashen. The ancient sword in his grasp began to vibrate ominously, fissures snaking across its surface, until it erupted into countless particles. Lin Cangsheng stood in stunned silence. This sword, forged from the essence of the path of the living, was his destined artifact. Yet now, it had chosen to destroy itself. His very path was crumbling to dust. Lin Cangsheng's fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intently on his father. This is dire. The Azure Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. The malevolent sovereign was manipulating Lin Cangsheng against Lin Cangsheng's path, aiming to utterly degrade it and strip it of all efficacy. In that instant, the Azure Emperor comprehended the malevolent sovereign's insidious plan. Lin Cangsheng came to a profound realization. It was no surprise that the malevolent lord chose to suppress his own cultivation to engage in battle with him. Nor was it unexpected that he hesitated to end Lin Cangsheng's life, for the wicked lord sought to exploit him to dismantle Lin Cangsheng's path. Lin Cangsheng's father, Lin Cangsheng, roared with fervor, his eyes bloodshot, disregarding his own concerns for the world's populace, determined to suppress this evil lord so that he could never rise again. Silence. The evil lord delivered a resounding slap across Lin Cangsheng's face, the sound echoing sharply in the air. The demoness and blood elder, witnessing this, were consumed by fury. The demoness attempted to rush forward but was restrained by the blood elder, who understood that the disparity in power was insurmountable. Though Lin Cangsheng was momentarily dazed from the blow, his gaze remained as fierce as a wolf's, fixated on Lin Cangsheng, who was ensnared in his own torment. His eyes bore a fierce intensity as he glared at the evil lord, vowing, "You shall not escape your demise." Silence. The evil lord struck again. The sound of the slap even more thunderous, inflicting a grievous wound that caused Lin Cangsheng to spew forth copious amounts of blood before he could regain his composure. Yet, the wolf-like ferocity in Lin Cangsheng's eyes showed no sign of waning. "If you were my equal, I would ensure your suffering was unbearable," Lin Cangsheng bellowed, his voice infused with an immeasurable killing intent. However, to the 333 emperors observing, his words appeared utterly ridiculous. "Equal? You can barely withstand a mere breath from another, and you dare speak of equality?" The evil lord laughed maniacally, his gaze dripping with disdain as he regarded Lin Cangsheng. "You wish for equality? I shall grant you no such satisfaction. In my eyes, you are merely refuse, a worthless being. Your father is equally contemptible. A weakling who cannot even sacrifice his own son, yet he dares to speak of the world's salvation. How utterly disgraceful. Do not insult my father." Lin Cangsheng's eyes widened in fury, a palpable aura of death emanating from him, the scar on his chest glaringly evident. "I will do whatever it takes to ensure your demise." The evil lord threw back his head and laughed maniacally, speaking each word with excruciating slowness. "Your father is nothing but trash, weak and incapable, unworthy of even the lowest of creatures. Are you angry? Yes, I see that expression, and I relish it. I shall let the entire world witness how I bring about the demise of this continent's most heinous leader. Were it not for your foolishness, I would never have emerged from my seal. You and your father are both worthless." Lin Cangsheng's eyes blazed with an infinite crimson fury, akin to a beast poised for violence. A surge of wrath emanated from him, a sinister energy beginning to coil around his form, creating an immensely terrifying visage. "Very well. Let the primordial evil energy manifest." The evil lord cackled with delight, step by step provoking Lin Cangsheng, aiming to draw forth the primordial evil energy within him. As this energy began to surface, a lethal glint flickered in the evil lord's eyes. "Now you are of no use to me. Once I slay you and seize your primordial energy, I shall eliminate Lin Cangsheng, and no one shall stand in the way of my dominion." With a blade raised high, the evil lord aimed for Lin Cangsheng's head, a mocking laugh escaping his lips as he beheld the indomitable fire of anger burning in Lin Cangsheng's eyes. "Remember this. You are the first wretched soul I have slain since the emergence of my dark master." With a fierce strike aimed at Lin Cangsheng, The latter's furious gaze remained unwavering. At that very moment, an ancient, wrathful laughter erupted from Lin Cangsheng's being, forcefully repelling the Dark Master's attack. The heavens trembled, resonating with this sudden, terrifying cacophony of mirth. An aura, profound and archaic, awakened within Lin Cangsheng, as if an ancient celestial deity had stirred to life within him, causing the very fabric of reality to shift and bow in submission. The Dark Master's expression shifted dramatically, mirrored by the astonished visages of the 333 emperors, who felt their own paths quivering in fear. What dreadful force could be awakening within Lin Cangsheng? In chapter 975, an ancient, cerulean radiance blossomed at Lin Cangsheng's brow, revealing a bronze ancient coffin before the onlookers. This coffin shimmered with an endless azure glow, its intricate patterns of deities and demons appearing increasingly vivid, exuding an air of reverence that instilled awe in all who beheld it. The demoness observed this scene with growing gravity, pondering if this was indeed the fabled treasure belonging to Lin Cangsheng's sacred lineage. Blood Elder sighed, acknowledging that Lin Cangsheng's audacity was likely fueled by this very artifact. Although such recklessness was akin to a gamble, it was inescapably aligned with Lin Cangsheng's bold nature. The dark aura emanating from Lin Cangsheng gradually receded, as ancient seals and the sacred mantra intertwined, solidifying. The moment the bronze coffin materialized, his bindings shattered like mist. Restoring his freedom, he regarded the Dark Master with an air of calm detachment. The Dark Master, confronted by the sudden appearance of the bronze coffin, felt a deep-seated trepidation, recognizing its enigmatic essence. While he had sensed a certain treasure within Lin Cangsheng before, this bronze coffin was an unforeseen revelation. Was it not you who just proclaimed me a wretched fool, inferior to refuse? Lin Cangsheng's words dripped with scorn, mocking the Dark Master for claiming the title of Dark Lord while merely embodying a triviality. Such audacity was unprecedented. Even the Dark Master found himself momentarily taken aback by this challenge. The 333 emperors stood aghast, bewildered by the audacity of this entity emerging from Lin Cangsheng. It was as if a fool, oblivious to the vastness of the cosmos, had dared to confront the heavens. The Dark Master, filled with rage yet compelled to laugh, fixed his sinister gaze upon the bronze coffin, acknowledging that he had never encountered such brazen arrogance. I ponder the nature of your existence, a mere fool, and wonder how one such as you could ever emerge. The evil lord exhibited no hesitation as he struck the ancient bronze coffin with a force that contained unfathomable energy. His true form was vast, encompassing half of the Holy Spirit continent, yet he had been reduced to this diminutive humanoid shape, harboring the power to obliterate worlds. As Lin Cangsheng observed, the fist collided with the ancient coffin, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air, creating a scene of sheer terror. The evil lord, as if struck by lightning, was sent reeling backward by the recoil of the coffin, his form erupting in a series of blasts until he was pushed back over 100 miles before regaining his stance. However, his breath came in ragged gasps, his hair disheveled, and his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Who are you? The 33 great emperors were equally astounded, unable to comprehend the fantastical scene before them. A coffin, emerging from Lin Cangsheng's brow, exhibited such earth-shattering power. What could it possibly be? How many years has it been since anyone dared to strike at me? To think that upon my return, someone would venture to confront me. The voice of the ancient coffin resonated, now ethereal and reverberating through the endless firmament. It radiated an infinite sea of thunder, dazzling in its brilliance. A mere ant dares to act with arrogance before me. Lin Cangsheng, teach him what it truly means to be worthless. As the coffin's words faded, it trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of azure light that enveloped the evil lord instantaneously, leaving him no chance to flee. From a distance, it appeared as though a vast azure dome descended upon him, adorned with formidable images of deities and demons, each figure towering and imposing, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. What is happening? Why has my power been suppressed to the threshold of the true king realm? The evil lord's face contorted in horror as he faced an unprecedented predicament, his strength forcibly constrained. In a frenzy, he surged towards the azure dome, only to discover that no matter how he sought to shatter the void or unleash his divine abilities, he could not escape the grip of this colossal barrier. Within that shimmering azure enclosure, he was irrevocably reduced to a mere half-step true king. The 33 great emperors found themselves at a loss for words. for the reality before them surpassed all imagination. Lin Cangsheng, I have fulfilled my promise to you, the ancient coffin declared as it shot into Lin Cangsheng's brow. Its voice tinged with exhaustion. Remember the vow you made to me. With those words, the aura of the ancient coffin fell silent, akin to still waters devoid of life. Lin Cangsheng, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? The tone of the evil lord revealed a hint of panic for the first time. He could never have anticipated that Lin Cangsheng would execute such a dramatic reversal. The terrifying power of the bronze ancient coffin was beyond anyone's expectations. Lin Cangsheng chose to disregard the evil lord entirely. Perhaps in the past, he was still that impulsive youth, but now he had transformed into someone far more composed. No longer that reckless individual charging forward with blind fervor. Although his current approach might seem somewhat radical and akin to gambling, he was nonetheless correct in his actions. He sat cross-legged in midair, emanating an extraordinary aura. This aura carried a divine essence, an indescribable flavor that resembled that of a king, a sovereign, or even a saint. At that very moment, a calm voice resonated through the air. Lin Cangsheng, I have returned. Over these years, I have achieved profound enlightenment. A young figure descended from the void, his expression serene, and the energy radiating from him surpassed even the true king realm. His eyes seemed to pierce through the vicissitudes of the world. Upon seeing this youth, Blood Elder couldn't help but momentarily pause, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He finally understood that the boy who once needed his guidance to grow had genuinely matured into a formidable individual. Excellent. Bloodshah, you have finally returned. Lin Cangsheng opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing intently at Bloodshah, the spirit within the Blood Dawn Bell. The Blood Dawn Bell had merged with the Xianshan King Tower. Would he still choose to embody such a spirit? Years ago, Bloodshah had distanced himself from the Blood Dawn Bell to pursue his own path, and now he had returned, having discovered what he sought. Lin Cangsheng had awaited this day. From the moment I was born from the Blood Dawn Bell, I knew I was a spirit of this world. What I cherish most is the treasure. Bloodshah appeared to have found his path. To be precise, he had discovered his true belonging. As a spirit born later, his purpose was to love his treasure. Wonderful, Lin Cangsheng remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Welcome back, my brother. He flicked his fingers, and the Xianshan King Tower immediately soared into the sky. Upon seeing the Xianshan King Tower, Bloodshah's eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance. A sense of having found his rightful place, a warmth emanating from the depths of his soul. His form transformed into countless specks of light. Racing toward the Xianshan King Tower, all those luminous particles settled upon the sacred essence. At that moment, Bloodshah could not help but be taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Cangsheng, you have given me too many surprises. With this, the union of heaven and man is no longer a dream. The union of heaven and man is a realm far more terrifying than the union of man and treasure, a state that exists solely in legend. As Bloodshah took his rightful place, Lin Cangsheng sat cross-legged, slowly forming seals with his hands. An invisible aura surged forth from him, transforming the heavens and earth, casting a profound change in the atmosphere. In the moment Lin Cangsheng seized the eye of the demon god from the demon child, the path to his completion began to unfold. Yet, he awaited a pivotal opportunity, the arrival of Bloodly. Previously, Elder Blood had conveyed to Lin Cangsheng that the true power of the sacred vein body would only be realized upon its perfection. With the hand of fate and the eye of insight, all four of Lin Cangsheng's consciousness seas erupted, each harboring ancient and primal energies, exuding an overwhelming aura of magical power. These four consciousness seas had long since shattered the limitations of power within this realm. Among equals, empowered by the devouring demon technique, Lin Cangsheng resembled a fierce beast in human form, effortlessly annihilating his adversaries with a continuous flow of magical energy. Now, as the fifth consciousness sea gradually ascended, an immense demonic aura began to gestate within it. All five consciousness seas had fully manifested, and at this moment, an intangible connection resonated among them. Lin Cangsheng's entire being trembled as he sensed an ancient and majestic world within his consciousness seas. This realm was known as the Sacred Realm. The sacred breath within his dantian was drawn from this extraordinary domain. It was shrouded in mystery, and Lin Cangsheng had always been unable to perceive its true essence. Yet now, he glimpsed an ancient world, where a towering portal stood firmly closed, inscribed with two characters, Sacred Gate. With the consciousness seas interconnected and the sacred vein perfected, the sacred gate swung wide open. Lin Cangsheng's formidable divine consciousness surged forth. The ancient, towering portal creaked ominously as it slowly began to yield. In the final moment of its opening, Lin Cangsheng beheld his entire sacred realm. This world stretched endlessly, its bounds unseen. Yet, within it flowed boundless sacred breath, appearing as countless ethereal mists enveloping the landscape. Vaguely, Lin Cangsheng perceived a path within this vast and magnificent sacred realm. A hazy trail that led to an unknown destination beckoned him. He endeavored to traverse this route, but after advancing merely 10 miles, his body felt as if it were filled with an inexhaustible weight, rendering him immobile. Perplexed by this phenomenon, Lin Cangsheng was suddenly aware of a tremendous pull emanating from his true form, drawing the sacred breath he had gathered over those 10 miles into his dantian. Could it be that the distance he could traverse correlated with the amount of sacred breath he could absorb? This possibility dawned upon him, yet he could progress no further. His exploration of this enigmatic sacred realm was abruptly halted as he returned to his corporeal self. The magnificent sacred breath surged wildly from the expansive sacred realm, flooding into his dantian, where it was fervently absorbed. In an instant, the sacred breath began to writhe, first manifesting the general outline of legs, followed by the waist, abdomen, chest, arms, and head. Within his dantian, a miniature figure of sacred breath coalesced. This diminutive entity, resembling Lin Cangsheng, sat serenely within Lin Cangsheng's dantian, embodying an immense reservoir of sacred breath. Indeed, if I were to unleash the heavenly Saint King seal now, how exponentially would my power multiply? Lin Cangsheng was filled with uncontainable joy, unable to fathom the current might of the heavenly Saint King seal. With a thunderous roar, Lin Cangsheng summoned the sacred breath figure at that very moment of its emergence. He immediately drew forth the overwhelming sacred breath from it, channeling it into the Xianzhong King Tower. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng's aura surged throughout the entirety of the Xianzhong King Tower, washing over it and making him feel an undeniable kinship, as though it were an integral part of his own being. Having previously integrated a mass of sacred breath into the Xianzhong King Tower, the entity, known as Shui Li, now exuded an aura that bore some resemblance to Lin Cangsheng. With the influx of such potent sacred breath, Shui Li spread his arms wide, opening his heart and welcoming the cleansing force of the sacred breath. This sacred breath encapsulated Lin Cangsheng's character, essence, and destiny. The moment Shui Li accepted it, his entire being began to radiate an aura strikingly akin to Lin Cangsheng's, profoundly emotional, with deep insight and grand ambition, transforming him into a second Lin Cangsheng. At that moment, a violent tempest erupted within the Xianzhong King Tower, mingled with boundless flames, sweeping through the entire structure. The wind and fire calamity. Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted dramatically. The spirit of the artifact had fully coalesced, resonating with his soul, and surprisingly triggered the wind and fire calamity. This calamity was a trial associated with the ascension of a low-grade Tao artifact. Marvelous! The wind and fire calamity has manifested, which will cleanse the impurities of the Xianzhong King Tower and significantly enhance its power. Shui Li's face gleamed with delight as he sat firmly within the tower, like a stabilizing anchor amidst the chaos. Countless flames surged from the base of the tower, while fierce winds howled, amplifying the flames to an astonishing degree. To an observer, the Xianzhong King Tower appeared as if it were coated in a layer of molten lava, on the verge of melting, with Shui Li's form being swept up in the tempest of flames and winds. I am sullied by a tainted body, yet possess a heart of crystal. The flames and winds cannot disturb my being. Shui Li suddenly roared, radiating an endless brilliance. The ferocious winds and flames that engulfed the entire Xianzhong King Tower swiftly retreated to the base, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. The wind and fire calamity was traversed with remarkable ease. The Xianzhong King Tower now appeared profoundly dark, enshrouded in a charred visage, a testament to the fire's searing embrace. However, with a sudden tremor, the blood-red giant foot caused the black murk atop the Xianzhong King Tower to cascade down in layers. Revealed was a brand new Xianzhong King Tower, akin to exquisite glass, every inch of its bronze surface flawless and shimmering, devoid of any impurities, concealing an unfathomable power within. The 333 emperors, witnessing the resplendent appearance of the newly unveiled Xianzhong King Tower, felt a subtle shift in their expressions. Having endured the fire and wind tribulations, the fact that this tower could ascend to the realm of a lower-grade Tao artifact was utterly astonishing. Such lower-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even a semi-emperor would expend immeasurable effort without success in forging one. Yet, a mere virtual king, Lin Cangsheng, had completely refined it through the first level of tribulation. To attain a quasi-Dao artifact, one must endure 5 tribulations to comprehend the Dao and step into the realm of lower-grade artifacts. With each major tribulation faced, the power of this quasi-Dao artifact would surge dramatically. It was as though the Xianshang King Tower, once suppressed, could unleash boundless fire and wind tribulations from within, incinerating enemies. At that very moment, Lin Cangsheng, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Instantly, a terrifying and enigmatic aura soared from him, akin to an unparalleled divine sword. He radiated an essence of consummate perfection, appearing devoid of any flaws, as if transformed into an unrivaled sovereign, invoking a sense of submission within the hearts of those who beheld him, a noble presence that resonated with their very souls. At that instant, the sky erupted with tumultuous thunder, roaring and exploding in a heart-stirring cacophony, as if celebrating. The 333 emperors could not help but be drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. Lin Cangsheng's eyes, sharp as divine swords, pierced through the azure light barrier. Evil Lord, your cultivation has been suppressed to half a step into the true king realm. And since you have ensnared my father into demonic madness, I shall personally sever all ties of causality. With a decisive step, the void collapsed beneath him as he fully entered the realm of the virtual king, having comprehended the collapse of the void. During the initial transaction with the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Cangsheng's proposition was met with an unequivocal refusal from the coffin to assist in vanquishing the evil lord. Subsequently, witnessing his father's descent into madness, Lin Cangsheng chose to suppress the evil lord's cultivation within this azure barrier, intending to personally slay him. Just then, within the courtyard amidst an endless sea of flames, his third uncle stood suddenly, gazing at the sky filled with explosive thunder, his expression grave. His eyes perceived countless twinkling stars within the vast void, representing colossal celestial bodies imbued with immense power. Yet at that moment, those myriad stars began to shift like dust, rising and falling, gradually converging into a colossal starry eye that spanned the expanse of the void. The galaxy awakens, his third uncle exclaimed, realizing that the perfection of the sacred vein body would indeed disturb certain forces. With a sudden roar, his eyes blazed a fiery red, unleashing an endless divine light that pierced through the boundless void. In the fleeting moment when the endless divine light surged into the vast expanse of the starry sky, it transformed into an infinite sea of flames, erupting with a thunderous roar before the Holy Spirit continent, enveloping the entire land within its overwhelming blaze. The vision was obscured. Chapter 977. Is he indestructible? It turned out this was his intention. However, it indeed posed considerable trouble. The seductive smile gracing the lips of the enchanting demoness revealed her transformation back into the peerless beauty. Lin Cangsheng's toes barely grazed the ground as he instantaneously traversed the void, penetrating the azure shield. Although the energy within exerted tremendous suppression over the evil lord, it also restrained beings surpassing the true king realm, rendering it ineffective against him. Why does Lin Cangsheng not simply eliminate the evil lord, but instead go to such lengths? An ancient Taoist ancestor, Dao Xuanzi, voiced his confusion. The Azure Emperor observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, noting that the ancient bronze coffin evidently found it challenging to entirely vanquish the evil lord. Thus, they were compelled to employ this ancient divine and demonic seal to forcefully suppress the evil lord's cultivation. The supreme evil power wielded by the evil lord was second only to the primordial evil force, even at the half-step true king realm. Once his domain was activated, Lin Cangsheng, a mere virtual king, would hardly stand a chance against him. Doubt began to cloud the minds of the onlookers, for the evil lord's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Despite currently being at half-step true king, could Lin Cangsheng truly contend with the evil lord? They comprehended fully that should the evil lord escape this divine and demonic seal, he would undoubtedly become a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating the boundless continent. Presently, all hope rested upon Lin Cangsheng, yet the odds of victory seemed exceedingly slim. The Azure Emperor sighed, casting a glance at Lin Cangsheng, who appeared ensnared in an endless abyss of demonic influence, seemingly devoid of life. Unable to suppress a shake of his head, he too felt uncertain. Upon Lin Cangsheng's entrance, The evil lord's inky black hair writhed chaotically, his obsidian pupils fixated on Lin Cangsheng with malignant intent. You dare to believe you can defeat me, a mere waste whom I once vanquished? Now, emboldened by a slight increase in strength, you seek to confront me? Previously, within the realm of Cangsheng, the evil lord's true king avatar had suppressed Lin Cangsheng thoroughly. Had it not been for the need to deal with Lin Cangsheng, he could have easily obliterated him. Now, though he stood at half-step true king, his path and domain remained intact, and Lin Cangsheng's audacity to confront him alone was tantamount to courting death. I shall claim the ancient coffin within your body. The evil lord bellowed with a malevolent gleam in his eyes. He had long discerned the nuances of this matter amidst his fury, much like the Azure Emperor. He strode forward, an invisible force emanating from him, enveloping the entire Azure shield. The domain unfolded, demon goddess I. Lin Cangsheng, with a perfect aura, instantaneously opened the demon god's eye, revealing the essence of the entire domain within the blood-red pupil of his darkened gaze. Though it may appear unremarkable, Lin Cangsheng finds himself enveloped in an endless malevolent aura. In the realm of the demon god descends. Lin Cangsheng leaps high, transforming into a towering demon deity, dark demonic energy surging forth as a grand temple materializes. He sits upon the throne of this temple, embodying the essence of a demon god. This temple of the demon god is more terrifying than the one previously manifested by the demon child. The eye of the demon god on Lin Cangsheng's forehead flickers with a crimson light, as if his true form has ascended to that of the supreme ruler of the demonic path, to whom even the 72 demon gods must bow in servitude. In this simulated domain, the malevolent lord remains unfazed, wielding absolute power within the Azure barrier. With a sweeping gesture towards Lin Cangsheng's resplendent temple, an intangible force swiftly crushes the entire domain. I am the demon god. The heavens and earth are indestructible. Lin Cangsheng howls to the heavens, his will soaring. A single eye of the demon god possesses the power to obliterate worlds. In the very moment the temple is compressed, he harnesses this overwhelming demonic intent to break free from the constraints of the domain's power, launching a punch towards the malevolent lord from afar. Shatter the heavens. Taiji anomaly. Fist of the fallen. In a flash, Lin Cangsheng unleashes 3 successive punches. The void rips open before the malevolent lord, an endless cascade of chilling light surging forth. 9 ancient dragons of Taiji, countless colossal fists of pressure, intertwine with 3 divine powers, their might unparalleled, as if poised to crush the malevolent lord in an instant. A domain is a domain. In every realm, I am the sovereign. Observing the collapse of the 3 divine powers, the malevolent lord displays no sign of panic, but rather a deep-seated mockery. With a deliberate gesture, boundless domain power surges forth, forcefully driving the 3 divine manifestations back into the rift of the void. The 3 divine powers explode within the void, sending tremors through the surrounding space. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. The Azure Emperor watches this scene, sighing. The power of the domain has formed an absolute dominion within itself, embodying the nascent essence of the Tao. How can Lin Cangsheng possibly compete? This is the chasm between the realm of the void and the realm of the true king. Sever the head of the malevolent lord. The malevolent king suddenly bellows. An endless domain power swiftly binds Lin Cangsheng once more. Around him, a chilling guillotine of malevolence materializes, pressing his body against the cold surface of the executioner's block. The power of the quasi-Tao artifact's body is utterly incapable of breaking free from this binding. Behind him, a grotesque malevolent king rises, wielding a sinister blade, his gaze glinting with boundless bloodlust. With a tremor of his arm, the blade descends like thunder, aiming to sever Lin Cangsheng's head. Unity of man and weapon. Lin Cangsheng cries out fiercely. In an instant, his body merges with the Xianshang King Tower, standing within it, grasping the mighty hand of Blood Li. As if their minds are intertwined, communicating without words. The malevolent blade, imbued with an ominous aura, struck the ancient bronze tower with a resounding impact, erupting in a cascade of brilliant sparks. The Xuanshang Monarch Tower trembled violently, its form resembling exquisite glass, as a terrifying conflagration surged forth, enveloping the wicked sovereign in an overwhelming tempest of flames and calamity. The fiend let out anguished howls, rendered to naught. Having traversed the trial of fire and wind, the malevolent master paused briefly, a cold smile spreading across his face. This treasure shall be mine, he declared. extending his hand towards Lin Cangsheng with the imposing air of a sovereign. Instantly, an immense force of domain propelled Lin Cangsheng from his state of unity with the artifact, severing his connection. The elder's face paled. The power of the domain was too formidable, making escape from its grasp nearly impossible. The Xuanshang monarch tower was forcibly drawn towards the malevolent sovereign, revealing the sheer dominance of his domain power. Clearly, Lin Cangsheng was still no match for this sinister ruler. This artifact bears an essence reminiscent of the ancient bronze coffin. It shall be mine, he proclaimed, opening his cavernous mouth, ready to engulf the Xuanshang monarch tower within the depths of his boundless malevolence. The 333 emperors observing this scene could not suppress their shock. Should the malevolent sovereign consume this treasure, Lin Cangsheng would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, at that moment, Lin Cangsheng, previously restrained by the domain's might, suddenly formed a powerful seal with his hands. His presence transformed, exuding an unparalleled nobility, as though he were a supreme ruler incarnate. The sacred breath is one with me, and I commune with the spirit, he intoned, his thoughts instantly connecting with the blood essence within the Xuanshang monarch tower through the sacred breath emanating from his dantian. In an instant, the expressions of the 333 emperors shifted in unison to astonishment. The elder and the enchanting queen exchanged knowing smiles. Abruptly, the Xuanshang monarch tower, previously pulled down by the domain's force, began to radiate with countless glimmers of glass-like brilliance. Torrents of cataclysmic winds and flames erupted forth, surging into the malevolent sovereign's cavernous mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The sovereign's body was engulfed by this deluge of fire and wind, resulting in a series of explosive reactions that forced him to stagger back, enveloped in thick black smoke. His once handsome visage now bore an expression of profound gloom, the shock evident in his eyes that he could not conceal. How could this be? Your form has not merged with the tower. How can you achieve unity? The malevolent sovereign was astounded, demanding to know the nature of Lin Cangsheng's methods. The unity of man and artifact had amplified the tower's lethality to an unimaginable degree. Otherwise, how could it injure a formidable sovereign such as himself? The spectacle Lin Cangsheng had just displayed surpassed all their comprehension. Surprisingly, one could still refrain from merging with the artifacts, achieving a state of unity between man and instrument. Lin Cangsheng maintained an expression of calm, and through the sacred breath, he established a profound connection with the blood li within the Xianshang King Tower, almost as if there existed another Lin Cangsheng, meditating within the tower, unleashing countless calamities of wind and fire. Yet what of it? Lin Cangsheng, as long as you remain within my domain, I can extinguish your life. The evil lord bellowed suddenly, with a sweeping gesture that enveloped the entire Azure barrier in an abyss of malevolence. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng's body was akin to a vortex, voraciously absorbing the encroaching dark energy. This was a tactic previously employed by the evil lord. Although the Xianshang King Tower currently existed in a state of unity, allowing for fluid movement, Lin Cangsheng remained firmly suppressed, utterly immobilized, forced to witness the relentless tide of dark energy approaching. Should the ancient seal descend once more, he would revert to a state indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. Disastrous. The Azure Emperor suddenly rose, his countenance taut as he observed the unfolding scene. This battle was pivotal for the masses, and even he could not maintain his composure. It is over. Dao Xuanzi's face turned pale. Within this domain, Lin Cangsheng was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, utterly powerless to resist. Should this seal be enacted, Lin Cangsheng's demise would be inevitable. Indeed, confronting the evil lord was a venture fraught with peril. The expressions of the 333 emperors transformed, reflecting profound concern. Could it be that all would end thus? Lin Cangsheng felt an onslaught of dark energy infiltrating his being, surging through his pores, preparing to ensnare him in layers of confinement. The overwhelming power of the domain rendered him motionless. No matter how fiercely you and your progeny struggle, in the end, you shall perish at my hands. The evil lord cackled with abandon, intent on slaying Lin Cangsheng and seizing the primal dark energy within him. Once the Azure barrier dissipated, it would herald the evil lord's reign over the world. However, at that very moment, the evil lord's maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced. A radiant white light emanated from Lin Cangsheng's entire being, appearing extraordinarily sacred. He began to form a series of seals with his hands, and the sacred breath figure within his dantian mirrored his every movement, also forming seals. He executed the heavenly Saint King seal, with a final clasp of his thumbs. A tremendous surge of sacred breath erupted from the figure in his dantian, instantly flooding his entire being. The dark energy, sensing its nemesis, fled in a frenzy. Escaping from Lin Cangsheng's pores, an endless aura of sanctity and sovereign presence radiated from him, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, Lin Cangsheng's aura surged like a volcanic eruption, soaring beneath the evil lord's domain. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the domain, as the void behind Lin Cangsheng shattered inch by inch. He stood there, enveloped in countless white orbs of light, resembling a divine entity. The turbulent energies of the domain retreated from his vicinity, creating a luminous halo spanning a mile. The heavenly Saint King seal had amplified 20-fold. How could this be? The evil lord gazed upon this scene, his mind exploding with disbelief. His domain surprisingly failed to suppress Lin Cangsheng. What could be the reason for this? On the faces of the 333 emperors, an overwhelming expression of astonishment emerged. Lin Cangsheng's aura suddenly surged 20-fold, forcefully creating a space of 1 mile within the realm of the evil lord. What on earth is happening? With a wave of his hand, Lin Cangsheng unleashed an unfathomable divine might, causing the void to crack open. A colossal azure hand, shimmering with boundless white light, erupted forth, illuminating the entire void with a cacophony of explosions, as if a burst of blinding white light had shattered the infinite darkness, ruthlessly tearing through the evil lord's domain and striking down upon him. The heavens and earth changed color, a terrifying force unparalleled, ferocious like a great wave. The evil lord quickly reacted, sensing the horror of this strike, his face contorted with immense shock. The power of Lin Cangsheng had augmented to an astonishing 20-fold, and the divine ability he invoked was utterly terrifying. The evil lord roared in fury, desperately gathering boundless malevolent energy to shield himself, transforming it into an unparalleled dark shield. However, under this colossal hand, the dark shield was obliterated as if it were mere dust, exploding into countless wisps of malevolent energy. The evil lord's pupils widened in shock, his furious roars echoing as his entire being was enveloped by the massive hand, which mercilessly crushed him, leading to his body bursting apart with a thunderous roar. The 333 emperors simultaneously rose, their gazes transfixed upon this scene. The evil lord was dead. Lin Cangsheng sensed that he had indeed slain the evil lord. Possessing absolute confidence in his strike, the state of the heavenly Saint King seal was instantly lifted from Lin Cangsheng's being. Though the heavenly Saint King seal was formidable, activating this state allowed him to unleash only one divine ability. Therefore, Lin Cangsheng had to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow. He immediately turned his gaze toward his father, Lin Cangsheng, only to be astonished to find that Lin Cangsheng's aura was completely extinguished, still trapped in an endless demonic haze. With the evil lord's demise, wouldn't Lin Cangsheng break free from the demonic barrier? The 333 emperors also abruptly witnessed this scene, their expressions changing dramatically. The Azure Emperor bellowed fiercely, "Lin Cangsheng, be cautious. The evil lord has not perished." Suddenly, a sinister energy coiled around Lin Cangsheng's neck, its chill seeping into him. A chilling voice resonated in Lin Cangsheng's ears. "Did you think it would be so easy to kill me?" Lin Cangsheng's hair stood on end, his face reflecting sheer shock. The evil lord was truly not dead. Could he be invincible? Chapter 978, The Holy Court and Acknowledgement. In a brief span, the name of the treasure monk had become an idol among countless people, a savior. The imposing, robust figure of the monk loomed large in their hearts. During these days, phantoms continuously appeared in various locations. My fellow beings, you need not feel fear or panic. As long as I exist on this continent, I shall protect you. Resisting the malevolent forces from beyond, you will forever dwell in the heart of the Buddha. Amitabha. Devotion and faith can diminish the sins you bear, allowing for sincere repentance and boundless love for humanity. The corpulent figure, adorned in a robe embellished with intertwining purple and gold stripes, radiates brilliance. Despite his considerable girth, he exudes a majestic presence, with kind and profound eyes that command respect from countless souls. Consequently, temples have sprung up across the continent, known as the multi-treasure Buddha temples. A statue of this rotund figure, resplendent in its golden form and wielding a scepter, gazes down as if encompassing all living beings, exuding an aura of sanctity. As more and more devotees flock to the temple of this multi-treasure monk, They begin to worship him with fervent prayers, seeking to avert calamities. However, this sudden emergence of a mysterious savior incites fury among numerous powerful figures in the sacred spirit continent. Although they remain unaware of who the evil lord truly is, they are certain that this rogue is not responsible for the deaths. Yet, they are unable to trace the origins or essence of the multi-treasure monk. Even the emperors, through their calculations, cannot ascertain his whereabouts, left helplessly watching their disciples waver in loyalty, ready to pledge allegiance to the multi-treasure monk in an unknown place. A figure, clad in tattered robes, clutches a glistening beast's leg in his right hand. The flesh on his face is bunched together, and his small eyes squint into slits, presenting a rather unsavory appearance. In this moment, as he ravenously gnaws on the beast's leg, he cackles with delight, exclaiming his joy and beckoning others to embrace faith, challenging anyone who dares oppose him. In his exuberance, he jumps, flaunting his ample form as he writhes on the ground, filled with a peculiar zest. Suddenly, an ominous energy wraps around Lin Cangsheng's neck, sending chills through his skin, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This malevolent force swiftly morphs into a wicked blade, threatening to slice through Lin Cangsheng's throat. A burst of seven-colored light jolts from Lin Cangsheng's neck, scattering the dark energy violently, prompting him to turn sharply. Before him, a myriad of sinister energies swirls within the azure dome, coalescing into the likeness of a man with long, dark hair. This figure unmistakably embodies the evil lord. The evil lord's countenance contorts as he gazes at Lin Cangsheng, filled with a menacing fervor. My malevolence has ascended to the pinnacle of chaos. I am born from the heart demon of your father, drawing strength from his innermost fears. As long as a demon resides in the heart, I can manifest. Unless you are willing to personally eliminate your father, you cannot eradicate me. How could Lin Cangsheng ever carry out such an act? The 33 emperors present simultaneously paled, although Lin Cangsheng's power exceeded their wildest imaginations. The terror of the evil lord had fully revealed itself. The demon, born from the heart, had reached such a level that who among them could dare to slay him? None present could claim to be flawless, free from inner demons. Lin Cangsheng too harbored a heart demon, albeit dormant. The current evil lord, who possesses the power to vanquish. Lin Cangsheng, even if you wield such arcane secrets, what significance do they hold? I concede your strength, yet you remain a wretched waste. The evil lord laughed maniacally, his expression dripping with disdain. You may slay me 100 times, but after that, can you continue to do so? You shall never extinguish my existence. I dwell in the realm of invincibility. The countenance of the 333 emperors darkened like stormy waters. Even Blood Elder and the demon empress wore expressions of gloom. Indeed, as he claimed, what would it matter if Lin Cangsheng were to kill him 100 times? With a heart steeped in darkness, he would inevitably revive. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng erupted into laughter, his demeanor tranquil. Evil Lord, do you genuinely believe yourself invincible? The evil lord raised an eyebrow, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Boy, do not feign mystery here. If you possess the ability, come and eliminate me. Do it now. The evil lord bellowed at Lin Cangsheng, his anger boiling. Were it not for this scoundrel's provocations, he would not be ensnared in this predicament. These are your own words. Lin Cangsheng's tone turned icy, and waves of white light emanated from him like ripples on water. His aura grew increasingly divine, breath of the sacred spirit, transforming the heavens and earth. You are my heart. Comprehend my true intent. Bestow upon me celestial power. Evolve the sacred court and suppress the wicked. With a mighty stride, Lin Cangsheng unleashed an explosion of blinding white light that illuminated the entire azure barrier. The evil lord, caught in this radiance, screamed in agony, his body sizzling as though scorched by fiery coals. A diminutive figure ascended from Lin Cangsheng's dantian. This figure embodied Lin Cangsheng's sacred breath. In that moment, amidst the boundless white light, this figure erupted, scattering into countless specks of light that coalesced into a vaguely discernible ancient palace. Though only 10 miles in size, this ancient palace emanated an aura of boundless majesty, evoking a sense of awe deep within. It was as if within an endless abyss of darkness, an ancient palace radiated resplendent white light. After attaining the pinnacle of the 5 seas of consciousness, Lin Cangsheng grasped the existence of the sacred court from the holy realm. The sacred court, a force of suppression. Lin Cangsheng leaped high, seated within the ethereal expanse of the sacred court, resembling a living deity, radiating brilliance. The entire palace descended upon the evil lord with a crushing force. Boom! The evil lord's domain was instantly subdued, his entire being trapped beneath the sacred court, immobile. His face contorted in agony, emitting crackling sounds as he writhed in torment, crying out in despair. Yet, no matter how he screamed or invoked his powers, he could not escape the oppressive grip of this ethereal sacred court. The 333 emperors were once again shaken. Witnessing how this ancient sacred court had rendered the formidable evil lord utterly incapacitated, his cries echoing through the air, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment within their hearts. The evil lord, born of inner demons, could transform into shadows, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the sacred court firmly held him in its grasp. Kill me, if you dare. Kill me, You cannot kill me. The evil lord's face twisted in agony, his roars reverberating, ensnared by the sacred court, experiencing a torment so profound it felt worse than death itself. You were born of inner demons. Although the holy court can suppress you, it cannot utterly vanquish you. Lin Cangsheng's gaze fell upon Lin Cangsheng, his father, who at that moment exhibited no signs of life, devoid of any reaction. It was I who drew the sword and unleashed you. All of this is a consequence of my actions. Therefore, I shall use myself to ensure that you are forever deprived of light. As Lin Cangsheng's words echoed, the expressions of Blood Elder and Demon Empress shifted dramatically, as if they had come to a sudden realization, roaring in unison for him to stop. Yet Lin Cangsheng remained unfazed, a dark domain emanating from him. A torrent of devouring power surged towards the evil lord. At that moment, the holy court trembled violently, shattering the evil lord's form into countless wisps of black mist. This consuming domain resembled a gaping abyss, swallowing the dark, malevolent aura entirely. The panicked cries of the evil lord reverberated. Lin Cangsheng, what do you intend to do? The 333 emperors gazed in astonishment at this scene, with only the Azure Emperor, his expression complex, remarking, that is the power of devouring. He intends to become the sealing furnace, imprisoning the evil lord within and transforming it into his own inner demon. Should he succeed, survival would be exceedingly difficult. If Lin Cangsheng self-destructs, the evil lord shall never be reborn, and Lin Cangsheng's curse will thus be lifted. Self-destruction, a mere 4 words, yet they demand immense courage. In the face of the evil lord's furious howls, Lin Cangsheng replied calmly, if I do not succumb to madness, who will? When I destroy my own body, you shall vanish alongside me. The evil lord's shrieks fell silent as the overwhelming malevolence surged into Lin Cangsheng's being. His form began to swell, resembling a giant. His veins prominently visible, pulsing with torrents of dark energy. He appeared as a titan adorned with demonic runes. Lin Cangsheng, you dare to consume me? The evil lord's wrathful voice echoed within Lin Cangsheng. I will immediately harness the primordial evil power within you, transforming you into boundless malice, and then I shall devour you. Ha! Lin Cangsheng, you are exceedingly foolish. Lin Cangsheng's countenance paled as his form continued to expand. A talisman began to spin above his head, the ancient character for destruction radiating a sense of annihilation. Stop! Blood Elder and Demon Empress shouted in unison, their expressions shaken, astonished that Lin Cangsheng would resort to such measures. Destruction! Lin Cangsheng bellowed. From the talisman, endless lightning erupted, enveloping his entire being with unparalleled will to obliterate. The 333 emperors stood in silent awe, witnessing a breathtaking prodigy meet his demise before their very eyes. Had Lin Cangsheng harnessed that terrifying power among his peers, his brilliance would have been unparalleled. I will bear full responsibility. The Azure Emperor's gaze was distant. Such a declaration required profound courage and awareness. Just as the thunder of destruction erupted, the evil lord's voice pierced the air. Lin Cangsheng, you are too naive. I am born from the depths of my heart. Though you encase me and force my demise, I shall inevitably rise again one day. You cannot truly extinguish my existence. Yet, the runes of destruction upon the thunder have become increasingly ferocious. The thunder envelopes all. In an instant, it vanished, leaving behind an emptiness. The azure light shield dissipated, and everything faded away. Lin Cangsheng's lifeless form suddenly trembled, vitality swiftly returning to him. With the death of the evil lord, Lin Cangsheng was revived. However, the expression on Blood Elder's face was one of slight bewilderment. Lin Cangsheng had perished. The enchanting eyes of the demoness dimmed slightly. The once mighty blood-sky demon sovereign had met a tragic end, and now his disciple could not defy this fate. Had that resolute youth, who once boldly declared his intent to surpass the blood-sky demon sovereign under his oppressive might, truly succumbed to death? A profound silence enveloped the world. All had vanished into nothingness. Yet, at that moment, amidst the explosion, a rift in the void suddenly appeared, from which a diminutive white figure tumbled forth. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Cangsheng, exuding an aura of sanctity, his sacred essence. The demoness and blood elder were both taken aback, their faces reflecting a sudden realization upon witnessing the sacred essence. A glimmer of hope remained. This sacred essence encapsulated all that was Lin Cangsheng, including his memories, abilities, character, aura, and fortune, resembling a miniature version of him. However, according to the demoness and blood elder, reviving Lin Cangsheng would require immense effort and time. That child had always prioritized others over himself, they sighed. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that endeared him to them. Regardless, Lin Cangsheng must not perish, the demoness stated. Her gaze resolute. Blood elder nodded and reached out to grasp the sacred essence. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A bronze ancient sword hurtled through the air from a distance, suddenly piercing through the sacred essence. This bronze sword was the very one that had been embedded in the stone tablet. Blood elder and the demoness felt their hearts constrict as if gripped by an unseen force. Would their last flicker of hope be extinguished? Suddenly, a tremendous light burst forth from the bronze sword, soaring into the heavens. An endless chorus resonated, echoing through the mountains, rivers, soil, sky, and seas, intertwining to fill the entirety of the sacred spirit continent and reaching the hearts of its people, including the emperors. Each face reflected shock. All the great figures felt tumultuous waves surge within them, as a profound sense of belonging arose in their hearts, akin to a son's connection to his father. The continent sang praises without end. Blood elder and the demoness were awestruck by this terrifying phenomenon. Only the Azure Emperor's face was marked by immense shock, as if he grasped a deeper understanding. I am no less than the demonic. Who then enters the essence of the demonic? Essence, you have chosen him, and there is nothing amiss. The ancient bronze sword, seemingly unremarkable, was in fact a fragment of the essence of the sacred spirit continent. In chapter 979, titled Breaking Through the Void and Ascending, a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of the great leaders. What could have transpired to evoke such a reaction? Meanwhile, in the boundless void, 13 titans of the human realm lay in wait, exuding an overwhelming aura, their celestial might echoing throughout the emptiness. Change has befallen the sacred spirit continent, a titan exclaimed. The others also gazed through the infinite expanse towards the sacred spirit continent, which appeared as an elliptical orb of light, radiating brilliance. At that moment, divine rainbows began to emerge, suffused with endless praises of mountains, seas, and skies. Resonating throughout the void, the countenance of Emperor Luo, he darkened as he discerned the truth. Someone had acquired the fragment of the sacred spirit essence, and the aura of the Dark Lord seemed to have vanished completely. Let us hasten to investigate this fragment of the sacred spirit essence. We must secure it, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, and we shall face failure, he urged. Do you not remember how the chaos ancient domains Emperor Muntian and Taoist Tianji were slain by Lin Cangsheng's father? To go there would be sheer folly, another leader warned. Let us first seek information elsewhere. This astonishing upheaval sent shockwaves across the continent. The populace found themselves at a loss to explain the recent events. Yet the sense of belonging and familiarity they felt was undeniably profound. At that moment, a towering figure manifested across the land. The venerable Duobao monk, with a solemn expression and a voice imbued with immense authority, proclaimed, "Fear not. For this phenomenon is a manifestation of my fusion with the fragment of the sacred spirit essence. I have become the guardian deity of this land. That feeling you experienced was your innate connection to me as your protector." Once again, the entire continent erupted with fervor as countless citizens fervently made their way to the temple. Initial skepticism faded, replaced by unwavering belief. This Duobao monk was indeed their savior, their guardian deity. With such a figure among them, how could they not worship? How could they not believe? Meanwhile, in another territory, a portly figure danced and sang boastfully. I am the guardian deity. I am the guardian deity. Duobao monk. What an impressive title. Only someone of my extraordinary talent could conceive such a name. In the skies above the chaos ancient domain, tranquility returned, but a mysterious white light enveloped Lin Cangsheng's sacred essence entirely. In the depths of infinite darkness, Lin Cangsheng found himself on a long, foreboding path that seemed to lead to death. Yet, he felt no fear. This sensation of mortality did not instill panic within him. If I am to die, so be it, Lin Cangsheng resolved, though a deep sense of reluctance lingered within him. On that continent, he still harbored numerous aspirations and ideals. With many awaiting his return, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet at that moment, a beam of white light suddenly pierced through the darkness, enveloping him. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback, as he sensed a surge of belonging rising within him, inexplicably warm and familiar. Suddenly, he felt the world around him spin. The mysterious white light vanished abruptly, and a flame spiraled into existence, emanating an aura of mystique. Within this flame stood a resilient youth, his eyes tightly shut, gradually revealing his form. His body became exquisitely translucent, as perfect as that of an infant, devoid of any impurities. He bore a serene expression, as if in a deep slumber. The Blood Elder, witnessing this scene, was momentarily astonished. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the enchanting maiden. As the flames gradually dissipated, revealing Lin Cangsheng in his entirety, she was momentarily entranced, her beautiful eyes shimmering like water. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Cangsheng let out a piercing cry. To his astonishment, he found himself unclothed, with the enchanting maiden gazing at him intently. "What are you screaming for? I haven't even called you yet, you little worm." The maiden's delicate face turned slightly rosy, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Embarrassed, Lin Cangsheng turned his head, and with a shiver, a black cloak enveloped him. "Indeed, I have returned to life," Lin Cangsheng contemplated, marveling at his own form. Every bone and every inch of skin was perfect and translucent, harboring an immense power within. Regaining his composure, he exhaled slowly. As the ancient bronze sword spiraled in the sky, transforming into a divine light that embedded itself in his back, his attire billowing like that of a swordsman. Lin Cangsheng understood the situation. He had received the acknowledgement of the legendary source fragment, which was this ancient bronze sword, thus being reborn through the flames. Now, gazing at the realm of the sacred spirit continent, it felt as though he beheld a part of himself, an inexplicable familiarity washing over him. He could even sense their cheers and elation, a feeling that was immensely comforting. "Lin Cangsheng, congratulations." The Azure Emperor's gaze fell upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Having obtained the source fragment, you have acquired unparalleled support on this continent. With the Dark Lord vanquished, you stand as an invincible entity. However, I must inform you that when this sword pierces your heart, you shall bear this responsibility." Lin Cangsheng bowed slightly to the Azure Emperor and then to the 333 emperors, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. I shall remember your words. We must take our leave now," the Azure Emperor sighed, his voice resonating like thunder. As time flows and the continent stretches vast, amidst the chaos of the world, it is better to find peace within oneself. As his voice faded, the 333 emperors and the entire primordial continent transformed into countless specks of light, beginning to fracture and disperse into the vastness of the sky. Every emperor here has made tremendous sacrifices for this continent, and even Lin Cangsheng gazes upon them with profound reverence. At this moment, the ancient bronze sword behind him suddenly trembles and emits a radiant light, absorbing all the shimmering particles within. Lin Cangsheng is momentarily taken aback, then smiles and remarks, "Even you cannot bear to part with them?" The bronze sword hums, seemingly responding to Lin Cangsheng's words. The journey through the chaos ancient realm has now reached a perfect conclusion. Years ago, the Chaos Emperor used fragments of this continent's essence, alongside the remains of 333 emperors, to bind Lin Cangsheng here, while he transformed his own supreme body into this ancient realm, sealing off all who would come. Now, with the demise of the evil lord, Lin Cangsheng swiftly turns to regard his father. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng looks at Lin Cangsheng with a benevolent gaze, radiating an aura of completeness. With the emergence of Lin Cangsheng's demonic affliction, Lin Cangsheng's path, too, reaches its fulfillment. The sky rumbles, as if a colossal divine dragon, stretching for millions of miles, traverses the void, forcefully colliding with the space of the Holy Spirit continent. Behind Lin Cangsheng, a massive rift tears open in the fabric of reality. Within this void, a terrifying energy descends from the infinite distance, swirling incessantly like a gigantic void worm. Lin Cangsheng's power is overwhelmingly formidable, causing the Holy Spirit continent to be unable to bear it. They must venture to the human realm. Blood Elder is momentarily astonished, then exclaims, "This, indeed, is what common folk refer to as transcending the void. Chinner, you have not disappointed me." Lin Cangsheng gazes at Lin Chun with fatherly affection, his white garments billowing, his expression suddenly turning stern as he fixes his gaze upon Lin Chun. "From the day we met, I knew you were destined to be my son." At this point, an immense pride surges across Lin Cangsheng's face. His demeanor shifts to seriousness. Yet, do not let pride consume you. Even in the face of formidable tribulations, remember that you are a fine son of the Lin family, my bloodline. This voice reverberates like thunder within Lin Chen's mind. Lin Cangsheng suddenly leaps into the tumultuous energy without a moment's hesitation. Only his booming laughter echoes like thunder in the heavens. Ha ha! I, Lin Cangsheng, have gained such a son. What regret could remain? His voice escalates in pitch, filled with fervor. Child, I shall await you in the human realm, anticipating your resplendence there. A father of an unparalleled sovereign feels immense pride for his son, declaring a grand ambition. Blood Elder and the Demon Empress are both profoundly moved. The human realm is the true battlefield. Lin Chen's fists are clenched tightly, the bronze sword behind him vibrating in resonance. His eyes are unwavering, reminiscent of that young boy once deemed a failure in the Lin family, now filled with resolute determination. Father, I shall not bring you disappointment. The realm of humanity awaits me. Chapter 980, Trust. Surely, on this great road, no one can vanquish you now. The enchanting lady raised her exquisitely arched brow, her liquid-like eyes gazing at Lin Chun with irresistible allure. Lin Chun held her gaze, a feat he had once deemed impossible. The primal force of the Holy Spirit continent, once obtained, renders one an invincible entity in this realm, much like the legends proclaim. Yet, this is but a fragment, a shard that has forged a bronze ancient sword. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for me to navigate this vast continent with ease, as if the entirety of the land were my dominion. A smile danced in the lady's eyes, her gaze intense, as though she wished to consume Lin Chun entirely. Clearing his throat, Lin Chun decided to set aside this topic for the moment. He needed to summon the Holy Spirit city and prepare everything before venturing into the realm of humanity. The lady nodded, her delicate hand gesturing gracefully. A towering citadel ascended into the heavens, radiating a magnificent light and exuding an immense aura, reminiscent of an ancient leviathan re-emerging into the world. Amongst it stood the Lord of Hell and the Emperor of Celestial Calamity, flanked by 30,000 soldiers, their gazes filled with lethal intent. The Lord of Hell and the Emperor of Celestial Calamity sensed the complete absence of the evil Lord's presence, their formidable consciousness enveloping the surroundings. Simultaneously, the gaze of these two emperors zeroed in on Lin Chun. This aura sent tremors through the two emperors. "Receive my finger." The Lord of Hell suddenly struck, leaving those who emerged, such as the fierce king, Shi and Lin Xiuhan, dumbfounded. Boom. The void shattered. His finger, akin to a peerless cold light, drained the world of its colors, capable of obliterating endless mountains. Though the Lord of Hell wielded only a fraction of his power, Lin Chun smiled nonchalantly, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. As anticipated, both the Lord of Hell and the Emperor of Celestial Calamity experienced an epiphany. The former could not suppress a thunderous laugh, his 3,000 demonic strands swirling wildly. The 30,000 legions of the Holy Spirit city merely observed as the land beneath, stretching 10,000 miles, rippled like water, ultimately spewing forth countless grains of sand that coalesced into Lin Chen's form, empowered by the primal fragments of the Holy Spirit continent. As long as Lin Chen stood upon this land, he could navigate the very essence of this realm with fluidity. Even if an emperor sought to slay him, he could instantaneously transport himself to another locale, existing in a state beyond death. In other words, Lin Chen shared a profound connection with the entirety of the Holy Spirit continent. The atmosphere was one of sheer astonishment. Lin Chun's prowess could indeed evade an emperor's strike. What on earth has transpired? Such strength left Shi nearly slack-jawed, wondering if this was truly Lin Chen. The other prodigies felt tumultuous waves within their hearts. Despite Lin Chen's many miraculous feats, To now possess the ability to evade even an emperor's attack seemed utterly fantastical. Silence enveloped the crowd, thick as death itself. Lin Cangsheng merely smiled and clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all. He remained the same Lin Cangsheng. In that instant, the sky erupted with fervent cheers. Several of Lin Cangsheng's brothers surrounded him, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. Could this possibly be someone's avatar? The tyrant king questioned in disbelief. Shishi nodded, affirming, this must be the avatar of some formidable powerhouse, disguised as Lin Cangsheng to amuse us. However, Xiao Ding shook his head, insisting, this is not an avatar. It is undoubtedly a disguise by a great emperor. Lin Xiaohan chided, you fools. We are trapped in an illusion. Lin Cangsheng coughed lightly, surveying his brothers, warmth blossoming in his heart. I have merely obtained a fragment of the source from the Holy Spirit continent. Here, I shall harness the power of the entire land. However, dear brothers, I have come to bid farewell. The joyful atmosphere abruptly dissipated, leaving a somber silence among them. Lin Cangsheng smiled, though his heart was heavy with reluctance. Yet, separation was inevitable. This was merely a temporary parting, and he would await their return in the human realm. I have nothing more to say, the tyrant king exclaimed, clenching his fist and glaring at Lin Cangsheng. Damn it, abandoning us to flirt with water spirit girls in the human realm, you beast. Shishi lamented, also raising his fist. Big brother, take care of yourself. We will definitely come for you. Xiao Ding chuckled, his fist raised, his gaze unwavering as he declared, wishing you fair winds. Lin Xiaohan extended his fist, offering a gentle smile. As they watched their fists unite, Lin Cangsheng felt a pang in his heart. Yet a surge of camaraderie filled him. He was not alone. These brothers would undoubtedly shine brightly in the human realm. Lin Cangsheng suddenly thrust his fist forward. 5 fists colliding with a resounding force, akin to a timeless vow, the Mixed Heaven Gate. Once, the Mixed Heaven Gate had faced an onslaught from the evil lord. The malevolent energy striking like an unparalleled divine fist, creating a massive crater in the Sky City, a low-grade Tao artifact. To withstand the might of that malevolent energy, the Sky City had sustained severe injuries, losing its former majestic radiance. The moment Lin Cangsheng stepped into the Sky City, a towering figure awakened from the small world of mixed heaven, taking a step that brought him beside Lin Cangsheng, wafting a fragrant breeze. The ruthless fairy, in her current form, bore little resemblance to her former icy demeanor. Instead, she exuded an ethereal quality, as if she had transcended the worldly entanglements. Her path had transformed, evolving beyond the path of ruthlessness to a deeper understanding. Congratulations, Lin Cangsheng. I never imagined you would ultimately gain recognition, the ruthless fairy stated with serene composure. Resembling a celestial being descended into the mortal realm, captivating all in her presence. Indeed, you two have transcended your constraints. Congratulations, Lin Cangsheng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing not to delve into the matters between her and her father. The heartless fairy has now grasped such a truth, which signifies that her mindset has transformed following her encounter with her father. You seek the Ice Emperor, do you not? The heartless fairy's silver eyes shimmered, as though the entirety of her surroundings had become imperceptible to her. Lin Cangsheng nodded appreciatively, relieved that the elderly women were by his side, suggesting that the Ice Emperor had likely not sustained any injuries. The enigmatic woman, akin to a goddess, could lie in his embrace like a delicate lady, guiding him through the tumultuous tides of fate. The mere thought of her stirred boundless tenderness within Lin Cangsheng's heart. She has ventured into the human realm. Her origins are beyond your imagination, the heartless fairy remarked coolly, presenting a letter left behind by her. You may read it for yourself. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that the Ice Emperor had departed for the human realm, as he gazed at the letter she extended. He grasped the letter and, scanning it with his spiritual sense, detected a formidable power lying dormant within, far surpassing his own cultivation. A frown creased his brow. With a mere thought, an invisible force enveloped him, as if he were the sovereign of this continent. With a flicker of his mind, he dispelled the overwhelming power contained within the letter. The heartless fairy's beautiful eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Upon opening the letter, Lin Cangsheng was met with a single sentence that momentarily stunned him, causing his expression to shift subtly before narrowing his gaze. The words inscribed read, "To sever ties with you, the bond of dust is broken." Chapter 981. The Ice God Palace. The heartless fairy remained fixated on Lin Cangsheng, and upon observing the slight alteration in his expression returning to normalcy, she spoke. I am aware that the contents of this letter will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. However, should you have any inquiries, I am willing to share what I know. Lin Cangsheng neatly folded the letter and tucked it away, his gaze remaining unperturbed. I hope the fairy can enlighten me regarding the origins of the Ice Emperor. He had been perplexed by this matter for quite some time, and when the Dark Clan assisted him in investigating, they could uncover no trace whatsoever. The heartless fairy nodded slightly, her enchanting gaze sweeping across the boundless sky. While I am unaware of the Ice Emperor's personal origins, I do know that she is significantly linked to a faction in the human realm known as the Ice God Palace. Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted, a hint of surprise crossing his features. He had recently encountered the 5 major races of the myriad beings in the human realm, as well as the 7 organizations of the demonic gods. Could it be that the Ice God Palace was one of those 7 organizations? You may need to venture into the human realm to glean more information about the Ice God Palace, the heartless fairy continued. When your Lin family was annihilated, how did the Ice Emperor ascend directly to the great venerable realm, which was incredibly formidable at the time? Moreover, how did she suddenly become the leader of the heavenly chaos sect? Because she was enraged, the heartless fairy replied softly. A single word of fury can convey a multitude. When had the renowned woman, revered as the ice and snow goddess of this continent, ever displayed such anger? Her wrath stirred something within her being, propelling her to the great venerable realm. The heartless fairy fixed her gaze upon Lin Cangsheng and asserted, thus, on that fateful day, 3 formidable emperors descended upon the Holy Spirit continent, recognizing the Ice Emperor as their sovereign. Then, the Ice Emperor, wielding thunderous authority, seized the Mingtian Gate, banishing the Mingtian Great Emperor. Lin Cangsheng involuntarily gasped, for the mere fury of the Ice Emperor stirred something profound within him, summoning 3 formidable great emperors who referred to her as their master. The origins of the Ice Palace must be extraordinarily grand. Lin Cangsheng found himself recalling the 6 terse and piercing words from that letter. Clearly, none of this transpired by the Ice Emperor's volition. She must have been compelled to depart. Moreover, that very letter had been left behind by the Ice Palace. I lack the power, the strength required to win the Ice Emperor's favor. Lin Cangsheng's fists tightened slightly, his gaze shimmering with cold intensity. The Ice Palace, thank you for your revelation, fairy. Lin Cangsheng bowed respectfully to the unfeeling fairy, affirming with unwavering resolve, I shall earn the recognition of those from the Ice Palace. Have faith in your beliefs, and allow no external factors to sway you, nor waver your convictions. The Ice Emperor, she is worthy of your love. The unfeeling fairy uttered these words, her silver eyes seemingly drifting back to the past. Lin Cangsheng, you must never forget that fateful sword strike, will you? That sword. Lin Cangsheng's body trembled slightly. It was indeed the very strike that the Ice Emperor had unleashed upon him at the Mingtian Gate, nearly claiming his life. The pain from that moment was etched into his memory. How could he ever forget? The unfeeling fairy wandered deeper into the Mingtian Gate, her voice ethereal, resonating through time. Years ago, I took the Ice Emperor under my wing. To her, I was both her mentor and a kin. I once told her, should she hesitate to strike you, I would perish before her eyes. A complex hue flickered in Lin Cangsheng's eyes, soon replaced by a steadfast determination, a bitter smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The trials endured by the unfeeling fairy, stemming from her father's tribulations, likely compelled her to push the Ice Emperor to such extremes, a test of her own. After all, the immense suffering borne by the unfeeling fairy was a burden she wished to spare the Ice Emperor from enduring once more. Rest assured, fairy, I shall ensure the Ice Emperor's happiness. Lin Cangsheng's expression turned grave as he deeply bowed to the Mingtian Gate's microcosm, a promise from a man. The presence of the Duobao monk grew increasingly pronounced across the continent, with his ethereal semblance evolving continuously, even delivering sermons on the Buddhist scriptures, amassing a multitude of followers. It seemed as though the very continent echoed with the name of the Duobao monk. The great emperors of various powers grew ever more incensed, uniting in efforts to deduce the whereabouts of this Duobao monk. Yet, a chill gripped their hearts. Not only could they not ascertain his location, but they were also met with stern warnings from his ethereal form. The oppressive aura emanating from that apparition instilled a sense of formidable strength within many of the great emperors. In this situation, the leaders of the Saint Spirit continent could only manage a bitter smile. It seemed highly probable that this Duobao monk had indeed slain the evil lord and acquired the essence of the Saint Spirit continent. If someone were to feign their identity, How could they possibly deduce that his phantasm could emit such overwhelming pressure? The 13 titans of the human realm engaged in this calculation, and the outcome cast a pall over their expressions. What a remarkable mock, to think such a figure, a great emperor, could be concealed within our continent. The emperor of the Luo River spoke grimly, realizing that he had unwittingly acquired the essence of the Holy Spirit continent. With a deep sigh, the emperor gazed into the boundless void, a hint of weariness rising on the countenance of this unparalleled sovereign. This time, we have suffered a complete defeat, utterly and thoroughly. The other emperors fell into silence. Their grand designs, all their efforts, were utterly shattered, incurring immense losses. Upon their return to the human realm, what mockery would await them? That wretched Lin Cangsheng, shielded by his enigmatic father, was beyond reproach. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Luo River Emperor, causing the heavens and earth to churn tumultuously. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. After all, Lin Cangsheng's father was too formidable. The scene of the celestial emperor and the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms being dismembered by myriad swords lingered hauntingly in their minds. The passage would open in 3 days. Let us return to the human realm then, one of the emperors sighed. With the emergence of this remarkable monk, they had no reason to remain any longer. Only by returning to the human realm could they devise a new plan. Meanwhile, across the continent, the magnificent form of the monk re-emerged, radiating a luminous aura that seemed to embody righteousness, evoking a sense of compassion as if he were a savior. Brothers of the Buddhist order, this humble monk senses that my great tribulation is imminent, and I shall soon enter seclusion to transcend it. To instill the essence of Buddhism within your hearts and deepen your understanding of the Dharma, I will send my disciple, the Emperor of Good and Evil, to traverse the mortal realm and impart the teachings of Buddhism. I hope all my fellow monks will extend their guidance to my disciple. At this proclamation, many powerful figures across the continent were left in astonishment. They had witnessed the formidable strength of that malevolent lord. Now, this monk, who could wield the power of the source to vanquish him, was entering seclusion. What might his strength become upon his return? The joint calculations of the emperors had already convinced various factions of the monk's existence. If he were to enter seclusion, how formidable would he emerge? Swiftly, preparations were underway. As soon as the Emperor of Good and Evil arrived, they must be ready with grand tributes and warm hospitality. Building a good rapport with this emperor would yield boundless benefits in the future. Preparations were meticulously arranged across the factions of the world, all poised to welcome the arrival of the Emperor of Good and Evil, bracing themselves for what was to come. In an unknown land, a corpulent man, hands resting on his hips, gazed skyward and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming how astoundingly clever he was for conceiving such a plan. He mused about the impending grand heist against several powerful factions, intent on claiming the treasures left behind by the old guard, ensuring they remained upon his person to avoid any treachery. The thought of those formidable emperors left dumbfounded by his audacity filled him with delight. With a mischievous sway of his hips, he resolved to explore a few locales before venturing to the homeland of that scoundrel from the Zhejiang dynasty, determined to extort a handsome sum from him. With this, the rotund man began to hum a merry tune, thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Lin Cangsheng, having departed from the Mingtian gate, lifted his gaze to the azure sky and softly remarked on how long it had been since he last visited the Lin family. Today, he would seek out the whereabouts of Hong Ling, planning to pay a visit the following day. He chuckled, noting that only 3 days remained. In a vast, desolate mountain range stretching over 100,000 miles, Lin Cangsheng descended gracefully from the heavens, standing atop the peak. At that moment, his aura seemed to merge with the boundless wilderness, rendering him indistinguishable from the landscape itself. The 5-year pact began to materialize in his mind, conjuring the image of the exquisite girl, fiery as a flame. He understood Hong Ling's sorrow, intensifying his longing for her. As he calculated the time, he realized that the 5 years were nearly upon him. Yet, Lin Cangsheng would not passively await the conclusion of those years. Seated cross-legged atop the mountain, he radiated white light, becoming one with the essence of nature. Oh, spirits of the earth, I seek a girl who ignites my heart like fire. I open my soul to you. Remember her visage and aid me in my quest to find her. Thank you. He unveiled his innermost feelings, recalling their first encounter, her selfless act to save him, and the pain that followed. Her long, fiery hair, delicate fair complexion, and phoenix-like eyes evoked a sense of beauty akin to a blooming rose, albeit one with thorns. In an instant, the endless mountains began to resonate, as if responding to Lin Cangsheng's heartfelt plea, filled with exuberance. He utilized fragments of his divine essence to commune with the very earth, mountains, and rivers, urging them to sense his soul and assist him in locating Hongling. As long as she remained upon the sacred spirit continent, he would find her. Time passed slowly, and gentle rain began to fall from the sky. A full day and night had elapsed. Lin Cangsheng remained seated atop the peak, soaked to the skin. At dawn on the second day, a ray of sunlight broke through, illuminating him and imparting an aura of sanctity to his expression. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng opened his eyes, revealing countless white flames that flickered around him, creating a vast sea of white fire. In this fiery spectacle, he appeared as diminutive as an ant beside a giant. Utterly consumed by the brilliance surrounding him, Lin Cangsheng's eyes remained tightly shut. In the instant he was engulfed by countless white flames. A torrent of information surged through his mind, a response from the very earth of the continent to Lin Cangsheng's feedback, enveloping the entire land. An hour passed. Suddenly, a sharp glimmer radiated from Lin Cangsheng's eyes, which soon turned placid as he bowed towards all directions, expressing his gratitude for the timely and vital information he had received. The myriad white flames erupted and dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng's brow furrowed slightly. There was no trace of Hongling across the continent. A terrifying conjecture arose in his mind, yet he quickly shook his head. If anything had befallen Hongling, the earth would have sensed her presence. After all, merely 5 years had passed, and her aura could not simply vanish. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lin Cangsheng gazed up at the heavens, his eyes ablaze with determination. Hongling, Qingro, and the Ice Emperor, they were all in the human realm. His fists clenched tightly as he could not forget the scene of encountering the imperial family's foremost prodigy, who had effortlessly vanquished him in a single strike. The human realm was teeming with formidable experts, a myriad of clans standing tall, heralding an era of potent physiques. I shall retrieve them all, Lin Cangsheng declared resolutely, his willpower unwavering. Meanwhile, within the Zhejiang dynasty, the formidable Master Duo Bao, within a short span, had constructed countless temples and amassed a vast number of followers, a truly staggering figure. However, today, excitement surged throughout the Zhejiang dynasty, for the disciple of Master Duo Bao, the evil and good emperor, after visiting several major powers yesterday, was set to arrive at the Zhejiang dynasty today. It was no jest. Being a disciple of the illustrious Master Duo Bao, the benefits of winning his favor would be immense. In the imperial city of the Zhejiang dynasty, the Grand Avenue was paved with purple gold, shining resplendently under the light, exuding an air of noble grandeur. During the previous calamity caused by the evil lord, several ancestors of the Zhejiang dynasty had united their strength, along with the divine might of the Zhejiang imperial palace, to protect this city. Now, along this avenue of purple gold, crowds lined both sides, each person flushed with excitement, holding items of incredible value, their brilliance shimmering. At that moment, a corpulent figure clad in robes appeared slowly on the Zhejiang Avenue, exuding an aura of solemnity, with a countenance full of compassion, reminiscent of a venerable monk. Following him were two imposing, cold-hearted men. As he approached, the crowd erupted in fervor, gazing at the rotund figure with deep respect, continuously offering their precious items. Yet, the monk, with a face of dignified composure, appeared unfazed by the allure of these treasures, resolutely declining them with righteous eloquence. The members of the royal family awaited nearby, observing the scene with admiration. It was evident that the disciple of Master Duo Bao was not to be trifled with, as even rare imperial artifacts were turned away. Clearly, he had experienced the world and could not be handled lightly. This news swiftly made its way into the imperial palace. The throngs of people in the imperial city marched in unison, following the plump figure at the forefront, their expressions brimming with excitement and fervor as they chanted along. The rotund man approached the royal entourage, his hands raised in a gesture of compassion, proclaiming, "May the Buddha be with you." The royals promptly gestured for him to enter the palace. At that moment, the plump man turned to survey the vast sea of humanity behind him, a smirk hidden within, while maintaining an air of solemnity, akin to a benevolent deity, untouched by malevolence. The crowd erupted in a fervor. The master was indeed a master, exuding an aura of wisdom and philosophy that resonated deeply. The disciple of the revered monk, the embodiment of excellence, was truly a remarkable figure among men. The royal entourage dared not exhibit any negligence, escorting the illustrious figure with great pomp, akin to a constellation surrounding the moon, towards the palace. Yet, the entire Zhejiang dynasty remained in a state of fervent excitement. The arrival of the monk's disciple in their land was considered an immense honor. Nighttide City, the birthplace of that once extraordinary youth, now bore witness to the emergence of the monk's disciple, overshadowing Lin Cangsheng's legendary feats. Nonetheless, the name Lin Cangsheng remained familiar to all. It was his presence that had drawn many cultivators to Nighttide City. The former residence of the Lin family now lay in ruins, stained with dark red blood and marked by deep, ominous pits, still echoing the memories of the tragic massacre. Clad in a black robe that obscured his face, Lin Cangsheng stood before the desolation, pausing for an hour before finally turning to leave. As he did, small mounds inexplicably emerged from the ruins, each inscribed with the names of the Lin family graves. A vibrant green blade of grass sprouted from a massive stone, swaying gently in the breeze. "Rest in peace," Lin Cangsheng murmured softly. He gazed up at the azure sky, then fixed his gaze on the Zhejiang dynasty, his expression unruffled. "I should greet those folks, lest they be disturbed," he whispered to himself, taking a confident stride as his figure suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 983. The plump man strikes awe. The plump man's imposing presence, accompanied by numerous royal experts, remained unshaken. His countenance dignified and his eyes seemingly perceiving all that existed, utterly indifferent to the mundane world, embodying the essence of an enlightened monk. The royal experts regarded him with profound respect, sensing an aura emanating from him that suggested he was at least of the Void King realm. In the continent, aside from the recent prodigy Lin Cangsheng, this embodiment of good and evil could be deemed a formidable genius, surpassing many figures of great power. Moreover, as the plump man moved, a duality of benevolence and malevolence enveloped him. His left eye discerned wickedness, while the right perceived virtue. The majestic Zhejiang palace exudes an unparalleled grandeur, resonating with an imperial aura that reverberates throughout its vast expanse. Towering columns are adorned with lifelike depictions of the Zhejiang divine dragons, their eyes shimmering with purple glimmers, instilling a sense of awe in all who behold them. Even an entity of the virtual king realm would find it impossible to shatter these dragon pillars, a testament to the might of quasi-Dao artifacts. This palace, along with its gardens, land, and eaves, coalesces into a harmonious whole, embodying its own path, with the spirit of the artifact dwelling within. When unleashed, it promises to be extraordinarily formidable. Emperor of good and evil, our second prince awaits your presence. A banquet has been prepared, attended by numerous generals and dignitaries, announced a member of the royal family, gesturing toward a grand and imposing palace known as Zhejiang. The stout figure nodded, bringing his hands together in prayer, exclaiming, "Amitba. May goodness and evil reside in my heart. One part virtue, one part fortune. Evil can be good, and good can be evil." The royal individual, overjoyed, committed this cryptic wisdom to memory, recognizing it as profound guidance, likely imparted by the renowned Duobao monk, prompting him to seek further enlightenment. With a solemn bearing, the stout monk entered the grand hall of Zhejiang, now filled with an assembly of formidable individuals. Each exuded a powerful presence, some steeped in the essence of bloodshed, while others radiated scholarly refinement. Undeniably, they were all wielders of authority, including several true kings. Dance maidens of exquisite beauty, their figures adorned with revealing attire, mingled gracefully in the dance floor, exuding an intoxicating charm, their gazes alluring and enchanting. All eyes converged upon the stout monk, their stares piercing and laden with oppressive weight. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his countenance serene, as if embodying a sage of profound wisdom. Many nodded in quiet acknowledgement, recognizing his demeanor as reflective of a disciple of the Duobao monk. "Emperor of good and evil, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Truly, you are a dragon among men, much like the Duobao monk," proclaimed a youthful figure clad in royal robes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial ruler. His smile, while warm, bore an unyielding air of authority. A master of the virtual king realm, he mused that aside from the original Zhejiang divine dragon, the Zhejiang dynasty had now gained yet another prodigy. The stout monk remained unresponsive, offering a tranquil smile, his hands still clasped in prayer, surrounded by an aura of purple. A harbinger of auspicious tidings, suggesting a future of great achievements. Ah, too kind, too kind. The second prince laughed heartily, recognizing the affirmation from the Duobao monk's disciple as a significant boon amidst the gathering of esteemed ministers and generals. I wonder if my master, the former emperor of our dynasty, wishes to meet, the second prince remarked, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. If we could establish a connection between the Zhejiang dynasty and the Duobao monk, what immense advantages might we reap? My master currently resides in the boundless void, meditating. Having sensed a surge of malevolent energy in the mortal realm, preparing to subdue it and attain the supreme Buddha form, the stout monk replied, his countenance unflinching, each word resonating with authenticity. A collective astonishment rippled through the assembly. To sense the realm of humanity and suppress the unparalleled malevolence of that dimension requires extraordinary capabilities, a feat even their venerable sovereign would hesitate to declare. However, possessing the primal force of the sacred spirit continent indeed bestows such resolute power. Should the monk of treasures succeed in his suppression, he would emerge as an invincible entity. The master is undeniably imposing. Brother good and evil, let us take a seat and converse. The second prince personally drew aside the seat for the rotund gentleman, offering him a first-class position, superior even to that of the true king. The two sat side by side, observing your esteemed dynasty, though the last transgressor committed egregious sins. Your dynasty's fortune is as vibrant as a hidden dragon poised to strike. Inevitably, the day will come when opportunities arise, astonishing all. The rotund gentleman spoke with an inscrutable expression, his eyes seemingly peering into the endless mortal realm. The seventh prince felt a surge of delight within. Although the credibility of such words was questionable, anyone who heard them would feel exhilarated. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brother good and evil, what profound insights! May such a day come to pass. Here, this is a token of goodwill from my royal uncle, a piece of 9 curves mysterious tea leaf, a rare gem condensed over a millennium." The seventh prince presented an ancient leaf, adorned with 9 winding patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura of mystery. Its value was immense. A rare treasure indeed. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the rotund gentleman did not even glance at it. The sword immortal sect possesses a remarkable fruit known as the sword light fruit. When I acquired it, my joy was boundless. The second prince cursed inwardly. That cunning sword immortal sect had indeed struck again by presenting the sword light fruit. Fortunately, the Zhejiang dynasty was well prepared. Ah, that item is indeed remarkable. However, my father has also prepared a gift for you. The second prince produced a fruit, upon which a purple golden divine dragon coiled, emanating waves of dragon breath. The purple gold dragon fruit. He placed it before the rotund gentleman with a pained expression. Instantly, the gentleman's eyes sparkled. He recognized the purple gold dragon fruit as one of the Zhejiang dynasty's rarest treasures. Consuming this fruit would summon a purple golden divine dragon within, absorbing the earth's dragon energy and enhancing one's fortune. In the entire dynasty, it took 3 centuries to coalesce a single fruit. Noticing the gleam in the gentleman's eyes, the second prince felt a flicker of joy. It appeared that this time, the Zhejiang dynasty held the upper hand. The entire assembly within the palace was riveted by this unfolding scene. Observing the rotund gentleman's expression, they could hardly contain their excitement. The second prince continued to unveil various treasures, all sent by ministers, generals, and royal uncles, each radiating brilliance and bearing immense value. The stout man collected everything with a calm demeanor and then, with a respectful gesture towards the second prince, expressed his gratitude for the kindness of their dynasty. He declared that all these items would be taken to the Buddhist realm to be offered to the statues of good and evil, and he would faithfully report the situation to his master, ensuring they would provide assistance when necessary. However, before he could finish his words, a faint voice resonated through the air, inquiring whether he could relay a message to his master. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, especially the second prince, who nearly erupted in anger. At such a critical moment, an intruder had dared to enter. The stout man was initially stunned, feeling a surge of displeasure. Just as he was about to conclude his scheme, an impertinent fool had barged in, courting disaster. He turned solemnly to regard the figure in the black robe, who appeared to possess considerable strength at the Void King level, and inquired about his identity. The black-robed individual replied, "I believe your master, the Bodhisattva, is currently engaged in battle with a great evil in the human realm. Can you convey this message? Upon realizing the situation of the ongoing battle, the black-robed man responded with understanding. The second prince, however, was infuriated, demanding to know who had the audacity to trespass into the Ziki Donglai Hall. He ordered his guards to seize the intruder immediately, and a general rose, emanating a fierce aura as if a battlefield had descended. Yet, the black-robed man remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Please, hold on. I have a question for this emperor of good and evil. The teachings of Buddhism advocate compassion. Thus it is unlikely that you would wish to witness any malevolent outcomes here. So, let us pause for a moment." With so many eyes upon him, the stout man gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to strike the insolent intruder, and solemnly inquired, "What is it you wish to ask? Has your master truly obtained the primal power of the sacred spirit continent?" The black-robed man asked. The stout man nodded gravely, explaining that without it, the formidable evil sovereign, born of inner demons, could not be vanquished. How could my master hope to defeat him without the primal force? Many present nodded in silent agreement, including the second prince, who acknowledged having heard the former emperor speak of this evil sovereign, a being birthed from the depths of the heart, elusive and terrifyingly powerful. "Is that so? Then you must recognize me, an old acquaintance." The black-robed man suddenly posed another question. The stout man was taken aback, nearly exclaiming, "Old acquaintance? I am hardly familiar with you." At that moment, the black-robed man abruptly revealed his cloak, exposing a youth clad in a dark mantle, bearing two ghastly scars across his chest, his expression indifferent yet filled with amusement. In an instant, the stout man's countenance shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. "By the heavens, how could it be this harbinger of doom? It seems your master has indeed acquired the primal force of the sacred spirit continent." "My apologies for the oversight," Lin Cangsheng acknowledged with a slight bow to the stout man, drawing forth a bronze ancient sword from behind him, gently caressing it before sheathing it once more. Upon encountering the ancient bronze sword, the corpulent man felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. A deafening buzz filled his ears, rendering him unable to hear a single sound. His legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath him, and with a woeful expression, he lamented, "Mother of heavens, I am utterly terrified." The surrounding crowd, initially bewildered, now beheld the once serene figure of the monk, now transformed into a visage of despair, on the verge of tears, exclaiming in fear. Their astonishment deepened as they questioned the identity of this young man who could so thoroughly terrify the disciple of a revered monk. Chapter 984. The Compassionate and Malevolent Sovereign Buddha's Words. The man never anticipated that he would encounter Lin Cangsheng, this harbinger of misfortune. As he beheld the ancient sword, a sense of dread washed over him. He nearly collapsed. While others may have been oblivious to its significance, he recognized it all too well. The source fragment of the Holy Spirit continent was indeed in Lin Cangsheng's possession. The thought of such a notorious artifact falling into the wrong hands sent him spiraling into despair. If word of this were to spread, the ensuing calamity would be monumental. The entire continent would be in pursuit, a terrifying prospect that might even draw the attention of emperors. Moreover, he had amassed numerous treasures during this excursion. Should the powerful factions uncover the truth, the weight of his predicament would be unbearable. The gathered crowd remained in stunned silence, witnessing the transformation of the once dignified monk into a figure of utter dismay. The rotund man quickly regained his composure, donning a facade of solemnity as he declared, "My master recently transmitted an image to me, an event depicting the suppression of malevolent forces that nearly shattered my resolve." Understanding dawned upon the others, clarifying the source of his earlier fright. Yet unbeknownst to them, he was silently beseeching Lin Cangsheng, wailing as if in anguish, "Lord Lin, great leader, I implore you, spare me. Do not reveal this matter, and I shall comply with any request you may have." Lin Cangsheng, with an air of nonchalance, regarded him with a mischievous glint in his eyes, cautioning, "Reflect upon the consequences of your actions. Once we leave the imperial palace, you must adhere to my instructions." "Absolutely. I will." The man responded eagerly, his heart racing with joy, wishing to embrace Lin Cangsheng in gratitude. Fear gripped him at the thought of Lin Cangsheng revealing his secret, which would spell disaster. "Who are you?" demanded the second prince of the Zijing royal family, his fury palpable, as his gaze flickered like two divine dragons poised to strike, intent on eliminating Lin Cangsheng. The atmosphere within the hall shifted to one of impending violence, with formidable figures locking their murderous intent upon Lin Cangsheng, the tension palpable, as if the next moment would see him slain. Unperturbed, Lin Cangsheng maintained his composure. The corpulent figure was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, "Cease at once. Do you comprehend the grave transgression you are about to commit? Open your eyes wide and recognize the identity of the person before you." The second prince was momentarily stunned, while the others were engulfed in confusion, pondering why this benevolent yet malevolent emperor would demand they halt their actions. At that very moment, an ancient voice resonated as if emanating from a distant void, imbued with boundless authority. "All of you, stand down. This is a distinguished guest of our Zhejiang dynasty." A collective shock coursed through everyone present, as the weight of that primordial voice stirred their souls, inevitably conjuring a singular name in their minds: the reigning sovereign. A middle-aged man emerged from the void, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. His eyes bore witness to the inexorable passage of time, and the pressure exuding from his being marked him as a true supreme monarch. Instantly, all present fell to their knees, except for Lin Cangsheng and the benevolent malevolent emperor, who both stood tall, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." The supreme ruler of the Zhejiang dynasty acknowledged them with a subtle nod, entering the grand hall. The brilliance radiating from him rendered the entire Qiji Donglai hall seemingly dim. Everyone rose in unison, and soon the supreme overlord's gaze fell upon Lin Cangsheng. Accompanied by a gentle smile, "Lin Cangsheng, welcome back to the Zhejiang dynasty." As the name Lin Cangsheng was uttered, the hearts of the generals, ministers, and the second prince were set ablaze with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. The appearance of the monk, Duobao, had overshadowed Lin Cangsheng's brilliance. Yet here stood the very youth who had dared to unleash terror upon the human realm. The second prince sensed an impending dread, having just berated Lin Cangsheng. He recalled the inextricable ties between their Zhejiang dynasty and Lin Cangsheng. What chaos might ensue should this young man unleash his wrath? Upon meeting the sovereign, Lin Cangsheng clasped his hands in respect, undaunted by the aura of authority. "I come today with a request. I have altered the feng shui of the Lin family estate, laying my kin to rest there. I hope your majesty can ensure that it remains undisturbed during my absence. It seems you intend to visit that place. That is permissible. I also hope you can set aside past grievances with the Zhejiang dynasty," replied the emperor, leaving the assembly in astonishment at his tone, which was akin to addressing a supremely powerful being. Yet within the emperor's heart, there was no fear. If only they knew of this young man's terrifying abilities and his formidable father, they would surely quake in fear. "Thank you. Those matters are now behind us," Lin Cangsheng responded, bowing slightly. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the corpulent man, who immediately perked up. Lin Cangsheng added, "I need to discuss certain matters with the benevolent, malevolent emperor. I shall take my leave now. I hope your majesty will not take offense." With that, Lin Cangsheng swiftly departed with the corpulent figure, tearing through layers of void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This effortless and composed aura stirred tumultuous waves within the second prince's heart, evoking a sense of discontent. His father, the sovereign of the Zhejiang Empire, swiftly turned his gaze upon the second prince, causing him to tremble in fear, realizing that his very presence was a stroke of misfortune. The emperor vanished into the void once more, leaving the remaining ministers and generals in a state of stunned silence, grappling with the monumental impact of the recent events. Since when could a mere void king confront an emperor with such audacity? Lin Cangsheng had directly transported the good and evil emperor to a desolate mountain wilderness, his eyes glinting with mockery and amusement. "Ah, Duck Emperor, Zhang Dainyu, it has been quite some time. You certainly have grown bolder. It appears you have gleaned significant advantages from the good and evil great cleansing Buddha, deceiving the world and even outsmarting the emperor. What trickery have you employed?" The rotund figure shuddered, a mournful expression adorning his face. "Brother Cangsheng, just tell me what you desire. I shall comply. Why take such measures?" Lin Cangsheng raised an eyebrow, questioning the audacity that had sprung forth. "It was that old man who instructed me to do so," the portly fellow replied, a cloud of frustration enveloping him. "Before leaving his wealth, he told me to find a way to gather the power of faith, to forge a supreme Buddha statue to suppress the land, claiming that significant movements would soon occur in the human realm, necessitating its use." The words of the good and evil great cleansing Buddha echoed in Lin Cangsheng's mind, piquing his interest. The power of faith was something he was acutely aware of, having been informed by Blood Old of its terrifying potential. He had sensed this power before, Yet without the complete technique, he had abandoned the endeavor. The remnants of the Buddha's words suggested a sense of mystique surrounding the situation. Now, take me to your lair and present your treasures. Is that agreeable? Lin Cangsheng inquired with a smile. Why yes, no problem at all, the stout man stammered. His heart bleeding internally, feeling utterly humiliated before Lin Cangsheng, a veritable bandit in comparison. Your cooperation is commendable, Lin Cangsheng nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. However, I am willing to venture through fire and sword for my elder brother. It is my duty. The stout man trembled, his expression akin to one prepared for sacrifice. Lin Cangsheng's demeanor shifted, his eyes growing cold, and a smile unfurling like a devil in the night. You dare deceive so many, a heinous crime. And you have the audacity to overshadow me. Today, I shall take my vengeance. Should you dare retaliate, I will ensure your demise. With that, Lin Cangsheng transformed into a shadowy figure, his massive fist descending upon the stout man's form. Do not dare to use your powers to defend yourself. A wretched scream echoed through the desolate mountains, piercing the heavens. You are forbidden from using treasures or any means of defense. Serve as my punching bag. The agonizing cries reverberated through the wilderness, a testament to the tumultuous clash that unfolded. The sovereign of the Zhejiang Empire, who had secretly followed, felt a tumult of emotions upon witnessing the scene before him. Lin Cangsheng was indeed immensely powerful, capable of overpowering even the disciple of the renowned Duobao monk. Moreover, his adversary did not dare to retaliate. In the night, Lin Cangsheng had thoroughly thrashed the rotund individual, continuing his assault until the break of dawn. When the first light of day illuminated their surroundings, Lin Cangsheng was taken aback by the sight before him. The man appeared grotesquely swollen, with bruises of various hues adorning his body. His eyes resembled those of a panda, and his plump lips had been distorted by the blows he had received. The rotund man's eyes, obscured by his swollen face, could barely be seen, appearing as mere slits that emitted a faint glow. Next time I am struck, could you perhaps be a bit swifter? Once I am down, please refrain from reviving me only to continue the beating, he pleaded. He had indeed been thoroughly intimidated by the experience, realizing the futility of trying to be clever in the face of such overwhelming strength. Lin Cangsheng believed he had shown considerable restraint. Though he was tempted to test the methods from the path of death on this man, he ultimately decided against it. Considering that the rotund fellow was too fragile to endure such trials, it would be prudent to first ascertain the situation. With a slight nod, Lin Cangsheng considered the proposition. Do inform me of the location of your hiding place. The rotund man complied, stating, There lies a treasure left by the old man in the wild lands adjacent to your Holy Spirit city. Once inside, even an emperor would be unable to detect its presence. He spoke with utmost sincerity, genuinely fearful after the previous night's ordeal. Lin Cangsheng nodded again, his mind expanding outward as the ancient bronze sword on his back trembled slightly. He swiftly seized the rotund man, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. They arrived at a mountain, where a colossal stone statue of a Buddha stood, vaguely reminiscent of the great pure King Buddha of good and evil. Its majestic countenance instilled a sense of reverence. The mountain was enveloped in a faint, ethereal light, resembling a form of protection. This stone Buddha contained a fragment of the old man's will. By activating it and merging his aura with it, Lin Cangsheng could project images across the continent through the refracted light of the valley. The rotund man explained this with utmost honesty. Lin Cangsheng, however, found little interest in the statue itself. Relay to me the teachings of your faith as well as the words left by the great pure King Buddha of good and evil, he commanded. The rotund man, with a hint of reluctance, led Lin Cangsheng to the apex of the stone statue. Atop the statue's head blossomed a stone lotus. Inscribed beside it were words etched in small script. In the human realm, like wolves, the continent gazes with predatory eyes. Their hearts are deserving of punishment. This phrase carried an undercurrent of menace, causing Lin Cangsheng to pause, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the message left by the great pure King Buddha. It seemed to align with his own suspicions. Upon the stone lotus was inscribed a scripture known as the Sutra of the Great Virtue of Buddha Light. This scripture contained elements of the power of faith, albeit lacking in detail. If you desire it, simply place your hand upon it, the rotund man informed him. Lin Cangsheng fixed his gaze upon the Duck Emperor, who immediately jumped in alarm, fervently shaking his head. Boss, I would never dare to play tricks. Not even if you gave me tenfold courage. Lin Cangsheng merely smiled faintly, questioning, Why are you so flustered at my glance? As his hand rested upon the stone lotus, it instantly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, a radiant aura emanated from Lin Cangsheng's palm, enveloping him in an ethereal blend of benevolence and malevolence. The plump man stood frozen, then gritted his teeth in frustration. That old rascal has indeed bestowed upon Lin Cangsheng quite a treasure. Damn it. I can't even scheme against him anymore. I've truly fallen into a trap. The heavy-set fellow felt an overwhelming sense of doom, having encountered the calamity that was Lin Cangsheng. Realizing his last stratagem was futile. Clearly, he had intended to wield this artifact against Lin Cangsheng. Sanskrit verses flowed through Lin Cangsheng's mind, gradually coalescing into a scripture. Within this text, the silhouette of an ancient Buddha flickered, suffused with a moral essence. This was the Sutra of Great Virtue, a legacy of the king of pure good and evil, imparting a sense of purification from malevolence and an enhancement of virtue. Lin Cangsheng nodded in silent approval, his focus honing in on the concept of the power of faith. The essence of the power of faith is birthed from the heart and drawn from one's nature. If one exists in the world, it is cultivated from within. Through daily devotion and sincere worship, it can manifest as faith. Strikingly, the description of the power of faith was confined to a mere line. However, given Lin Cangsheng's prodigious martial talent, coupled with the various antics of the portly man, he grasped its profundity within just a few hours. Ah, so this is a method to attain the power of faith, Lin Cangsheng murmured, his eyes now clearer and more resolute. His contemplation of the sutra had considerably cleansed his mindset. Enough, he declared, turning his gaze sharply towards the hefty man. You have committed an egregious offense. Though it was in preparation, a mistake remains a mistake. I shall hand you over to someone for guidance. The plump man nodded vigorously, eager to escape the clutches of this calamity. As for the notion of guidance, he scoffed inwardly. Who could rival the air of the treasure seeker? Lin Cangsheng wore a knowing smile, envisioning a captivating figure in his mind. One could only wonder what fate awaited this unfortunate man in the hands of the enchanting demoness. Lin Cangsheng's motives were clear. The treasure monk had become a savior, a foregone conclusion. It would be better to let matters unfold and absorb more of the power of faith, for this visit to the mortal realm was merely a contest, overshadowed by secrets yet to be unveiled. Moreover, being favored by the king of pure good and evil signified that the plump man's nature was not inherently wicked. He was merely a tad too greedy. Such a character would benefit from ample guidance. Without further ado, Lin Cangsheng seized the hefty man and transported him to the newly established Holy Spirit City. The flames of the southern region blazed fiercely. Lin Cangsheng entered the courtyard, where the door of the thatched cottage was firmly shut. A worn chess set lay upon the stone table, and his uncle sat leisurely in a rocking chair. Uncle, Lin Cangsheng said respectfully, bowing sincerely, I apologize. This time, I did not heed your advice. In the past, his uncle had personally intervened to prevent Lin Cangsheng from acting rashly, yet he had disregarded those wise words, which must have been disheartening. Moreover, according to the words of the guardian of the tomb, his uncle had chosen to remain detached from the mortal realm, and this occasion marked an exception to that rule. Sit down. What has happened is done. There is nothing more to discuss. His uncle waved his hand dismissively. Lin Cangsheng took a seat without hesitation, observing his uncle, who now possessed the essence of the sacred spirit continent, detectable even by the emperors. Yet, his uncle remained shrouded in mystery, eluding comprehension. One could only wonder about the extent of his cultivation. I am preparing to venture into the human realm, Lin Cangsheng stated. Uncle, I would appreciate your guidance. Indeed. You should go. That is where the grand stage lies, his uncle replied, seemingly unperturbed by past grievances, embodying the persona of an extraordinary martial arts master. How could one aspire to greater heights without experiencing the prowess of those exceptional talents in the human realm? His uncle's words implied that one could not hope to inflict pain upon others without first enduring it themselves. Lin Cangsheng smiled wryly, his thoughts drifting to the foremost prodigy of the heavenly emperor clan, weighed down by the impending challenges. The age of extraordinary physiques had dawned, and that realm was rife with unparalleled geniuses. Although he felt invincible within the sacred spirit continent, in the human realm, the essence of the sacred spirit would lose its efficacy. His uncle's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Cangsheng, suddenly inquiring, let me pose a question. Do you believe the events occurring around you are real? For instance, the recent happenings at the tomb? Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. Why was his uncle asking about the tomb? Nevertheless, he nodded. I find it quite real. There are no discrepancies. Everything seems to be as it is. Yet, why did his uncle's gaze suddenly appear so profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart? Why? This abrupt question caught Lin Cangsheng off guard. He was uncertain about his uncle's intentions behind it. The Chaos Emperor had contemplated the well-being of the people, gathering the remains of 333 emperors and summoning the essence of the sacred spirit continent to subdue them. Everything that transpired thereafter seemed perfectly ordinary. Was there any doubt to be had? Uncle, I do not understand. Lin Cangsheng shook his head. Now that my father has ventured into the human realm, many things appear quite normal. I am unsure why you ask this. Do you trust me? His uncle shifted away from the prior inquiry, posing a new question. Of course, Lin Cangsheng replied, somewhat startled, nodding without hesitation. To him, his uncle was a figure of authority, and his previous rejection stemmed from matters concerning his father. Is that so? His uncle seemed to affirm Lin Cangsheng's response. But his demeanor suddenly grew stern. Lin Cangsheng, you must understand that in this world the progression of many events has surpassed your imagination, and one must perceive everything through the lens of the heart. In this world, no scheme is flawless, as traces of its design will always remain. Lin Cangsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Uncle, do you imply that you have some thoughts on this matter? He inquired. With a faint smile of resignation, Lin Cangsheng pondered aloud. Could it be that the suppression of these 333 emperors is merely a conspiracy? I had sensed something odd. The recorded history of the Holy Spirit continent spans merely 10,000 years, while the Azure Emperor is a formidable figure from millennia past. The human realm has only recently descended. How could they possess knowledge of the primordial fragments of the Holy Spirit continent, which likely reside in the chaotic ancient domain? Uncle shook his head, asserting that the matter was easily explicable. 3,000 years ago, the demons first emerged in the Holy Spirit continent. Coinciding with the sealing of your father, he clarified. Lin Cangsheng was taken aback. Indeed, the Heartless Fairy had mentioned the existence of demons 3,000 years prior, who had naturally descended from the human realm. Although the specifics of that time remained shrouded in mystery, the news would have undoubtedly spread to the human realm. What I wish to convey is not this, Uncle interjected, hesitating slightly before continuing. You must begin to question certain individuals. Question certain individuals? Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Uncle's words were laden with meaning, yet shrouded by some unspoken reason. Names such as the Heartless Fairy, the Pure Fairy, the King of Hell, and the Celestial Emperor drifted through his mind. Lin Cangsheng shook his head, feeling that these figures bore no connection to the matter at hand. Who was Uncle suggesting he scrutinize, particularly someone of substantial relevance to the entire affair? Suddenly, a revelation struck Lin Cangsheng, his expression shifting dramatically. He rose abruptly, his tone rigid. Uncle, that's impossible. Nothing is amiss. This situation is entirely normal. You are overthinking it. Uncle remained silent, gazing steadily at Lin Cangsheng, before posing the question. Do you trust me? Lin Cangsheng faltered, his throat constricting as if obstructed. How could he be urged to question his father, the very linchpin of this entire incident? Yet, he could not dismiss Uncle's credibility. Otherwise, how could he have ventured onto the path of death? What was it that rendered Uncle so peculiar today? Suddenly, a frail voice resonated from within the thatched cottage, declaring, Enough, old fool. You have already been warned. Do you wish to meddle with the secrets of heaven and draw that entity here? This familiar voice brought a surge of joy to Lin Cangsheng's face. Senior, is that you? As the door to the cottage swung open, an elderly figure cloaked in black emerged. His hair was a deep shade of black, his face etched with wrinkles, and his eyes bore an uncanny, pitch-black hue. Despite his appearance, the elder's aura was strikingly ordinary, akin to that of an average mortal. Ha ha, let us see if you possess any spirit, the old man chuckled, though his pupils were entirely black, imparting an exceedingly peculiar aura. Lin Cangsheng felt a surge of warmth within. This elder was none other than the enigmatic figure he had encountered upon entering the path of death. The one who had conversed with his third uncle. Lin Cangsheng surmised that he was undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse. Sighing, his third uncle observed the old man's emergence and let out a deep, contemplative breath, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the old man erupted into silent laughter, leaving Lin Cangsheng puzzled as to why his uncle was behaving so unusually today. At that very moment, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly resonated in Lin Cangsheng's mind. Stay away from the martial Tao Emperor, otherwise you shall lose everything. The voice, which had engulfed his consciousness, was unmistakably the same one that had entrapped him for 3 long years within the Lin family. Be exceedingly cautious of that bronze ancient coffin. Keep your distance, or you will inevitably entomb yourself within it. This was precisely what the voice had warned him all those years ago. However, after inexplicably vanishing for 3 years, it now reverberated once more. Almost simultaneously, both his third uncle and the black-eyed elder exclaimed with fervor, their voices echoing across the boundless continent, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the world itself shifted in hue. The bronze ancient sword behind Lin Cangsheng vibrated violently at that moment, and his spirit expanded, connecting with the infinite sacred lands. Who was this mysterious entity communicating with him? Show yourself, his third uncle commanded, his hair billowing as he stepped forward, unleashing an invisible wave that extinguished the flames spanning millions of miles across the southern region. His hand forcefully pierced through the void. Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted, for he sensed no trace of that strange aura anywhere on the continent. Such audacity, the black-eyed elder sneered, taking a decisive step that made him vanish into the unknown void. In that same instant, a colossal hand, seemingly boundless, surged forth from the illuminated sacred continent, obscuring its brilliance and striking deep into the endless void. This was his third uncle's intervention. The black-eyed elder reappeared in the vast emptiness, his dark pupils suddenly unleashing twin beams of black divine light, transforming into 2 massive shadowy pathways, swirling with an essence of inexorable death, piercing fiercely into the depths of the void. Then, from afar, a terrifying inferno erupted, akin to a tempest, sweeping through the void like a colossal crimson shield. Erupting with unparalleled ferocity, that dreadful hand descended upon the fiery shield, unveiling a scene of utter horror. Do not even think about escaping, the black-eyed elder bellowed, his voice resonating like celestial thunder, exploding within the fiery barrier. A mysterious figure reemerges. In the reader group 59494379, the group serves several purposes. First, to provide daily updates on specific time periods. Second, to announce explosive events in advance. Third, inquiries can be directed to the administrator, who is known as Shangji. And finally, all are welcome to become the first devoted followers, with regular purging of inactive members. Chapter 987. The Passage in the Boundless Void. A cataclysmic scene unfolds. A terrifying hand strikes the ominous crimson shield, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. A formidable wave of power erupts, reminiscent of a tempest, shattering the colossal stones that drift in the emptiness into countless fragments. The elder with black eyes reveals 2 paths of death, penetrating the endless void and intruding upon the fiery barrier. At the moment of explosion, a dark storm surges forth from the crimson shield. The martial arts emperor, the fearsome entity of the path of death, joins forces to vanquish this enigmatic being. Lin Cangsheng stands in the small courtyard, the ancient sword behind him resonating with a sharp sound. The earth, mountains, sky, and the entirety of the Holy Spirit continent resonate with an infinite will, continuously bestowing strength upon Lin Cangsheng. I must capture this individual, Lin Cangsheng thinks, his gaze sharp. If I can seize him, all the mysteries will unravel. When Lin Cangsheng first entered the Lin family, his cultivation progressed at an agonizingly slow pace, and this peculiar voice began to echo in his mind, urging him to distance himself from the bronze ancient coffin, lest he be buried within. This mysterious existence must possess knowledge of the bronze coffin, aware of secrets yet to be unveiled. In an instant, the void tears asunder before Lin Cangsheng. He strides forward, preparing to charge into the infinite void. Return. The elder with black eyes commands, sweeping his hand, a tremendous force propelling Lin Cangsheng back into the continent. Such a battle, of this caliber, could only be countered by the remnants of the Holy Spirit continent's source. Lin Cangsheng, you cannot partake in this level of conflict, his third uncle admonishes. Lin Cangsheng clenches his fists tightly. The bronze ancient coffin and its riddles have haunted him for years. Now, a splendid opportunity presents itself, yet he feels utterly powerless, placing all his hopes upon his uncle and the elder with black eyes. Meanwhile, in the unfathomable depths of the void, a horrific battle rages on. His third uncle ventures into the void, his gaze cold as he observes the depths of the abyss. As the endless storm of death swirls, the elder with black eyes glimpses an emanation of boundless divine light. Instantly, his black hair billows, and the overwhelming aura of death surges behind him, coalescing into a colossal statue of death. This statue stands 1,000,000 miles tall, entirely black, with a terrifying maw that reveals an endless dark path, the path of death. As the statue ascends, it traverses countless voids, fiercely sweeping toward the depths of the explosion. When the statue descends, the impending cataclysmic divine light is engulfed in that fleeting moment. A peculiar, cold laughter resonated from the imposing statue of death that loomed over the 1,000,000-mile expanse. Martial Dao Emperor Master, elder with black eyes, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your sinister intentions, the voice echoed, followed by a mocking chuckle. This time, I have merely come to issue a warning. I shall take my leave now. Suddenly, the gazes of my uncle and the elder with black eyes sharpened. Beneath the statue, a radiant burst of divine light erupted, transforming into countless beams that scattered in all directions, piercing the infinite void. One particular beam shot deep into the dark expanse, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, the adversary had come prepared. My uncle's eyes darkened, lost in contemplative thought. The elder with black eyes nodded thoughtfully, pondering the identity of this formidable individual and their intentions towards Lin Cangsheng. My uncle's gaze remained fixed on the gradually tranquil depths of the boundless void, revealing no hint of his thoughts. No one could discern what this martial Dao Emperor Master was contemplating. Meanwhile, Lin Cangsheng awaited in the small courtyard, as the fabric of the void tore open. The expressions of my uncle and the elder with black eyes remained remarkably calm. They are thoroughly prepared, my uncle remarked. The elder remained silent, while Lin Cangsheng, furrowing his brow, fell into a contemplative silence. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure had caught Lin Cangsheng off guard, as if the individual had been watching him all along. My uncle's strange behavior today, followed by the mysterious figure warning him, echoed memories from 3 years past when similar incidents occurred within the Lin family. Who was this person, and what was their true intention? A shiver ran down Lin Cangsheng's spine, for he understood that when one's actions are scrutinized by unseen eyes, all endeavors inevitably become transparent. However, there was a glimmer of hope. My uncle extended his hand, revealing a fragment of iron. This piece appeared as mundane as any ordinary scrap from the secular world, devoid of any remarkable essence. Keep this for now. Once you reach the human realm, it may lead you to vital clues, he instructed Lin Cangsheng, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing. Regardless of the figure's true motives, once one attains a certain level of mastery, they inevitably pierce through the veils of worldly confusion. Lin Cangsheng accepted the seemingly ordinary iron fragment, feeling an immediate surge of strength, yet it remained unmoved, impervious to the power of quasi-artifacts. Despite its lack of reaction, it still seemed ordinary. At least it provides a thread of insight, Lin Cangsheng mused, though he felt a tinge of disappointment. The fact that even my uncle and the elder with black eyes could not fully subdue it left him in awe of the adversary's cultivation level. At present, all that mattered was his own rapid ascent in strength. The 3 days had nearly come to an end. Lin Cangsheng, I shall impart to you an explanation of the realms preceding the great emperor. After you arrive in the human realm, you may study it further, my uncle stated. Gesturing with his finger, a swirl of text manifested within Lin Cangsheng's consciousness, continuously evolving. Lin Cangsheng nodded, inhaling deeply, and respectfully clasped his hands together. 2 esteemed elders. I shall now make my way to the passage. The elder with black pupils nodded. Lin Cangsheng, resolute in his determination, turned and merged his form with the earth, soaring towards a mysterious destination. Once, when the vast army of the human realm descended, Lin Cangsheng had speculated that there existed a passage allowing the powerful of the human realm to arrive. In the small world of the Tianhuang clan, the foremost prodigy of that clan had seemingly employed a similar method to manifest a fragment of his will and take away Qing Rou. The distance from the boundless void to the human realm was unfathomably great, perhaps even beyond the imagination of an emperor. Thus, a passage must indeed exist. Otherwise, from whence did those prodigies of various clans emerge after being slaughtered by Lin Cangsheng? With the power of the primordial shards, Lin Cangsheng easily located such an enigmatic place. This passage lay in the extreme north. After consuming an hour, Lin Cangsheng stepped into this frigid expanse, where the swirling snow seemed intent on swallowing the heavens. The temperature was frigid, yet Lin Cangsheng appeared to blend seamlessly into the endless snow, transforming into a flake among them. Suddenly, as he hastened toward the passage, Lin Cangsheng's brow furrowed. His eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with cold light. To his astonishment, the titans of the human realm were gathered here. In the chapter titled The Snow Mountain Deity, Lin Cangsheng had once sensed the presence of 13 titans in the human realm through the entirety of the Holy Spirit continent, only to find the result profoundly disappointing. However, upon entering the extreme north, amidst the sprawling millions of miles of snow-capped mountains, he detected the aura of these 13 titans. They were likely concealed somewhere in the void before. Since they were here, it was time to resolve all grievances. Lin Cangsheng spoke calmly, his figure suddenly erupting into countless snowflakes, merging into this frigid land. At the heart of the extreme north, the sky was shrouded in darkness, as if it might collapse at any moment, instilling a heavy sense of oppression. The heavens and earth were ravaged by a blizzard, with the snowflakes landing upon the crystalline white ground, transforming into layers of ice that would then explode. Faintly, a purple lightning dragon roared and rolled through the sky. The bitter cold pierced to the bone, like ice blades scraping against one's very essence. Without the cultivation of the great sage realm, stepping into this place was tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, at the center of this extreme north, amidst the endless darkness and white snow, there lay a faintly discernible black hole, flickering in and out of view in the sky. This black hole resembled an ancient formation, swirling amidst the relentless snowstorm and the oppressive black clouds, undisturbed in its rotation. Within it, ancient golden inscriptions flickered, becoming visible within the vast black void. Here lay the passage, a formation left behind in times unknown. Suddenly, the void of the extreme north tore open, and figures began to materialize in this terrifying landscape of ice and snow. Each one emanated an aura that seemed to overshadow the very heavens, their invisible might scattering the snowflakes around them. The 13 titans of the human realm had arrived, yet 1 hour remained. The Emperor Luo he gazed into the abyss of the dark void. Since the chaotic upheaval in the ancient domain, his expression had been tinged with an unsettling chill, hoping fervently that no calamity would arise. The once arrogant 12 titans remained silent, their faces betraying a subtle gravity. For the Holy Spirit continent of today was no longer what it once was. The terrifying Chun Alliance, the enigmatic figure in white, and the monk of boundless treasures who had acquired the essence of the continent. Any one of them could transform into an unparalleled blade of thunder, ruthlessly suppressing the titans of the human realm. Amidst the roaring thunder from above and the frenzied winds sweeping from the north, the 13 titans stood in the swirling snow, their demeanor grave, and the atmosphere heavily oppressive. Flakes of pure white snow drifted from the sky, penetrating the nearly imperceptible aura of majesty radiating from the 13 emperors, sweeping towards them with sudden ferocity. Luo he raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, instantly obliterating the drifting snowflakes. The gazes of the other 12 titans turned suddenly fierce, an overwhelming pressure emanating like a vast spider's web, rapidly spreading through the air, causing the raging snow to come to an abrupt standstill. Their heightened consciousness failed to detect the presence of the unseen adversary. Whoever this divine entity was, it remained hidden, causing a weight to settle in Luo He's heart. The inability to trace their whereabouts suggested a formidable opponent. He immediately spoke, his voice resonating powerfully across the expanse, dispersing the flurries of snow into nothingness. A youth cloaked in black, with an ancient bronze sword sheathed at his back, approached step by step, his form seemingly merging with the snowy landscape, untouched by the elements. His expression remained serene, unfazed by the presence of the 13 emperors. The pupils of Luo He, Lin Cangsheng, and the other titans constricted in unison, as their imperial might enveloped a vast expanse of over 100,000 miles. Yet here was Lin Cangsheng, boldly advancing alone. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the 13 titans' expressions shifted dramatically, realizing the extraordinary nature of the situation. This was the essence of the Holy Spirit continent. Luo He's countenance turned profoundly astonished and intrigued. He had never anticipated that the primal power of the Holy Spirit continent would manifest within Lin Cangsheng. The 12 titans were equally taken aback. In an instant, they comprehended the truth. The wretched monk of boundless treasures had spun an elaborate ruse. This deception had ensnared all 13 titans, nearly driving them to the brink of madness. Congratulations, you guessed correctly, Lin Cangsheng stated nonchalantly, with a wave of his hand. A multitude of ice dragons, each extending thousands of miles, surged forth from the endless expanse of snow, roaring mightily as they thundered towards the 13 titans. A staggering 33 colossal ice dragons materialized in an instant, akin to true dragons unleashed upon the world, their presence exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. The individual has mastered the primal force of the Holy Spirit continent, rendering him nearly invincible upon this land. Emperor Luo, he roared, gazing at the 33 colossal ice dragons charging forth, and unleashed a devastating punch. A golden fist surged forth, sweeping with the might of the heavens. At that very moment, 13 emperors simultaneously unleashed their boundless divine powers, reverberating throughout the sky. Infinite divine light, terrifying blood manifestations, and the cosmic chessboard materialized, shaking the entirety of the extreme northern region. The combined efforts of these 13 titans instilled a sense of dread. Emperor Luo He, with hair aflame and radiant golden light enveloping him, demonstrated unparalleled imperial might by crushing one ice dragon beneath his foot, shattering its skull. He then pointed a finger towards Lin Cangsheng. In an instant, the void above Lin Cangsheng erupted, as a beam of golden light descended, reminiscent of a great emperor in the endless void, striking with lethal intent. Lin Cangsheng's form was instantly pierced, crashing to the ground. The pristine white earth trembled violently, as countless golden rays swirled forth like a tempest, instantaneously transforming the surrounding snow into nothingness, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless pit of darkness. The 13 titans swiftly obliterated the 33 ice dragons. Though these dragons spanned thousands of miles, blocking out the sun, they were merely manifestations of accumulated snow, lacking the power to withstand the ferocity of the 13 human titans. The bloodthirsty gaze of the Bloodline Clan's leader burned with a desire to drain every drop of Lin Cangsheng's blood. Emperor Luo He abruptly lifted his gaze, and the other 12 titans followed suit, looking skyward to witness countless snowflakes swirling together, gradually coalescing into the form of Lin Cangsheng. The snow mountain deity, Lin Cangsheng, pointed a finger towards the 13 titans, and the ancient bronze sword behind him vibrated with a resonant hum. Though it remained sheathed, Lin Cangsheng emanated an unfathomable divine might, as if the very essence of the Holy Spirit continent were manifesting. The vast expanse of the extreme northern region, spanning millions of miles, began to tremble in unison, as if the entire land responded to Lin Cangsheng's call. An invisible pressure radiated across the extreme north. The 13 titans observed as the trembling snow-covered ground seemed to be enveloped by an unseen force, causing the snow to detach from the earth and rise like towering mountains towards the brooding sky. This spectacle unfolded for thousands of miles around. A terrifying and overwhelming divine presence began to emanate from the billowing snow, ascending into the heavens. As if this multitude of swirling snow was coalescing into a formidable entity, the snow mountain deity, the embodiment of countless snow mountain spirits. At that moment, the 13 human titans were struck by a sudden realization. Chapter 989. The swordsmith. Countless snow-capped peaks erupted from the ground, ascending wildly into the sky, while the tempestuous blizzard was repelled away. From a distance, one could behold the densely packed snow-capped mountains, continuously merging into the vast expanse. A vaguely terrifying presence exuded an aura of dread amidst this amalgamation. Countless towering peaks coalesced, forming a colossal snow giant that stood majestically against the sky. This giant's head pierced the endless dark clouds, its feet grounded upon two mighty mountains, radiating a glistening, icy brilliance. These crystalline lights were composed of indomitable ice, formed from the eternal snowfall. Before this fearsome snow giant, the 13 titans of the human realm appeared as insignificant as ants before a towering mountain. The overwhelming aura emanating from this being was far beyond what any mere illusion could conjure. The titans were engulfed in thoughts of trepidation, recognizing the sheer terror embodied by this deity of the snow-capped mountains. With a swift motion, the snow giant hurled a fist towards the 13 titans, unleashing a tempestuous gust that sent tremors through the earth, shattering the void as if it were a mirror crashing to the ground. No one dared to imagine the speed of this colossal snow deity's strike, akin to a thunderbolt descending from the heavens. The emperor of the Luo River world, Luo He, underwent a drastic change in countenance, bellowing as a magnificent, boundless world unfolded before him. This realm encompassed countless imperial rivers, sweeping across the sky, with Luo He embodying the sovereign of this domain, wielding infinite divine power. Not only he, but the other 12 titans also summoned their own miniature worlds. These were true realms, teeming with life and suffused with the paths of emperors, akin to a small celestial body. With a resounding impact, the giant's fist struck the miniature worlds of the 13 titans, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the heavens, causing even the vast clouds to tremble. The titans, meditating within their own realms, were taken aback as their worlds convulsed. They swiftly rose, transforming into sovereigns of their domains, chanting their supreme paths to dissipate the overwhelming force. Amidst this catastrophic explosion, Lin Cangsheng's body was obliterated, scattering into a tempest of snowflakes, the sound echoing like thunder. The snow giant harbored treacherous ambitions towards the Holy Spirit continent, vowing not to show mercy. Lin Cangsheng's mental resonance reached the fearsome snow giant. The colossal head of the snow giant, embedded within the endless clouds, let out a furious roar, seemingly attempting to shake the very heavens. The rolling thunder within the boundless clouds surged towards its head, crashing down, as the crystalline behemoth basked in the tempest, resembling a thunder god descending to earth. Once more, the snow giant unleashed a punch, this time not only manifesting a massive fist, but also entwined with a myriad of thundering bolts. Terrifying ice blades spread across the sky. The faces of the 13 titans turned pale, their bodies trembling as the void shattered around them, compelling them to retreat rapidly into the depths of the abyss. They now seek to vanish into the void. The snow mountain deity, with a single, mighty punch, caused the heavens to collapse significantly, revealing an endless expanse of emptiness. The deity's immense, piercing gaze locked onto the 13 titans of the human realm, and with a sudden surge, it propelled itself into the boundless void. The speed of the snow mountain deity escalated to terrifying heights, as it soared above the miniature worlds of the 13 human giants. Its form expanding dramatically into a primordial ice mountain, descending with ferocious might. A tremor rippled through the infinite void as an unimaginable power erupted forth. Even Lin Cangsheng, transformed into countless snowflakes, couldn't help but gasp, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. The figures of the 13 titans were pushed back repeatedly, falling from the shattered heavens, their faces paling, stripped of any imperial grandeur. The power of the snow mountain deity was colossal, a manifestation of the spiritual essence accumulated over a millennium in the vast expanse of snow. Witnessing countless vicissitudes, Emperor Luo he roared, "We must hold our ground. The primal energy of the Holy Spirit continent is but fragments, unable to sustain us for long." Indeed, the other 12 titans felt their spirits resonate in unison, reaching a consensus in an instant. With the might of thunder, the snow mountain deity surged down once more, filling the entire cosmos with endless ice blades. Densely packed and impenetrable, each ice blade carried the weight of immense power. When a bolt of lightning struck, it transformed into a tempest of thunder across the heavens. The 13 titans sat cross-legged in their miniature worlds, struggling to endure. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng's voice resonated, "Titans of the human realm, reveal your purpose for coming to the Holy Spirit continent. Is it merely to seize the fragments of its primal energy? What schemes do you harbor?" This was the matter he cared about most. The arrival of powerful forces from the human realm undoubtedly held deeper intentions than simply claiming the fragments. "Lin Cangsheng, you are deluding yourself." Emperor Luo he's voice thundered with overwhelming authority. "The snow mountain deity cannot slay us. Do you dare to threaten us? Before our human realm, your Holy Spirit continent is nothing but a mere trifle. With a mere wave, we shall crush it. One day, we will obliterate your entire continent. Is that so?" Lin Cangsheng's form solidified as he beheld the terrifying scene unfolding in the heavens. The ancient bronze sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, transforming into an endless rainbow. Launching toward the snow mountain deity, the bronze sword pierced the deity's brow, and in that instant, the majestic snow mountain deity's body surged with power. What was once an icy existence now radiated divine light from within its crystalline form, spreading magnificently across its icy physique, resplendent beyond measure. It seemed as if a divine armor emanated from the snow mountain deity, its majestic power overwhelming. The 13 figures, shrouded in a tempest of ice blades that filled the sky, were struck with profound terror as they sensed the chilling breath of death. At that moment, when the ancient bronze sword, an essence of the Holy Spirit continent, merged with the deity, an unprecedented surge of power erupted, as if a true god had descended upon the realm. In the southern region, within a quaint courtyard, Uncle San and the old man with black eyes continued their game of Go. Yet, the stone table bore witness to a vision of ice blades swirling chaotically, while the towering snow mountain deity unleashed an awe-inspiring aura. Do you believe Lin Cangsheng can truly wield that ancient bronze sword? The old man pondered aloud. Uncertain, Uncle San replied with an impassive countenance, seemingly engrossed in the game. Is that so? The old man replied with a hint of a smile. Surely, as a master blacksmith, you must know. Uncle San paused momentarily, his hand hovering over a piece before returning it to the box, then turned towards the thatched cottage. Unbeknownst to anyone, his unassuming silhouette now bore an uncanny resemblance to a legendary hero. Chapter 990. A decade of stability. As the ancient bronze sword pierced the snow mountain deity, it was immediately enveloped in resplendent divine light. This potent radiance coalesced into the form of an ancient divine armor, adorning the deity and amplifying its strength to unfathomable levels. With a thunderous roar, the snow mountain deity shook the heavens, unleashing a tremendous pressure that swept across the entire northernmost territory. All creatures in this desolate land bowed in submission, worshipping the divine presence. The blood god, witnessing this spectacle, was instantly engulfed in a sense of impending doom, his body radiating a torrent of crimson. He pointed a finger at the snow mountain deity, and a wave of blood light surged forth, giving rise to a blood-borne divine entity that charged toward the deity. Bathed in divine radiance, the snow mountain deity, with its immense and terrifying form, leaped effortlessly into the air, seizing the approaching phantom of the blood god and tearing it apart with its colossal arms. The 13 titans of the human realm were shaken to their cores. This was a celestial technique, wielded by a great emperor, yet before the snow mountain deity, it appeared feeble and easily vanquished. The 13 giants immediately activated their personal realms, unleashing boundless radiance amidst the swirling ice blades. Heavenly Emperor Luo He, Blood Transmutation Tao, Dark Descent Golden Blade Tao, Dance of Shadows Tao. Each of the 13 titans evolved their own paths within their realms, their powers amplifying exponentially. The entirety of their realms expanded dramatically, bathed in an infinite glow of divine light, their might unstoppable. As the terrifying ice blades danced chaotically through the sky, they were obliterated into nothingness under the overwhelming pressure unleashed by the simultaneous eruption of the 13 titans. At that very moment, the colossal form of the snow mountain deity descended from the heavens, resembling a divine warrior manifesting upon the earth, transforming into a terrifying sacred mountain that abruptly suppressed all 13 realms of Tao light soaring into the sky. The entire northern expanse, stretching for millions of miles, trembled violently, as countless chasms, deep and unfathomable, snaked across the ground, akin to massive ancient centipedes sprawling over the surface. Towering peaks erupted instantaneously, shattering into fragments. This was nothing short of a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, the snow mountain deity remained invincible, forcefully restraining those 13 realms, rendering them immobile, their Tao light dimmed. The emperors within those 13 realms, who had once stood tall and magnificent, were now bent under the immense pressure, their expressions darkening considerably. At this juncture, Lin Cangsheng materialized, his voice icy as he boldly threatened the 13 titans of the human realm. If you do not comply, how do you intend to withstand the might of the snow mountain deity? The voice of the Luo River Emperor, laced with profound resentment, seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, revealing the extent of his murderous intent towards Lin Cangsheng. Do you presume that the 13 emperors of the human realm are fools? I cannot fathom the true extent of the snow mountain deity's power, nor can I believe it could annihilate us. You are unaware of your impending doom, Lin Cangsheng retorted coldly. Suddenly, the snow mountain deity roared, divine light surging forth, engulfing the endless dark clouds. The entire northern expanse became shrouded in this boundless divine radiance, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and reverence in the creatures of that region. This was indeed a divine miracle. The 13 suppressed realms were subjected to even more terrifying onslaughts, trembling incessantly as the 13 titans of the human realm simultaneously spat blood, their faces paling dramatically. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. Within the black void enveloped by divine light, an eruption of mysterious power emerged, manifesting as a series of thunderous chains, flickering ominously, while boundless spatial energies trembled upon them. The Luo River Emperor, witnessing this spectacle, immediately experienced a surge of elation. The 13 titans, possessing remarkable insight, instantly resonated with one another. The Luo River Emperor let out a resounding cry. "Everyone, unleash your most potent Tao and return to the human realm." As his words fell, the Luo River Tao erupted from him, transforming into a formidable force. Not just the Luo River Emperor, but all 12 remaining emperors unleashed their own paths, evolving them to their utmost potential. The realms momentarily vanished, and the divine light of the Snow Mountain deity faltered slightly as the 13 emperors' momentum surged like a rainbow, illuminating the sky as if they were 13 brilliant stars suddenly shooting forth. In an instant, their speed was unparalleled, making them virtually unstoppable. "This is bad," Lin Cangsheng exclaimed. Rising abruptly, the Snow Mountain deity, roaring in response, swiftly reacted, its colossal divine hand striking fiercely towards the 13 stars that had shot forth. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Lin Cangsheng finds himself confronted by the formidable presence of the Emperor Luo He, who bellows with unrestrained mirth. The 13 titans, at this juncture, exude an overwhelming aura of deadly intent, their visages contorted in malevolence. Should you dare to venture into the realm of mortals, brace yourself for a relentless pursuit more terrifying than even the Blood Sky Demon Lord, a pursuit that promises unending turmoil and unrest. The collective roar of the 13 giants reverberates, their dignity thoroughly shattered, reduced to a state of ignominious retreat. In their hearts, the 13 titans harbor an insufferable resentment. In an instant, they vanish into the inky abyss, eluding even the wrathful strike of the Snow Mountain deity. Their retreat, however, is not a mere happenstance. It is a testament to their prior machinations, suppressing their true might to evade a direct confrontation. The battle, it appears, has left Lin Cangsheng ensnared in the intricate web woven by the 13 titans. Yet, as they plunge into the portal to the human realm, the majestic Snow Mountain deity, radiating an aura akin to that of a divine being, erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into countless snowflakes that fiercely sweep across the frigid northern expanse. The heavens darken ominously as a bronze ancient sword descends from the sky, embedding itself in Lin Cangsheng's back. The once resolute Lin Cangsheng falters, momentarily disarmed. As he steadies himself, gripping the sword tightly, reluctant to succumb to the exhaustion that has overwhelmed him in the throes of battle. Had circumstances been but a fraction different, he might have plummeted into a realm of irretrievable despair. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Cangsheng has merely feigned strength, projecting an image of intent to vanquish the 13 titans. Had the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Snow Mountain deity not instilled genuine fear in the titans, they would have certainly discerned the ruse. Indeed, while the Snow Mountain deity's power is formidable, the bronze sword is but a fragment, incapable of slaying the 13 titans. The grand design orchestrated by Lin Cangsheng serves to instill terror within the titans, compelling them to retreat into the human realm. This is a gamble, a contest of wits against the emperor, one that demands immense mental fortitude. Lin Cangsheng comprehends all too well that allowing the 13 titans to remain on the sacred spirit continent would spell doom for the realm. Though one might muster all their strength to strike them down, should the titans employ subterfuge to unleash a massacre, who could possibly stand in their way? None among the titans would show mercy. Moreover, Lin Cangsheng surmises that the arrival of the 13 titans may be a ruse, a subterfuge to deceive and manipulate. Having endured endless humiliation on this continent, they would not depart easily, especially after having weathered innumerable trials. Their desire for vengeance is palpable, and should they act upon it, it would unleash a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Thus, Lin Cangsheng resorts to this desperate stratagem, employing his formidable intellect and resolve to execute a flawless plan. The bronze ancient sword, vibrating with a resonant hum, emanates a soothing white light that warms Lin Cangsheng's heart. This is the natural tranquility of the sacred spirit continent, a balm that gradually restores his spirit. In the boundless expanse of the azure sky, an enigmatic figure with obsidian eyes remained unnoticed. He observed Lin Cangsheng, who knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his sword, valiantly resisting the urge to collapse. A faint smile graced the elder's lips. In a decade, tranquility has been attained. Well done, Lin Cangsheng, he remarked, finding in the frail silhouette before him a semblance of a divine backbone, as if it could uphold an entire realm. The northernmost lands had regained their serenity, while the tempestuous snow raged across the vastness. The ancient bronze sword emitted a soft white glow enveloping Lin Cangsheng, whose mental fortitude was gradually replenishing. The emergence of the Chun alliance had sent ripples of astonishment across the continent. Though fundamentally a coalition, it was widely recognized that the power unleashed by this alliance was formidable, with the likes of the Demoness, the celestial emperor, the lord of hell, and the blood elder among its ranks. Who would dare provoke them? From Lin Chen's perspective, the duplicitous title of the enlightened monk and the deterrence of the Chun alliance had ensnared the entire continent in a delicate web of relations. It seemed unlikely that a cataclysmic conflict would erupt in the forthcoming years unless the human realm intervened. Lin Cangsheng had expended considerable effort to intimidate the 13 titans of the human realm into retreating, partly due to the words of the king of good and evil. The phrase "the human realm" is like a wolf encapsulated all. Well done, little one, a sultry voice resonated suddenly. This passage, a remnant of ancient lore, once opened every 3,000 years, then 1,000, and subsequently every 500, evolving into the current cycle of 10 years. The Demoness appeared before Lin Cangsheng, clad in a flowing white gown that danced amidst the blizzard, revealing her porcelain skin that radiated an almost ethereal allure. The unparalleled enchantress, Lin Cangsheng mused, furrowing his brow as he smiled. If that is the case, it would indeed be splendid news that the human realm can descend once more only after a decade. His earlier assumptions, influenced by the first prodigy of the heavenly royal family, had led him to believe that the human realm could descend at any time. Indeed, the forces governing this passage are beyond even the Emperor's reach. There are coercive methods to open it, yet the energy required is unimaginable. A cost only to be paid in dire circumstances, the Demoness replied with a subtle smile, appearing as a transcendent beauty amidst the storm. At that moment, a voice akin to a pig's squeal broke through. Lin Gu, Lin Di, Chen Dad. A chubby figure with a woeful expression rushed towards Lin Cangsheng, tripped, and hastily scrambled to his feet, clinging to Lin Chen's leg. This was none other than the Duck Emperor. What troubles you? A smile danced on Lin Chen's lips. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the corpulent figure writhed in torment, her squinted eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She resembled a creature of the netherworld, a true aberration of humanity. You cannot expect me to continue following her, boss. I would prefer to labor as a beast of burden than to endure her presence. The Demoness, her visage adorned with an almost imperceptible allure, brandished a long whip that glimmered with an ominous fire, standing out starkly against the backdrop of the howling blizzard. The moment the fiery whip emerged, the unfortunate figure trembled involuntarily. Lin Chen's expression grew peculiar as the image of the Demoness, wielding the flaming whip with a beguiling smile, invaded his mind. She seduced the tormented soul with a fervor that ignited both agony and ecstasy, striking him while he experienced a chilling blend of pleasure and suffering. To the human realm, I shall take my leave first, Lin Cangsheng declared, delivering a swift kick to the unfortunate figure before addressing the Demoness. Currently, the Chun alliance requires your vigilant presence here. The Demoness nodded with a smile. Lin Cangsheng turned resolutely, ready to depart. At that moment, a soft voice echoed, Lin, are you truly intent on venturing to the human realm alone? The figure of Lu Tongtian manifested, cloaked in a raincoat, eyes reflecting the weight of experience, and a serene smile upon his lips. Simultaneously, a blade of light cleaved through the storm, revealing Jian Wudao, who stood resolute amidst the tempest, his demeanor indifferent, his aura sharp enough to pierce through the blizzard. I too harbor great interest in the prodigies of the human realm, Jian Wudao proclaimed. Lin Cangsheng paused, momentarily taken aback. When another voice resonated, brother, is it not too unkind of you to embark on this journey alone? Amidst the relentless blizzard, Xiao Ding, the violent king, Lin Xiaohan, and Cece emerged in unison, gazing intently at Lin Cangsheng. Cece smirked. Why must you be so brooding, venturing alone to capture all the fair maidens? Brothers are akin to family, and women are like garments. You should share them with us. Are you courting death? Lin Cangsheng retorted with a chuckle. Xiao Ding stepped forward, sincerity etched on his face. Brother, do not bear the weight of this endeavor alone. We vowed to conquer the world together. The expressions of the four mirrored one another's sentiments. A warmth spread through Lin Cangsheng's heart as he nodded, a smile imbued with boundless ambition gracing his features. Very well. Let us conquer the world together. The faces of the quartet brightened with joy. Taking the lead, the seven prodigies prepared to advance into the human realm. In an instant, Their forms soared into the air, with Jian Wudao and Lu Tontian entering the ancient passage first, followed by Cece and the others. Just as Lin Cangsheng was about to step into the ancient corridor, he turned back to see the esteemed members of the Chun Alliance, Blood Elder, the Heavenly Fiend Emperor, the Lord of Hades, Ouyang Zun, Red Tyrant, the King of Ta Ching Su, Xiao Yao, and Lu Xiao, gathered, their gazes fixed upon him as he poised to enter. Young man, this is the final gift from the entire Chun Alliance, Blood Elder remarked, a smile curling his lips as he gestured forward. Before them, amidst the raging tempest, a colossal image began to unfold. In this vivid imagery, the city of the Holy Spirit stands majestically upon the desolate land, exuding an overwhelming aura of auspiciousness. Endless dragon veins converge towards this place, emanating ethereal energy, while countless cultivators gather around the city's closed gates, gazing in bewilderment. Within the city, a statue rises majestically, its expression serene, yet its eyes radiate unwavering determination, enveloped in an aura of invincible spirit. Surrounding this figure, 3 formidable legions stand in perfect formation, resembling a colossal character for Empire when viewed from above. The expressions of the legionnaires are grim, wielding long swords that glimmer with a cold light. Clad in armor, they shine with a celestial brilliance under the sun, as if 3 invincible armies have descended upon the world, their divine power resounding. At that moment, the legions of the Invincible Alliance erupt in a unified roar, their voices echoing like the roar of celestial dragons, shaking the very heavens. The long swords are unsheathed with a resounding clang, their sound sweeping across the vast wilderness, as countless blades ascend toward the sky, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens, their tips glimmering with icy brilliance. The endless wilderness surrounding them appears to tremble in response, as if celebrating the triumphant return of an emperor. With countless drums resounding in unison, those who aspire to enter the alliance are momentarily stunned by this sudden, reverberating sound, their spirits shaken. The ancient giant crocodile lurking within the city of the Holy Spirit suddenly lets out a hoarse roar, proclaiming the words Invincible Alliance with an eternal resonance. A faint smile graces Lin Cangsheng's lips as he turns and steps into the passage. His silhouette is etched in the minds of the numerous high-ranking members of the Alliance, his slender frame unwaveringly resolute. The Alliance shall be invincible. As he crosses into the passage, a force emanating from the depths of his soul envelopes Lin Cangsheng's body. In that instant, his consciousness and senses become utterly dormant, plunging him into profound darkness. Yet, within this darkness, the sacred essence emanating from the small figure in his dantian releases streams of white light, circulating through every meridian in his body. Invisibly potent energy pours into Lin Cangsheng through countless pores, its purity nourishing him immensely. It appears that this sacred essence is somehow drawing energy from the passage, revealing an underlying mystery within this enigmatic conduit. Lin Cangsheng's heart jolts as he comprehends the significance of this connection. He immediately delves into the essence of the sacred figure, instinctively invoking the vast and mysterious existence of the holy realm, continuously drawing in sacred essence that flows through his bones. The energy surging into his body erupts forth like serpentine dragons, flooding Lin Cangsheng's being. With a thunderous roar, his bones resonate, as this energy integrates seamlessly into his flesh and blood. Lin Cangsheng's flesh seemed to come alive, writhing as it absorbed the potent energy, continuously refining itself. Under the influence of this immense and pure energy, Lin Cangsheng's flesh appeared to possess a form of sentience, with his pores expanding and contracting, unleashing countless streams of vital essence that could shatter mountains in an instant. Suddenly, a fierce wave of heat surged through his bones. His entire skeletal structure felt as if it had been roasted over carbon, glowing a fiery red, akin to molten lava. A violent wind erupted from his dantian, sweeping through every meridian in Lin Cangsheng's body, transforming into innumerable blades of wind that violently collided, seemingly intent on shattering his entire circulatory system. The calamity of wind and fire sought to forge his robust body into that of a Tao artifact, yet it was met with tribulation. To his astonishment, Lin Cangsheng realized that this pure energy could indeed incite the calamity of wind and fire within him, filling him with immense joy, devoid of any sense of impending doom. As the winds fueled the flames, refining his physique, Lin Cangsheng's body trembled violently, and the myriad blades of wind coalesced into a tempest. Flames erupted from his bones. And under the onslaught of the storm, his innermost being ignited into a conflagration. The relentless blaze consumed countless impurities, reducing them to naught. Yet, Lin Cangsheng remained as steadfast as the immovable Vajra, untouched by the forces of this wind-fire tribulation. Instead, within his consciousness, an ancient symbol of destruction resonated, unleashing waves of annihilating intent that far exceeded the power of the wind-fire calamity, instantly suppressing the increasingly ferocious elemental forces filling every corner. Wind and fire calamity, be absorbed by me, Lin Cangsheng bellowed, as the devouring power surged through every fiber of his being. His entire form transformed into a black hole, drawing in the raging wind-fire energy into his corporeal essence. In mere moments, all the elemental forces were completely absorbed. Within Lin Cangsheng's body, a crystalline purity emerged, purging all impurities, rendering his physique immaculate and transcendent. This transformation granted him a qualitative leap in strength, such that a mere tremor could unleash the calamity of wind and fire through countless pores, incinerating adversaries within the tribulation. As a quasi-Dao artifact ascends to a Dao artifact, there are 5 tribulations to traverse. Having only overcome the first wind-fire calamity, Lin Cangsheng felt a profound enhancement in his internal power. Should he successfully navigate the subsequent 5 tribulations and evolve into the great Dao, how formidable would he become? Moreover, as Lin Cangsheng overcame the wind-fire calamity and unified with the Xianshang Monarch Tower, his power surged even further. In that moment, Lin Cangsheng felt a shudder ripple through his body, as if his very soul was being drawn forth. In an instant, he regained awareness of his senses and faculties, a fresh breath of vitality surging into his being. Lin Cangsheng spun around and landed heavily on the ground. He immediately sensed an invisible pressure weighing down upon him, akin to the burden of carrying a colossal mountain. This was a form of gravity. Such gravity also existed in the spirit realm, though its inhabitants were so accustomed to it that they hardly acknowledged its presence. However, upon entering the human world, he felt this oppressive force acutely. He had arrived in the human realm, though he could not ascertain how much time had elapsed. Lin Cangsheng promptly extended his spiritual awareness, surveying his surroundings, and noted the absence of Shi and the others. Yet, he was aware that the passage led to random locations, making it impossible for them to arrive together. Thus, each had embarked on their respective destinies within the human realm. As he looked up, he beheld a cerulean sky adorned with countless stars, as if they were weaving intricate patterns across the heavens. 9 fiery suns hung high, radiating intense energy. Lin Cangsheng found himself amidst an expansive forest, its towering trees reaching heights of at least 100 meters, their robust trunks exuding an ancient aura. Indeed, this human world was exceptional. The density of spiritual energy here was at least tenfold that of the spirit realm. Observing his surroundings, Lin Cangsheng unleashed a punch towards the sky, producing a resounding explosion that shattered the space. However, the rupture was merely the size of a human head. In the spirit realm, Lin Cangsheng could obliterate an area of 10 meters with a single strike. Clearly, the solidity of the space in the human realm was exponentially greater than that of the spirit realm. It appeared he had landed in a wild region. Shi and the others had endured various tribulations on the continent, and he felt no concern for their well-being at present. Lin Cangsheng quickly contemplated, rising to ascend one of the towering trees, his gaze penetrating miles ahead, revealing a vast wilderness devoid of any signs of civilization. Given this, he decided to examine the power divisions above the Void King realm. In his mind's eye, the scripture given to him by his third uncle resurfaced. The text delineated the realms: Void King, True King, Void Immortal, True Immortal, and Emperor. However, the descriptions for the Void Immortal, True Immortal, and Emperor realms were obscured, remaining elusive to Lin Cangsheng's attempts to decipher them. He remained at the Void King realm, although he had hunted numerous blood killers and celestial royalty. Their remains had all been stored within the illusory spirit mirror, which had flown into his father's body. Thus, he was still confined to the Void King realm. Nonetheless, Lin Cangsheng's Void King realm was complete across all 5 consciousness seas, breaking free from the constraints of the void power at 99. While others could only cause a single space to collapse with a punch, Lin Cangsheng could induce the collapse of 5 spaces, employing various methods to eliminate foes. He reflected on the True King, Void Immortal, and True Immortal realms, marveling at the existence of immortals, though widely spoken of in the continent. Such beings were indeed rarely encountered. Although Lin Cangsheng had encountered numerous emperors and accomplished many earth-shattering feats, he remained utterly oblivious to the enigmatic realm of the true immortal, which lay beyond the true king stage. Those who were deemed immortals were undoubtedly formidable beings capable of devastating the heavens and the earth. Lin Cangsheng promptly delved into the textual explanation of the true king realm. The true king realm involves consolidating one's will to forge a domain of one's own. Within this domain, one can manifest their intentions and vanquish adversaries, all dictated by the ebb and flow of their will. Lin Cangsheng inhaled sharply, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Fortunately, the malevolent leader from earlier had been restrained to the threshold of the true king realm, never achieving the terrifying ability to slay foes with a mere thought. He pondered the phrase to consolidate one's will in order to shape a domain. He had already initiated the devouring domain, though this domain had emerged only after he had cultivated his devouring magic to a certain level, falling far short of the true essence of a domain. Lin Cangsheng's brow furrowed. What exactly constituted one's own will? In contrast, figures like Jin Wudao and Lu Tongtian had successfully grasped that level of understanding. Jin Wudao wielded himself as a sword, while Lu Tongtian sought to forge his path to transcendence. So what was Lin Cangsheng's autonomous will? His relentless accumulation of strength had been aimed at resisting the persecution of the human realm and rescuing his father, carving out a place for himself in this world. Now that his father had been freed and the influence of the human realm on the Holy Spirit continent had been eradicated, what kind of will did he wish to embody in this new land? The holy vein body, life and death intertwined. What did the will of the sacred entail? Lin Cangsheng felt himself ensnared in a chaotic state, perched at the pinnacle of the Void King, unable to grasp even a fragment of the true king realm. It seemed that, for the time being, comprehending the existence of domains was an impossible endeavor. Lin Cangsheng resolved that it would be more prudent to explore the fundamental conditions of the human realm, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of this world. With determination, Lin Cangsheng chose the southern route and swiftly set forth, bearing the ancient bronze sword upon his back. Along the way, he indeed broadened his horizons. For instance, in this untamed land, he encountered numerous beasts of the divine law realm, and even the flora and fauna were predominantly of the pinnacle of the innate 10th level. When did the existence of the divine law realm become so devalued on the Holy Spirit continent? After expending a considerable half-day's time, Lin Cangsheng lost count of the miles traversed, the mountains scaled, and the beasts of the Dao map realm vanquished, until he finally spotted traces of cultivators passing through. Standing atop a hillock, Lin Cangsheng gazed into the distance, his vision stretching for miles. To his astonishment, he discerned the faint outlines of a colossal city on the distant horizon. His heart stirred. It seemed that figures of significance were finally emerging. After a painstaking half-hour, Lin Cangsheng beheld the vast city he had glimpsed earlier. Yet, it was not merely one city, but rather three magnificent cities. The three cities lie like ancient beasts sprawling upon the earth, separated by vast distances, yet radiating a formidable aura of demonic energy, embodying the essence of dark sorcery. Lin Cangsheng felt a stirring within. These cities were akin to quasi-Dao artifacts. However, these quasi-Dao cities had not endured the trials of fire and wind. To safeguard himself, Lin Cangsheng suppressed his own aura, subtly altering his appearance as well. The city Lin Cangsheng entered was the most majestic of the three, towering and imposing. From the palpable energy it exuded, it was evident that this extreme city was not far from the impending calamity of fire and wind. The number of individuals entering this dark city was scarce, allowing Lin Cangsheng to slip in unnoticed. Once within the extreme city, Lin Cangsheng realized he had stepped into a realm teeming with demonic cultivators. The fluctuations of energy revealed the presence of masters at the Dao diagram stage, and even great saints and venerables at the Void King level. Yet, those who reached the Void King realm were few, not exceeding the number of fingers on one hand. Among these demonic practitioners were various races. In a fleeting moment, Lin Cangsheng sensed a formidable presence deep within the extreme city. Exuding energy as if it were a slumbering beast, its might untouchable by any who dared to provoke its authority, concealing his aura even further. Lin Cangsheng recognized that a being of the true king realm possessed significant lethality, with the city predominantly inhabited by demonic cultivators. It dawned on Lin Cangsheng that this place might belong to the demon god organization, images of figures like Mozi flashing through his mind. The demon god organization was among the major factions, albeit inferior to the 5 ancient races of the human realm, yet still a colossal entity. However, when a mighty emperor dispatched by the demon god organization had sensed the aura of Lin Cangsheng's demon god eye, it had dared to assault him, indicating that within this organization, there were forces that disregarded the identity of the holy son of the demon path. Lin Cangsheng's exposure could easily invite catastrophe. "Brother, I seek to inquire about certain matters," Lin Cangsheng asserted, targeting a great saint-level demonic cultivator and transmitting his thoughts. The great saint's anger surged instantly, dark energy swirling in his eyes. Lin Cangsheng emanated a terrifying demonic intent, causing the cultivator to tremble as if struck by lightning, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Greetings, esteemed elder." "Do not be formal," Lin Cangsheng waved his hand. "I am being pursued by enemies and have fallen into this unfamiliar place. I wish to gather some information from you." Upon stating this, Lin Cangsheng released a strand of scripture from the heavenly calamity Yin Luo Sutra into the cultivator's mind. The demonic cultivator's expression brightened immediately, recognizing the extraordinary origin of the scripture. "Esteemed elder, what would you like to know? I shall divulge everything." "Who is the lord of this extreme city?" Lin Cangsheng inquired. That would be." The face of the practitioner of the demonic path was etched with awe and trepidation. This individual, known as the Extreme Demon True King, had arrived here 2 years prior, assuming command over all affairs within a radius of 100,000 miles. Rumors suggested that this Extreme Demon True King hailed from a prominent background among the demon gods, but had fallen from grace due to some transgression, resulting in his exile to this desolate region. Lin Cangsheng felt a subtle stir within his heart. As expected, these 3 demonic cities bore a crucial connection to that organization of demon gods. It appeared that his arrival in this human realm had indeed placed him within the territory of the demon god organization. Moreover, with the demon goddess embedded within him, it was not unreasonable to anticipate that others might harbor intentions toward him. Although the demon god organization constituted a significant aspect of Lin Cangsheng's thoughts, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of this organization and could not afford to act recklessly. "What territory is this?" Lin Cangsheng inquired. "In this recent conflict, I narrowly escaped using a talisman gifted by a senior true immortal, only to awaken here." Upon hearing the mention of the talisman from the senior true immortal, a tempest of astonishment surged within the practitioner, especially with the aura Lin Cangsheng exuded, which suggested he had encountered grand spectacles before. It was entirely convincing. This was the demeanor of a person of great stature, and unbeknownst to him, the practitioner's sense of reverence deepened profoundly. "Senior, the area we currently inhabit is the northern region governed by the demon gods, and we find ourselves in the most northern part, known as the Wildlands, a place that is exceedingly barren." As the practitioner finished speaking in one breath, Lin Cangsheng felt a slight tremor within his heart. Indeed, this human realm was unfathomably vast. The northernmost part of the barren land within just one of the 4 regions ruled by the demon god organization encompassed such an extensive area. The magnitude of the territories governed by the demon god organization was staggering, not to mention the existence of other factions and the 5 great races. The enormity of this human realm was truly astonishing. When the practitioner finally came to his senses, he realized that the elder before him had inexplicably vanished. A chill of inexplicable dread surged from within his heart. Chapter 994. The Slaying of a Wife. If this demon god organization aligns with my expectations, it could be leveraged to great advantage, Lin Cangsheng mused as he concealed himself within the extreme path city, contemplating his circumstances. To establish a foothold in this human realm without the support of a powerful faction would be an arduous endeavor. The Extreme Demon True King, having been demoted from the demon god organization, must have once held a position of considerable significance. Thus, he would undoubtedly possess knowledge about the demon god organization. In this northern wildlands, the Extreme Demon True King could prove to be a pivotal figure in gaining influence within the demon god organization. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng sensed a terrifying presence lurking deep within the extreme path city awaken abruptly. The Extreme Demon True King concealed his aura and soared away from the city into the distance, unnoticed by all. Had it not been for Lin Cangsheng's mastery of the demon goddess eye, which allowed him to discern the essence of demonic energy with clarity, he might have truly failed to detect the presence of the Extreme Demon True King. The ethereal essence enveloped me, concealing my form. Lin Cangsheng drew upon the intangible energies from the void, shrouding himself in an aura that rendered him invisible. With this newfound concealment, he set forth to shadow the enigmatic extreme demon True King, maintaining a cautious distance throughout his pursuit. Despite his unwavering confidence in his hidden immortal great killing technique, prudence remained paramount. The extreme demon True King traversed for half a day, ultimately arriving at a region saturated with demonic energy. This locale was characterized by towering mountains and colossal boulders, entwined with tendrils of demonic mist that rendered the area an ominous shroud of darkness from above. Lin Cangsheng, perplexed by the king's intentions, wondered why such a considerable journey had led to this seemingly mundane place. He observed from afar as the extreme demon True King transformed into a swirling mass of demonic fog, plunging into the heart of the mist-laden region. Without hesitation, Lin Cangsheng followed, activating his demonic eye as he entered this realm of malevolent energy. Instantly, he melded into the demonic essence, becoming undetectable. The demonic eye, a culmination of 6,000 demonic texts, approached the pinnacle of the reincarnation demon canon's power, allowing Lin Cangsheng to navigate the mist with the ease of a fish in water, unseen by others. Delving deeper, a massive demonic cavern emerged before him, exuding a chilling breeze that suggested the presence of an extraordinary demon within. Moreover, a certain barrier had been established here, effectively cloaking the cavern from any probing consciousness. Lin Cangsheng narrowed his eyes, swiftly advancing into the depths of the cavern. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an unusual energy pulsating from within. As he pressed onward, a glimmer of light began to materialize in the cavern's depths, and the demonic mist thickened around him. Upon his arrival, he discovered a vast chamber illuminated by flickering arcane symbols adorning the stone walls. At the heart of this expansive space lay an altar, radiant with the essence of the Tao, a quasi-Tao artifact. This altar was square in shape, flanked by 10-mile-long black, demonic-patterned staircases, each crowned by a grotesque, demonic visage, its eyes a piercing crimson. Atop the altar rested a blood-red skull, from which chains spiraled outward, ensnaring a lithe, dark-haired woman. An unseen array emanated from her feet, resembling a gaping maw of darkness. The extreme demon True King stood beside the mysterious formation at the woman's feet, his expression cold, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Lin Cangsheng gazed upon the true visage of the extreme demon king, who appeared as a slightly disheveled middle-aged man. Yet, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him at all times. His gaze was frigid and indifferent, as if nothing could ever capture his attention. Who was this woman? A question flickered in Lin Cangsheng's mind. The woman in black, ensnared, seemed to sense an arrival, her eyes fluttering open, bloodshot and weary. Her voice was harsh and grating. What brings you here? Have you perhaps acquired that object, and come to deliver the fatal blow? The extreme demon king shook his head nonchalantly, replying, Why do you ask so many questions? What a ridiculous question, the black-clad woman retorted, her pallid complexion rendering her voice even more piercing. I, Zhang Yui, find it abhorrent that you would deceive everyone into believing I was dead. Do you still consider me your wife? Can you truly face your conscience? Lin Cangsheng was taken aback. This woman in black was the wife of the extreme demon king. The extreme demon king's expression remained stoic, his eyes still devoid of emotion. I cultivate the path of ultimate power. You sacrificed your life for me. Yet what is one wife? Even if you bore me a son, as long as it aids my cultivation, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. His demeanor was still detached, though an occasional flicker of indifference crossed his cold eyes. A chilling sensation surged within Lin Cangsheng's heart. From these brief exchanges, he grasped a singular truth. The extreme demon king was audacious enough to contemplate the murder of his own wife, all while maintaining a facade of righteousness. Convinced of his own innocence, to slay one's spouse, how depraved had the extreme demon king become? A glimmer of cold light coursed through Lin Cangsheng's gaze. The woman in black managed a bitter smile, her eyes reflecting profound despair as she fixated on the extreme demon king, her voice echoing a final, unwilling lament. Zhang Yuan, do you truly feel no love for me at all? No, the extreme demon king replied with chilling indifference. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his hand reaching for the woman with lethal intent, ready to transform her into a mere relic on his path to ultimate power. In that instant, Lin Cangsheng erupted into action, launching a swift and powerful punch, aiming for a surprise attack with unparalleled speed and force. However, The extreme demon True King swiftly turned his massive hand, his gaze filled with an indifferent and chilling murderous intent. The extreme demon claw detected Lin Cangsheng's presence. In that moment when Lin Cangsheng's eyes turned cold, his aura betrayed him. Though subtle, it was keenly sensed by this formidable demon lord. A colossal demonic claw, imbued with profound ultimate principles, unleashed its full power, instantly tearing towards Lin Cangsheng's form. Shatter. Lin Cangsheng unleashed a punch, causing the void to collapse in 5 places. From the ruins of that collapsing space, a tremendous force of wind and fire surged forth, hurtling towards the extreme demon claw. However, in the fleeting instant of this fierce battle, the extreme demon True King seized his opportunity, letting out a long howl. To pursue the utmost in all things, Zhang Yui. You shall transform into a mere skeleton under my ultimate path, offering yourself to me. Lin Cangsheng's pupils constricted as he surged forward. Yet the extreme demon True King matched his speed effortlessly. The demon lord's hand transformed into a colossal, ultimate demonic blade, glinting coldly and without hesitation. It cleaved down upon Zhang Yui's head. Her gaze turned utterly desolate, filled with immense pain. The expression of despair and love etched on her pale face was vividly clear to Lin Cangsheng in that moment. With a chilling slice, the ultimate demonic blade mercilessly cleaved down upon Zhang Yui. Blood erupting forth as a deep crimson gash was carved into her form, flesh torn asunder. The extreme demon True King's expression remained unchanged, allowing the blood to splatter across his face. Zhang Yui's body was brutally severed in 2, with streams of blood being continuously absorbed by the enigmatic altar. The extreme demon True King licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, an unsettling smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 995. Escape. The figure of the woman in black was brutally split in half. The blood cascading from her body slicked down the iron chains entwined around her, which seemed to possess a sucking force, drawing the blood from her severed form. The ancient altar began to emit waves of crimson light, the blood-red eyes of the surrounding demonic statues appearing increasingly real and terrifying. Lin Cangsheng watched this scene, momentarily dazed. A single, brutal slice had cleaved his wife in 2. Who are you? The extreme demon True King's gaze turned icy as it swept towards him. To follow me this far without my notice, you possess some skill. The red light on the altar grew ever more intense, and the dismembered body was drained of all its blood within mere breaths, dyeing the entire altar crimson, the floating skull seemingly stained with blood as well. You actually killed your wife. Lin Cangsheng's forehead throbbed with veins, his gaze cloaked in an endless aura of death. At that moment, he resembled an enraged lion. On the continent of the Holy Spirit, Lin Cangsheng had witnessed the slaughter of families by mortals. Yet he had never encountered an atrocity as heinous as a man cleaving his own wife in 2. The extreme demon True King sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lin Cangsheng, displaying a momentary surprise followed by a nonchalant smile. An overwhelming aura enveloped him as he proclaimed, I am the embodiment of the ultimate path. Her celestial demon physique can refine the blood of the celestial demon to perfect my extreme demon form. Why not eliminate the obstacle? Lin Cangsheng's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze transforming into 2 icy blades. Realizing that this man would sacrifice his own wife merely to enhance his own powers. What kind of path is this? It is nothing but extremity, madness, and insanity. Enough with the trivialities, the extreme demon True King remarked, unperturbed and dismissive of Lin Cangsheng's outrage and the murder of his spouse. With a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic energy enveloped Lin Cangsheng, declaring, extreme demon True Intent, eliminate this person. The demonic energy surged forth, morphing into a blade of air, a pinnacle of power rushing toward him. Lin Cangsheng's body trembled as he unleashed a torrent of fire and wind, incinerating the demonic energy into nothingness. To have survived the trials of wind and fire is impressive. I shall claim your blood, the extreme demon True King declared, stepping forward, enveloped in various extreme intents. He launched a powerful punch, his will unwavering, determined to achieve his aims. This is not the ultimate path, it is the path of madness. Lin Cangsheng's gaze remained frigid, entirely disregarding the overwhelming intent directed at him. Suddenly, an infinite expanse of noble demonic energy surged from his being, akin to the wrath of the heavens. The realm of celestial demons unfurled behind Lin Cangsheng, revealing a chilling world swirling with boundless demonic energy, resembling a gaping maw descending upon them. You possess the 10 great demon scriptures? Excellent, excellent. Heaven favors me. My extreme demon form can advance further. The extreme demon true king, seeing the realm of celestial demons manifest, felt not fear, but exhilaration. Standing with his hands behind his back, he strode confidently toward Lin Cangsheng. The realm of celestial demons loomed over the extreme demon true king, and at that moment, a potent demonic light awakened within him, transforming him into an embodiment of an ultimate demon lord. I am the extreme demon form, the pinnacle of existence. With a single punch, the extreme demon true king unleashed an explosive force that reverberated through the entire realm of celestial demons. However, at that instant, Lin Cangsheng had already launched a decisive strike. Channeling the essence of wind and fire with a singular finger, the extreme demon true king's eyes narrowed as he barreled toward Lin Cangsheng. Even Lin Cangsheng was taken aback. His singular finger pierced through the shoulder of the extreme demon true king, igniting with the ferocity of wind and fire, producing a sizzling sound. Yet, the extreme demon true king exhibited no sign of pain. Instead, his will surged like a tidal wave. Immersed in the ultimate path, his body felt neither desire nor pain as he relentlessly pursued the defeat of his adversary, disregarding the potential for injury. His will was monumental, his form evolving into the extreme, impervious to any sensation of suffering as he sought to vanquish his foe. This is the extreme path, originally the pinnacle of all ways. Yet now Lin Cangsheng appears to embody a frenzied and unhinged manifestation of that very path. As anticipated, with a mere point of his finger, he penetrated Lin Cangsheng's form, while the fist of the true king of extreme demons thundered forth like a tempest, imbued with overwhelming demonic intent. The force of that blow swirled like a whirlwind at its tip, crashing violently into Lin Cangsheng's abdomen. Boom! Lin Cangsheng's body was sent flying, the spiraling demonic energy causing his midsection to tremble incessantly. Even his body, having endured the baptism of the cataclysm of wind and fire, experienced acute agony. Yet, the true king of extreme demons remained unperturbed, blood gushing from his wounds. With a decisive stride, a frenzied aura erupted from him, declaring that none could impede his advance. Lin Cangsheng's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, the expression of the true king of extreme demons shifted to one of bewilderment and shock, as he sensed an intangible reverence rising within him, akin to facing a superior being. There, in the center of Lin Cangsheng's brow, a flicker of demonic light shimmered, as though an ancient demon deity resided within, instilling an instinctive fear, much like the appearance of an omnipotent master of the demonic path. What could this be that even the true king of extreme demons could not help but shudder? At that moment, a terrifying demonic wind surged forth, akin to a tempest, abruptly engulfing Lin Cangsheng's form and whisking him into the void with astonishing speed, leaving one unable to react. The true king of extreme demons regained his composure, extending a hand to grasp at the void, tearing it apart in a series of explosive ruptures, akin to a long string. Yet, he was unable to seize the trace of that demonic wind, for the dread pressure Lin Cangsheng had just emitted left him utterly stunned. Damn it! A boundless murderous intent ignited in the eyes of the true king of extreme demons as he cast a glance at the increasingly vibrant blood-soaked altar, feeling an overwhelming surge of extreme demonic will within him. Demonic Wind King, and you, lad, shall all become mere corpses beneath my extreme path. None can escape the fate of death. With a determined stride, he stepped into the altar, bathing in his wife's blood, commencing the transformation of his true demonic body. Meanwhile, in a distant, untamed land, the winds began to howl violently, an inexhaustible tide of demonic energy rolling forth. Suddenly, from within that demonic energy, a terrifying blaze erupted, bearing the essence of ultimate calamity, instantly incinerating the demonic wind. Lin Cangsheng emerged from the tempest, his gaze coldly fixed upon the demonic Wind King. Who are you? And why did you save me in that moment? Chapter 996, The Imperial Ranking. As Lin Cangsheng prepared to activate the Eye of the Demon God, he could scarcely anticipate the entrance of yet another true king, one shrouded in unfathomable mystery. Even the seemingly mad true king of extreme demons failed to catch him. His speed akin to lightning, as wild as the wind itself. A tempestuous swirl of demonic energy coalesced in the heavens, manifesting as a one-armed middle-aged man. His gaze was gentle, imbued with the essence of swirling winds, fixated upon Lin Cangsheng. I am the Wind Demon King, he declared, having long served the extreme Demon King. Within our organization, suspicions have arisen regarding his potential murder of his own wife, prompting my descent here. Had it not been for the aura emanating from you, I might have failed to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Lin Cangsheng furrowed his brow slightly. According to this Wind Demon King, it appeared that two factions indeed existed within the Demon God organization, and this Wind Demon King was dispatched from the opposing side. Why do you divulge this to me? If the extreme Demon King is truly so deranged, why do you not slay him? Lin Cangsheng inquired. A wry smile crossed the Wind Demon King's face. You have witnessed it yourself. The extreme Demon King possesses the extreme demon physique. He once sought the pinnacle of demonic power, yet now he is consumed by madness, embodying an extreme will that is utterly ruthless, capable of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon you while disregarding his own injuries. His strength is formidable, without a comprehensive strategy. How could I provoke him? Indeed, the extreme Demon King had torn his own wife asunder without a flicker of hesitation. In his confrontation with Lin Cangsheng, he had withstood Lin Cangsheng's strike with raw physicality, enduring the tempest of fire and wind before retaliating with a punch. Such a method of combat would unnerve anyone who witnessed it. The path pursued by the extreme Demon King left Lin Cangsheng feeling nauseated, a wave of murderous intent surging within his chest. Had the Wind Demon King not intervened, Lin Cangsheng would likely have found himself embroiled in a cataclysmic battle against the extreme Demon King. Is this what willpower entails? The will belonging to the extreme Demon King. Such a frenzied resolve is utterly deranged. Why do you share this with me? Lin Cangsheng asked coolly. You have no reason to save me. The Wind Demon King laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Lin Cangsheng. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though you are merely a virtual king, your ability to wield the realm of heavenly demons hints at a significant origin. Most importantly, had it not been for the terrifying demonic pressure you exuded moments ago, I would not have intervened. As he spoke, his eyes began to flicker with intrigue, clearly eager to discover the source of the formidable demonic pressure emanating from Lin Cangsheng. Ah, I see, Lin Cangsheng mused, his furrowed brow relaxing. The arrival of the Wind Demon King was indeed timely. Otherwise, should his demon god I have been exposed, his identity would inevitably follow suit. The current state of the demon god organization was, as Lin Cangsheng had surmised, chaotic. Then I shall place my trust in you. You may call me Lin Long. Lin Cangsheng replied with a subtle smile. A peculiar glimmer illuminated the Wind Demon King's eyes. You possess the 10 great scriptures of demonic path, achieving the status of virtual king at such a tender age, and your body harbors something mysterious within. Inquiring about one's rank on the Emperor's list, Lin Cangsheng pondered whether he could break into the top 100. Although perplexed, he feigned a bitter smile and said to the true king of Demon Wind, to be honest, I fell from grace due to a great battle. My consciousness has been severely damaged, and many of my memories have become hazy. As for this Emperor's list, I vaguely recall it, but the details elude me. Ah, I see. The true king of Demon Wind did not linger on the matter, instead becoming more enthusiastic. The so-called Emperor's List is a compilation organized by the 5 major races of the human realm. This list embodies the essence of the heavenly Tao, integrating luck, strength, and other factors to determine which prodigies possess the potential to become emperors. The higher the rank, the greater the likelihood of achieving that status. Lin Cangsheng suddenly understood. This Emperor's List was essentially a ranking of prodigies, capable of revealing one's potential to ascend to emperor. The notion was almost unfathomable to him, prompting him to inquire where he might view this list. This region is desolate. One must travel to the northern domain to obtain information regarding the Emperor's List. The true king of Demon Wind's expression turned grave. Lin, my young friend, we should not linger here. That extreme demon true king killed his own wife merely to perfect his extreme demon body. If he succeeds, gaining the power of the extreme demon, his combat prowess will be terrifying, and I would be unable to stop him. Lin Cangsheng nodded, recognizing the madness behind the extreme demon true king's actions. Driven by some tremendous benefit, the true king of Demon Wind's serious demeanor reflected the urgency of their situation. The extreme demon true king was eyeing the ancient demon flute, and time was of the essence before its emergence. We should make our way there. If we can seize the ancient demon flute, our strength will surely multiply. Lin Cangsheng suggested. The mention of the ancient demon flute momentarily stunned Lin Cangsheng. In this wild expanse, there lay the resting place of a figure once known as the demon flute void immortal. It was said that this immortal wielded the flute to command demons, and when the flute sounded, all demons would submit. It is a rare treasure within the demonic path. The fervor in the true king of demon wind's eyes flickered briefly. Whoever obtained the flute would gain immense advantages in their demonic pursuits. Lin Cangsheng suddenly recalled the extreme demon true king's ruthless act of slaying his wife. Likely motivated by the desire to claim the ancient demon flute, the relic left behind by a void immortal would undoubtedly attract many to covet it. However, Lin Cangsheng was struck by another thought regarding the emperor's list. He recalled his encounter with the foremost prodigy of the Celestial Emperor clan, who had effortlessly defeated him with a single strike, leaving a lasting impression. Moreover, that individual had abducted Qing Ro, an act unforgivable in Lin Cangsheng's eyes. True king of demon wind, I wish to inquire about something, Lin Cangsheng suddenly asked. The true king raised an eyebrow, smiling. What question do you have, my young friend? Feel free to ask. What is the name of the foremost prodigy of the Celestial Emperor clan? I faintly remember having some connection with him. Thus I sought to learn what rank he holds on the emperor's list. Lin Cangsheng fabricated a reason casually. The expression of the true king of magic wind shifted in astonishment, a profound reverence manifesting upon his countenance. The first prodigy of the celestial royal clan, Luo Tianxia, is indeed an extraordinary individual, rumored to be a formidable presence within the top 10 of the emperor ranking. It is said that those who rank within the top 10 are destined to become emperors. The true king of magic wind's face bore immense awe, a sentiment that has endured for millennia. Without question, those among the top 10 of the emperor ranking have invariably ascended to the status of emperor. This is precisely why the emperor ranking is held in such high regard by countless individuals. For thousands of years, the adage has remained unbroken. Those within the top 10 are destined to become emperors. Could it be that Luo Tianxia, as the true king of magic wind has suggested, is indeed destined to become an emperor? Chapter 997. Devourer. The three characters Luo Tianxia forcefully pressed themselves into Lin Cangsheng's mind. The emperor ranking, shaped by the alliance of the 5 great races, has maintained the unyielding structure of those within the top 10 are destined to become emperors for millennia. From a certain perspective, Lin Cangsheng is compelled to confront an emperor. Although he had once repelled 13 emperors on the Holy Spirit continent by harnessing the primordial power of the land, he is acutely aware that, at present, a mere thought from an emperor could obliterate him entirely. Moreover, Lin Cangsheng understands that among emperors, there exists a hierarchy. Should it be a madman like Feng, or an entity of the caliber of the Four Seas Taoist, it is likely that even on the Holy Spirit continent, he would be easily dispatched by a single strike. Regardless, Luo Tianxia, you have abducted Qingru. Our enmity shall not be forgotten. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Cangsheng's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them. At this moment, his priority is to unravel the mysteries surrounding the organization of the demon god. Let us proceed to the resting place of the demon flute immortal. There is not much time left before the ancient demon flute emerges, and we must inevitably attract the attention of certain figures. The true king of magic wind leaped high into the air, his form transforming into tendrils of black smoke, conjuring a fierce wind that swept forth into the distance. This true king of magic wind embodies the essence of wind, a type of ancient magical physique, capable of becoming the wind itself at any moment, a truly powerful constitution. With a decisive stride, Lin Cangsheng propelled himself forward, his toes igniting with the flames of the great cataclysm, leaping through the void, his speed matching that of the true king of magic wind. This individual is indeed remarkable. Having undergone the baptism of the first layer of the great cataclysm, the true king of magic wind soared ahead, harboring a sense of astonishment. For such prodigies are seldom seen within the demon god organization. The two raced through the desolate wilderness with astonishing speed. This land, fittingly described as barren, revealed no signs of opulent cities during their journey. Instead, they encountered tribes that appeared relatively primitive. In this realm, the existence of a true king is akin to that of a noble lord, standing at the pinnacle of power. After 3 hours of relentless flight, Lin Cangsheng and his companions traversed an indeterminate distance, finally catching sight of a towering bamboo forest in the distance. The bamboo stood like jade, its leaves entwined with demonic energy, robust and lofty, reaching into the clouds. From afar, it resembled a great mountain of jade bamboo. The demon wind true king materialized his true form, severed arm pointing towards the towering jade bamboo forest, declaring, This is the resting place of the demon flute immortal. Do not underestimate these jade bamboos. They are the means laid down by the demon flute immortal. When the jade bamboos sway, the demon leaves dance. And the demonic sound can kill. Lin Cangsheng nodded, faintly sensing the extraordinary nature of the jade bamboo and demon leaf forest. Linlong, take care of yourself. The demon wind true king said gravely. Other true kings are certain to arrive, and a great battle is inevitable. Lin Cangsheng nodded, reassuring, demon wind true king. You need not worry about me. I possess my own means. That is good. The demon wind true king transformed once more into a swirling mass of demonic energy, forming a tempest that surged towards the jade bamboo and demon leaf forest. As he entered, the demon leaves upon the jade bamboos began to flutter, producing a rustling sound. Lin Cangsheng took a bold step forward, immersing himself within. The entire jade bamboo and demon leaf forest resonated with the sound of rustling leaves, devoid of any other noise. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng sensed an enigmatic sound wave, imperceptibly infiltrating his consciousness and mind. Some trivial tricks, Lin Cangsheng's expression remained unyielding. His heart as steadfast as a rock, the will of the emperor's heart radiating with indomitable strength. The silent demonic sounds that had invaded him shattered at this moment. Having endured countless battles and forged the emperor's heart, his resolve was unwavering. Such petty tactics could not stir his inner demons. Linlong, beware of the demon wind true king transformed into a swirling tempest, he suddenly exclaimed. Lin Cangsheng's gaze turned icy as he observed the flailing demon leaves suddenly vibrating violently. The rustling sound amplifying immensely, exuding a murderous aura akin to the tremors of 1,000 troops. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of piercing sounds echoed as sharp demon leaves detached from the robust jade bamboo forest, transforming into blades that surged towards Lin Cangsheng in a deadly assault. From all directions, countless demon leaf blades enveloped him, resembling a swarm of locusts descending. This is bad. The demon wind true king trembled suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying demonic light erupted, scattering the multitude of demon leaf blades that rushed down from all sides, as a dark demon realm opened wide, swallowing them whole. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng was enveloped in the aura of heavenly calamity, exuding an air that instilled fear in both humans and spirits. As if the king of hell had manifested. I had forgotten about your heavenly demon realm, the demon wind true king said with a faint wry smile. This fellow possessed the heavenly calamity king of hell scripture and had even evolved into the heavenly demon realm. How could these demon blades harm him? Lin Cangsheng's aura instantly retracted, the previous presence of heavenly calamity dissipating in an instant, just as he intended to speak to the demon wind true king. Both their expressions suddenly sharpened, their gazes directed towards the depths of the jade bamboo and demon leaf forest. At that moment, two immense, obscure auras emanated from deep within the jade bamboo and demon leaf forest, bearing the unmistakable essence of true kings. Let us go, the demon wind true king commanded. Rushing towards the depths, Lin Cangsheng followed closely behind. The deeper one ventured, the closer one drew to the essence of the two true kings, as well as the heart of the jade bamboo demon leaf forest. In the depths of this mystical forest, there lay a clearing adorned with a complex demonic array, at the center of which flickered a ball of demonic light. This shimmering orb obscured its true nature. Yet the potent waves emanating from it suggested the presence of a fearsome beast dwelling within. This was the site of transcendence. However, opposing Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind true king stood a man and a woman upon the jade bamboo. The man, clad in flowing white robes, carried an ancient guqin on his back. His hair cascaded elegantly, and his complexion was ethereal and fair. The woman, with a visage of exquisite beauty, wore a crystalline gown that flowed gracefully, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a silver flute of palm length. Together, they radiated an aura of harmonious grace, appearing as if they were ethereal beings. The demon wind true king observed these two figures, his pupils narrowing slightly, revealing his evident trepidation towards them. The couple acknowledged the presence of the demon wind true king and Lin Cangsheng with merely a faint smile, offering no further remarks. They cast but a cursory glance at Lin Cangsheng, who, through his thoughts, found their connection peculiar, as if an unspoken bond existed between them, presenting an aura of unity. These two were renowned figures. The demon wind true king inhaled deeply, recognizing the man as the Qin immortal, a being said to have been born with an ancient Guqin within him, rumored to be the reincarnation of a master from the true immortal realm. The woman was a true disciple of the Ice God Palace, an all-female sect known for its rarity in marriages, with the exception of the Qin immortal, who had won the heart of Devourer. This stirred a significant commotion. Lin Cangsheng's mind buzzed as the name of the Ice God Palace conjured the image of an unparalleled beauty. For the Ice God Palace was indeed the mysterious force associated with the Ice Emperor. Chapter 998. The Trap of the Qin and Flute True Kings. They were dual cultivation partners, renowned as a singular true king. The aura they exuded was undeniably formidable, and their combined prowess rendered them even more terrifying. However, Lin Cangsheng's primary concern lay with the Ice God Palace. With a resolute gaze, he stepped forward, acknowledging the seemingly celestial couple with a respectful bow, introducing himself as Lin Long, and inquiring if he might seek information regarding the Ice God Palace. The ethereal man, the Qin immortal, arched an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of warmth akin to a spring breeze, inquiring what the young brother wished to know. Lin Cangsheng's gaze shifted to Devourer, bowing slightly as he broached the subject of the Ice God Palace. Devoureur's beautiful eyes lingered on Lin Cangsheng's face for a moment, her tone turning slightly frosty as she replied, "I am afraid I cannot disclose any information." She simultaneously cautioned him against pursuing inquiries regarding the Ice God Palace. The Qin immortal mirrored her gesture, expressing a sense of helplessness. Just as Lin Cangsheng was about to pose another question, the Demon Wind True King interjected hastily, "Lin Long, young brother, it is best not to inquire further. The Ice Goddess Palace has always been shrouded in mystery, standing as the most enigmatic among the 6 great powers. It exclusively admits females and strictly forbids its disciples from divulging any information. Transgressions are met with the ultimate penalty. The Ice Goddess Palace possesses immeasurable strength, instilling fear in the other 5 factions, which dare not provoke it. Thus, it is no wonder that the demeanor of the opposing party towards Lin Cangsheng was so cold. He suddenly comprehended the situation. However, he could not simply let it go. Lin Cangsheng immediately took a step forward, preparing to inquire further. But the celestial Qin and the flute fairy had already taken action. Their figures floated gracefully, exuding an otherworldly aura, akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. They were about to strike. The Demon Wind True King was taken aback, surprised that the Qin and Flute True Kings acted so unpredictably, not waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their powers. With a grand gesture, the celestial Qin summoned floating currents of air, gradually shaping them into the likeness of a Guqin. She extended her slender, fair fingers, sitting suspended in midair, and began to play slowly. Meanwhile, the flute fairy conjured an ethereal flute from the air, positioning it near her rosy lips, gently blowing into it. The harmonious sounds of the Qin and flute suddenly resonated, merging into a singular, exquisite melody. Lin Cangsheng and the Demon Wind True King found themselves enveloped in an overwhelming sense of pleasure, their senses heightened, utterly savoring the fusion of these celestial sounds. Yet, from the waves of the illusory Qin and flute, sharp sound blades erupted like currents of air, transforming into a tempest that surged towards the core of the demonic formation, a deep abyss of dark magic. As the ethereal sound blades collided with the demonic light, an aura of terror reverberated forth. The magic array, extending 10 meters in all directions beneath the demonic light, erupted into countless tendrils, spreading throughout the jade bamboo demonic leaf forest. Even Lin Cangsheng and the Demon Wind True King found themselves engulfed within, as a torrent of murderous intent surged forth, causing the demonic trees to flicker with fierce magical light, the leaves undulating ominously. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air, creating an invisible symphony of vibrations. Countless demonic leaves erupted from the jade bamboo trees, blotting out the sun. Looking up, one beheld an endless darkness as the leaves cascaded down in a deluge, reminiscent of a flood of demonic foliage. In that moment, the celestial Qin and the flute fairy radiated an explosion of brilliance. Their melodies surged, transforming into a fervent crescendo, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth, immersing one in an eternal battlefield. With a thunderous roar, the multitude of demonic leaves shattered layer by layer. United, the celestial Qin and the flute fairy unleashed a symphony that enveloped the entire jade bamboo demonic leaf forest, relentlessly dismantling the magical foliage. Demonic flute illusionist. Your fate is sealed. Why persist in stubbornness? The celestial Qin proclaimed with a piercing cry, casting aside her ethereal guqin, while the flute fairy similarly released her illusory flute. The two instruments intertwined, unleashing an invisible force that descended with tremendous power, striking fiercely against the demonic light. The fluctuations throughout the entire Yuzhu demon leaf forest suddenly vanished, causing both Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind true king to momentarily pause in astonishment. They beheld a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a magical light, within which an ancient flute appeared to shimmer. The flute, known as the ancient demon flute, captivated Devourer, whose lovely eyes sparkled with delight. She floated gracefully downward, step by step, drawn irresistibly toward the ancient instrument cloaked in the gentle magic, as she reached out with her delicate, fair hand to grasp it. The countenance of the demon wind true king shifted dramatically. After all, he too harbored a profound desire for the ancient demon flute. Yet, with the celestial musician present, his own power was utterly insufficient to contend for it. Just as Devoureur's porcelain hand reached into the soft glow towards the ancient demon flute, her expression abruptly changed. A surge of terrifying demonic energy erupted from within, and Lin Cangsheng distinctly witnessed the object resembling the ancient demon flute springing to life, darting like a fish and biting down upon Devoureur's hand. A cry of pain escaped her lips, and the musician's face transformed in alarm as he pointed towards the magical light, unleashing a torrent of finger shadows that reverberated through the void, striking the mysterious entity within the luminous glow and sending it hurtling away. It was a centipede, adorned with vivid red legs, which was immediately vanquished by the force of the musician's attack. However, a dreadful blackness swiftly spread across Devoureur's fair arm, engulfing it entirely, with hints of darkness creeping onto her delicate visage as well. The musician's expression darkened with fury, causing the very ground around them to tremble in response to his wrath. Yet, upon witnessing Devoureur's pained countenance, his thoughts became chaotic, and he hastily summoned an overwhelming surge of magical power to infuse her body, striving to suppress the venom. The demon wind true king gasped at the sight of the centipede, realizing the peril it posed. If bitten, even a master of the king realm would find themselves paralyzed, their cultivation lost, or worse, face death. This was a trap, an insidious trap. Lin Cangsheng's gaze turned icy as he sensed an overwhelming demonic presence descending upon the Yuzhu demon leaf forest, infused with an extreme, frenzied energy. This was the true king of extreme demons. In that moment, Lin Cangsheng comprehended fully. This was a trap, meticulously crafted with immense effort, designed to deceive everyone. The expression of the demon wind true king also shifted in alarm. They had never anticipated that the true king of extreme demons would be so formidable, laying such an elaborate snare. This individual's cunning had reached unprecedented depths. Humph! The voice of the true king of extreme demons resonated from the heavens, chillingly cold. I did not expect you to covet the ancient demon flute, attempting to interfere with my path of extremes. You are merely courting death. The true king of extreme demons descended step by step from the sky, resembling an unparalleled dark sovereign. The ethereal aura of the extreme demon true king dissipated in an instant as he abruptly lifted his head, his visage contorted with rage, eyes bloodshot and overflowing with malevolent fury. You dare poison my wife. I shall ensure you are shattered into oblivion. The true king's fury was palpable. Yet, the extreme demon true king remained unmoved, his presence exuding an even greater authority. Qin Xian, if you stand idly by and watch your beloved perish, then do not hesitate to act. Qin Xian's face, twisted with wrath, momentarily froze, as the pained whispers of Devourer reached his ears. His eyes brimmed with a crimson hue, veins protruding violently as he trembled, desperately suppressing the murderous intent brewing within him. However, he was acutely aware of the dire situation he faced. The extreme demon true king suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind true king, imbued with a chilling menace. The Devour review activity has traversed a year of storms and tribulations. Tonight, at 3:30, a train awaits to carry me back home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The administrator, Shangji, has generously sponsored 20,000 panda coins to support this event. In the review section, share your experiences and memories related to Devour. Lengthy reviews are required. Those recognized by Shang Ji will receive a reward of 3,000 panda coins. With 5 such rewards available, one reward of 5,000 panda coins will also be granted. This event also expresses gratitude for Shang Ji's sponsorship. In Chapter 999, the battle against the extreme demon True King unfolds. No one anticipated that the ultimate victor would be the extreme demon True King. This individual, whom Lin Cangsheng perceived as utterly deranged, was not only characterized by extreme madness, but also possessed an unfathomable depth of cunning and calculation. The trap he laid was flawless, revealing no signs of deceit, with a premeditated setup that was beyond imagination. Such tactics were enough to instill dread in the hearts of many. You two are incredibly audacious. The extreme demon True King boomed, his voice resonating like that of a dark monarch. Neither of you will escape my grasp, destined to become mere bones upon my path of ultimate demonic power. The demon wind True King's expression shifted slightly, his voice icy. Extreme demon True King, do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. You have ruthlessly slain your own wife solely for your selfish desires. The organization will inevitably bring judgment upon you. Lin Cangsheng's countenance was equally frigid. The corners of the extreme demon True King's mouth curled into a chilling smile. Is that so? In this world, only strength commands respect. What does it matter if I kill my wife? As long as I possess power, who can oppose me? Qin Xian, heed my command and slay these two. The extreme demon True King spoke in a tone akin to that of a master addressing a servant, issuing orders to Qin Xian. Qin Xian's eyes were suffused with countless blood vessels, his forehead throbbing with veins, his fists clenched tightly, a testament to the terrifying rage surging within him. Extreme demon True King, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He yearned to tear the True King apart, yet Ro lay poisoned. Her life hanging by a thread, every ounce of her energy consumed by the toxins within her. He could only endure the tempest of fury raging in his heart. Spare me the trivialities. If you wish for your wife's survival, then eliminate those two. The extreme demon True King wore a frigid expression, wielding immense power. And I harbor no mercy towards women. The gaze of the Qin Xian narrowed slightly. Yet, it seemed that all hope rested in the hands of the extreme demon True King. In this moment, the Qin Xian could only transform into a mere pawn, manipulated by others. Inhaling deeply, she suppressed the boundless fury within her heart, turning her cold gaze towards Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind True King. The latter, feeling an instinctive dread, bellowed, Qin Xian, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This man has slain his wife and his kin, a heinous fiend. Are you certain you wish to aid such a scoundrel? The words of the demon wind True King resonated with a formidable impact upon the soul. The Qin Xian cast a glance at Ro's suffering visage, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes before she coldly declared, I apologize, but, as her words fell, a resounding note erupted, and a terrifying sound blade descended upon Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind True King, exploding forth with unimaginable horror, akin to the roar of a tempestuous dragon. The body of the demon wind True King was brutally torn apart, disintegrating into countless strands of black mist, while Lin Cangsheng retaliated with a fierce punch, summoning a torrent of wind and fire that shook the very void, momentarily staving off the dragon's fury. Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted slightly. This Qin Xian was indeed formidable. With a mere thought, she unleashed her lethal attack. However, the extreme demon True King was even more terrifying, standing aloof with arms crossed, observing the chaos with an unflinching gaze. The demon wind True King, transformed into myriad strands of black mist, became one with the wind, rendering the sound blades incapable of utterly vanquishing him, a testament to the bizarre nature of his demon wind body, where every fiber of his being could metamorphose into wind. The Qin Xian True King had already leapt high into the air, her ancient qin radiating a brilliant light. Holding it aloft, she resembled a true immortal of music, her delicate fingers dancing upon the strings, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that resonated throughout the jade bamboo demon leaf forest. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng and the demon wind True King found themselves ensnared in a vast arena of death, saturated with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. As the sonorous notes reverberated, countless glimmers of cold light erupted, enveloping them in a tidal wave of lethal energy. The demon wind True King transformed into a colossal, pitch-black tornado, within which a shadowy figure of a demon king could be seen howling, clashing violently with the countless invisible threats that pervaded the air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Lin Cangsheng, retreat at once. This Qinxian True King is not an opponent you can withstand. The demon wind True King urgently transmitted this warning amidst the chaos of the impending slaughter. A single note resounds countless times. Yet my heart remains as serene as the moonlit mountains. In this moment, the celestial musician unleashes an overwhelming will, and the torrent of musical essence erupts forth. Countless melodies resonate, embodying the myriad joys and sorrows of existence, filled with passionate fervor and jubilant harmonies, seemingly encapsulating the myriad facets of life. As this tempestuous force transforms into a monstrous whirlwind, the True King's expression shifts dramatically. His voice echoes like a demonic roar amidst the chaos, proclaiming his omnipresence in this turbulent realm. The essence of the demonic wind surges forth, manifesting as an endless gale that sweeps across all creation. At this moment, the fierce confrontation of the two True Kings unfolds, shaking the enchanted bamboo forest with a cacophony of explosions. Lin Cangsheng, having retreated earlier, gazes upon the clash with a sense of awe. This is the essence of their wills, distinct yet intrinsically their own paths. Lin Cangsheng feels no immediate danger. Instead, he observes the confrontation between these two formidable beings. However, Lin Cangsheng is slightly astonished by the robust spatial barriers of this realm. Had they been in the Holy Spirit continent, the clash of the two True Kings would likely have resulted in the collapse of countless voids and cataclysmic upheavals. Yet here, the aftermath of their battle merely reverberates within a radius of a mile. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng senses a colossal aura of malevolence barreling towards him, causing his entire being to tremble under the immense pressure. He looks up to behold a pitch-black, demonic finger, embodying the pinnacle of dark power, descending from the heavens like a thunderclap, aimed directly at him. The True King of extreme magic strikes. In an instant, every pore on Lin Cangsheng's body stands on end as the Qianshang King Tower erupts forth, channeling its divine might. A tempest of wind and fire surges from the tower's base, colliding with the dark demonic finger and incinerating it entirely. Having survived the tempest of wind and fire, the True King of extreme magic's expression shifts as he thrusts his massive hand toward Lin Cangsheng, a gargantuan demonic hand, swirling with the profundities of ultimate power, reaches for the Qianshang King Tower as if it were a treasure to be seized. In an instant of unity, Lin Cangsheng's form melds into the quasi-Dao artifact. The tower's power surges, unleashing a torrent of wind and fire akin to a roaring inferno, transforming into a divine light that bursts forth from the tempest. The onslaught of fire and wind sends the enormous demonic hand reeling, even causing a flicker of astonishment to cross the True King's face. How is it possible that you have mastered the unity of man and artifact? Still in shock, he witnesses an ancient tower erupting from the raging flames, its body shimmering like glass, fiercely descending upon the True King of extreme magic. The True King immediately retaliates with a punch, striking the base of the Qianshang King Tower. Magical runes, emanating from his body, surge forth, amplifying his strength exponentially. A terrifying explosion reverberates through the air. Under the weight of the Qianshang King Tower, the True King of extreme magic is bombarded, shaken by relentless blasts. In an unexpected turn of events, the formidable extreme demon sovereign found himself at a disadvantage against the seemingly insignificant Lin Cangsheng, who resided within the realm of Void Kings. The 1000th chapter of this extraordinary tale unfolds with the theme of the unity of man and instrument, as the majestic Qianshang King Tower emanates unparalleled might. The extreme demon sovereign, despite being suppressed, maintained an expression of calmness, his body adorned with swirling demonic runes, resembling an embodiment of ultimate demoncraft, a flawless figure that epitomized the essence of the demonic path. In an instant, the sovereign's form diminished to the size of a mere head, transforming into a pitch-black orb of malevolence. Subsequently, his form surged violently, releasing a torrent of ferocious power akin to a dragon unleashed, which instantly shook the Qianshang King Tower. Emerging from his confinement, the extreme demon sovereign radiated boundless demonic intent, as if he were the sole entity in existence. Not good. He is about to unleash his domain. Lin Cangsheng's countenance shifted within the confines of the Qianshang King Tower. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of domain forces. Should this true sovereign unleash his might, the consequences would be dire. Once more, the Qianshang King Tower descended to exert its suppression. Lin Cangsheng and Bloodly exchanged glances, their thoughts intertwined. And the ancient six-character mantra symbol began to swirl and ascend between them. An infinite radiance of Buddhist light erupted from the ancient tower, accompanied by the resonant chants of countless monks, compelling the malevolent forces to retreat. As the Buddhist light cascaded down, not only did the extreme demon sovereign falter, but even the demon wind sovereign, who was engaged in combat with the Cangsheng, was astounded. How could one who commanded the realm of celestial demons manifest such intense Buddhist light? It is known that the forces of Buddhism and demons do not coexist. Once enveloped by the Buddhist radiance, the extreme demon's sovereign's form sizzled, as if consumed by flames, a flicker of agony passing across his visage. Yet, in the next moment, an inexhaustible wave of demonic intent surged forth, and his entire being radiated a dark, rhythmic glow, unyielding to the illumination of the Buddhist light. The ultimate demonic path knows no fear of life or death, pain or fate. To Lin Cangsheng, the extreme demon sovereign appeared as a celestial deity, sustaining the heavens above. As an invisible yet colossal domain swiftly enveloped the Qianshang King Tower and a 5-mile radius around it. Alarmed, both Lin Cangsheng and Bloodly's expressions shifted dramatically as the Buddhist light from the Qianshang King Tower flowed forth, and a tempest of wind and fire erupted, aiming to shatter the confines of this domain. With a wave of his hand, the extreme demon sovereign asserted his dominion, forcibly separating Lin Cangsheng from the Qianshang King Tower. Yet, the severed tower suddenly emanated a divine light array, sweeping forth with supreme Buddhist radiance and a tempest of wind and fire, surging toward the extreme demon sovereign with a force akin to the unity of man and instrument. The extreme demon sovereign was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated such a spectacle. Though Lin Cangsheng was clearly absent from the Qianshang King Tower, he had nonetheless attained the realm of man and instrument unity. This occurrence was unprecedented and beyond all prior experience. As the Supreme Demon King took a mighty step, the Qianshang King Tower crashed against his form like a golden orb, producing a resounding impact that left Lin Cangsheng in stunned silence. The Supreme Demon King unleashed a spurt of blood, an invisible force binding the Qianshang King Tower with an overwhelming domain power. Despite its attempts to break free, it found itself utterly incapable of doing so. Lin Cangsheng could hear the roar of blood and despair within, feeling powerless despite exerting every ounce of his strength. The ferocity of the Supreme Demon King was staggering, injuring himself only to restrain such a formidable artifact, a testament to his immense courage. In a sudden transformation, Lin Cangsheng's demeanor shifted, morphing into an unparalleled assassin. Within this domain, he vanished, darkness enveloping him as an infinite chill pervaded the air, resembling a sky filled with countless cold stars. You possess this arcane art, which suggests your treasures are beyond imagination. Your demise is inevitable. The Supreme Demon King discerned the origin of the technique, astonished that a mere void king could evoke such profound shock within him. However, with a sweeping gesture, the Supreme Demon King summoned the domain's power, causing the area within a 5-mile radius to bubble and churn like boiling water, filled with demonic energy. With another wave of his hand, explosions echoed throughout the domain, sending Lin Cangsheng hurtling backward, shaken violently. Within this realm, even the most concealed ancient techniques could not remain hidden. This domain's power is overwhelmingly relentless, interwoven with the Supreme Demon King's will, leaving no room for escape. Lin Cangsheng clenched his fists, a murderous intent emanating from him. Was he truly forced to resort to the devouring demon art and the innate king seal? He resolved to avoid such measures unless absolutely necessary, for he was not alone. The Qinxian and the demon wind true king were also present. Years ago, the blood sky demon sovereign wreaked havoc across the human realm, a figure known to all, and his terrifying exploits were well remembered by these true kings. Should Lin Cangsheng's whereabouts be revealed, the northern domain would undoubtedly erupt into chaos, plunging him into dire straits. The human realm, teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, posed a formidable threat, far surpassing the Holy Spirit continent in its capacity for pursuit. At that moment, a melodious flute sound resonated through the air, akin to a phoenix softly calling or a roaring river flowing serenely. This sound penetrated the very souls of those present. The ancient demon flute. It suddenly struck Lin Cangsheng with realization. The sound that could reach the depths of one's spirit was unmistakably the treasure left behind by the void immortal, the ancient demon flute. The ancient demon flute is on the verge of emergence. The supreme demon king's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the situation at hand. He had laid a terrifying trap, willing to implicate Devourer solely for the sake of the ancient demon flute. A surge of murderous intent swept through the entire domain. The boundless and extreme will of the demonic path swirled within this realm. As the supreme demon king approached Lin Cangsheng step by step, resembling a relentless assassin, the intensely twisted will of the demonic path and the power of the domain ensnared Lin Cangsheng's body layer upon layer, as if countless shackles were continuously accumulating upon him, rendering him immobile. The demon wind true king, who was unable to engage the Qin fairy in battle, witnessed this scene and his expression shifted dramatically. The ethereal voice of the Qin fairy echoed, "Fighting with me while distracted, this Lin Cangsheng is undoubtedly doomed. Demon wind, take care of yourself. Die." The supreme demon king coldly uttered a single word, raising his palm. Suddenly, within the domain, a 10-meter-long ultimate demonic blade materialized, its edge gleaming coldly, transforming into a razor-sharp blade capable of severing all, even causing Lin Cangsheng's quasi-Taoist weapon to bristle with trepidation. The colossal ultimate demonic blade descended with sudden ferocity, and from a distance, it appeared as though a terrifying bolt of lightning had erupted within the pitch-black, ominous domain. The supreme demon king did not cast a glance. Reaching out for the treasure, his gaze penetrating into the depths of the land, it was evident that he aimed to seize the ancient demonic flute. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The supreme demon king's cold expression abruptly shifted. A profound fear surged from within, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. He sensed a terrifying demonic pressure rising from behind him, akin to the descent of an unparalleled master of the demonic path, making countless denizens of the demonic realm tremble in fear, worship, and reverence. The source of this overwhelming pressure was none other than Lin Cangsheng, who stood behind him. Chapter 1001. The Disintegration of the Supreme Demon. This sudden eruption of monstrous demonic energy instilled immense fear within the supreme demon king. He swiftly turned, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints, only to witness the ultimate demonic blade halted mid-air, suddenly shattering into fragments. An awe-inspiring, supreme demonic intent erupted from the seemingly insignificant being. As a pitch-black, crimson-eyed ancient eye slowly opened upon his brow, reminiscent of an ancient demon god awakening from slumber. The eye of the demon god. It was as if the supreme demon king's throat had been forcibly constricted. He was struck by an unimaginable horror. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that this young man possessed the eye of the demon god. Even the battle between the Qin fairy and the demon wind true king came to a halt, as the ancient, exalted aura of the demonic path stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. Especially the demon wind true king, who could hardly fathom that Lin Cangsheng, the source of the ancient demonic aura, was indeed the eye of the demon god. No wonder his spirit had trembled with such profound terror. Could this youth truly be the demonic progeny that once sent ripples through the hearts of the denizens of the demonic path? This was the true child of the demonic path. Witnessing this scene, the demon wind true king was not only overwhelmed, but also felt an immense pressure. Instantly recalling the previous incident that had caused the entire demon god organization to quake in fear. After countless years of silence, the son of demon path has once again emerged. The extreme demon true king, how audacious you are. Lin Cangsheng stood tall within the domain of the extreme demon true king, advancing step by step, resembling a supreme demonic deity approaching the extreme demon true king. Waves of terrifying pressure crashed upon the extreme demon true king like relentless tides. He could only perceive a buzzing sound in his ears, an involuntary sensation of submission rising within him. Lin Cangsheng's authoritative words instilled in him an overwhelming fear. Suddenly, the extreme demon true king's expression twisted into a grimace as a terrifying, ultimate will of the demon path surged from his being, seemingly striving to resist the oppressive, supreme demonic will. A mere figure of the void king dares to compel my ultimate demon path to submit? The extreme demon true king struck towards Lin Cangsheng with a sweeping palm, an endless force of the domain roiling up, a colossal demonic hand, imbued with the essence of the ultimate demon path, descended heavily upon Lin Cangsheng. Lin Cangsheng formed seals with his hands, radiant orbs of white light flickering around him. The aura emanating from him surged in terrifying intensity, amplifying exponentially, akin to an adult suddenly expanding tenfold, transforming into a giant entity. The heavenly Saint King seal erupted from Lin Cangsheng, and the aura of the son of Demon Path surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming demonic intent that expanded the entire extreme demon domain, as if a formidable demonic presence hovered ominously behind Lin Cangsheng. The chants of the 72 demon gods resonated through the skies. Lin Cangsheng raised his gaze, the pupils of his demon eye gleaming crimson, as if scrutinized by the demon god itself. "You dare?" he uttered, his voice akin to thunder. The terrifying hand descending from the heavens seemed to sense an unfathomable power. Freezing mid-air, the ultimate will of the demon path appearing to crumble inch by inch. The extreme demon True King was taken aback. Both the demon wind True King and the Qin Xian were left astounded, utterly unprepared for Lin Cangsheng's aura to suddenly amplify tenfold, a mere glance rendering the massive hand impotent. The vast demon god domain materialized, with Lin Cangsheng seated upon it, his gaze flickering crimson, the 72 demon gods suspended behind him, continuously chanting. A majestic presence rose from Lin Cangsheng, embodying the lord of the demon path, while Lin Cangsheng transformed into the son of demon path. Countless paths of the demon exist. Yet I am the son of demon path. All demons across the realm shall respect me, submit to me, be sincere to me, and remain loyal to me. The terrifying sound of demonic intent reverberated, shaking the very earth. The body of the extreme demon True King began to bend as if crushed by a celestial mountain, the realm erupting into chaos. The extreme demon True King's expression was one of defiance, ferocity, and rage, yet it remained futile. Waves of submissive intent echoed continuously in the depths of his mind. In this moment, the demon wind True King seemed to be subtly influenced by the will of the son of demon path, a flicker of surrender manifesting in his demeanor. At this moment, a beam of demonic light suddenly pierced through the void. It was an ancient flute, adorned with intricate patterns of demonic deities, its holes resembling eyes, akin to those of a demonic gaze. This was the ancient demonic flute. Lin Cangsheng's will, as the scion of the demonic path, had inadvertently resonated with the ancient flute left behind by the demonic immortal. The intention emanating from the flute vibrated with a sense of closeness towards Lin Cangsheng, infused with submission and reverence. Before the demonic immortal attained enlightenment, he was a figure who believed in the son of the demonic path, leading and revitalizing its forces. I felt a surge of frustration as I witnessed the ancient demonic flute seemingly favoring Lin Cangsheng. The suppressed extreme demon True King, resembling a figure on the verge of being enlightened by Lin Cangsheng, suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, blood streaming from his eyes, his voice akin to that of a beast. I, the extreme demon True King, would not hesitate to slay my father and become a demon, to kill my wife and prove my path. What nonsense is this son of the demonic path? None of it embodies the ultimate power. No one can obstruct me, and no one shall. In a moment of overwhelming fury, the extreme demon True King stood defiantly beneath the oppressive will of the demonic divine arena, his eyes bleeding profusely. His garments suddenly burst apart, revealing a body entwined in demonic patterns. The gaze of the extreme demon True King was filled with boundless madness. Good, good, good. You have forced me to this point. As such, I shall slaughter the son of the demonic path and attain the ultimate dissolution of demonic power, the primordial ancient demon. With a final roar, the demonic patterns enveloping him ignited like flames, engulfing him in a fiery tempest. A terrifying aura of extreme demonic energy surged forth from the extreme demon True King. The realm, previously exploding under the pressure of Lin Cangsheng's demonic divine arena, suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying and dreadful will, challenging the very essence of that arena. The eyes of the extreme demon True King had completely descended into a blood-red hue, filled with unending madness. The demon wind True King, witnessing this scene, changed countenance and exclaimed, "This is disastrous. The extreme demon True King has been entirely consumed by his inner demons. He has relinquished control to his extreme demonic form, no longer embodying the ultimate, but rather an infinitely twisted extremity. He is prepared to fight to the death, no matter the cost, one life against another." In the 1002nd chapter, the moment of thought between Buddha and demon, the dissolution of the extreme demon, Lin Cangsheng, wielding the eye of the demonic god, sat within the demonic divine arena. The vertical eye at his brow could perceive myriad secrets, instantly revealing various mysteries surrounding the dissolution of the extreme demon. The extreme demon true king was a naturally born extreme demon body, known as a congenital physique. Within his skeletal and fleshly form resided an immense and innate essence of ultimate demonic power, a force that could greatly amplify his capabilities through further cultivation. Regrettably, the inherent power contained within this primordial physique has been misguided by the capricious nature of the extreme demon true king, leading to the insidious influence of his inner demons. Consequently, his personality has become extreme, resulting in patricide and the slaying of his wife to attain enlightenment. This bloody tragedy is a direct consequence of the extreme demon physique. However, in his confrontation with Lin Cangsheng, the extreme demon true king has chosen to unleash the entirety of his innate, ultimate demonic power. Succumbing to the shackles of his inner demons in pursuit of boundless strength, sparing no effort in the process. With fervent cries of break that reverberated thrice, the extreme demon true king's domain surged forth with overwhelming force, transforming into a colossal mountain of might, crashing violently into the demon god shrine, producing a series of explosive detonations. The entire shrine trembled in terror, as if unable to withstand the onslaught of this powerful domain. Lin Cangsheng, raising his hand, wielded the ancient demon flute, bringing it to his lips and commencing to play. Waves of demonic resonance erupted from the flute, dispersing in all directions. The eye of the demon god, nestled in Lin Cangsheng's brow, radiated a potent demonic light, allowing the 72 demonic statues within the shrine to materialize with greater authenticity. The haunting melodies emanating from the ancient demon flute seemed to bestow Lin Cangsheng with an extraordinary surge of demonic intent, rendering the figure of this son of the demon path increasingly tangible. With a singular motion of his hand, he crushed the entire demon god shrine underfoot. As the son of the demon path, he is inviolable. All myriad paths of demonic existence must bow in submission. The realm, infused with countless extreme wills, was instantly repelled by the sudden resurgence of the demon god shrine, which retaliated with explosive force. The essence of the son of the demon path pressed relentlessly upon the frenzied extreme demon true king. At this moment, despite having activated the final will of the extreme demon dissolution, he still found himself overwhelmed by the might of the demon god shrine, now augmented by the ancient demon flute. This manifestation of the heavenly Saint King seal cannot endure for much longer, Lin Cangsheng mused, sensing a wave of weakness rising within him. Though the heavenly Saint King seal is indeed extraordinary, it is a one-time use, meant for a decisive strike. The extreme demon true king roared in fury, enveloped in demonic flames, resembling a creature from the depths of hell. Lin Cangsheng stood resolutely, his presence formidable, as the melodies from the ancient demon flute transformed into a serene and melodious cadence. This enchanting sound enveloped the surroundings, akin to an invisible net ensnaring the extreme demon true king. Within this melodic embrace, the extreme demon true king's furious gaze began to wane. The music from the ancient demon flute penetrated deep into the soul, capable of stirring the inner demons of others, leading them to madness, or temporarily banishing the dark entities within. Yet, as Lin Cangsheng remains in the Void King realm, the power of the ancient demon flute he wields is not overwhelmingly potent, merely yielding some effect. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. With his right hand grasping the flute, he extended his left, clutching an ancient talisman imbued with profound Buddhist intent. In an instant, an infinite radiance of Buddhist light erupted from Lin Cangsheng's right hand, resembling a sanctuary akin to that of a demonic deity, where countless monks chanted in unison, exorcising malevolent spirits and calming the heart. The demon wind true king and the Cangsheng were rendered utterly speechless. The eye of the demon god. What could this formidable illumination even signify? Despite their extensive years of existence and exposure to myriad peculiarities, they had never before witnessed such a spectacle. The realms of Buddhism and demonic magic astonishingly manifested within the same individual. The supreme demon true king, enveloped by this divine light, was immediately subjected to immense suppression, his face contorted in agony as he roared, his entire being ablaze with demonic energy. Yet, in his frenzied attempts to unleash chaos, The haunting melody of the ancient demonic flute continuously subdued his inner demons. The convergence of Buddhist and demonic forces severely constrained the supreme demon true king. However, as the radiant light of the Buddhist seal, activated by the six-character mantra, collided with the demonic sanctuary, the resonant chants from the Buddhist realm surged forth, while the 72 demon gods emitted their own cacophony, neither yielding an inch, as if striving to enlighten one another. The principle of the irreconcilability between Buddhism and demonism remained an immutable truth. The demon wind, true king's expression, remained unchanged. The dichotomy of Buddhist and demonic forces signified Lin Cangsheng's self-destruction. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, silently pondering the young man's intentions. Lin Cangsheng seemed to have anticipated this scenario. As the two ancient wills clashed with fervor, he sat cross-legged between them, exuding an essence that embodied both demon and Buddha. With unwavering determination in his gaze, unchanged since his departure from the Lin family, he extended his left hand towards the Buddha and his right hand towards the demon. In a mere thought, one could become a Buddha, in another, a demon. Both Buddhist and demonic paths were dictated solely by the heart's intentions. In that fleeting moment, the clashing wills of Buddhism and demonism abruptly calmed. The two formidable forces seemed to settle, emanating an even greater strength in their tranquility. The restraint of the Buddha and the suppression of the demon manifested as the domain of the supreme demon true king shattered violently. The frenzied and extreme will he had unleashed was relentlessly subdued beneath the overwhelming pressure of the infinite Buddhist light and the demon's essence, causing his countenance to pale. He was on the brink of being vanquished. Neither Qin Xian nor the demon wind could fathom the magnitude of the shock within their hearts. The unwavering resolve reflected in the young man's eyes was unfathomable. Possessing the extraordinary ability to harmonize the dichotomy of Buddhism and demonism in an instant, a testament to an overarching will to conquer the heart. Though the young man's strength was not formidable, the will that erupted from him at this moment was profoundly inspiring. At that very moment, the extreme demon true king erupted into a furious roar. Qin Xian, what are you waiting for? If I am slain, your wife shall be buried alongside me. Qin Xian's astonished countenance swiftly morphed into one of seething rage, his features contorting grotesquely. He held a profound admiration for the young man. Yet the extreme demon true king now threatened him with the life of his beloved. After squeezing out a few stilted words through clenched teeth, Qin Xian's gaze turned icy. Locking onto Lin Cangsheng, who now stood as both a Buddha and a demon. The ancient zither behind him began to levitate slowly, emanating a terrifying wave of energy. Qin Xian, what are your intentions? The demon wind was taken aback. At that moment, Lin Cangsheng seemed to gain insight, his gaze shifting to Qin Xian. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an intangible force enveloped Devourer, lifting her delicate form. Lin Cangsheng then flicked his fingers, sending an ancient talisman surging into Devourer's body. Qin Xian's expression changed dramatically, a tempest of killing intent erupting forth as he resembled a vengeful deity. What are you doing? Suddenly, a surge of thunder erupted from Devourer's fragile form, infused with a sense of annihilation. The toxin that had enveloped her was swiftly suppressed and retreated in fear before this unleashed thunder. Qin Xian, along with the extreme demon true king, was momentarily stunned, realizing that Lin Cangsheng had utilized an ancient talisman to subdue the toxins within Devourer. Just then, Lin Cangsheng stepped forward. The ancient demonic flute he had been playing abruptly falling silent. His fearsome demon god eye targeted the center of the extreme demon true king's brow, unleashing a terrifying pressure that erupted forth. A beam of black light, akin to the gaze of an endless demon, shot forth. This is bad. Qin Xian's complexion paled. It dawned on him that Lin Cangsheng's earlier actions had merely been a distraction. Now, it was too late for him to intervene. The extreme demon true king, suppressed by the will of Buddha and demon, found himself unable to evade. His pupils widened in horror as the dark light pierced through his brow, obliterating him utterly. The very essence of the extreme demon true king was swiftly consumed by the power of this demonic light. His lifeless body plummeted from the heavens, devoid of any vitality or aura. Lin Cangsheng swiftly grasped his hand, extracting a bone ring from the deceased body of the extreme demon true king. This ring was a spatial artifact. With forceful determination, he crushed it, discovering only a few magical treasures and talismans within, but no antidote. Qin Xian was taken aback. Realizing that the extreme demon True King had deceived him, he had not brought the antidote, intending instead to use him and witness the demise of his wife. His pupils constricted sharply as he turned his gaze toward Devourer. Without the antidote, does that mean, but upon looking at her, Qin Xian was left in stunned silence. This consuming experience had etched its mark upon countless days and nights shared. Chapter 1003. The palace ceremony. When the Qin Xian turned around, he was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. He beheld Devourer enveloped in an almost imperceptible shroud of destructive lightning, which had completely subdued the toxic aura that had previously emanated from her. Her delicate form trembled incessantly, and her exquisite visage had paled slightly, yet she appeared to be in a much improved state. This force of lightning bore an essence of annihilation, instilling profound fear even within the toxic substance. The Wang of Demon Wind discerned the situation and remarked. His astonishment had become a familiar sensation, as the enigmatic Lin Cangsheng had consistently provided him with profound shocks. What rendered the Demon Wind even more unsettled was the fact that Lin Cangsheng was now regarded as the son of the demon path. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Senior Devourer, the toxins within your body have been subdued by a talisman I utilized, but this state will not last long, at most. It will endure for half a month. Therefore, you must find an antidote for Senior Devourer within this time frame, Lin Cangsheng stated with utmost seriousness. In truth, Lin Cangsheng possessed the capability to neutralize the toxins within Devaurer's body by absorbing them using the devouring demon technique and subsequently suppressing them with the holy breath, which posed no issue. However, such an action would expose Lin Cangsheng's identity, and thus he refrained from pursuing that course. 15 days is ample time. A jubilant expression graced Qin Xian's face, the earlier aura of menace dissipating entirely. He solemnly clasped his fists towards Lin Cangsheng, stating, "Young friend, on behalf of my wife and myself, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness." At that moment, Devourer also turned her gaze towards him, speaking with a hint of weakness. "If there is anything you wish for my assistance with, feel free to ask. This talisman holds considerable significance. Once I recover from my injuries, I shall certainly return it to you." Lin Cangsheng waved his hand and regarded the two with sincerity. "Qin Xian, Senior Devourer, my intuition tells me I can trust you. Therefore, I genuinely wish to learn about the Ice Goddess Palace. Even the address would suffice." Devaurer's brows knitted in suspicion. "Forgive my caution, but why do you wish to know the location of the Ice Goddess Palace?" In Lin Cangsheng's mind, the ethereal visage of the Ice Emperor surfaced, imbued with a haunting beauty that stirred memories within him. "I seek to find the one I love." Devourer was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Xian erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze encouraging as he looked at Lin Cangsheng. "Ah, young friend, this aspiration is indeed commendable. I, Qin Xian, wholeheartedly support your endeavor. Rest assured, your sister Devourer will undoubtedly share the details of the Ice Goddess Palace with you." Devourer pinched Qin Xian's waist, causing him to yelp in surprise. Yet his eyes sparkled with happiness. The Wang of Demon Wind interjected with a playful tone. "Back in the day, when Qin Xian attempted to seize a bride from the Ice Goddess Palace, it caused quite a stir. Fear not, your sister Devourer understands this sentiment well." Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this ethereal man, Qin Xian, had once ventured to the Ice Goddess Palace for such a purpose. Devourer sighed, her gaze fixed on Lin Cangsheng. "Regardless of your intentions, I will not divulge too much information regarding the Ice Goddess Palace. However, I can reveal to you the location of the Ice God Palace." Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted momentarily, then transformed into pure joy. This was sufficient. "Thank you, Senior Devourer. No need for thanks," Devourer replied earnestly. "This is your rightful knowledge. But I must caution you. Once you learn the location of the Ice God Palace, you must not divulge it. Should you do so, I will take it upon myself to end your life." Lin Cangsheng nodded in understanding. Devourer then flicked her finger, sending a shard of ice light into Lin Cangsheng's mind, which promptly materialized into an intricate map within his consciousness. This depiction revealed a grand and imposing ice palace, towering amidst countless white clouds, with snowflakes swirling around it. The awe-inspiring structure resembled a primordial beast of legend, exuding an overwhelming presence that left one in profound awe. This was the Ice God Palace. Accompanying this revelation were words that flashed into view. The Ice God Palace, a place yearned for by countless souls. It is concealed within the azure skies, amidst the clouds. Without a map, none could discern its location. The Ice God Palace has its own rules. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Should anyone attempt to intrude, they must bear the consequences alone. While imparting this information to Lin Cangsheng, Devourer also subtly cautioned him within his mind. Yet, what brought Lin Cangsheng joy was the map in hand, for it meant he could seek out the Ice Emperor. I must advise you, Devourer continued, the Ice God Palace is teeming with masters. That foolish individual who ventured in previously would have surely perished had it not been for fortunate circumstances. Thus, you must abandon any thoughts of recklessly intruding. Lin Cangsheng nodded, though the determination in his gaze betrayed his true intentions. Devourer sighed softly. You are quite the determined child. However, the Ice God Palace will host a grand ceremony in 2 years. If you wish to see that person alive, I advise you to wait for the ceremony. It will be your opportunity, but you must possess sufficient strength. Lin Cangsheng clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. There is no need for seniority here. The Cangsheng smiled gently. Just call me Sister Ro. You remind me of myself in my youth. I have high hopes for you. After uttering these words, Cangsheng embraced Devoureur's delicate form and ascended into the sky. Given Devourer's grave injuries, it was imperative to expedite her healing. A jade flute then descended from the heavens, and Cangsheng's voice echoed from afar. Take this jade flute. I shall find you when the time comes and bestow upon you this ancient token. Young friend, may I know your name? Lin Cangsheng grasped the jade flute tightly and proclaimed, I am Lin Long. Ha, young friend Lin Long, follow your heart's guidance. Do not let regret linger. Cangsheng's voice gradually faded as he vanished from sight. Lin Cangsheng tightened his grip on the jade flute, inhaling deeply. At that moment, Mo Feng approached with a wry smile, saying, Young friend Lin Long, or should I say, demon child, you have kept your secrets well from me. Mo Feng's self-deprecating remark was followed by a shift in demeanor. Reverence filled his eyes as he knelt on one knee, stating, I am Mo Feng, and I welcome the return of the demon child. Rise. Lin Cangsheng replied with a gentle smile. Mo Feng, I am curious about your thoughts at this moment. However, you may convey my return to the demon god organization. The demon wind was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a wry smile, confessing, to be candid, there is indeed a measure of chaos within the demon god organization. Some individuals even oppose your existence, claiming ancient words are untrustworthy and insisting on forging their own paths, thus betraying ancestral teachings. Such actions are truly reprehensible. A profound, killing intent flickered in the depths of the demon wind's eyes. Lin Cangsheng cast a meaningful glance at the demon wind. He did not fully trust him. Nevertheless, Lin Cangsheng had comprehended the duality of Buddha and demon, their extreme wills interwoven, exerting considerable pressure on those of the demonic path, leaving him utterly unperturbed by the demon wind. Handle this as you see fit. Lin Cangsheng nodded and turned to depart. The demon wind gazed at Lin Cangsheng's retreating figure, momentarily stunned, and inquired, Demon Prince, where are you headed? Lin Cangsheng's voice resonated from afar. To meet an acquaintance. His figure vanished completely from the demon wind's sight. Waiting 2 more years to go, what nonsense. No one can impede my steps toward the Ice Emperor. The Ice God Palace, Lin Cangsheng is coming. Chapter 1004. Breaking the tranquility according to the map given by Devourer, the Ice God Palace is not situated upon this endless earth, but rather in the azure expanse above. This so-called azure expanse refers to the heavens. It is akin to the sky city of the Heavenly Gate on the Holy Spirit continent, albeit the Ice God Palace is far more formidable. Built at an elevation beyond comprehension. Once Lin Cangsheng departed from Demon Wind's line of sight, he soared upward, enveloped in a tempest of wind and fire, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng's physical prowess reached its zenith, barely managing to cover 10 miles with each step. Back on the Holy Spirit continent, he could achieve this effortlessly at the Divine Law realm. Now, in the human realm, beneath the boundless azure sky, it felt as if invisible forces of gravity were incessantly battering him. The further he ascended, the more immense the gravitational pressure became. As if he were flying while burdened by Mount Tai. The Ice God Palace stands above the 12 heavens. The pressure doubles with each tier. At the 12th tier, the pressure amplifies 12-fold. Lin Cangsheng gazed at the infinite heavens, the distance so vast that he could not fathom how long the journey would take. This was the human realm, no longer the Holy Spirit continent. To reach that celestial expanse, he must traverse the 12 heavens. These 12 heavens divide the entire firmament into 12 realms. The further one progresses, the more formidable the pressure becomes. After 3 days and nights of relentless flight, Lin Cangsheng finally reached the 10th heaven. At this moment, his speed was akin to a leisurely jog, every movement discernible with clarity, while the body of the quasi-Dao instrument, enveloped in the tempest of wind and fire, resonated with faint explosions. These explosions were a result of the pressure of the 10th heaven. With 2 heavens remaining, no one can obstruct my path. Lin Cangsheng gritted his teeth and let out a mighty roar. In an instant, the ancient bronze tower fused with his being. The entire tower, drenched in the fierce tempest of wind and fire, surged forth, its speed terrifying. This is Lin Cangsheng making his final sprint. The vast sea of clouds stretches endlessly, obscured from sight, its expanse unknown. Occasionally, within this boundless cloudscape, a terrifying roar echoes, shaking the very core of one's soul. At that moment, suddenly, an ancient tower emerges from the mist. In the instant it breaks through, a young man separates himself from its confines. Lin Cangsheng lies upon the endless clouds, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The devouring domain unfolds in an instant, drawing upon the abundant spiritual energy of this world to replenish the arid magic within him. This is Lin Cangsheng's first encounter with the formidable powers of the human realm. He has merely ascended to the 12th layer of heaven, yet his magical energy has completely waned, and the state of unity between man and artifact has been disrupted. To escape the human realm, one must possess immense strength. Once Lin Cangsheng regains his magical energy, he takes a deep breath and rises to his feet. The vast sea of clouds resembles solid ground, allowing him to traverse it with ease. Contemplating the distance still to be covered, he silently muses, it stretches countless miles. Lin Cangsheng has no idea how many miles that brief line represents. After all, having flown down from the firmament, it appears merely as a small dot on the map given to him by D-Row. Moreover, he remains within the 12th layer of heaven, and the immense pressure weighs heavily upon his shoulders, rendering him capable of little more than a run. Who knows how long he must run? Nevertheless, Lin Cangsheng begins to sprint. As he does, he immediately senses a chilling aura piercing from behind him. It is the ferocious beasts of the clouds, the Ice God Palace. In this region of the human realm, the Ice God Palace is a little-known power. Only a few figures from the major factions possess some understanding of it. Yet, the Ice God Palace remains shrouded in mystery, seldom making appearances in the human realm, existing more as an ethereal legend. High above in the 12th layer of heaven, amidst the endless clouds, stands a palace of crystalline ice, surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes, as if one has stepped into the farthest reaches of the north. This towering, magnificent ice palace resembles a colossal beast sprawled across the landscape. If one were to compare it to a mythical creature, it might measure a quarter of the size of the legendary Taotai. Within this palace reside not mortals, but deities. The outermost part of the Ice God Palace is a vast altar, its surface resembling crystal. Snowflakes cascading from the sky continuously land upon it. Yet an invisible force seems to transform the falling snow into droplets of water, merging seamlessly into the flawless ice-like ground. Beneath this altar, an unseen staircase descends, made entirely of ice crystal, with a thick layer of snow accumulating upon it. Gradually, 400 to 500 women clad in white emerge from the grand palace. Stepping into this altar, each exudes a formidable presence, their expressions cold, radiating an aura of icy chill. They are the inner disciples of the Ice God Palace. After the 400 to 500 female inner disciples emerged, they gradually began their cultivation within the crystalline arena, sitting cross-legged and inhaling the frigid air that swirled down from the snowy sky, allowing it to permeate their beings. This was their daily practice, year after year. What was slightly peculiar was that amid the presence of these numerous disciples, the vast arena exuded an eerie silence, broken only by the whispering winds of the falling snow. From a distance, they appeared almost ethereal, their forms blending seamlessly with the snowy expanse around them. The Ice God Palace exclusively admitted female disciples, a fact well known among powerful beings. Moreover, the palace upheld strict regulations, forbidding any form of communication during practice and demanding absolute silence, compelling each disciple to comprehend the essence of the snow-laden environment in solitude. This marked yet another ordinary day. The female disciples of the Ice God Palace had long grown accustomed to their serene existence, rarely contemplating the arrival of any significant presence. The palace was renowned for its strength and had clearly defined rules to protect their tranquility. Any disturbance would not be tolerated, which dissuaded any overly ambitious individuals from provoking them. How long had it been since someone had spoken? Yet at that moment, a hand suddenly grasped the edge of the crystalline arena, and the sound of heavy breathing shattered the profound stillness, akin to thunder reverberating in the ears of the disciples. For the 500 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the source of the disturbance. A young man with shoulder-length black hair leapt from the steps below, landing in the vast crystalline arena. His cheeks bore traces of dried blood, and as he scanned the astonished faces before him, a radiant smile graced his lips. Under the scrutiny of those bewildered eyes, the young man sensed an overwhelming silence enveloping the ice god palace. Yet, perhaps this silence was a blessing, otherwise he might not have been heard amidst the vastness of the palace. With a broad grin, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Ice Emperor, I have arrived." Those 5 words erupted like a ferocious beast's roar, resonating throughout the once quiet halls of the ice god palace. The female disciples were taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound shock. Who was this audacious individual, unafraid of the consequences? In the bloody realm of cultivation, individuals typically strove to suppress their irrational impulses, seeking to maintain order amidst chaos. Most were not inclined to gamble recklessly, nor did they rush into battle fueled by passion. Such behavior was often seen as childish and absurd. Yet, Lin Cangsheng was precisely such a man, perceived as naive by others, yet possessing a remarkable capacity for patience and restraint. Once, he endured for 5 long years, ultimately delivering a staggering blow to the human realm, single-handedly altering the continent's landscape. He was not adept at patience or strategy, but the current Lin Cangsheng resembled a foolish youth, oblivious to his own limitations, charging forth with a reckless demeanor akin to one seeking trouble, almost inviting demise. Such men often meet an early end, their essence starkly contrasting with the temperament of those who are patient and calculating. Qin Xian understood Lin Cangsheng. They shared certain similarities. Yet Qin Xian was far more astute. When he arrived at the Ice God Palace years ago, he chose to attract attention through the enchanting melodies of his guqin, rather than bellowing like a ferocious beast, as Lin Cangsheng did. The Ice God Palace was traditionally a sanctuary of tranquility, governed by strict regulations, yet Lin Cangsheng, in a fit of impulsiveness, unleashed a thunderous roar. Standing at the foot of the steps, Qin Xian and Devourer were momentarily taken aback by the sudden eruption of sound. Devereux's expression darkened, while Qin Xian gazed in astonishment, recognizing the youthful heroism in Lin Cangsheng's boldness, albeit hoping that the young man could withstand the painful repercussions of his fleeting glory. A shiver ran through Qin Xian as a thought crossed his mind. The 400 to 500 inner disciples, witnessing this audacious man before them, collectively shifted to a stance of solemnity. Trained and disciplined, they swiftly surrounded Lin Cangsheng, sealing off all avenues of escape, their murderous intent palpable. This man was audacious beyond belief, daring to raise his voice in the Ice God Palace. Such arrogance was unprecedented. As anticipated, following Lin Cangsheng's roar, a terrifying aura awakened from the grand, towering ice crystal palace. Snowflakes whirled furiously, forming a path of white, along which a woman clad in white appeared, descending like a celestial being. Her demeanor was frigid, embodying an absolute coldness. Yet, the pressure emanating from her was overwhelming, imparting to Lin Cangsheng an understanding of her formidable nature. She was undeniably extraordinary. Lin Cangsheng, seemingly oblivious to the danger posed by the 400 to 500 masters surrounding him, clasped his hands in a show of determination. With a resonant voice, he addressed the imposing figure, introducing himself as Lin Long, humbly requesting an audience with Qiu Yuning, the Ice Empress. The icy woman maintained her unyielding demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Cangsheng's inquiry, she remained silent, waving her delicate hand. Instantly, endless snow swirled around him, each flake imbued with lethal intent. Clearly, she had no desire for idle conversation. Lin Cangsheng's pupils constricted slightly as he sensed that within the tempest of snowflakes, each one could serve as a deadly blade, capable of bringing about his demise. The sheer power of these countless snowflakes was unfathomable, indicating that her cultivation far surpassed the true king realm. "Sister." Just then, a voice pierced through the tension, unmistakably belonging to Devourer. As she stepped forward with determination, she implored, "Sister, you cannot kill him." The woman clad in white, referred to as Sharon by Devourer, cast a frigid glance at her, declaring, Devourer, I am no longer your senior sister. The moment you stepped out of the Ice God Palace, I ceased to be your mentor. Depart at once. I intend to eliminate this insubordinate individual. Yet, Devourer remained unmoved, responding with a cold smile. Sharon, do not presume that I hold you in esteem merely because I call you sister. In the Ice God Palace, is there any decree prohibiting marriage? This white-clad woman was known as Sharon. At that moment, Lin Cangsheng stepped forward with determination in his gaze, stating, Sister Linglong, I have come solely to seek my wife. She resides within your Ice God Palace, and regardless of the circumstances, I must find her. Sharon's eyes were as frigid as ice, her murderous intent unwavering. Yet, she retorted, to disturb the tranquility of the Ice God Palace is to invite death. Lin Cangsheng countered, Are you not speaking now? Sharon paused, and the Qinxian subtly gave Lin Cangsheng a thumbs up. If those who disturb the serenity must perish, then surely all who speak would be doomed. Just as Sharon prepared to retaliate, a terrifying thought invaded her mind, causing her intentions to shift in an instant. If that is the case, summon the woman within the Ice God Palace, she said indifferently, waving her hand. All of you, enter the palace. For the 500 inner disciples swiftly retreated into the air. Sharon's sudden concession left even Devourer and Qinxian momentarily stunned. When had this cold and unsympathetic woman become so accommodating? Lin Cangsheng, filled with gratitude, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and addressed the magnificent ice crystal palace with a booming voice. Ice Emperor, it is I. I have come to seek you. He called out thrice, his voice resonating like 3 mighty dragons throughout the palace. Despite the palace's vastness, akin to a minor star, Lin Cangsheng expended all his magical energy, ensuring his voice echoed clearly within its walls. Qinxian and Devourer exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the shock this young man brought forth. In a place as serene as the Ice God Palace, such a thunderous outcry was unprecedented. Lin Cangsheng had indeed forged a new path. Yet, the Ice God Palace remained eerily silent, with no reply to his calls. Time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, while the raging blizzard outside howled deafeningly. Lin Cangsheng stood resolute, his gaze unwavering. Devourer and Qinxian exchanged sighs, realizing the outcome was all but clear. Sharon, with a detached demeanor, remarked, You may leave. The Ice God Palace does not restrict personal freedom. If she wished to meet you, she would have emerged long ago. Lin Cangsheng did not even glance at Sharon, convinced she would not remain hidden. That is impossible. She must be within the Ice God Palace, he insisted, determined to find her. Chapter 1006. Do not underestimate. Sharon seemed to sense something, for the Ice God Palace forbade outsiders from intruding. To allow you to shout thrice was already a gesture of mercy. Otherwise, you shall be executed on the spot. Her voice was as chilling as the ice of the heavens, piercing deeply into Lin Cangsheng's heart. He felt a wave of coldness wash over him, enveloping his entire being in an aura of frost that made him tremble. Yet, having endured 2 years in the realm of death, he was well acquainted with its harshness, merely deepening his gaze in response. Beside him, the Qinxian quickly interjected, Little brother Lin. One must tread carefully in the Ice Divine Palace. To intrude recklessly would lead to dire consequences. Devourer remained silent. Throughout it all, Lin Cangsheng's expression remained steadfast, as if nothing could sway his resolve. Even Qinxian and Devourer could not suppress a twinge of admiration for this young man's unwavering determination. However, the present circumstances were abundantly clear. A void king, 2 true kings, and a reckless attempt to breach the Ice Divine Palace. Even a combined effort of the 3 might not suffice against the formidable Shui Linglong. Lin Cangsheng's ability to roar thrice at the Ice Divine Palace would evoke the awe of many powerful beings. I refuse to believe it, Lin Cangsheng declared. Shui Linglong responded coldly. The regulations of the Ice Divine Palace are strict. They do not impede personal freedom. The outcome is evident. Should you raise a ruckus here and attempt to force your way in, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Lin Cangsheng gritted his teeth and glanced away, saying, Sister Roro, you all should leave first. I wish to wait here. Even if I cannot enter, I wish to remain. Roro shook her head, while Qinxian sighed repeatedly beside them. This little fellow is truly stubborn. Shui Linglong ceased her words and stepped onto the vast snow-laden path, making her way toward the towering Ice Divine Palace. Should Lin Cangsheng dare to act, she would personally ensure his demise, despite her lingering doubts. This is your talisman. Its origin is extraordinary, unknown even to me. Ro flicked her finger toward Lin Cangsheng, and the ancient character of annihilation merged into his being. She continued, our assistance can extend no further than this. For all that follows, I hope you will tread wisely. Cangsheng approached, placing a meaningful hand on Lin Cangsheng's shoulder before enveloping Ro in his embrace, drifting toward the endless clouds. The enormous ice crystal arena was now left with Lin Cangsheng alone. The swirling snowflakes fell like feathers shed from a colossal beast, landing softly upon his head, shoulders, and body. The following day, 400 to 500 inner disciples emerged once more to practice. They merely cast an indifferent glance at Lin Cangsheng before returning to their training. This fool had stood there for an entire day, now covered in snow. Had it not been for the unwavering determination in his eyes, they might have believed him frozen to death. The snow continued to swirl. Lin Cangsheng stood there for 2 days and 2 nights, the heavy snowfall blanketing him completely, save for his resolute eyes. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng's body trembled, causing the snow to disintegrate into nothingness. He cast a deep gaze at the ice divine palace, his eyes devoid of despair, instead sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance. 2 years later, the palace's decree. Lin Cangsheng murmured to himself before turning and departing, his figure swallowed by the endless expanse of white snow. This was an ancient palace of ice crystals, adorned with intricate patterns entwined like ancient talismans. Stepping inside felt as though one had entered a realm of ice. Shui Linglong entered this place for the second time. The first was a result of her bewilderment before she ascended to true king, and now, she was drawn here by the confusion in her heart. To this mysterious land akin to an icy kingdom, Shui Linglong was aware that the moment she stepped into this domain, a formidable presence had already fixed its gaze upon her. It was her master. Master, there is something I do not understand, Shui Linglong said, clasping her fists. Instantly, a voice, tinged with age and ethereal in quality, emanated from the ancient and mysterious palace. If Lin Cangsheng were present, he might have recognized this voice as that of the old woman who once stood beside the Ice Emperor. I know what you are puzzled about. Why I permitted that youth to shout 3 times, the mysterious old woman spoke, her tone calm, yet imbued with a hint of admonition. Linglong, you are still a step behind. In comparison to that young man, your experiences are still too few. Master, I do not comprehend, Shui Linglong replied, reluctant to mention that young man. What prowess could someone so foolishly roaring at the Ice God Palace possess? The youth's loud shouts here served to prove a point. The old woman elucidated. Have you not noticed? He waited for 2 days and nights, his gaze unwavering and even somewhat exuberant. This little rascal is plotting against us. There was a blend of exasperation and subtle admiration in the old woman's tone. Plotting against us? Shui Linglong was further perplexed. Indeed, the old woman confirmed. His loud calls are merely to determine whether the palace master is being coerced by us. The palace master once held deep affections for him, and he understands her character. He knows we cannot kill him, for that would drive the palace master into a complete frenzy. Therefore, if the palace master truly enjoys her freedom, even if she has severed her feelings, a meeting is still imperative. Shui Linglong was taken aback. Is it truly so mysterious? Human hearts are ever-changing. How can he be so certain that it is not the palace master who wishes to see him? Shui Linglong was unaware, but the old woman understood. In the sacred spirit continent, Lin Cangsheng had once obtained a note from the heartless fairy, containing 6 words that were exceedingly cold-hearted. Lin Cangsheng did not believe those words were penned by the Ice Emperor, yet he felt the need to uncover the truth. Thus, upon learning the address of the Ice God Palace, he had hastened here to ascertain whether the Ice Emperor was indeed free. As expected, 2 days and nights of waiting had granted Lin Cangsheng the answer. Linglong, do not underestimate the power of love, the old woman sighed. Suddenly, her voice transformed, becoming commanding and resolute, filled with authority. For him to shout 3 times is merely to convey the will of our Ice God Palace. Our palace master is no ordinary figure. She is not one that a mere false king can aspire to approach. If he cannot grow to that level, I shall never allow him to meet our palace master. Shui Linglong was momentarily speechless. In his heart, he understood clearly that his master had asked him to call out 3 times solely to convey the will of the Ice God Palace. In other words, Lin Cangsheng, now that you are aware that the Ice God Palace has restricted the Ice Emperor's freedom and prevented you from meeting him, you must recognize that you are currently unworthy of this ruthless world, where survival is reserved for the strongest. Some truths must be established upon the foundation of power. At this moment, Shui Linglong suddenly came to a profound realization. So that was the reason for the unwavering gaze of the young man. However, for such a palace master, even if this mere void king comprehended the will of the ice god palace, could he truly reach that level? It was immensely difficult, akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, this was merely one aspect. The old woman spoke suddenly, leaving Shui Linglong momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had other motives for coming to the ice god palace? The old woman remarked indifferently that he had mastered the eye of the demon god, and recently, this news had already circulated within the demon god organization. Shui Linglong's countenance changed in shock. The eye of the demon god was rumored to bestow its possessor the status of the son of the demon path, commanding the demonic realm, and even granting the chance to subjugate the other 5,999 demonic scriptures, evolving into the mythical reincarnation demon classic. Indeed, this was the case. Shui Linglong inhaled sharply, and suddenly, her expression shifted. However, the son of the demon path had not emerged for an extended period, and his authority had long since diminished within the demon realm. Within the current demon god organization, a considerable number of individuals harbored malice towards him, seeking to seize the eye of the demon god. This implied that he intended to. At this point, her voice faltered, as if her throat had been constricted, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Precisely so. The old woman nodded, her tone indifferent. This lad is indeed cunning. Yet it is understandable that you have underestimated the deeds he has accomplished. Shui Linglong took a deep breath, and in that moment, the once easily crushable young man in her eyes now bore a terrifying determination. Such cunning was not characteristic of an ordinary person. Furthermore, to devise such a method to take risks required immense courage and audacity. May I dare to inquire, Master, about all there is to know regarding this individual? Shui Linglong's attention towards Lin Cangsheng intensified, and she found herself perplexed by his identity. Who exactly was he? The palace master's infatuation and her master's high regard for him indicated that he possessed formidable prowess. Who was he truly? The entire hall fell silent. The old woman remained reticent. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. For now, you need not delve deeper. However, you may observe that the grand spectacle orchestrated by that young man is about to unfold. Shui Linglong paused, calming her mind. Her curiosity intensified. If everything aligned with her master's and her own conjectures, how would he accomplish all of this? Chapter 1007. The will to battle the true immortal amidst the vast sea of clouds. Lin Cangsheng walked steadily, seemingly unperturbed, not in haste to return to the earth below. In this 12th heaven, the pressure was immense. Although he bore the body of a quasi-Dao artifact, it still bore significant weight upon him. Standing in the 12th heaven was indeed perilous. Lin Cangsheng muttered to himself as his body began to plummet, descending rapidly from the 12th heaven. The speed of his descent far exceeded that of his ascent. He traversed from the 12th to the 6th heaven in less than 3 hours. He achieved this by merging with his weapon, otherwise, his body would have undoubtedly shattered from the violent descent. Upon reaching the 6th heaven, Lin Cangsheng felt invigorated and at ease. Lin Cangsheng, what mischief are you up to? This is not your usual style, Shui remarked with a smile from within the Xianzhong King Tower. He had integrated that sacred breath into himself, embodying Lin Cangsheng's personality while still retaining his own will. In a sense, Shui was evolving like Lin Cangsheng, yet fundamentally, he remained true to himself. Brother Shui, please don't portray me as a villain, Lin Cangsheng replied with a wry smile. You are well aware of the Ice God Palace's rigid stance, without accomplishments. Others would hardly pay me any mind. The Ice Emperor is also waiting for my rescue. Shui nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, one cannot blame them. You have stolen the heart of another's palace lord. In this unfamiliar realm, without overwhelming power, why would anyone heed you? Therefore, to establish myself here, I must proactively instigate some events, Lin Cangsheng declared, his eyes glinting with cold determination. The atmosphere around him seemed to grow colder, a mysterious chill sweeping through the 6th heaven. As Lin Cangsheng strolled, appearing nonchalant while surveying the surroundings, a sudden thunderous roar echoed above him, reminiscent of a lightning bolt detonating. Astonishingly, a fissure appeared in the seemingly indestructible 6th heaven, a tear that extended for nearly 10 meters, an act requiring at least the strength of a true king to achieve. Lin Cangsheng looked up, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As anticipated, An adversary had arrived. The moment the fissure split open, a terrifying pressure surged forth, crashing down towards Lin Cangsheng. His body, honed through trials of fire and calamity, resonated with a series of explosive sounds as he withstood the immense force. An overwhelming aura of malice erupted from the rift, engulfing the heavens and sending tremors through the air, heralding the arrival of an unfathomably powerful entity. Indeed, from the crack, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, coiling and condensing into a towering figure that reached a height of 1,000 meters, radiating an ancient and formidable presence. As if a primeval demon had awakened in the modern age. This was but a fragment of will, an embodiment of supreme will. Do you wish to rebel? Facing this transcendent existence, Lin Cangsheng felt an overwhelming pressure yet remained resolute, advancing rather than retreating. The eye of the demon god immediately materialized at his brow, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. The immense pressure of the demonic path diminished in an instant. I am the son of the demonic path, and you, a being of the same realm, dare to unleash your intent to kill against me? Do you seek to betray the demonic path? Lin Cangsheng's spirit soared, his tone akin to that of a sovereign interrogating his subjects. The powerful will of this being momentarily faltered, utterly astonished that Lin Cangsheng would audaciously question him. Enraged, his voice thundered like the roars of the heavens. What nonsense is this about being the son of the demonic path? That is a mere fabrication. You bear the will of the Buddha, clearly identifying you as one of their kind. Wielding the eye of the demon god, your intentions are clearly detrimental to us. As an ancient demonic true immortal, I shall not spare you. This formidable entity, a true immortal, wielded boundless power. Even a fragment of its will was terrifically fearsome. The towering, 1,000-meter shadow glowed with murderous intent as a colossal hand swiftly descended upon Lin Cangsheng. An ancient, malevolent aura enveloped the air, thunder crashing in a cacophony. As the very heavens shifted in hue under the weight of its might, Lin Cangsheng's hair stood on end, yet he felt no fear. Instead, an even greater fighting spirit ignited within him. Eye of the demon god, grant me the power to kill. The eye of the demon god at his brow radiated an endless demonic aura, inherently infused with the essence of the demonic path. Though only manifested at the realm of the virtual king, it nonetheless exerted a suppressive force against the will of the ancient demonic true immortal. In an instant, a beam of demonic light erupted from Lin Cangsheng's eye, as if a path of demonic energy had been unleashed, piercing through the descending hand and erupting in a series of explosive sounds. Lin Cangsheng's body was instantly enveloped in a conflagration, scorching the ancient demonic essence that surged forth. Unity of man and weapon, grant me the power to break. Lin Cangsheng did not flee but counterattacked, merging with the Qianshan King Tower. As he and Blood Li exchanged blows, the crimson glow emanating from the eye of the demon god intensified, enveloping the entire Qianshan King Tower in boundless demonic energy and intent, transforming it into an unparalleled demonic artifact, aimed at the colossal will of the ancient demonic true immortal. Seeking death, the ancient demonic true immortal was both astonished and furious, incredulous that this mere virtual king would be so audacious beneath his will. The ancient demonic hand transformed into a fist, shrouded in layers of primordial demonic intent, and struck the Qianshan King Tower. A resounding boom echoed through the sky as if an immense bell had been violently struck. The Qianshan King Tower was sent hurtling away, its entire structure vibrating, yet fortunately, it endured the blow without shattering. However, the colossal form of the ancient demonic true immortal was also forced back 2 steps from the impact. Even the ancient demon true immortal's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment, yet this only served to further ignite the murderous intent within his heart. Very well, today, regardless of the circumstances, no one shall save you. You, the harbinger of disaster, must perish here. The voice of the ancient demon true immortal resonated like thunder, filled with overwhelming killing intent, as his entire demonic aura began to shimmer with waves of infernal light. It appeared as if numerous runes were coalescing upon his form, each resonating with the essence of ancient demonic beings, as if an ancient demon lord had taken residence within, countering the supreme pressure of the demonic path. This true immortal's will was not something that the former extreme demon true king could hope to rival. The eye of the demon god exerted a certain suppression over all demonic forces. Yet the disparity between the realms of the Void King and the true immortal was a staggering 3 tiers. though this was merely a fragment of will. It encompassed the profound insights of the ancient demon true immortal regarding the demonic path, rendering it impervious to the eye of the demon god unleashed by the Void King. However, Lin Cangsheng's countenance remained devoid of any trace of fear. On the contrary, a cold smile crept upon his lips, his will soaring to the heavens. Very well. Ancient demon true immortal, I have awaited this moment. I initially anticipated the personal intervention of the Emperor or the descent of a true immortal's physical form. Yet I find only a fragment of a true immortal's will. This is even better. It aligns perfectly with my desires. Facing a mere fragment of a true immortal's will, the Void King audibly proclaimed his approval thrice. Such a person could only be deemed either a fool with a mind as muddled as a donkey's or an unparalleled tyrant, possessing a diminutive cultivation yet wielding the ruthlessness of a supreme ruler. In the eyes of the ancient demon true immortal, Lin Cangsheng was nothing but a fool, so audacious. It was utterly shameless. His fury reached its zenith. Chapter 1008. Have they lost their mind? At this very moment, within the Ice God Palace, before Shui Linglong stood an immense ice mirror, its perimeter inscribed with gilded edges, within which a vast reservoir of mystical power flowed, manifesting a series of images upon its surface. These scenes vividly depicted Lin Cangsheng's encounter with the ancient demon true immortal in the sixth heaven, followed by their fierce battle. Indeed, Shui Linglong mused to herself, Lin Cangsheng's arrival at the Ice God Palace was not solely for the sake of the palace master. He had intentionally revealed himself to attract the attention of the demon god organization. As anticipated, the ancient demon true immortals will had descended, initiating a pursuit of Lin Cangsheng. Although Shui Linglong was unaware of the methods Lin Cangsheng employed to convey his identity as the son of the demon god to the organization, allowing them to know of his intent to visit the Ice God Palace, she recalled Lin Cangsheng's initial skepticism towards Mo Feng. He could be trustworthy or treacherous. Thus, Lin Cangsheng had allowed Mo Feng to witness his request for the map of the Ice God Palace, ensuring that regardless of Mo Feng's true nature, the news would surely stir the upper echelons of the demon god organization. Lin Cangsheng possessed the ancient bronze coffin suppressing the essence within his brow, a secret even the Emperor could not unravel, which motivated his actions. The entire affair could be confirmed as a journey to the Ice God Palace, affirming the matters concerning the Ice Emperor while simultaneously revealing himself. However, Shui Linglong could not fathom why this individual would expose himself in such a manner, seemingly inviting his own demise. At that moment, the voice of the old woman resonated, akin to a solemn admonition. He hails from the Holy Spirit continent. Shui Linglong was momentarily taken aback. That primitive continent has long been beset by demons, slaying judgment bearers. The ancient demon true immortal, adorned with the ancient demonic runes, seethed with wrath, and with a sweeping gesture aimed at Lin Cangsheng, unleashed his boundless willpower without reservation. In an instant, the heavens and earth appeared to metamorphose, transforming into a battleground reminiscent of the primordial chaos, where life was extinguished and blood stained the firmament. From the depths of the earth, a demon lord arose, drenched in blood, roaring to the heavens, its demonic eyes fixating fiercely upon Lin Cangsheng, charging towards him with lethal intent. It was as though the ancient demon true immortal had conjured a primeval fiend to unleash an onslaught upon Lin Cangsheng. In response, Lin Cangsheng promptly manifested the demon god sanctuary, embodying the essence of the demonic path. The specters of 72 demon gods emerged in succession, chanting and extolling the ancient demon that had awakened from the battlefield of yore. A singular strike from this ancient demon reverberated throughout the entire sanctuary, erupting in a cacophony of violent explosions, causing the realm to tremble as though on the brink of shattering. This ancient demon, wholly disregarding the potent aura of the demonic sun emanating from Lin Cangsheng, advanced with unbridled ferocity. To all demons, show me reverence, obedience, sincerity, and loyalty. A surge of supreme demonic energy coursed through Lin Cangsheng, compelling all demons of the realm to regard him with awe, submission, honesty, and fidelity. As this willpower erupted forth, the ancient demon that had surged from the distant battlefield was immediately met with a powerful counterstrike. Lin Cangsheng raised his right hand, gripping the ancient talisman inscribed with the six-character mantra. An infinite radiance of Buddhist light emanated from his palm, accompanied by the resonant chants of eminent monks, as sacred scriptures flickered, purifying both souls and demons alike. With the duality of Buddha and demon at his command, Lin Cangsheng wielded immense power, utterly overwhelming the ancient demon from the primordial battlefield. Though the ancient demon roared in fury, it proved to be of no avail. Curse it! The ancient demon true immortal's eyes blazed with fury, recognizing Lin Cangsheng possessed the demon goddess eye and an imperial presence that exerted tremendous pressure. Furthermore, he commanded a transcendent power of the Buddhist path, merging these forces into a calamity for any demon. This child cannot be allowed to live. Having witnessed the protracted conflict between Buddha and demon over the years, he had never encountered a being embodying both paths' supremacy. Lin Cangsheng's manifest talent had thoroughly provoked the ancient demon true immortal's murderous intent. Ancient demons show no reverence for spirits, nor for the supreme. They only honor themselves. The ancient demon true immortal extended his palm from afar, and a multitude of runes erupted with blinding brilliance, unleashing the ancient demonic power within, amalgamating the entirety of the ancient demon true immortal's will. In that moment, what materialized was not merely an ancient battlefield. Before him lay a haunting image, where a fearsome demon lord hovered in the sky, its malevolent gaze fixed upon the heavens. With a thunderous roar that seemed to rend the very fabric of the sky, it appeared to wage war against the firmament itself. The will of this ancient demon was one of indomitable courage, unafraid to confront any challenge, even the mightiest of sorcerers, whom it sought to vanquish. In an instant, both the Buddhist and demonic wills sustained a devastating blow, their realms trembling as if two supreme forces could not withstand the overwhelming slaughter of this ancient demon. The ferocity of the will within the realm of true immortality was truly terrifying, far beyond the feeble abilities of a mere void king. Humph! How audacious for such a lowly void king to think it could resist my will. The ancient demon stood with arms crossed, its gaze descending upon Lin Cangsheng like a predator surveying its prey. The demon god's eye, held within your grasp, is a sheer waste. I wonder how much longer you can endure. The two realms erupted in a series of catastrophic explosions. Lin Cangsheng sat at the center of these two formidable wills, his being split between the demonic and the divine. Even his physical form was caught in the turmoil, succumbing to relentless explosions, his blood and energy surging like tumultuous waves. This ancient demonic will is far too formidable. Any attempt to resist the supreme demonic intent would surely lead to the death of the Buddhist practitioner. A heavy weight settled in Lin Cangsheng's heart. It was evident that he could not sustain this for much longer. This man was far too arrogant, believing he could withstand the power of a true immortal when the demon god's eye offered no advantage. Watching this scene unfold, Shui Linglong could not help but shake her head. She had initially anticipated some breathtaking display from this man, but it now appeared that Lin Cangsheng had provoked the demon god organization merely to court death. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Cangsheng moved. A wave of mysterious energy erupted from within him, causing even the demonic and Buddhist auras enveloping him to instinctively retreat. The two opposing wills continued to clash, seemingly boundless and relentless. Yet, from Lin Cangsheng emanated a surge of emotional intent, a resonance that encompassed a myriad of experiences, manifesting in intricate patterns that swirled around him. Though invisible to others, Lin Cangsheng felt their presence acutely. These patterns encapsulated the humiliation and betrayal of the Lin family, the disdain and oppression from the Celestial Gate's tyrants, the shameless suppression from the imperial powers, the tragedy of annihilation upon the human realm, the swift slaughter of the royal family, and the relentless pursuit by the great powers of the human world, alongside the endless torment of the path of death. Countless tribulations coalesced around Lin Cangsheng, continuously forging his heart, body, and will. Throughout these myriad trials, his resolve grew more profound and authentic. A faint white light began to flicker from Lin Cangsheng, who sat resolutely amidst the chaos. Though this pale light was exceedingly faint, it harbored an unrefined yet formidable will of terror, seemingly condensed upon the dual intentions of Buddha and demon. Although it resembled but a spark, it possessed the potential to ignite a conflagration. At the moment this scene unfolded, the countenance of the ancient demon true immortal shifted dramatically. Even Shui Linglong, who observed the spectacle through the mirror, was struck with profound astonishment. They had never anticipated that, under the crushing weight of the ancient demon true immortal's terrifying primordial will, this individual would begin to explore his own intent within such dire circumstances, endeavoring to carve out his own domain. Had he lost his senses? In the 1009th chapter, the heart-extinguishing elder, the ancient fiend's malevolence was overwhelming, suppressing the dual intentions of Buddha and demon to the point of immobility, repeatedly fracturing them, appearing precariously close to total collapse. Yet, within this dire predicament, Lin Cangsheng sat resolutely amidst the two great wills, emanating a faint white light, within which a remarkable intent flickered. The so-called domain is the crystallization of one's will, manifested in tangible form. Within this domain, one becomes the sovereign, commanding all. Clearly, when Lin Cangsheng beheld the arrival of this true immortal's intent, he had already mentally prepared for this moment. Lin Cangsheng had yet to discern the essence of his own will. Thus, he amalgamated all his experiences and resolved to administer a potent remedy to himself. Struggling amidst despair, he sought to rise against the oppressive forces. The ancient demon true immortal, witnessing this scene, cursed under his breath and waved his hand, causing the primordial will of the ancient demon to dissipate, restoring a semblance of clarity to the realm. Lin Cangsheng's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, for he sensed the overwhelming pressure that had just engulfed him had vanished entirely. His gaze was frigid, as he had been on the cusp of seizing that elusive understanding. Should Lin Cangsheng attain this insight, it would herald a profound awakening, and the realization of his domain would no longer be a distant dream. However, the ancient demon true immortal, being a supreme entity of true immortal status, would not permit Lin Cangsheng such ease. Nonetheless, the brief moment of comprehension Lin Cangsheng experienced deepened his understanding of will. The forms of the 72 demon gods within the demon god temple became increasingly vivid, and upon the throne, a towering ethereal shadow faintly manifested. Amidst the Buddha's light, the six-character true mantra ancient symbol seemingly evolved into a spectral Buddha, seated within. The powers of the dual wills intensified into something even more terrifying. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Cangsheng unleashed a formidable aura as the dual intentions of Buddha and demon transformed into one black and one gold, charging towards the towering will of the ancient demon true immortal. The ancient demon true immortal trembled, his body adorned with demonic talismans that shimmered, coalescing into an unparalleled demonic armor that enveloped him entirely. As the dual wills collided, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, causing the ancient demon true immortal to stagger back 2 steps. Yet his form remained steadfast as a mountain, withstanding the force. This time, the ancient demon true immortal would refrain from wielding the ancient demon's intent. Otherwise, should this young man attain the true king realm and grasp the concept of a domain, it would spell disaster, since the will could not immediately vanquish him. The confrontation continued. The ancient demon true immortal proclaimed, "I shall descend with a manifestation of my own to utterly suppress you." As the words left his lips, a faint rumbling of thunder echoed through the heavens, and the surrounding space began to tremble ominously, the intensity of the quaking increasing, as though an unfathomably terrifying entity was swiftly approaching from the void. Lin Cangsheng's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated that the ancient demon true immortal would resort to his true form for suppression. Shui Linglong, observing this scene through the icy mirror, felt a surge of astonishment. The display was indeed remarkable. No wonder the ancient demon true immortal was willing to invoke his true form for this. If his true self were to descend, what hope would remain for Lin Cangsheng? Suddenly, the sky erupted with a violent explosion, the space tearing apart like a colossal centipede stretching across the heavens, emanating the aura of an ancient demon. A terrifying oppressive force surged forth from the rift in the void. Almost immediately, the true immortal's form, yet to arrive, unleashed a fist towards Lin Cangsheng, summoning a roaring ancient demon from the depths of the void. Lin Cangsheng's hair stood on end, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He sensed an incomprehensibly powerful strike hurtling towards him, capable of annihilating him in an instant. The sheer ferocity of the oppressive force weighed upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. How could a mere illusionary king withstand the might of a genuine true immortal striking from the void? As the endless demonic light erupted from the rift, Lin Cangsheng's face tightened. Suddenly, he bellowed, "What are we waiting for? Strike swiftly." As his voice echoed, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged from the heavens. As if a deity had risen behind Lin Cangsheng, a towering phantom piercing the clouds, stretching for miles. The surrounding void trembled subtly, as if the mere presence of this majestic apparition could shatter the very fabric of reality. Ancient demon true immortal. How audacious of you to lay hands on the son of the demonic path. You attempt to extinguish the demonic way. And I cannot allow your suddenly manifested form to persist. The voice resonated like thunder, reverberating in all directions. As a colossal fist was hurled towards the rift, spewing endless demonic light. The heavens dimmed, the ceaseless demonic light obliterated by the force of that punch. The surrounding void fracturing layer upon layer, the immense power shaking the very air. In an instant, the ancient demon true immortal S phantom was shattered. The space was filled with the echo of thunderous roars. The aftermath of the mighty blow resonated throughout the void. The ancient demon true immortal's voice, now tinged with both rage and fear, filled the air. Heart-extinguishing elder, how dare you strike at those within the organization? Do you realize the gravity of your actions? His voice faded, clearly terrified and significantly harmed by the blow of the majestic apparition. The towering phantom behind Lin Cangsheng suddenly transformed into an elderly figure, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose aura was unremarkable. Were it not for the astonishing strike that had forced the true celestial embodiment to retreat, no one would discern that this elder was a formidable emperor, heart-extinguishing elder, an imperial figure. Thank you, esteemed elder, Lin Cangsheng promptly gestured respectfully. Everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Within the demon god organization, those who were loyal and those who were not would inevitably clash due to his influence. This heart-extinguishing elder was indeed the esteemed emperor, supporting Lin Cangsheng's ambition to lead the path of demons. Lin Cangsheng, is it? The heart-extinguishing elder stood before him. Eyes still closed. You have achieved your aim. Now the entire demon god organization is in disarray. If you aspire to become the sovereign of the demonic path, then pursue it. I am not a narrow-minded individual, nor do I recognize you as my master solely due to the eye of the demon god. Everything depends on your own capabilities. Without allowing Lin Cangsheng a word, the heart-extinguishing elder flicked his finger toward him, producing an ancient token inscribed with the eloquent character for extinguish. Take this token to the demon city. That is the true battlefield you must engage in, the elder commanded, his tone imbued with unwavering authority. Shortly, several emperors will descend to hunt you down. I will utilize my power to transport you to the heart of the demon god organization. Throughout the entire process, the elder did not permit Lin Cangsheng to speak. With a sweeping gesture, an ancient portal of the demonic path materialized, emanating a tremendous force that drew Lin Cangsheng within, causing him to vanish from sight. Not long after Lin Cangsheng was taken by the heart-extinguishing elder, the heavens and earth erupted into turmoil, as boundless demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by a voice brimming with murderous intent. Where is the demon child? Come forth and meet your demise. Another emperor, indeed. The images on the icy mirror faded. Yet Shui Linglong's eyes still flickered with residual shock. This time, she finally grasped the essence of audacity and strategy. The plan to lure the followers of the demon god into action, allowing the supportive faction to seize this individual, was a meticulous scheme targeting the entire demon god organization. Shui Linglong remarked. She had witnessed an immense ambition laid bare before her. Lin Cangsheng had drawn out the members of the demon god organization, all along manipulating the organization to his advantage. The demon god organization subtly exhibited signs of becoming the foremost power among several factions, a testament to its vastness. How could Lin Cangsheng let such an opportunity slip away? Yet, Shui Linglong could not help but admire Lin Cangsheng's boldness. If the faction seeking to eliminate him were even more terrifying, what prospects would remain for him? This was Lin Cangsheng's audacity, his willingness to take risks. This seemingly insignificant individual, hailing from the Holy Spirit continent, yet brimming with grand ambitions, sought to make a mark in this ruthless world, necessitating a formidable power as his backing. Now he was on his way to the demon city, the very place where he could foster his development within the demon god organization. The time frame is 2 years, the elderly voice echoed with indifference. In that span, what heights will he achieve? Shall one become a contemptible ant beneath the might of the strong, or merely a desiccated skeleton? Or perhaps ascend to the status of a resplendent overlord, casting shadows over the heavens? In the 1010th chapter of the City of Heavenly Demons, the dominion wielded by the demon god organization is unfathomably vast. Initially, Lin Cangsheng, despite casually capturing a formidable saint-level being to inquire about certain matters, possessed only a nebulous understanding of the concept in his mind. Yet, this time, as he orchestrated his scheme, the outcomes unfolded precisely as he desired. Shui Linglong could hardly fathom the nature of a person so audacious as to undertake such actions, seemingly unafraid of being ruthlessly struck down by an emperor. Who could rival his audacity? As Lin Cangsheng once again descended from the spatial portal, he swiftly landed and plunged into the embrace of the forest. The moment he emerged from the portal, he felt the eye of the demon god in his brow tremble ever so slightly, as if it sensed a profound surge of demonic energy from the depths of the unknown. The very force that stirred the eye of the demon god was undeniably formidable. He found himself in a desolate woodland, and the power that caused the subtle tremor emanated from a distance of miles ahead. Lin Chen's gaze darted forward, and upon doing so, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of awe. What unfolded before him was not merely a city, but a true demon god. In other words, it was a colossal statue of a demon god, reclining upon the endless earth, gazing up at the infinite sky. From afar, it appeared as if the supreme ruler of ancient times lay upon the land, its eyes penetrating the vast firmament. Within its immense form resided a city, the city of heavenly demons. Lin Cangsheng found himself at a loss for words to articulate the magnificence before him. It was his first encounter with a city nestled within the very body of a being. Moreover, the statue of the reclining demon god, which gazed endlessly at the sky, was staggeringly immense. Occupying a territory of at least 1,000,000 miles, the statue's colossal form towered above, and to stand beneath its head would feel akin to gazing up at Mount Tai, rendering a person insignificantly small, almost like a mere speck. This 1,000,000-mile statue of the demon god housed countless practitioners of the demon god organization. This was the city of heavenly demons. With the eye of the demon god activated, Lin Cangsheng scrutinized the head of the statue lying upon the ground, whereupon he discerned that each of its vast shoulders bore a colossal portal. To enter the interior of this monumental statue, one must pass through these gateways carved from its shoulders. Lin Cangsheng inhaled deeply. The earlier tremor of the eye of the demon god was likely provoked by the immense aura radiating from this ancient statue sprawled across the earth, instilling in him a sense of caution toward the venerable figure before him. Upon entering, Lin Cangsheng's aura transformed as he harnessed the devouring demon technique, completely altering his presence to that of a void king-level demon. The faintly emanating aura of celestial malevolence led others to mistakenly believe he was practicing a sinister demonic art. Only a being of profound insight, such as the Elder of Heart Obliteration or the ancient demon True Immortal, could discern his true identity. Naturally, no one bothered to scrutinize the other cultivators within the grand demon god palace. Lin Cangsheng advanced swiftly. At the entrance, guarded by two formidable demon sentinels stationed on the shoulders of a colossal demon statue, their eyes radiated a deep demonic energy, hinting at their immense willpower. Both were true king-level sentinels, having mastered their respective realms. Lin Cangsheng maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped through the massive portal. Under the watchful gaze of the sentinels, an overwhelming aura of celestial malevolence enveloped him. The sentinels nodded, one remarking, "Void king level, pure celestial malevolence, sufficient qualification for entry." To access the heart of this demonic organization, it was evident that anyone below the Tao diagram realm would be entirely barred from entry. As Lin Cangsheng stepped into the enormous demon statue, he felt an invisible pressure descending from above. To his astonishment, he discovered that his divine sense was constrained, with a coverage radius of merely 10 meters. The throngs of individuals around him exuded waves of demonic energy. Within the statue, there were numerous demonic artifacts manifested as grand towers, either inhabited by powerful demonic cultivators or serving as marketplaces. The streets were vast, seemingly endless, and it was essential to note that this demon statue occupied a staggering expanse of 1,000,000 miles. The 5 demonic fingers of the statue stretched over 10,000 miles long, forming a grand thoroughfare. This place was akin to a concentration camp for those of the demonic path. Comparatively, Extreme Demon City paled in significance. Lin Cangsheng marveled internally, having spent considerable time here. He found it nearly impossible to fathom the enormity of this celestial demon metropolis. Fortunately, having staged a grand performance at the Ice God Palace and now possessing the Elder of Heart Obliteration's token, he felt considerably more at ease within this immense and formidable center of the demonic organization. As he observed the multitude of demonic beings, he marveled at the vastness of the organization while also discovering a somewhat secluded alleyway devoid of any inhabitants. Lin Cangsheng produced the token bestowed upon him by the Elder of Heart Obliteration, flicking it with his finger. Instantly, the magical energy within the token surged forth, radiating a mystical light and emanating an enigmatic wave. Casting a cold glance around, Lin Cangsheng noted the absence of others and felt reassured. As anticipated, upon activating the token, a shadowy figure swiftly materialized from the street, moving with the swiftness of a tempest. This figure stood in stark contrast to the other cultivators who merely walked briskly within the demon statue, suggesting an air of privilege. A robust figure approached Lin Cangsheng, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence that surged towards him like a tempest, accompanied by the haunting wails of tormented souls reverberating in the air. Lin Cangsheng's body instinctively tensed, as he sensed an aura of unfathomable terror. This imposing man instilled within him a profound sense of danger. "You are Lin Long," the formidable individual stated, his gaze akin to two infernal blades piercing through one's heart, evoking an endless dread. He produced a token identical to the one in Lin Cangsheng's possession, radiating a similar ominous presence. "I am," Lin Cangsheng replied, nodding, his eyes unwavering as he met the terrifying gaze of the giant. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" The giant unexpectedly revealed a smile, yet it bore a ghastly quality. "Do you truly believe you are worthy to know my name?" Chapter 111. A Change of Fate. An act of defiance. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng's body shuddered, a primordial energy reminiscent of an ancient demon god coursing through him, emanating a formidable magical might that pressed upon the robust figure before him. Despite the deathly aura the giant projected, Lin Cangsheng, as the master of the eye of the demon god and the rightful heir of the demonic path, commanded subservience and tremors from the demonic forces beneath him. A flicker of realization crossed the giant's eyes as he felt the primal pressure emanating from Lin Cangsheng. Indeed, it was the oppressive force of the eye of the demon god, and it was evident from the expression on the young man's face that he had fully grasped some of its profound mysteries. "Good," the giant applauded, regarding Lin Cangsheng with admiration. "You may call me Dongli. Now, swiftly dissipate the demonic pressure surrounding you. Otherwise, it may attract unwanted attention from certain individuals, leading to unnecessary complications." Lin Cangsheng understood that the giant was testing him. With a flicker of his aura, he transformed back into the guise of a demonic practitioner, subtly radiating a celestial malevolence. "Esteemed Dongli," Lin Cangsheng saluted, adopting a respectful demeanor befitting a young man in the presence of a powerful figure. Dongli waved his hand dismissively. "As you have observed, within this demon capital, the arms of the demon god are under our control, referred to as the demonic path. Conversely, its legs are governed by others, known as the divine path." Lin Cangsheng nodded, realizing that Dongli, who instilled a sense of mortality in him, was beginning to unveil the inner workings of the entire demon god organization. The demonic path diverged from the ancient legends of the demon god. Those who possessed the complete eye of the demon god could ascend to become the progeny of the demonic path, commanding its forces. The divine path, however, championed self-reliance, believing that only through individual strength could one forge a true demonic path. The dynamics within the demon god organization bore resemblance to the historical circumstances of the Dark Clan. Some factions adhered to the ancient tenets, while others sought to usurp power and dismantle those time-honored principles. Dongli warned, "Within this statue of the demon god, the rules are stringent. Those at the Void King level may only walk slowly within the statue. True kings may walk briskly, void immortals can run swiftly, and true immortals are permitted to fly. Only emperors of immense stature can tear through the void." Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had just traversed the long corridor atop the shoulder of the demonic statue, and what unfolded before his eyes was a multitude of practitioners of the dark arts, some ambling leisurely, while others hurried along. It became evident that the hierarchy within this demonic statue was strictly determined by strength. However, even if Lin Cangsheng were to traverse just one arm of the statue in his current realm of Void King, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take, for the arm itself stretched over 300,000 miles. The one, Dongli, who had just dashed past with such urgency, was undoubtedly a formidable being of the void immortal realm. As for the distance, there was no need for concern. Any practitioner of the dark arts would possess a token that could activate the grand array for brief spatial teleportation. Dongli cast a glance at Lin Cangsheng, his tone suddenly heavy. "I must remind you, even with the mastery of the eye of the demon god, upon your return to the dark arts, you must prove your worth to everyone. Lin Cangsheng nodded, recognizing that this sentiment echoed the words of the Elder of Heart's obliteration. Indeed, although they adhered to ancient doctrines, they would not be so naive as to fully submit simply upon witnessing the eye of the demon god. Dong Li's gaze sharpened, slicing through the air as he looked at Lin Cangsheng. The demon child from the divine path was born of the eye of the demon god, transformed into a spirit. How did you acquire the complete eye of the demon god? When the demon child descended into the mortal realm, it is said that he was ruthlessly slaughtered by a disciple of the blood sky demon sovereign. What is your connection to him? Lin Cangsheng's heart jolted slightly. He seemed to have overlooked a piece of crucial information. The only ones capable of disseminating such news were the 13 titans of the mortal realm. The passage to the mortal realm required a considerable duration to open, and only through enormous sacrifices could it be activated again. Previously, the prodigies of the mortal realm had perished en masse, prompting the major factions to unite and send some prodigies back to the sacred spirit continent. The costs of that endeavor had been monumental, making a second attempt impossible. Yet Lin Cangsheng had orchestrated a massacre, leading to the bloodshed of all major factions in the mortal realm. As for the smaller races, they had long since submitted to the demon empress, and only the 13 titans and a few prodigies, including one from the demon god organization, had come to the mortal realm. Should Lin Cangsheng's identity be exposed, the repercussions of attempting to strike against the demon god organization would plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no return. From where did you obtain this information? Lin Cangsheng's lips curled into a cold smile. I am merely a rogue practitioner of the dark arts from the mortal realm. By chance, I entered the ranks of the dark arts prodigies in the demon god organization and was dispatched to the sacred spirit continent. It was through a fortuitous encounter that I came into possession of the treasures of the Lord of the Underworld, significantly enhancing my powers. Utilizing the various methods left behind by the demon lord, I was able to bring about the demise of the demon child. Lin Cangsheng's body trembled as a shadow of a demonic realm flickered behind him, exuding a formidable aura of the dark arts. It was unmistakably the realm of the celestial demons. As Dong Li gazed upon the realm of the celestial demons, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. He did not inquire further, merely stating with an air of indifference, I will first escort you back to the demon path, where you must remain in solitude for the time being. Certain matters are still under investigation. The recent losses suffered by the major factions on the sacred spirit continent are grave, compounded by rumors surrounding the blood sky demon lord. We cannot afford to be lax. While we, of the demon path, care little for your identity, we must ensure that the divine path does not uncover any points of vulnerability. Lin Cangsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Dong Li then seized Lin Cangsheng, and with a flash of demonic light from the token in his hand, the two vanished in an instant. Dong Li brought Lin Cangsheng to a magnificent demon estate, resplendent yet fortified with formidable restrictions of the virtual immortal level, and it was devoid of any occupants. Lin Cangsheng's mind was clear. It seemed that until his identity was clarified, the denizens of the demon path intended to keep him under secret confinement. What was he to do? All 13 of the great leaders were fully aware, and should the truth come to light, his identity would be exposed, leading to a perilous pursuit. Lin Cangsheng's expression tightened. He had only just arrived in this capital of the celestial demons and was utterly unfamiliar with the murky waters surrounding him. Although Dong Li repeatedly claimed that they were indifferent to his identity, the truth remained elusive. Moreover, should his identity be unveiled, it could devolve into a scene even more terrifying than that witnessed on the sacred spirit continent. Just then, as Lin Cangsheng pondered in distress, he suddenly felt a tremor from the ancient bronze coffin within his mind. A chill ran down his spine as an intangible force enveloped him, as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing his very being. It seems something rather capable has come to probe your secrets, the bronze coffin scoffed. Lin Cangsheng, what trouble have you stirred? How would I know? Lin Cangsheng replied with a wry smile. Do you have any insight into this matter? It resembles a tool for probing one's abilities, capable of discerning your trump cards, name, and more from the celestial secrets, the bronze coffin elucidated. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly jolted with realization, recalling a certain existence, the Emperor's rankings. A list that proclaimed those within the top 10 as destined to ascend to imperial status, showcasing their potential to become emperors. It was this very tool that had sparked suspicion not only from the demon god organization, but also from the elusive 5 great races, who were now employing the Emperor's rankings to test him. This was absolutely unacceptable. Lin Cangsheng had never anticipated that the 13 emperors he had once driven away would now leave him in such a precarious situation. Very well. If they wish to probe the celestial secrets while I am here, they may attempt to kill you, but they cannot investigate the celestial secrets, the bronze coffin stated calmly, releasing a wave of mysterious energy. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng felt the oppressive gaze that had been observing him vanish entirely. You may alter your aura and identity at will. Consider it a small gift from me. The ancient bronze coffin spoke, and Lin Cangsheng felt a cool breath flowing into his body, spreading an aura of celestial secrets. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of the moment and expressed his gratitude to the bronze coffin, which then fell into a profound silence. Lin Long, with the eye of the demon god, the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra, the Buddha's radiance, and a quasi-divine physique, possessed the cultivation of a void monarch. Hailing from the demonic path of the human realm, he was ranked 307th on the emperor's list, a position that marked a transformative moment. From this instant onward, he was Lin Long. In an unknown realm, chaos reigned, with faint golden light flickering within the tumult. An ancient and colossal entity rose and fell within this chaos, exhaling the essence of celestial secrets. This grand entity resembled a gilded list, akin to the prestigious rankings of the mortal world, yet it was far more immense and magnificent. On this golden list were inscribed 3 ancient characters imbued with profound meaning, the Emperor's List. This list commanded immense authority throughout the human realm. According to an ancient legend unbroken for millennia, those within the top 10 were destined to become emperors, lending an air of authenticity and reverence to this enigmatic list. The Emperor's List appeared shrouded in auspicious clouds, with golden dragons swirling within, imparting a sense of inscrutable mystery. Names and information were meticulously arranged upon it, and periodically, these myriad entries would undergo changes. Some celestial prodigies would fall, while others would ascend, reflecting the fierce competition among the elites of the human realm. The path of the emperor was fraught with peril. Who could shine the brightest amidst countless tribulations? At that moment, a new name surged forth, capturing the attention of the powerful observers of the Emperor's List. Lin Long, ranked 307th among the demonic cultivators of the human realm, had evidently garnered significant interest. Many formidable figures not only watched the Emperor's List, but also closely monitored the meteoric rise of Lin Long, who wielded the eye of the demon god. Rumors had reached them that a certain Lin Cangsheng was the reincarnation of the blood sky demon sovereign, who had slain the demon sun and claimed the title of the foremost prodigy. He had devised a scheme to eradicate the foundations of the Holy Spirit continent and had obtained fragments of its origin. The Emperor's List had never aired. The disappearance of the 13 great leaders raised questions about what had transpired. These individuals were foolish, unable to conquer even a mere Holy Spirit continent, and had fallen to such a state. They regretted sending exceptional talents at great cost to assist. Clearly, Lin Long posed no issue. Even the intervention of an emperor could only obscure true cultivation, while one's name and origin remained immutable. We had indeed overthought this matter. However, the resurgence of the eye of the demon god would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval. Our primary concern should now be the whereabouts of those 13 great leaders in the human realm, in this mysterious domain. Who are you? And why have you imprisoned us here? What are your intentions? Roared the somber Emperor Luo He, a figure of great stature who had endured humiliation on the Holy Spirit continent. Upon his return to the human realm, he found himself ensnared once more. Not only Emperor Luo He, but the other 12 titans stood there, bound by terrifying chains that shackled their very essence, rendering them utterly immobile. To imprison 13 emperors at once demanded an unfathomable power. And what instilled the greatest dread in these mighty figures was the fact that they had yet to lay eyes on their captor. At that moment, a towering figure ascended before them, an imposing presence that seemed to stretch infinitely, emanating waves of oppressive force that chilled the hearts of the 13 leaders. A mere void king, and yet you dare to act so boldly, the magnificent being declared, arrogance dripping from his voice. The ones I protect, you 13 ants. Dare to be audacious here. The pupils of the 13 emperors constricted in unison. Meanwhile, within the depths of the demon fortress, Lin Cangsheng's complexion improved slightly. The ancient bronze coffin had obscured the heavenly secrets for reasons unknown. His identity was now undoubtedly transformed on the so-called emperor ranking. However, Lin Cangsheng was deeply troubled by the fate of the 13 titans. If they were to return to their respective factions, the ensuing chaos would surely spell disaster for him. Should the various forces reveal their affairs on the Holy Spirit continent, the consequences could be dire. For now, he could only take one step at a time. Lin Cangsheng chuckled bitterly, lamenting his miscalculation regarding the Titans. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Now, he could only rely on fortune. At that very moment, a figure unexpectedly entered the demon fortress. It was none other than Dong Li. Lin Cangsheng, you have now appeared on the Emperor ranking, positioned at 307. That is a commendable rank, especially considering you are still a Void King, he said, entering with a tone of gratitude and a hint of apology. My previous actions were somewhat impulsive. Lin Cangsheng nodded, not holding any resentment towards Dong Li. He recalled how Blood Old had once depicted the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, who had stirred up turmoil in the human realm, inciting enmity towards his holy Vain Body. Had he been discovered as a holy Vain Body before commanding the Demon God organization, those from the divine path would surely seek to expel or slay him for self-preservation. Purity will reveal itself, while corruption will expose its nature, Lin Cangsheng replied with a serene smile, feigning unawareness. Dong Li silently acknowledged his composure and then stated, "Come, let me introduce you to some of the prodigies within our demon path. But remember, while they may respect your status, their full acceptance will depend on your own actions." Lin Cangsheng nodded, and the two of them simultaneously produced the tokens bestowed by the Elder of Heart Obliteration, briefly engaging in spatial transmission. Upon their arrival, Lin Cangsheng and Dong Li found themselves within a grand hall. This great hall, imbued with a terrifying and profound aura of the demonic path, was shrouded in darkness. As if numerous demon gods were immersed within it, exhaling demonic energy and coldly observing everything around them. Lin Cangsheng remained unperturbed, his body enveloped in strands of celestial demonic intent, while internally, he exuded a rich and formidable essence of the son of the demonic path. Having encountered such beings before, he observed as a group emerged from the obsidian hall, all of them chanting in unison, their voices harmonized. Each of them fixed their gaze upon Lin Cangsheng. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon a cursory glance, Lin Cangsheng noted that no fewer than 50 individuals had appeared in this grand hall. Among them, over 20 possessed an aura as fearsome as Dong Li's, with some even more formidable. The remaining 30 or so were the elite figures of the virtual and true king levels. While in the Holy Spirit continent, the virtual king realm might be deemed the pinnacle of talent in the human realm within the demon god organization. It was merely regarded as the status of an inner disciple. The distinction between virtual kings and true kings was a chasm of difference. Lin Cangsheng surveyed the 30 or so demonic prodigies, noting that despite their claims of being the sons of the demonic path, most wore expressions of indifference, neither looking down upon him nor elevating themselves above him. Their demeanor was simply one of neutrality. Taking a bold step forward, Lin Cangsheng clasped his hands in greeting, assuring everyone not to stand on ceremony, as it was their first meeting. Many of the demonic powerhouses above the virtual immortal realm frowned slightly, perceiving a lack of vigor in this young man. However, in the next moment, Lin Cangsheng's countenance transformed, emanating a chilling aura as he declared, "Those among you who are the strongest, step forth immediately, and let us engage in 3 rounds of combat in succession." With a commanding gaze, Lin Cangsheng seemed to embody the very essence of the son of the demonic path, exuding an overwhelming authority. Who could have predicted that the previously respectful youth would suddenly exude such a menacing presence? Many of the demonic prodigies were momentarily taken aback. Lin Cangsheng's words were indeed audacious. For a mere virtual king, even with the eye of the demon god and the ability to conjure the extraordinary, to dare to boast in such a manner was audacious indeed. Sure enough, among the 30 or so demonic prodigies, 3 figures stepped forward, causing the very palace to tremble slightly. They radiated a chilling aura, unmistakably not of benevolent disposition. Lin Cangsheng's brow furrowed, thick with demonic energy. As he regarded these 3 prodigies, one of them was enveloped in an aura akin to a barrier of demonic intent, sharp and lethal, as if any movement could sever treasures. Particularly noteworthy was the demonic blade he bore upon his back, infamous for its bloodshed, emanating layers of malevolence that sent chills down the spine. The blade was not merely a weapon but had transcended into the legendary realm of unity between man and tool. On the Emperor's ranking, he was positioned at 304, 3 ranks above Lin Cangsheng. In that moment, The ethereal figure of Dongli Shuxian benevolently transmitted a thought to Lin Cangsheng, offering a timely reminder. Beside Dowie stood a formidable master of the demonic path. His right arm seemed to harbor an ancient and potent demonic power, exuding a faint aura of malevolence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the overwhelming and terrifying strength concealed within his demonic grasp. Zhang Yuan, ranked 302nd on the Emperor's list, possessed a natural right hand imbued with the essence of exterminating demons, a force of great magnitude. He had previously secured second place in the Demonic Path's Grand Tournament of Prodigies, a prestigious competition showcasing the most exceptional talents within the demonic realm. Dongli Shuxian paused momentarily as he recounted the tournament, in which Dowie had achieved third place. Lin Cangsheng, sensing the presence emanating a peculiar demonic aura from the vicinity of Dowie and Zhang Yuan, felt an inexplicable sense of dread. This aura seemed capable of instilling fear within the hearts of men. However, endowed with the eye of the demon god, a supreme tool of the demonic path, he remained unaffected. The young man maintained an impassive demeanor, his eyes resembling still waters, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Yet, he exuded an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Behold the terrifying demon king, Li Long, Dongli Shuxian intoned slowly. He is a disciple of the illustrious terrifying true immortal, mastering the terrifying demonic Genesis scripture, which ranks fourth among the 10 great scriptures of the demonic path. He was the champion of the last tournament, currently positioned 298th on the Emperor's list. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, and he surveyed the area behind him, faintly sensing a powerful presence, an expert of the true immortal realm, who merely emanated a hint of their aura. These three individuals were all of true king caliber, their bodies imbued with their own will. Observers among the other demonic prodigies shook their heads in quiet disapproval, fully aware that their demonic offspring was overestimating his capabilities by daring to challenge these three paragons. At that moment, a powerful figure from a prominent demonic organization spoke, his voice imbued with an oppressive weight. Demonic child, your presence here confirms your worth. However, you remain rather weak, and the power of the eye of the demon god has yet to be unleashed. Thus, it is unnecessary for you to challenge these three prodigies to establish your reputation. Reflect carefully. This formidable presence was none other than the revered mentor of Li Long, the top-ranked prodigy, a true immortal master who practiced the fourth-ranked terrifying demonic Genesis scripture. A group of demonic prodigies observed Lin Cangsheng, the new generation's demonic child, currently ranked 307th on the Emperor's list. As a figure of the Void King realm, he was already remarkable. However, the challenge of confronting these three prodigies was indeed daunting. Even a single rank difference on the Emperor's list signified a substantial chasm in strength, a reality they all understood well. Nevertheless, the curiosity lingered in the hearts of these demonic prodigies to witness the true extent of this demonic child's power. If a future leader of the demonic path lacks even a hint of brilliance, how can they expect to command obedience? As the Elder of Heart Destruction and Dongli have stated, it all depends on oneself. Thus, Lin Cangsheng stepped forward with determination, his gaze firmly fixed upon the three individuals before him, devoid of any trace of fear. This demeanor elicited silent nods from many, as it embodied the essence of a true leader. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Cangsheng clasped his hands together and smiled at the trio, echoing the sentiments expressed by the formidable true immortal earlier. After all, we are all part of the same family, and there is no need for conflict that might disrupt the harmony. A group of demonic prodigies were momentarily taken aback, including even the top three contenders of this prodigious battle, who were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Lin Cangsheng exuded an overwhelming aura, resolutely challenging the three great prodigies. Yet now, he displayed such humility. Even Dongli, the ethereal immortal, along with the assembly of demonic powerhouses, were caught off guard, unable to fathom that their demonic scion would yield so easily. Receive my strike. Suddenly, the blade unleashed a torrent of murderous intent, transforming into a radiant arc of demonic energy, akin to a thunderclap that erupted forth, capable of cleaving mountains asunder. With no hesitation, Lin Cangsheng retaliated with a thunderous punch, summoning forth a tempest of fiery calamity, suffused with the essence of annihilation. Boom! The two figures were instantly repelled, yet the palace's structure was formidable, mirroring the pitch-black stone of the demonic deity statue outside. Aside from the tremors, it showed no signs of fracture. A blade of darkness, as the strike descended. The assailant's expression turned icy, their form once again morphing into an endless torrent of demonic blade light, cascading down from the heavens towards Lin Cangsheng's head. A colossal wave of demonic intent permeating downward, promising transformation into a demon with a single strike. Lin Cangsheng lifted his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, many prodigies experienced a disorienting illusion, perceiving him as a fearsome demonic overlord, grinning menacingly. A dark realm of demons erupted behind Lin Cangsheng, revealing itself as the realm of celestial demons. Upon witnessing this, Li Long raised an eyebrow, though his gaze remained as still as a stagnant pond. Boom! Lin Cangsheng furrowed his brow as the demonic aura around him dissipated in an instant, his eyes fixed upon the unfolding scene. He was not alone. Dongli, the ethereal immortal, and numerous other demonic titans also regarded this unexpected spectacle with furrowed brows. They beheld the descending blade, which was intercepted by an individual. This person, slightly portly and clad in a dazzling robe of demonic light, bore a friendly smile, their hand morphing into a claw that resolutely caught the blade. The assailant, momentarily shaken, landed back on solid ground, casting a cold glare at this newcomer. "What do you want?" the figure inquired icily. Lin Cangsheng frowned slightly, sensing a congenial aura emanating from this slightly stout individual who exuded an approachable demeanor. However, his demonic eye detected subtle anomalies. This person, single-handedly catching the blade, was on par with him, possibly even superior. How could they have appeared so abruptly? Moreover, Lin Cangsheng noted that the assailant, the demonic hand, and the fearsome true king Li Long all bore expressions tinged with shadowy discontent, while the other demonic prodigies also appeared less than amicable. "Haha, Brother Dowie. You remain as impulsive as ever. Today, I have come solely to witness the grace of our esteemed demon son." As the portly figure landed, he greeted everyone with a smile and a bow, then patted Lin Cangsheng on the shoulder, exclaiming that he had long heard of his illustrious reputation. Indeed, upon meeting him today, it was evident that he embodied the extraordinary aura of our demon path, deserving of admiration. Lin Cangsheng, with a calm demeanor, returned the gesture, though he sensed an underlying nuance through the demon god's eye, distinguishing the true essence of the man before him. At that moment, the ethereal figure from the eastern Li, with a voice tinged with coldness, cautioned Lin Cangsheng, warning him to be wary of this individual, known as the Smiling Demon. Once a member of our demon path, he had turned traitor, and due to his dubious identity, the token was never reclaimed. A betrayer. Lin Cangsheng's eyes glimmered with realization. This man was indeed a figure of the divine path. His arrival did not bode well. Upon seeing him, it reminded Lin Cangsheng of another. The Smiling Demon, true to his name, wore a perpetual smile, his demeanor exuding charm. Lin Cangsheng raised an eyebrow. This Smiling Demon, with a gentle voice, remarked on his own junior disciple, once also referred to as the demon's son. Like him, he was once filled with youthful vigor, evoking envy in others. Lin Cangsheng scrutinized the smile of the Smiling Demon, narrowing his eyes slightly. The demon's son was his junior disciple. Was this a confrontation or a quest for vengeance? Chapter 11:14. The Awakening of the Demon Eye. In the past, Lin Cangsheng had personally slain the brother of the demon's son, and now, having encountered yet another senior disciple of his, he pondered the intentions of this traitor. What purpose did he have in approaching him? This was a matter of fate between them. Composed, Lin Cangsheng met the gaze of the Smiling Demon, whose eyes, though filled with mirth, revealed no other emotions. He inquired, genuinely curious about the Smiling Demon's purpose for visiting. The other demon path prodigies harbored a deep disdain for the Smiling Demon, yet, since he was here for their demon's son, they could only grit their teeth and remain silent, observing the interaction. Having slain his junior disciple, it was likely that the Smiling Demon aimed to embarrass the demon's son before them. What a fate it was. The Smiling Demon welcomed him with a smile, akin to a breath of spring, yet he remained my junior disciple. Lin Cangsheng chose silence, opting to listen intently. The Smiling Demon then continued, acknowledging Lin Cangsheng's insight. There was indeed a destined competition between him and his junior disciple. Should Lin Cangsheng emerge victorious, he would claim the title of champion. Thus, the Smiling Demon expressed his sincere invitation for Lin Cangsheng to join their divine path. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback, and so were the other prodigies of the demon path. An invitation? How audacious to extend such a proposal in the presence of a congregation of demon path practitioners. Smiling Demon, Mind your words, spoke Li Long, the foremost prodigy of the demon path. His voice imbued with an invisible authority that instilled fear and trepidation in the hearts of those who heard it. The power of the terrifying demon breathing technique was evidently mastered by Li Long to an exceptional degree. Yet, the smiling demon remained unfazed, continuing to address Lin Cangsheng with a smile, stating that he should consider carefully. For there were aspects within their divine path that could significantly enhance the power of the awakening demon goddess I. Ignored by the smiling demon, Li Long's expression turned a shade of ashen, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, clearly harboring a deep desire to eliminate this smiling demon. Yet, for reasons unknown, he restrained himself. Lin Cangsheng, contemplative, gazed at the smiling demon and inquired, "Your junior has perished by my hand, yet you still approach me with a smile, inviting me to your realm. This demonstrates your sincerity, for which I am genuinely grateful." The smiling demon maintained his jovial demeanor. However, Lin Cangsheng elongated his tone, a hint of authority surfacing in his voice as he questioned, "To betray and sow discord, while your junior lies dead. And you wear a smile. Has your conscience been devoured by a beast?" The demonic assembly stood in stunned silence. Lin Cangsheng's aura had seemingly transformed, embodying the essence of the supreme son of the demon path. "Now I comprehend your intentions, Brother Lin," the smiling demon replied, "but I am naturally inclined to laughter. Should I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness." He continued to chuckle, then turned to the gathered demons, bowing slightly. "I shall take my leave first. Please, continue." With that, the smiling demon departed, seemingly devoid of any intent to settle accounts with Lin Cangsheng. "Halt!" Li Long exclaimed, striding forward, his gaze piercing with two beams of icy light directed at the smiling demon's back. "Let him go," commanded Li Long's master, a formidable figure in the demon path, his authority palpable and unassailable. Li Long hesitated momentarily, while the smiling demon continued to chuckle, activating a talisman and vanishing from sight. Lin Cangsheng surveyed the assembly of demons. Their aversion toward the smiling demon was palpable, and a murderous intent simmered beneath the surface. However, the underlying intricacies remained elusive to Lin Cangsheng. "Enough. Today, we have encountered the demon's son. You may all disperse." The terrifying true immortal emerged, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, nodding at Lin Cangsheng. "You three, along with the demon's son, come with me." Instantly, the crowd dispersed, with many formidable figures from the demon path also departing, leaving the grand hall sparsely populated. Only the terrifying true immortal, Dong Li, and the three prominent prodigies remained. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying true immortal unleashed a formidable force that enveloped the gathered, transporting them to a private chamber, where subtle restraints flickered, exuding an aura of dread. "Master." Li Long stepped forward, his lifeless eyes glinting with cold fury. "Why spare a traitor? He deserves death." Dao Yi and Mo Shou shared a similar intensity of hatred toward the smiling demon. Dong Li, the ethereal immortal, shook his head and addressed the four. "The smiling demon is the leader of the 5 demons. Once, a powerful being known as the Smiling Buddha imparted his will to him, enabling his transformation into the smiling demon, rendering him exceedingly formidable." Dong Li's gaze then fixed intently on Lin Cangsheng. "He is still the son of the heart-extinguishing elder." This revelation struck like thunder. The betrayer was, in fact, the son of the heart-extinguishing elder. Lin Cangsheng recalled vividly that this elder was a titan within the demon path, leading to the incredulity that the smiling demon would betray. Yet, Dong Li, the ethereal immortal, was not one to jest. It was no wonder the terrifying true king intervened. "I understand that there is a profound animosity towards him in your hearts." The terrifying true immortal spoke lightly, stating that the cultivation of the grinning demon surpasses yours. However, recently, the demon eye has awakened. If your own fortune and comprehension are sufficient, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to surpass the grinning demon in one fell swoop. Lin Cangsheng, perplexed, inquired, "Senior, what does it mean for the demon eye to awaken?" The three prodigies remained silent, clearly aware of the significance of this event. The awakening of the demon eye refers to the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the eyes of the demon god statue. A hint of reverence surfaced on Dong Li's face. This statue is an ancient relic of unknown origin, and even the emperor cannot uncover its true mysteries. The awakening of the demon eye emits a remarkable aura, and any practitioner of the demonic path who approaches, if sufficiently insightful, can attain great rewards. Li Long commented nonchalantly that such awakenings occur only once every decade. Your fortune seems to be quite favorable, he added. Dao Yi and Mo Shou nodded in agreement. Evidently impressed by Lin Cangsheng's earlier remark about one's conscience being devoured by a dog, which had garnered their respect. Understanding dawned upon Lin Cangsheng as he silently marveled at the inexplicable feelings he harbored for this enigmatic demon god statue, leading him to instinctively wish to distance himself. Nevertheless, with the awakening of the demon eye occurring only once every 10 years, he resolved to seize the opportunity, albeit with a lingering concern regarding his own identity. Should the truth be revealed, he pondered, what depths of calamity would he plunge into? As Lin Cangsheng's thoughts spiraled, the formidable true immortal gestured imperiously, commanding, "Prepare yourselves and adjust your mindsets. In 3 days, at the gathering of demons, your fortunes will determine whether you shine brightly." "Yes, Dao Yi Mo Shou," and Li Long responded with grim determination, while Lin Cangsheng, still lost in thought, merely murmured in acknowledgement. The three prodigies observed this exchange, unable to suppress their quiet disapproval. 3 days later marked the long-awaited awakening ceremony of the demon eye within the demon god organization, a rare opportunity for many prodigies of the demonic and divine paths. Lin Cangsheng's debut in the demonic realm did not go unnoticed, as the emergence of a new demon son attracted considerable attention. Yet, the opinions of the demonic prodigies towards Lin Cangsheng remained lukewarm. Although his remark about the grinning demon had brought them some amusement, they felt he lacked certain qualities, such as charisma. The impression of Lin Cangsheng among the divine practitioners was similarly unflattering. They were well aware of the audacious claims made by the demon son against the grinning demon, yet they understood that should a direct confrontation arise, the demon son would stand little chance. Inside a demon fortress adorned with numerous restrictions and exuding opulence, Dao Yi, Mo Shou, and Li Long gathered. The demon hand observed the two individuals, lost in contemplation. "Brother Long, what are your thoughts on the impending awakening of the demon eye in 3 days?" Li Long shook his head, his expression tinged with gravity. This smiling demon possesses profound magical prowess, subtly suggesting the attributes of the foremost demon god. Furthermore, you are all aware of this smiling demon's immense willpower and sagacity. During this awakening, he is likely to reap the greatest benefits. Dao Yi scoffed coldly, regardless. He is ultimately a traitor. The long-standing conflict between the demon path and the divine path has persisted for years. I shall not allow him to thrive. The divine path boasts 5 demons, and should we falter during this awakening, they could entirely overshadow us. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in the demon hand's eyes, and he sighed, "What a pity." Dao Yi remained impassive, stating, "Our demon prince possesses a commendable level of strength, ranked 307th, not too shabby. Let us refrain from discussing the matter of the demon prince. I harbor no expectations of him being of any use during this awakening. You all should return and inform our brethren in the demon path that, regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow those from the divine path to seize the limelight." Li Long waved his hand, a trace of terrifying demonic energy flickering in his eyes. Within the demon god organization, the internal strife is divided between the demon path and the divine path. The demon path occupies the arms of the demon god statue, while the divine path claims its legs. The demon mansion, where Lin Cangsheng resides, is considered the left arm of the demon path, inhabited by those who have yet to step into the realm of the immortals. Within this statue, the demonic essence is dense, with demonic energy cascading from the heavens, creating an ideal environment for cultivation. However, on this occasion, Lin Cangsheng received an unexpected visitor. This guest was none other than the true king of wind demons. Upon entering, the true king immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and spoke solemnly, "Demon prince, I have come to report that, to my dismay, there exists a traitor within our ranks who has relayed your information to the divine path. It is a grave offense." Lin Cangsheng paused for a moment, then smiled. "It is of no concern. All of this was anticipated." The true king of wind demons let out a sigh of relief and stood, hesitating slightly before saying, "Demon prince, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention." "Speak freely," Lin Cangsheng replied with a smile. The true king forced a wry smile. "I have heard numerous rumors among the prodigies of the demon path. Although I was not present during these events, I have gleaned a general understanding. The situation does not bode well for the demon prince. I am well aware of this." Lin Cangsheng sighed inwardly. Among the 13 titans of the human realm, One of them is indeed a giant of the divine path. Currently, Lin Cangsheng is uncertain whether this giant has returned to the divine path or if they are secretly devising any plans. Should my identity as Lin Lung be exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. Demon Prince, perhaps I am the one who understands you best within the demon path, the true king reflected. When you vanquished the true king of extreme demons, I was taken aback. While there are many prodigies in the human realm, and given your possession of the demon god's eye, such a feat was not entirely surprising. However, your profound resolve to transcend into the realm of Buddhism left a deep impression on me. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? In a fleeting thought, one could transform into a Buddha or a demon. Who could rival the formidable will you possessed at that time? Everything was within your grasp. Even the formidable true demon king fell before you, which stirred no surprise in me, for the aura you exuded was one of dominance, of control, and absolute mastery. Mo Feng articulated his thoughts in one breath. Yet now, I sense a hesitation within you. Perhaps you have touched the realm of the true king. But only by steadfastly adhering to your convictions can you grasp your own will. Upon concluding his words, Mo Feng observed Lin Cangsheng, who had fallen into deep contemplation, casting a lingering glance before retreating in silence. The night was pitch black, enveloping the entire statue of the demon god in a profound darkness. A youth, burdened by a sword, stood in the courtyard of the demon palace, his eyes vacant, as if ensnared in an endless reverie. Fear and trepidation, emotions that ought not to manifest, now surfaced. The path of death, marked by one's own flesh and blood, stained the soul, enduring harrowing tribulations that made the spirit tremble. Once, he bore 5 years of restraint, wielding the blade against the great powers of the human realm, commanding thousands alone. In battle against the evil lord, he declared, "If I do not descend into hell, who shall?" The path of enlightenment stretched vast and unfathomable, with innumerable tribulations beneath one's feet. If you cower beneath this sky, you shall forever remain a mere spectator. What is destined to come cannot be evaded. One must either endure in silence or charge forth with unstoppable momentum. Suddenly, within the dark confines of the demon palace, a pair of eyes burst forth with a chilling radiance. A thunderous bolt struck from the heavens, illuminating the statue of the demon god, which lay upon the boundless earth, now shrouded in a brilliant white light. 3 days later, the expansive chest of the colossal statue, situated on a vast square paved with ancient black stone, was surrounded by countless practitioners of the demonic path. From above, they resembled clusters of ants amassed together, within the realm of the demon god. Aside from the two orthodox factions, the demonic path and the divine path, numerous scattered practitioners of the demonic arts converged under the banner of the demon god organization. This grand square was known as the demon god's arena. In this arena stood a terrifying tower, akin to a dragon coiled in repose, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The multitude of practitioners of the demonic path stood beneath this tower, none daring to approach. Lin Cangsheng had been here for 3 days and was well aware of the unique stature of this tower within the demon god's arena. This edifice was designated as the Demon God Tower, a self-contained microcosm housing the leaders of the Demon God organization. Over 30 prodigies of the demonic path and dozens from the divine path were arrayed into 2 distinct formations. The leader of the demonic faction was none other than Lin Cangsheng, flanked by 3 esteemed prodigies. The leader of the divine faction was the Smiling Demon, accompanied by 4 formidable figures whose expressions varied: sorrow, anguish, melancholy, and worry. Lin Cangsheng had long heard of the 5 demons, led by the Smiling Demon, yet was taken aback by the states of the remaining 4. Their visages, smiling, pained, sorrowful, and troubled, truly depicted the myriad emotions of humanity. 2 formidable organizations, the celestial prodigies, occupy opposing columns, their respective auras clashing like fire and water, an invisible aura of lethal intent swirling between them. The numerous practitioners of the dark arts present in the demon god arena observed this scene, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Among the followers of the demonic path, strength is revered, and the enmity between the demonic and divine realms has always been profound. Thus, the awakening of the demon eye will undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic collision, igniting sparks of conflict. The Smiling Demon proclaims that this awakening signifies your final smile. Behind Lin Cangsheng, Li Long emanates an overwhelming will, akin to a fearsome demon king manifested in the flesh. The prominent figures of the demonic path standing behind him exude a palpable murderous intent, their gazes fixed upon the divine prodigies as if they were confronting their sworn enemies. With Lin Cangsheng alone focused on the terrifying visage of the demon god looming 10,000 miles ahead. May your desires be fulfilled. The smiling demon greets the onlookers with a grin, seemingly unperturbed by the aura radiating from the practitioners of the dark arts. The expressions of the four demons behind him are varied, reflecting the multitude of sentient beings. At this moment, a terrifying true immortal from the demonic realm and a true immortal from the divine realm descend simultaneously. With a grand gesture, they conjure a pitch-black demonic pathway before the demonic and divine prodigies, resembling a black rainbow bridge, directly leading to the head of the demon god statue. Lin Cangsheng's ancient bronze coffin within his mind trembles suddenly, an ancient azure light flickering upon it. He immediately senses that several overwhelming thoughts from within the demon god tower are converging toward this location, although they merely brushed past him. That fleeting moment left Lin Cangsheng feeling exposed. However, with the tremor of the bronze coffin, the various celestial secrets surrounding him are concealed, providing him with a sense of relief. The awakening of the demon I must surely attract the attention of the formidable entities residing within the enigmatic demon god tower. Contemplating the colossal figure that has decreed upon the Holy Spirit continent, Lin Cangsheng narrows his gaze upon the head of the demon god, resolute that neither your presence nor absence shall impede my progress. Both the terrifying true immortal and the true immortal from the divine realm simultaneously raise their voices, awaiting the awakening. At this moment, countless practitioners of the dark arts within the demon god organization fervently chant a single word, demon. This utterance reverberates throughout the vast expanse of the demon god arena, akin to a resounding celestial mountain of demonic sound, instantly shattering the heavens. The ceremony of awakening commences. Chapter 10:16. Silent mockery. Two colossal black, demonic pathways stretch toward the head of the demon god, spanning several 100,000 miles. Within the confines of the demon god statue, strict regulations prohibit any true immortal from flying, so the construction of the demonic bridge is primarily for rapid movement. Upon the command of the two true immortals, Lin Cangsheng takes the lead, propelling himself forward, his form erupting with an abundance of wind and fire calamities, surging ahead like a rocket. Countless practitioners from the darkly clad demon god organization behold this spectacle. Not only does Lin Cangsheng unleash his tempestuous power, but the smiling demon, with a beaming countenance, also harnesses the wind and fire calamity, sweeping forth with relentless force. The two leading figures transform into streaks of wind and fire, each refusing to yield. Though the distance spans hundreds of thousands of miles, it consumed merely the time of a single incense stick at full speed. The head of the demon god itself stretches for tens of thousands of miles, with the location of the demonic bridge landing directly upon the eye forged from the obsidian depths of the demon god. This abyssal eye measures over 20,000 miles in length, instilling terror in all who behold it. Practitioners of the demonic and divine paths stand at the left and right of this colossal eye, with dozens appearing merely as tiny specks from the heavens above. Countless members of the demon god organization gazed at this scene, their expressions brimming with excitement. After all, the opening of the demon eye every decade signifies the birth of even more formidable prodigies of the demonic path. The entire demon god arena erupted into a cacophony of noise, as practitioners could not contain their fervor, engaging in animated discussions. Leading the charge was the recently arrived demon child, who had mastered the full power of the demon goddess eye, poised to shine brilliantly during this momentous occasion. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this demon child had once been utterly overshadowed by the three great prodigies of the demonic path, rendered speechless and devoid of any semblance of dominance. Even with the demon god's eye in his possession, he could not unleash its might. Moreover, the smiling demon, who had subdued the supreme Buddhist intent through his own intellect and transformed it into demonic essence, radiated an aura of unparalleled dominance. It seemed certain that this smiling demon would soar to new heights. Alas, the emergence of the smiling demon, leading the four demons, rendered them an unstoppable force. Their rankings on the great emperor's list utterly eclipsed the three prodigies of the demonic path. And this opening of the demon eye would undoubtedly spell disaster for these demonic masters. The disciples of the demon god engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the confrontation between the prodigies of the demonic and divine paths. Most were acutely aware of the situation, leaning towards favoring the divine path. After all, the smiling demon was indeed formidable, having subdued one of the highest intents of Buddhism with his immense will. Who could rival him? The terrifying true immortal and that exalted true immortal retreated into the demon god tower. To enter this tower, one must possess the cultivation of a true immortal, otherwise they lacked the qualification. As Lin Cangsheng stepped into the demon eye, he felt a profound and mysterious power surging from its depths, eliciting strange expressions from many prodigies of the demonic path. Lowering his gaze, he immediately beheld a torrent of pitch-black energy, akin to a flood released from a dam, surging forth as if a demonic dragon had emerged from the sea. With thunderous explosions echoing, two colossal beams of dark demonic light, stretching for 20,000 miles, erupted from the demon eye, enveloping nearly 100 prodigies of both the demonic and divine paths within their embrace, piercing the clouds and shattering the sky. An endless wave of demonic intent surged across the expanse of the heavens, a terrifying majesty reverberating forth. Following the ascent of these immense beams of demonic light, countless streams of demonic energy cascaded down from the boundless sky, pure and imbued with demonic intent, some even containing the will of martial arts. The entire demon god arena was shrouded in this overwhelming force. All the practitioners of the demonic path beamed with joy, eagerly unleashing their mystical powers to absorb the torrent of demonic light cascading from the boundless sky. With the awakening of their demonic eyes, every sorcerer within the realm of the demon god would reap immense benefits. As the likes of Dao Yi, Demon Hand, and the many prodigies, including Li Long, were instantly swept away by this surge of demonic energy, they promptly settled into a meditative posture, their own demonic wills shimmering forth as they delved into enlightenment. Lin Cangsheng also assumed a cross-legged position. However, as he did so, he immediately sensed something peculiar. It was as if he felt nothing from this demonic light, which appeared to him as mere ordinary energy. How could this be? Was it due to a lack of comprehension? This seemed implausible. After all, he wielded the eye of the demon god, the supreme existence ranking first among the 6,000 demonic scriptures. How could he feel nothing and grasp nothing? This was utterly absurd. Yet, suddenly, his body quaked as he perceived the profound and potent demonic auras radiating from the prodigies nearby, evidently indicating their initial grasp of enlightenment. The practitioners beneath the demon god's domain erupted in fervor. From a distance, one could observe the tremendous demonic light emanating from the dual eyes of the demon god, where many prodigies began to shimmer with extraordinary brilliance, some resonating with the song of the demon king, while others echoed the roar of the ancient demon, each exhibiting unique manifestations that resounded through the air. Among the prodigies within the demonic path, one had seemingly comprehended the void ancient demon slash. Summoning an ancient demon from the void, although merely a phantom, its power would undoubtedly surge. A practitioner exclaimed in excitement. Lin Cangsheng turned his gaze in that direction and beheld a disciple at the Void King realm, enveloped in demonic intent, as an ancient demon phantom materialized from the void, executing a series of formidable strikes before letting out a roar that surged into the disciple. The disciple trembled, their aura skyrocketing, emanating an aura so chilling it felt as though death lingered near. This individual had gained tremendous advantages. Upon glancing again, Lin Cangsheng noticed yet another prodigy within the divine path, who had also received the blessing of an ancient demon phantom. This ancient demon let out a mighty howl towards the heavens, exuding immense combat spirit, akin to an iron mountain. With this empowerment, the prodigy's strength surged exponentially, resembling a divine warrior of the demon realm. One by one, the prodigies continued to garner benefits as the demonic eyes opened, with everyone else closing their eyes in contemplation. Only Lin Cangsheng remained with his eyes wide open, surveying his surroundings, a hint of perplexity lingering in his gaze. The ancient decree of the demon god proclaimed that those who awakened the demonic eyes and lead the demonic path would shine brilliantly and shake the world. This belief has been steadfastly held by the organization of the demonic path. Due to this ancestral edict, Lin Cangsheng was the focus of countless gazes, all anticipating any extraordinary transformation he might undergo. However, upon observing Lin Cangsheng, they were struck by his peculiar demeanor. Instantly, many from the Divine Path organization erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth echoing with unparalleled intensity. Behold that demonic youth, what utter nonsense! He gazes around with vacant eyes, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. I have often remarked that those of the demonic path are truly obstinate, and with such a demeanor. How could he possibly lead the demonic faction to glory? Ridiculous. This time the demonic youth has brought great shame upon himself. I foresee the demonic path's momentum dwindling to nothing, leaving its followers disheartened. Those belonging to the demonic organization, upon hearing such egregious insults, felt their faces flush with indignation. They yearned to rebut vociferously or engage in a brawl. Yet, as they beheld the scene of the demonic prodigies comprehending their surroundings, Lin Cangsheng surveyed the others, leaving them with a chilling sense of foreboding. Is this truly the demonic youth? Do the ancient teachings of our forebears genuinely exist? The face of the demon Wind King also appeared somewhat stiff. Could it be that he misjudged the situation? At that moment, a voice rang out, "Look! The 4 demons have begun to comprehend, and the 3 great prodigies are also awakening." All eyes turned, and they beheld terrifying manifestations erupting from the demonic eyes, overshadowing the comprehension of all other demonic prodigies. These few were none other than the 3 great prodigies of the demonic path. The 4 demons under the command of the grinning demon. Lin Cangsheng, too, felt a shift in the air as he directed his gaze towards the 3 great prodigies and the 4 demons. To onlookers, this scene evoked a silent mockery. Chapter 11:17. No one can hinder me. Lin Cangsheng sensed the fluctuations of energy emanating from the 3 great prodigies and the 4 demons, who were immersed in the demonic light. A profound and unsettling demonic aura began to emanate from them, compelling Lin Cangsheng to observe intently. Suddenly, from above the head of Dao Yi, a colossal demonic figure surged forth, radiating an aura of unparalleled sharpness, as if it could sever all things in existence. The massive specter exploded into a blade of light, cleaving downwards from Dao Yi's crown. Buzz! This demonic blade struck Dao Yi's head, slicing through to his very core, as though to cleave him in two. Yet, Dao Yi instantaneously unleashed a torrent of blade energy, his presence becoming overwhelmingly formidable, as if he could sever all that lay before him. Simultaneously, a demonic hand materialized above the head of the demon hand, merging seamlessly with its right hand. An ancient, thunderous roar echoed from the hand, sending shivers down the spines of countless demonic practitioners. The phenomena emitted by the 4 demons were particularly bizarre. Behind each stood a specter of a demonic figure, each embodying emotions of suffering, sorrow, grief, and despair, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. The 4 demons have indeed reaped significant benefits. However, at this very moment, it is the aura emanating from Li Long that is most formidable. A flicker of terrifying demonic light dances across his chest, enveloped by an intangible pressure that instinctively breeds fear within the hearts of onlookers. Suddenly, a resounding demonic roar erupted from Li Long, and from behind him, a towering silhouette arose, seemingly forged from the depths of unending dread. The gaze of this demonic entity sent shivers down the spines of even the most exceptional individuals, instilling in them a sense of unparalleled terror. As the roar subsided, the apparition of the demon transformed into swirling miasma, coiling around Li Long, akin to the formation of a demonic armor. With each step he took, this armor manifested, instilling countless fears in those who beheld it. Numerous practitioners of the demonic path were struck with astonishment, and even the 4 demons exhibited a subtle change in expression. At this moment, within the demonic god tower, the terrifying true immortal abruptly stood, laughing heartily. My son has acquired the fearsome demonic spirit within the awakening of the demon eye, solidifying the terrifying demonic armor. With this insight, he is on the brink of transcending to the virtual immortal realm. The true king and the virtual immortal are separated by a chasm. The true king is merely a powerful mortal, while the virtual immortal has begun to glimpse the path of the celestial. Surrounding them, countless Taoists offered their congratulations, while the formidable beings of the divine path exchanged knowing smirks, observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, a true immortal of the divine path spoke, his tone laced with faint mockery. Achieving comprehension of the fearsome true spirit is indeed impressive, but you ought to consider this. The grinning demon is still in the midst of his own understanding. Are you unaware that the longer the period of comprehension, the more astonishing the outcomes? The countenance of the terrifying true immortal shifted as he glanced toward the right eye of the demon god statue, his heart jolted with realization. One by one, the prodigies of the demonic path approached to offer their congratulations, and Lin Cangsheng stepped forward, extending his congratulations to Li Long. The eyes of the demonic prodigies, including Li Long, fixated intently on Lin Cangsheng. Although they had previously been absorbed in their insights, they had also been mindful of Lin Cangsheng. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the esteemed demon child had seemingly grasped nothing during this awakening. Is this truly the demon child? A cold snort escaped from Dao, who revered strength. It was evident that Lin Cangsheng's performance had utterly shattered the image of the demon child in his mind. Li Long furrowed his brows and took a step forward, poised to address Lin Cangsheng, when he suddenly caught wind of the faint laughter from the divine path. Instantly, he recalled something, his expression shifting as he turned his gaze toward the grinning demon. Li Long's actions prompted the other prodigies to awaken from their reverie, all of them turning their attention in unison. Do you truly believe this is a moment for celebration? The melancholic demon among the four spoke, his expression sorrowful as he regarded the multitude of demonic practitioners. Sure enough, the grinning demon, seated amidst the demonic light, wore a serene smile and an air of tranquility, imparting a profound spiritual impact. At this moment, an ancient wave of demonic intent surged forth, deep and terrifying. A rhythmic sound, reminiscent of a heartbeat, emanated from the grinning demon, resonating with an extraordinary frequency that was heard clearly by all present. At that moment, with each pulse, the grinning demon inhaled and exhaled, releasing immense waves of demonic energy. Everyone was captivated, their eyes fixed upon him. Simultaneously, the body of the grinning demon swelled and then contracted, the magnitude of the energy being expelled growing ever more formidable, leaving the three great prodigies, Li Long and his companions, visibly astonished. Just then, the grinning demon suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the two beams of demonic light that burst forth from his colossal pupils vanished without a trace. The air resonated with the sounds of drumming and demonic howls, as distant points of demonic light appeared in the sky. A pitch-black river of demonic energy descended from the heavens, sparkling like a galaxy, cascading over the grinning demon. The sound of the drum echoed, and the river of demonic energy manifested. At this moment, the prodigies of the demonic path, the celestial prodigies, and countless onlookers, including those within the demonic god palace, were all struck with shock, their hearts stirred in a tempest of emotion. Lin Cangsheng gazed at the scene in astonishment, feeling the overwhelming power of the river's surge. The grinning demon, under its torrent, seemed transformed, as if the very heavens and earth were redefined. A baptism of the demonic god. The formidable true immortal quivered, a complex expression on his face. If the baptism of the demonic god could invoke such phenomena, then the potential of the grinning demon must surely be capable of reaching the pinnacle of true immortality, or even beyond. Many formidable beings of the demonic god palace were likewise stirred, including the great emperor within, who was drawn by the grinning demon's extraordinary manifestation. Moments later, as the river dissipated, the form of the grinning demon came into view. He appeared with a smile, projecting an illusion of perfection, devoid of any imperfections. His aura now profoundly deep and terrifying. Under the gaze of his smiling eyes, those around felt an irresistible urge to approach him and offer their admiration. Alarm bells rang in Lin Cangsheng's mind. The baptism of the demonic god had induced a transformation in the grinning demon of cataclysmic proportions. The members of the demonic organization soon regained their composure, their expressions darkening. The aura radiating from the grinning demon was unmistakably potent, igniting the effects of the baptism. His brilliance dazzling. Congratulations, grinning demon. The celestial prodigies were invigorated, their expressions soaring as they respectfully clasped their hands in homage to him. Countless demonic cultivators gazed at the grinning demon with reverence, whispering amongst themselves in a chorus of admiration. The grinning demon bowed to the four corners, his face alight with smiles, leaving the celestial prodigies feeling elated, fostering deeper respect and adoration. Such an aura was indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, the grinning demon turned his gaze towards the three great prodigies, approaching them slowly, seemingly oblivious to their ashen faces. He cheerfully remarked, "Congratulations to the three of you for reaping immense benefits during this opening of the demonic eye." The three prodigies gritted their teeth, their expressions taut with tension. You have undergone the baptism of the demon god, and then you rushed over to offer your congratulations, as if to slap in the face of countless onlookers. The smiling demon turned his gaze towards Lin Cangsheng and remarked that since the moment the demon child stepped into the demonic light, he had been observing the surroundings rather than seeking comprehension. Could it be that the demon child, upon entering this realm of enlightenment, has instantaneously grasped some profound truth unknown to others? Lin Cangsheng, however, merely shook his head with indifference, expressing no particular sensation. The celestial beings of the divine path stifled their laughter, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded him. They believed in forging their own eras and had never placed faith in any demon child. Now, witnessing this acknowledgement from the demon child himself, they found it to be quite amusing. The smiling demon shook his head and said, "What a pity! If one could attain insight upon the opening of the demon eye, the benefits would be immense. Yet, the demon child wields the eye of the demon god, which holds boundless creations. Surely, in 10 years, he will comprehend something of significance." On the demon goddess altar, many practitioners of the demonic path could not suppress their laughter. The three leading prodigies wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. Yet they could only grit their teeth, powerless to refute the facts before them. The pride of the entire demonic lineage swelled with profound humiliation. In the next decade, a year brings a transformation. What use is it to comprehend after 10 years? Lin Cangsheng cast a faint glance at the rotund figure, when suddenly, a mysterious sensation surged through his heart, causing his expression to shift to one of astonishment. At that moment, a formidable true immortal and another celestial being descended from the heavens. The formidable true immortal wore a stoic expression, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet the intangible aura of terror emanating from him indicated that his mood was far from pleasant. In contrast, the other celestial being exuded vigor. Gesturing grandly as two demonic bridges once more materialized, their voice resonating powerfully, declaring the conclusion of the demon IS enlightenment. The practitioners of the demonic path on the altar fervently shouted demon once more, their voices even more resounding than before, parting the clouds above and echoing through the vast expanse of 100,000 miles. The celestial prodigies were all buoyant and animated, engaging in lively conversation, with the topic most often revolving around the smiling demon and the remarkable spectacle of the demon child, who seemingly grasped nothing. The three leading prodigies of the demonic path wore expressions of grim resolve, unable to utter a word, their hearts heavy with oppression, their faces darkened. This time, they suffered a crushing defeat. "Let us go," Li Long commanded in a low voice, leading the way with a grim expression, preparing to guide the practitioners of the demonic path away from this place. With so many eyes upon them, lingering even a moment longer would only add to their humiliation. The laughter from the divine side was incessant, leaving them uncertain whether it was mockery or genuine amusement. However, at that moment, a faint voice suddenly resonated, "Wait." The crowd paused, turning to see the so-called heart-enlightened demon child speaking. "What do you intend to do?" Li Long growled in a low tone, sounding like a suppressed roar. They adhered to the ancient principles handed down through the ages, yet the outcome was a harsh slap in the face. The smiling demon, on the other hand, wore a beaming smile. Lin Cangsheng, undeterred by the peculiar glances of those around him, wore an expression of serene indifference as he strode forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the two celestial beings above. "Esteemed seniors," he proclaimed, "the awakening of the demon eye has yet to conclude, and I believe I can glean further insights from it." His words struck like thunder, causing the two celestial beings to raise their eyebrows in surprise. The multitude of demonic cultivators beneath the demon god's temple erupted into hushed whispers, a torrent of mockery surging forth towards him. "You were unable to glean anything during the awakening of the demon eye, and yet now you seek enlightenment?" The expressions of the three great prodigies of the demonic path shifted dramatically. Unable to contain his frustration, Li Long bellowed at Lin Cangsheng, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? Is your disdain for our loss not yet sufficient? You couldn't comprehend a thing during the awakening of the demon eye. What makes you think you can accomplish anything now? I still believe in the legends, so I suggest you silence yourself. A defeat is a defeat. Why continue this madness?" His furious outburst was akin to a fearsome demon's descent, leaving many celestial prodigies of the divine path momentarily speechless, their minds thoroughly shaken. Lin Cangsheng, however, paid no heed to Li Long's wrath, turning instead towards the direction of the demon god's pupils. "Seeking death, are we?" The three great prodigies of the demonic path erupted with lethal intent, their fury palpable and earth-shattering. They were now beyond control, incited by Lin Cangsheng's provocations. The four demons under the smiling demon's command also unleashed their murderous intent, a tide of demonic energy surging forth to crush Lin Cangsheng. We cannot allow this demon to disrupt the established order. In that moment, 7 prodigies simultaneously unleashed a terrifying aura of death, capable of shattering one's sanity, enveloping them in an overwhelming sense of mortality. Lin Cangsheng's steps abruptly halted. He turned, revealing a visage twisted with malevolence. His black robe suddenly erupted, revealing his chest as it billowed in the air. 2 ghastly scars, deeply recessed, emanated an imposing presence, and a horrific aura of death surged forth from him, striking with tremendous force. None of you can obstruct me. The air grew heavy with a chilling, deathly essence, reminiscent of a reaper's return. The 7 prodigies momentarily froze, taken aback by the terrifying aura of death radiating from Lin Cangsheng. The celestial prodigies of the divine path and the demonic path, all at the Void King level, found themselves momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the sudden eruption of deathly energy. They genuinely felt the encroaching presence of mortality. Chapter 10:18. A sudden change. The abrupt release of deathly energy acted as a profound shockwave, captivating the attention of the Void King prodigies present. Even those of the fallen realm were momentarily bewildered by this unforeseen aura of death. The 3 great prodigies were similarly affected, as were the 4 demons. Lin Cangsheng turned and rapidly advanced forward. The demonic prodigies, regaining their composure, were astonished. They could scarcely fathom that the seemingly ordinary demon before them had unleashed an aura reminiscent of a harbinger of death, one who had claimed countless lives. Though the expressions of the 3 great prodigies remained grim, their hearts were undeniably shaken. Judging solely by this sudden and powerful aura, it was clear that this demon must have undergone extraordinary experiences. However, the magical light has dissipated, and what is there left for you to comprehend here? Are you not merely presenting your face to be struck? The smiling demon was momentarily taken aback, yet maintained a broad smile, observing Lin Cangsheng's actions without interference. Instead, he extended a hand to halt the 4 demons, who were poised to charge once more, stating that they should allow him to attempt it. If he can indeed grasp something, it would be advantageous for our demon god. Nevertheless, the true immortal of the divine path bellowed, "Stop right there. Do you truly believe yourself to be the progeny of the demon path? The awakening of the magical light has concluded. Should you dare to act recklessly atop the head of that demon god statue, no one will be able to protect you." It was evident that this true immortal of the divine path sought to prevent Lin Cangsheng from overstepping his bounds. At that moment, the formidable true immortal shook his head, exuding an air of authority, and remarked, "Let him have a trial. Humph, what harm is there in a test? If this child fails, I shall impose a severe punishment upon him." "You say test, then let it be so," the true immortal of the divine path replied with a cold smile. "The awakening of the magical eyes has concluded, and this has always been the established rule. Do you think that merely because he is an ethereal demon child, he can shatter the rules? I shall not permit it." Suddenly, the true immortal's gaze turned frigid, as if 2 bolts of lightning had erupted in the sky, and an overwhelming killing intent surged forth towards Lin Cangsheng. A true immortal is more than capable of dealing with a mere virtual king. There was no need for him to even take action. Yet, unexpectedly, an elderly figure appeared before this terrifying killing intent, causing it to dissipate like a mouse encountering a cat. The expression of the true immortal shifted in astonishment, as did the countenance of many prodigies from both the demon and divine paths. The previously noisy demon god arena fell into an immediate hush, for the arrival of the elder rendered the space surrounding the demon god statue profoundly silent. The elder of heart destruction gazed intently at this elder, who still possessed an impressive presence. Standing there, he commanded the respect of all within the demon god organization, inspiring only reverence in their hearts. "Let him be," the elder of heart destruction declared, his 3 words resonating like a resounding stone, leaving no room for rebuttal. The true immortal of the divine path found his throat constricted by an invisible force, unable to utter a single word in opposition. After speaking, the elder of heart destruction took a decisive step and vanished from this realm. Once the elder departed, the true immortal of the divine path immediately felt a wave of relief, the invisible pressure abruptly lifting. After a brief moment, the murmurs of discussion began to echo throughout the demon god arena. Suddenly, the true immortal was taken aback, glancing at the head of the demon god statue. where he beheld Lin Cangsheng's figure engulfed in flames, swiftly passing by, before turning to sit cross-legged upon the brow between the demon god's dual eyes. From above, it appeared as though a small point had emerged within the center of the demon goddess' brow. Lin Chen's actions undeniably attracted the attention of countless onlookers. What, after all, was this demon child, who had gleaned nothing from the awakening of the magical eyes, intending to do? At this very moment, the world around Lin Chen fell into silence, as he sat in a state of ethereal tranquility. In the demon god palace, one might scoff. What is this child truly attempting? What nonsense about being a demon child, merely an ancient deception. In the depths of the demon god palace, an authoritative figure from the demonic organization spoke with gravitas, clearly representing the divine faction. Numerous other prominent figures expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Chen's actions, including notable leaders from the demonic realm, as Lin Chen had brought considerable disgrace upon himself. The Elder of Heart Destruction stood in an obscure world within the palace, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of mystery and terror. He merely remarked, "I have made my decision. There is no need for further inquiry." The dissenting voices were promptly silenced. Time passed. 1.5 incense sticks had burned down. Yet Lin Chen, seated at the center of the demon god's brow, appeared to be in a state of complete stillness, devoid of any aura or reaction. The elapsed time prompted the previously hopeful demonic practitioners within the palace to voice their frustrations. Whispers of discontent grew louder, filling the air with a cacophony reminiscent of a swarm of bees. What on earth is he doing? Damn it, it's been an hour and a half. Why is he just sitting there? I can't comprehend it, some murmured. It seemed the demon prince had truly been cornered, desperately attempting to salvage his dignity, only to be met with an overwhelming slap of reality. The expressions of the three great prodigies darkened, as they recalled how the smiling demon had been subdued previously. Now, Lin Chen had taken it upon himself to orchestrate such a foolish spectacle, making the demonic elites eager to distance themselves from the scene. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the divine prodigies, they felt an uncomfortable heat rise to their faces. What shall we do now? The demon hand asked quietly, unable to meet the penetrating gazes of the four demons. Below, many eyes were fixed upon the unfolding drama in the demon god palace. Li Long took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and with a wry smile, he said, "For now, we can only observe the developments." He cast a glance at the unperturbed Lin Chen, shook his head, and sighed softly. Within the demon god palace, a figure of immense authority spoke once more. "Elder of Heart Destruction, 1.5 incense sticks is ample time. This is utter folly. If this continues, he must face severe punishment." The elder's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the void, his expression unwavering as he nodded. "If that is the case, we shall take action." His tone was thunderous, leaving no room for doubt. The countenance of the terrifying true immortal remained stoic, lost in thought, while the expression of the divine true immortal grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, a divine thought surged into their minds, causing the divine true immortal to visibly react, a flicker of joy crossing his features. "I wonder how far you can take this farce," he mused aloud. As his words echoed, he radiated a powerful aura of demonic pressure, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, drawing countless gazes towards him. He strode purposefully towards Lin Chen, each step resonating like thunder. Bold Lin Long, with his audacious words, has sullied the divine statue. I shall now seize you and bring you to justice. The true immortal of the devil path suddenly took action, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. A colossal hand, akin to a vast black curtain, descended upon Lin Chen. From the ground, it appeared as if a gigantic mountain hand was enveloping him. The elite of the devil path felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their faces drawn into bitter smiles, as their previous confidence morphed into dismay, and a chill began to settle in. They merely stood by, eyes wide, watching the massive hand approach in silence. In an instant, the enormous demonic hand enveloped Lin Chen, and many breathed a sigh of relief. The demon prince had indeed made a grand spectacle of himself, while the numerous prodigies of the divine path shone with exuberance. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred, causing the expressions of the divine true immortals and the formidable true immortals to shift abruptly. This was impossible. Chapter 1019. The anomaly as the immense demonic hand descended. An abrupt transformation took place. The expressions of the two true immortals changed simultaneously, as the terrifying hand suddenly froze, beginning to tremble violently, as if a dreadful entity within was resisting. This sudden fluctuation captivated the attention of all prodigies from both the devil path and the divine path, their gazes drawn towards the source of the disturbance. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from the grasp of the colossal demonic hand, as beams of demonic light pierced through it like a barrage of arrows, densely packed. Following a resounding explosion, the monstrous hand shattered into fragments. The prodigies of both the devil path and the divine path were utterly astonished. This was a true immortal level hand. How could it possibly be destroyed? Suddenly, a brilliant surge of demonic light ascended from the statue of the demon god's head. Countless radiant beams erupted from this dazzling light, resembling a miniature sun suspended above the demon god's visage. Disciples of both the devil path and the divine path were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Save for the 3 esteemed prodigies, the 5 demons, who squinted at the spectacle. The multitude of demonic cultivators within the demon god's temple gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The demon god possesses 3 eyes. The left observes all demons. The right foresees the future, and the middle eye surveys the world. Radiating intense demonic light, Lin Cangsheng, with the demon eye at his brow exuding an ancient and terrifying aura, spoke in a resonant voice that echoed throughout the entire demon god temple. Suddenly, at the site where Lin Cangsheng had previously meditated upon the demon god's head, an ancient demonic light flickered, emanating a chilling and formidable presence. A fearsome, pitch-black eye, extending for 10,000 miles, slowly opened upon the demon god's head. The third eye, at this moment. The hearts of the prodigies from both the devil path and the divine path were engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. Even the divine true immortals, the formidable true immortals, and the mighty beings of the demon god palace were stirred to their core by this revelation. How could this be possible? Countless years have passed, and even the greatest emperors have comprehended many truths, but have never discerned the existence of a third eye. Yet now, this third eye has indeed manifested, akin to the one nestled in Lin Cangsheng's forehead. Upon its awakening, it unleashed a torrent of pitch-black demonic light that shot towards the heavens. This beam of darkness pierced the sky, instantly dispersing a vast expanse of clouds, followed by a tremendous explosion. Dark snowflakes, black flames, and swirling gusts of demonic wind and rain seemed to evolve into a realm of their own, encircling Lin Cangsheng in a mesmerizing dance. From a distance, he appeared as though he were the center of a celestial phenomenon, with colossal snowflakes, flames, winds, and rain swirling behind him, resembling an entire world. The ethereal silhouettes of 72 demonic deities flickered within this spectacle, each exhibiting diverse expressions and chanting as if in reverence to Lin Cangsheng. The demonic light emanating from Lin Cangsheng dissipated entirely as he rose to his feet, exuding an uncanny aura. Though his stature was merely 1.8 meters, he seemed to transcend the earthly realm, towering majestically. Within him, however, a different world was unfolding. In his dantian, a realm of demonic essence emerged, with 6,000 pitch-black light points swirling in harmony. At the center of this formation lay the eye of the demon god, flanked by 9 other dark light points, one of which had taken the form of a stone tablet inscribed with the words of the heavenly punishment. This was the scripture of the heavenly punishment Yama, composed of 6,000 light points in a cyclical arrangement, representing the structure of the reincarnation demon canon. An overwhelming aura of majesty radiated from this extraordinary manifestation, sending tremors of awe through the hearts of countless practitioners of the demonic path, as if a true demon god had descended, invoking an instinctive reverence within them. At this moment, within the demon god palace, the leaders of various demonic organizations were similarly struck by astonishment. They gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, the floating manifestation of the 4 seasons of the demonic path, exuding an aura that compelled submission. It was as if a demon god had walked among them. The elder of hard extinction, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into laughter that reverberated through the heavens, proclaiming the emergence of the demonic dominion over all. Ancient legends spoke of demon gods possessing 3 eyes, the left eye perceiving the demonic path, the right eye foreseeing the future, and the central eye surveying the world. The one who bears this eye can behold all, and is the true heir of the demonic path. The leaders of the demonic realm were profoundly shaken, equally filled with elation. In this moment of undeniable reality, They could no longer dismiss the ancestral teachings they had upheld for countless years, as they finally erupted into a magnificent brilliance. As the extraordinary phenomenon faded, Lin Cangsheng descended from the sky, standing atop the third pitch-black vertical eye. The prodigies of both the demonic and divine paths were engulfed in overwhelming astonishment, their faces etched with shock as they beheld this scene, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Now, Lin Cangsheng's demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an aura of supreme darkness that commands both respect and awe. The ominous energy radiating from him has become profound and unfathomable. Li Long and the other two prodigies find themselves at a loss for words, unable to erase the stunning spectacle that just unfolded before them. In a moment of clarity, they realize why their dark prince struggled to comprehend within the illumination of the demonic eye. It was because he embodies the third eye. Thus insight could only be attained through its gaze. The seasons of demonic transformation unfold. The third eye awakens. The left eye perceives all demons. The right eye glimpses the future, and the vertical eye surveys the world. The expression of the smiling demon is complex. Lin Long, you are indeed extraordinary. Having manifested such an anomaly, could it be that the ancient ancestral teachings hold true? The many divine prodigies, at this moment, are left speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment. Lin Cangsheng strides forward with purpose, standing before the gathered dark prodigies, and declares, "Esteemed peers, I am the Dark Prince, and I shall lead you to conquer the world." His words resonate like thunder, awakening a realization among the dark prodigies, and their gazes towards him begin to shift. The three prodigies, though their expressions are intricate, soon adopt a new mindset, proclaiming, "We shall heed the Dark Prince." The dark prodigies erupt in a chorus of respect, their voices intertwining and echoing throughout the arena, awakening the previously silent space. "Dark Prince, Dark Prince, Dark Prince." The shouts crescendo like rolling thunder, reverberating through the air. The expressions of the divine beings turn grim, as they struggle to forget the formidable presence Lin Cangsheng displayed amidst the seasons of darkness. It was as if their demonic deity had descended, inspiring both submission and awe. Among the ranks of dark practitioners, the demon wind true king beams with delight at this moment. If Lin Cangsheng had not been so resolutely determined, who could have witnessed such a breathtaking sight? This indicates that Lin Cangsheng has severed any lingering doubt within him. However, just then, an unexpected shift occurs. Among the accolades, Lin Cangsheng's expression suddenly transforms, his pupils constricting in alarm. What could this mean? Chapter 1020. The manifestation of the demonic deity. The arena erupts with shouts. At this moment, the title of Dark Prince shines brightly. This young man is truly terrifying. Having taken the risk to unlock the third eye of the demonic deity, knowledge that even the emperors were unaware of, how could the manifestations of others, like the smiling demon or Li Long, even begin to compare with Lin Cangsheng? The expression of the divine immortal who had confronted Lin Cangsheng darkens, while a nearby fearsome immortal remains impassive, remarking coolly, "The ancient sight of the three eyes is revealed. I wonder what your thoughts are." Your earlier confrontation with the Dark Prince was indeed a display of great authority. The true immortal of the divine path found himself choked in frustration. Despite his discontent, none could deny the spectacle that had just unfolded. The prodigies of the demon path now stood proudly behind Lin Cangsheng, their spirits soaring high, the previous gloom dissipated, and their gazes toward Lin Cangsheng transformed into respect and trust. Li Long, along with Mo Shou and Dao Yi, cast their eyes toward the smiling demon. While the expressions of the other four demons darkened, Li Long remarked calmly, "It seems ancient ancestral teachings do hold some merit." The ancient lore of the three-eyed beings lingered in the air. The faces of the four demons were as grim as water, and the worried demon expressed his sorrow. That is merely an ancient rumor. Who can take it seriously? However, the prodigies of the divine path remained somber, for the unusual phenomena had evolved to such an extent that the feelings rising from within were undeniably clear. Yet, the utterance of those words felt painfully inadequate. Li Long cast a cold glance at his counterpart. The situation had become irrevocable. He suddenly noticed that Lin Cangsheng's form seemed to have paused, prompting him to step forward and inquire, "Demon child, why do you linger?" The gazes of the many prodigies of the demon path shifted to Lin Cangsheng, who at that moment had pupils constricting to needle points, his brow revealing the eye of the demon god, which opened to unveil a blood-red orb that appeared to be losing control, wildly swiveling in all directions as if it might pop out at any moment. The sky was ravaged by a tempest, the winds resembling divine swords, roaring like dragons across the heavens. These gales, originating from the nine nether, carried boundless tempestuous power. Even the beings of the Tao diagram realm dared not stand within that fierce wind. Suddenly, several figures emerged. These individuals moved through the chaotic winds with ease, seemingly unaffected, and instead drew strength from the very storm. Latest intelligence indicates that today the Demon God organization has activated the Eye of the Demon, revealing numerous extraordinary prodigies. A voice with a slight timbre inquired. The smiling demon, Li Long, must have reaped considerable benefits. Indeed, the informant replied. However, during this activation, an anomaly occurred. The newly emerged demon child, Lin Long, unleashed the rumored seasonal phenomena of the demon path and awakened the third eye of the demon god statue. Oh, the deep voice chuckled. It seems the upcoming battle of the immortals will be quite interesting. He commanded, send someone down. Maintain close cooperation with the Dark Clan to secure the latest intelligence. Also, keep a vigilant eye on the Ice God Palace, the Flame Emperor, and the Thunder Sovereign. The individual immediately withdrew. The deep voice resonated once more amidst the unending tempest. No one can halt the steps of the Wind King. The chaos of the human realm. Come to me. Before the eyes lay a fiery expanse, resembling the legendary infernal realm, with surging flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Within this terrifying lava hell, a fiery figure suddenly erupted, stirring countless streams of magma. This figure, bathed in lava, exuded an aura akin to that of an ancient fire dragon, exhaling its fiery essence. Humph! The emergence of such a demon child within the Demon God organization is indeed remarkable. It seems we cannot underestimate the Demon God organization this time. This individual speaks to himself with an air of dominance. The plan for the Holy Spirit continent has faltered, and now the only course of action is to rapidly enhance one's strength. During this celestial gathering, no one can be overlooked. Meanwhile, within the Demon God Palace, after Elder Zinmi let out a hearty laugh, a formidable figure from the demonic path rose, seizing the opportunity to challenge the celestial beings present. This demon child has manifested extraordinary signs, awakening the third eye of the demon god statue, capable of perceiving the grand trends of the world. I demand that you, beings of the celestial path, acknowledge him as the demon child. Humph! A towering figure from the celestial path snorted disdainfully, his voice akin to the chilling frost of the abyss. To think that such a brief acknowledgement could substantiate his status seems rather hasty. Elder Zinmi's voice resonated like thunder, a mere 2 words rendering the celestial giants speechless. For they are all acutely aware that the chaotic era is approaching, and it is imperative to elevate a prodigious leader. In times of turmoil, the extraordinary individual embodies the fortune of a sect. Although the celestial giants harbor profound dissatisfaction, they find themselves at a loss for words. After all, the deeds of the demon god from years past are well known, and the third eye serves to discern the worldly dynamics. Suddenly, the entire demon god palace trembled slightly. The expressions of these giants shifted instantaneously, and Elder Zinmi exclaimed, "This is bad. The demon god statue is exhibiting anomalies. We must investigate immediately." Within the demon organization, this statue serves as their spiritual pillar. It is said to be the manifestation of the ancient demon god after his demise, and there are rumors that it was forged by the ancient demon god himself, though the veracity of these tales remains uncertain. However, countless practitioners of the demonic path know that when the detestable blood sky demon sovereign invaded their organization, this demon god statue unleashed cataclysmic power. Thus, the members of the demon organization hold this statue in profound reverence, as if standing before their own divine deity of the demonic path. Yet at this moment, the statue, stretching for millions of miles, began to tremble slightly. Although it was a mere quiver, its impact reverberated across vast distances, the sound akin to a surging flood. The multitude of demonic practitioners, who had moments ago been cheering, suddenly found their expressions transformed. Even the prodigies from both the demonic and celestial paths were taken aback, their countenances shifting dramatically. The statue of the demon god trembles. What could this signify? Both the celestial beings of the demon path and the divine path instinctively narrowed their eyes, their vast consciousness immediately enveloping the surroundings. Yet at that moment, as the colossal statue quivered, a third vertical eye suddenly opened, unleashing a torrent of inky darkness that surged forth, emanating a terrifying aura. In an instant, not only did the elite descendants of the demon and divine paths feel an overwhelming sense of dread rising from their very souls, but even those present in the demon god's arena underwent a dramatic transformation in countenance. It was as if the progeny stood before an ancient ancestor. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, Lin Cangsheng was abruptly ensnared by an ethereal light, binding him within a cage of demonic radiance. The eye of the demon god at his brow flickered ominously, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The immense statue pulsated with an increasingly dreadful energy, the ground surrounding it erupting with thunderous explosions, while countless unfathomable chasms emerged from beneath its base. An ancient voice suddenly resonated within the hearts of the multitude of demon god adherents, imbued with antiquity, authority, and an aura that demanded reverence. "My people." This succinct phrase sent tremors through the very souls of the demonic followers, igniting a simultaneous explosion of emotions within them. Even the titans within the demon god palace exhibited a stark change in expression, their spirits instinctively bowing in reverence to the voice that echoed through them. This voice emanated from the statue of the demon god. Was it not the manifestation of the demon god itself? A majestic silhouette burst forth from the vertical eye of the statue, piercing the heavens. The ancient, commanding, and unassailable voice resonated once more, now tinged with a hint of fury. As it reverberated, the land within 100,000 miles of the statue erupted violently, shaking the firmament. "This child is a thief of the demon path. He must be eradicated." At the utterance of this declaration, the ethereal figure shattered once again, and the tumultuous vibrations of the statue subsided. In that moment, the entire world fell into profound silence, the weight of those two fleeting phrases echoing like a thunderclap. Thus, "This child is a thief of the demon path. He must be eradicated." Chapter 1021. The Decree of Eradication. Lin Cangsheng, locked within a prison of demonic light conjured by the gaze of the demon god, felt his eyes turn icy cold, his thoughts racing back to a previous encounter. When he had been beneath the left eye of the demon god, he had abruptly sensed the pulsation of its gaze, as if an ancient voice reverberated within his heart. "The left eye observes all demons, the right eye glimpses the future, and the vertical eye surveys the world." This succinct phrase encapsulated the essence of a demon god. Lin Cangsheng was immediately stirred. The statue of the demon god possessed merely two eyes. According to the words spoken, it was evident that something was amiss. For there must indeed exist a third eye. With his indomitable courage, and having dispelled his mental barriers through the utterance of the demon wind true king's words, he resolutely advanced toward the center of the brow. As Lin Cangsheng first settled at that point, he instantly began to grasp certain profound truths. Within the center of the brow lay a subtle force, a power that quivered deeply within. Upon sensing this elusive energy, the eye of the demon god that Lin Cangsheng wielded resonated in response, forging an ethereal connection with the brow of the statue. Once this connection was established, Lin Cangsheng immediately perceived a vast and terrifying surge of magical energy emanating from the center of the brow. This demonic power was boundless, containing forces beyond his comprehension, to the extent that even the ancient six-character mantra symbol subtly trembled in response. Lin Cangsheng released his consciousness, exploring the enigmatic connection that radiated from the eye of the demon god. In that instant, his entire spirit was met with an astonishing vision. Before him unfolded an exceedingly chaotic world, dominated by an ancient, pitch-black giant whose presence extended far and wide across this realm of chaos. This ancient giant possessed two eyes. The left glimmered with an endless throng of demons, while the right shimmered with the ebb and flow of time, reflecting the myriad changes of the world. Suddenly, the ancient giant raised its head and let out a tremendous roar, causing the center of its brow to split open, revealing an ancient, crimson eye that erupted into brilliance. An ancient will began to rise before the giant, and from the fearsome eye that had split open, an infinite divine light burst forth, striking the wheel. The ancient will began to spin wildly, unleashing countless streams of divine radiance that swept through the entire chaotic world. This was the scene Lin Cangsheng beheld. Though it was but a phantom, it imparted a cataclysmic sensation that profoundly shook his spirit, consuming a considerable amount of time before he could stabilize himself. That giant was none other than the demon god of ancient times, and the vertical eye was the eye of the demon god. The wheel represented the fabled wheel of reincarnation. Upon witnessing this heart-stirring vision, Lin Cangsheng faintly discerned rows of starlight emerging from the depths of the vertical eye, arranged in an ancient order, with the eye of the demon god at the very center. Upon seeing this pattern, the heavenly evil Yamasutra within Lin Cangsheng's body trembled as if responding to something profound. Moreover, the image he observed bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient wheel that had evolved before the giant. With 6,000 points of light, this pattern was reminiscent of the first demonic supreme technique spoken of by the Blood Elder, the reincarnation demon canon. Lin Cangsheng's spirit was immediately galvanized. After holding his breath and centering his focus, he immersed himself entirely in the 6,000 starlight pattern. However, upon enveloping his consciousness around it, he found himself unable to stir it or perceive any presence. It is as though this intricate pattern is enshrined within the organization of the demon god. Just as Lin Cangsheng found himself at a loss, Bloodly immediately communicated with him telepathically, suggesting, "Lin Cangsheng, perhaps you might consider enveloping the devouring force with the holy breath. Here, there are powerful beings observing, and only the holy breath remains undetected." Lin Cangsheng's eyes sparkled with realization. If this pattern of 6,000 stars indeed constituted the fabled reincarnation demon tome, it was imperative not to forego it. Thus, he began to permeate the 6,000 starry patterns with the holy breath wrapped around the devouring force, and, to his astonishment, the entire pattern was swiftly absorbed into Lin Cangsheng's dantian. In that fleeting moment, Lin Cangsheng vaguely perceived a roar echoing from the abyssal depths, but upon closer scrutiny, he found nothing. He felt a sense of oddity, yet shook his head, soon witnessing a series of astonishing phenomena. The 6,000 starry patterns were indeed the reincarnation demon chart. Should Lin Cangsheng amalgamate the profundities of the 6,000 demonic scriptures, he could fully manifest this reincarnation demon chart, ultimately forming the legendary supreme tome of the demonic path, the reincarnation demon tome. However, just as Lin Cangsheng prepared to proceed, an unforeseen event unfolded. The roar reverberated once more within his mind, a furious bellow, hinting at a sentiment that was both vengeful and unforgiving. Lin Cangsheng's heart trembled. Could it be that this statue of the demon god was alive, or that the ancient demon god had never perished but instead sealed itself within this effigy? This harrowing conjecture sent a shiver through Lin Cangsheng. Suddenly, the statue of the demon god manifested its presence, descending before him. Lin Cangsheng observed with a cold gaze as the entire statue descended into an immediate silence, only to be met in the next heartbeat with the piercing gaze of countless cold, lethal intents locking onto him, as if hundreds of thousands of icy daggers were thrusting into his very being. This overwhelming aura of malice nearly suffocated him. In his previous encounters with the path of death, he had faced merely thousands of deathly energies. Yet now, he was engulfed by the terrifying onslaught of hundreds of thousands. The celestial prodigies of the divine path immediately surged with a sky-high murderous intent, each of the 5 demons, save for the smiling demon, radiating an aura of death that was utterly fearsome. Meanwhile, the prodigies of the demonic path struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this overwhelming malice, which cloaked the entire expanse of the demon god's domain stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Their hearts quaked in unison as they recalled the words spoken by the statue of the demon god when it manifested. The demon thief must be eradicated. To be labeled as a demon thief by the very manifestation of the illustrious demon god was an absurdity that flooded their minds. What had they been venerating all along? This was the manifestation of the demon god, their supreme sovereign. The 3 foremost prodigies stepped forth, unleashing a terrifying wave of murderous intent that bore down upon Lin Cangsheng. Behind him, countless demonic prodigies erupted with a surge of murderous intent, enveloping Lin Cangsheng in a suffocating aura. The manifestation of the demon god sought to eliminate him. Thus, he was deemed a fiend that must be vanquished. Within the demon god's domain, the elite of the demon organization unleashed a terrifying roar, reverberating like a celestial sword descending from the heavens, intent on reducing Lin Cangsheng to mere fragments. The cacophony of countless death cries resonated through the skies, shaking the very earth, as the clouds spanning miles in the firmament were instantaneously shattered. The decree was clear: the fiend must be eradicated. In the 1022nd chapter, Deprivation, the demon god, Wind King, Thunder Sovereign, Flame Emperor, and Ice God Palace, 5 formidable organizations, held dominion over the northeastern realms of the human world. In these 2 directions of the northeast, These 5 powers were as formidable as thunder, unmatched even by the great clans of the region. Among these 5 factions, hostilities were rampant. There existed no alliances, only fierce competition in the face of impending chaos. The awakening of the demon eye was a momentous event, drawing the keen attention of all major factions eager to discern which prodigies would emerge during this pivotal moment. The return of the demon offspring from the demon organization had instigated a significant upheaval, intensifying the scrutiny from various powers. The statue of the demon god lay sprawled across an expanse of land spanning 1,000,000 miles, serving as the stronghold of the demon organization. Surrounding the statue, whether in the heavens, on the ground, in rivers, or in the winds, countless spies lay in wait, closely monitoring the movements of the demon organization. At that moment, a colossal and ancient spectral figure surged into the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled terror across the firmament. With a thunderous roar, the land surrounding the statue was obliterated in an instant. This unforeseen spectacle caused the spies, who were intently observing, to shudder in shock. Following this, a chorus of voices, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, coalesced into a cataclysmic battle cry emanating from the demon god's statue. Viewed from a distance, it appeared as if an invisible shock wave erupted from the statue, instantly scattering the clouds that stretched across the sky. The spies trembled at this revelation. A monumental event had transpired within the demon organization. News of this incident spread like wildfire across the vast lands. Among them, the dark faction began negotiating prices with the major powers. It was destined that this day would ignite a fervor in the northeastern domain. The demonic aura that had imprisoned Lin Cangsheng shattered explosively, lacking sufficient power to withstand the overwhelming murderous intent that bore down upon it. Lin Cangsheng, exuding torrents of wind and fire, summoned his strength to its utmost limit. However, as the oppressive aura enveloped the majority of the demon god's domain, the fiery energy he expelled was forcefully retracted into his being. His body trembled, skin taut as if on the verge of rupture, his long, dark hair billowing wildly, while the demon eye on his forehead glimmered with an unsettling prominence. This is the result of murderous intent. The true immortal of the divine path, originally burdened with a heavy heart, was suddenly filled with joy at the resounding manifestation of the demon god. With an overwhelming surge of killing intent, he moved faster than the terrifying true immortal, taking a giant step forward and launching a punch towards Lin Cangsheng from afar. The true immortal's strike held enough power to crush Lin Cangsheng in an instant. Stop! Suddenly, 2 authoritative and terrifying voices echoed throughout the demon god's arena. The true immortal, who had just thrown the punch, was shaken back 2 steps by the force of the commands, a hint of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The killing intent that had pierced the heavens momentarily halted. The true immortal's expression turned grim. Having attempted to strike Lin Cangsheng twice, he had been thwarted both times, which left him exceedingly frustrated. Upon looking up, his heart trembled at the unexpected emergence of 2 formidable figures as a result of the demon god's manifestation. Standing before the true immortal was the Elder of Heart Obliteration. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in a dark black robe adorned with golden dragon patterns, his square face emanating a deep, unfathomable aura that hinted at a commanding presence, akin to that of a sovereign among mortals. This was a figure of equal stature within the divine path, known as the Demon Emperor. The hundreds of thousands of eyes in the demon god's arena were filled with confusion as they beheld these 2 giants. Just moments ago, the demon god had declared that this young man must die. Now, 2 powerful figures had emerged to prevent it. The prodigies of both the demon path and divine path regarded the giants with intrigue. The Elder of Heart Obliteration maintained a stoic expression and declared, "The manifestation of the demon god has marked this child as a thief of the demon path. He must be eradicated. No one can prevent his demise." His voice reverberated like thunder, exuding an authority that was impossible to resist. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Cangsheng could not help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of all present. With a cold smile and an air of mockery, the eye of the demon god in his forehead gleamed with increased majesty. "What a fine thief! What a necessary eradication!" Lin Cangsheng scoffed repeatedly. "I possess the eye of the demon god, the essence of the demon path. Just because a mere spirit born from a statue claims I am a thief, shall I accept that label? Could it be that I am truly the reincarnation of an ancient demon god?" Lin Cangsheng's words flowed like pearls, and he boldly speculated that he had likely absorbed the essence of the reincarnation demon canon through his devouring magic, provoking the spirit within the statue to erupt. Furthermore, if the ancient demon god truly still existed, would he not sweep across the northeastern domain with ease? Silence. The demon emperor frowned, unleashing another authoritative command. Lin Cangsheng immediately felt a tremor coursing through his body as an invisible wave struck him, causing explosions within and forcing a trickle of blood from his mouth. As he opened his lips to speak, he found his throat constricted, rendering him unable to utter a single word. This was the aura of an emperor. I do not consent. Suddenly, a voice resonated, striking an incongruous note at that moment. Countless individuals were taken aback, and the one who spoke was none other than the grinning demon. Even Lin Cangsheng was momentarily stunned. The grinning demon stood before Lin Cangsheng, wearing a benevolent and profound smile, completely disregarding the bewildered gazes of the multitude, as he addressed the two colossal figures with calm composure and extraordinary grace. The demon god was dead, a fact confirmed by ancient scriptures. Merely the utterance of a demon spirit could impose such a conviction. In the face of the great and benevolent grinning Buddha, I was told that demons could only perish. I did not believe, and thus I refined it. The evidence proved that his claim of my demise was unfounded. With a commanding stride, the grinning demon bore a smile that blended sternness with authority. The demon god was merely a figure of legend, perhaps once existent, but now long fallen. The statue of the demon god was a treasured heirloom painstakingly constructed by our demonic ancestors, a guardian for our kind. It is only natural to seek its protection. Yet, you would suppress a gifted child of the demonic path based on a single utterance from one spirit? His words were gems, resonating powerfully within the hearts of the audience. The celestial prodigies were taken aback, and the demonic prodigies were equally astonished. Numerous demonic cultivators could not suppress their doubts. How could the grinning demon, who stood in opposition to Lin Cangsheng, now come to his aid at such a critical juncture? Desist with your baseless slander. The expressionless elder of heart extinction, suspended in the heavens, spoke with a voice like thunder, instantly repelling the grinning demon. His words were as fearsome as a storm. The Supreme Emperor, too, cast a cold glance, rendering the figure atop the demon god's statue frigid. The manifestation of the demon god demanded the removal of the demon god's eye, followed by the casting of this child into the heart-devouring cauldron to endure unparalleled torment. The two supreme figures spoke in unison, declaring the irreversible stripping of Lin Cangsheng's demon god's eye. Chapter 1023, The Bloodstained Face. The Heart-Devouring Cauldron. Upon hearing this name, hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators instinctively shivered. The last appearance of this cauldron seemed to have occurred a millennium ago, when a traitor of the demonic path, a being of the void immortal realm, was publicly subjected to excruciating torture until death, a veritable nightmare for demonic practitioners. It was the most terrifying punishment of the demon god organization. The Supreme Emperor flicked his fingers towards Lin Cangsheng, and an invisible force, akin to a colossal hand, seized Lin Cangsheng's body, lifting him above the entire demon god's temple, leaving him without any means of resistance. In the presence of the emperor, even if Lin Cangsheng revealed his true identity, he would be unable to counter. At that moment, Lin Cangsheng resembled a puppet, entirely at the mercy of the emperor's will. The grinning demon gazed at this scene in a daze, his smile completely vanishing, replaced by a bitter expression. Was he truly unable to escape this fate? The Supreme Emperor's hand radiated an ancient, Tao-infused light as it abruptly pierced Lin Cangsheng's third eye, forcefully embedding itself within his being. The eye of the demon god stands as the preeminent entity among the 6,000 demonic scriptures, embodying the most formidable sorcery within the entire demon god organization. Though its true might has only begun to manifest within Lin Cangsheng, even an emperor would require considerable stratagems to seize such a terrifying power. Lin Cangsheng's pupils narrowed to a pinprick as he distinctly sensed an ancient hand forcefully inserting itself into his brow. From this ancient hand emanated an extraordinarily mysterious demonic force, akin to a beckoning call, yet simultaneously an insistent grasp. An eye, formed from countless intricate and archaic demonic inscriptions, was abruptly seized by this terrifying hand, causing Lin Cangsheng's body to tremble violently. A formidable momentum erupted from the hand, compelling the eye to be drawn outward. Lin Cangsheng's body resonated with explosive sounds, and a harrowing pain surged from the depths of his soul, contorting his face in agony as he let out a pained howl. However, An inexplicable and terrifying suction suddenly surged from Lin Cangsheng's dantian. The 6,000 luminous points of the reincarnation diagram began to flicker with an extraordinary brilliance. As if in some mysterious manner resisting the pull of the eye of the demon god, the commanding emperor let out a soft murmur, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Gritting his teeth, Lin Cangsheng's face twisted in pain as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the commanding emperor. "If you desire it, then take it." In that instant, a jolt coursed through his mind, severing the ethereal connection emanating from the reincarnation diagram. The commanding emperor's hand, which had penetrated Lin Cangsheng's brow, was abruptly withdrawn, unleashing a terrifying demonic light that illuminated the entire demonic arena. The hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators present felt an involuntary surge of reverence and submission in response to this aura. "This is the eye of the demon god," the commanding emperor mused, observing the eye composed of countless ancient demonic inscriptions, radiating a chilling demonic presence. Meanwhile, Lin Cangsheng, having detached from the eye of the demon god, appeared to rapidly lose his demonic essence, his form growing weak and frail. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Cangsheng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Do you think that seizing the eye of the demon god will prove beneficial?" Suddenly, a terrifying demonic intent ascended from Lin Cangsheng, and the reincarnation diagram within his dantian began to rotate subtly. From him emanated an overwhelming demonic will, as if tracing back to ancient times. The seasonal phenomena of the demonic realm began to reemerge, with resounding praises from countless demon gods echoing anew, even more magnificent than before. As though the demon gods themselves had descended, the hearts of numerous demonic and divine prodigies trembled in unison. Even the celestial beings of the divine path and the true immortals of the demonic path could not help but change their expressions, their hearts filled with an overwhelming shock. How could it be possible that this young man, having lost the eye of the demon god, could unleash such a terrifying manifestation of the 4 seasons of the demonic path? What manner of prodigy is this? The Emperor of the Legion and the Elder of Heart Destruction were momentarily taken aback. At this instant, the grinning demon erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Behold, even though he has lost the eye of the demon god, you cannot deny that he is indeed the son of the demonic path. All of you have been deceived. You are mistaken." His laughter echoed with an unsettling resonance. Within the towering and formidable palace of the demon god, a tremor surged forth. As a collective will of countless titans erupted violently in the demonic arena, commanding, "Quickly, refine this one into the demon cauldron. He is a demon thief, a calamity for our path." This terrifying thought emanated from a coalition of powerful figures. The hundreds of thousands of practitioners present in the demonic arena were seized by a profound shock, their eyes igniting with murderous intent. The heart-eating cauldron of the demonic path. The Emperor of the Legion swiftly regained his composure, a vast wave of murderous aura flashing in his eyes as he pointed a finger at Lin Cangsheng. From the heavens above, a streak of ominous black lightning descended ferociously, exploding above the demonic arena. An ancient, obsidian cauldron materialized, floating above, immense in size and engraved with countless punitive symbols of the demonic path. Within this cauldron, a crimson liquid, boiling and vibrant, floated, stretching over 50,000 miles in length and reaching heights of 10,000 miles. Within the depths of this cauldron, a sea of scarlet blood churned, and beneath its surface, shadowy forms moved restlessly, emitting spine-chilling roars reminiscent of monstrous beasts. Those who had witnessed the horrific nature of the heart-eating cauldron could not suppress a shiver, a chill rising from within. Even the 3 great prodigies and the 4 demons were no exception. The grinning demon was momentarily stunned, and upon glancing at Lin Cangsheng, a wave of sorrow welled up within him. With the emergence of the heart-eating cauldron, it seemed as though the curtain was being drawn on this chapter. "Demon thief, now I shall see you tortured to death," the Emperor of the Legion declared with resolute authority, waving his hand. Layers of demonic light began to flicker around Lin Cangsheng, enveloping him as if sealing him within a divine prison, transforming his aura into that of a mere mortal. A tremendous force surged forth, casting Lin Cangsheng into the heart-eating cauldron. Countless onlookers beheld this scene. As Lin Cangsheng was cast into the cauldron, he immediately sensed that the blood-red liquid was imbued with an extraordinarily pure energy, capable of nourishing his body. However, due to the Emperor's seal, he could not reap its benefits. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng felt a tremor throughout his body, sensing unknown entities piercing into him, slithering through his veins and flesh like monstrous worms. The sensation of his body swelling uncomfortably left him in a state of profound distress, merely contemplating the thought of such creatures traversing within him. As Lin Cangsheng's body was infused with thousands of mysterious insects, it swelled to twice its normal size, his veins visibly distended, revealing the palm-sized creatures scuttling within. Waves of excruciating pain, akin to flesh being torn apart, erupted from his lips in a furious roar, bound by an unyielding seal. Were it not for the resilience of his bones, he might have been violently torn asunder. Yet, despite this, his skin began to rip inch by inch, blood seeping forth. While his bones writhed ominously, Lin Cangsheng's face bore deep, jagged gashes, and his anguished howls grew increasingly harrowing. In an instant, Lin Cangsheng's form abruptly contracted, reverting to its usual appearance. However, the palm-sized insects within him had transformed into minuscule entities, invisible to the naked eye, gathering in an unknown location. A vivid scene unfolded above the demon god arena, depicting a bloody thoracic cavity where a robust golden heart pulsated vigorously, enshrouded in a deluge of blood. Suddenly, a dark mass enveloped this golden heart, revealing a swarm of blood-red, razor-sharp insects resembling ants. With a cacophony of crunching sounds, the dark mass began to gnaw at Lin Cangsheng's golden heart. This virtual imagery expanded, rendering the process of the mysterious insects assaulting the heart in excruciating detail. Lin Cangsheng's visage contorted in agony, his hair thrashing wildly as he screamed in torment within the blood pool. His entire being writhed in the crimson depths, blood splattering around him, his roars growing ever more thunderous. Each bite inflicted upon his heart was sheer terror incarnate. The entire demon god arena fell into a hushed silence, as if a chilling wind swept through, leaving only the horrifying echoes of Lin Cangsheng's anguish resonating, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of all present. Witnessing this spectacle, they felt as if they were immersed in the very pain that consumed him. Even the prodigies of the demonic and divine realms felt a shiver run through them, pondering who could withstand such unimaginable torment as their hearts were slowly torn asunder. Suddenly, the anguished roars ceased abruptly, causing a collective jolt of shock among the spectators. Had he succumbed? Yet, as they looked up, an overwhelming astonishment washed over them. There in the blood pool stood Lin Cangsheng, disheveled and bloodied, his gaze piercing down upon the entire demon god arena. Amidst the horrific heart-wrenching pain, a sinister smile emerged upon his lips, a bloodthirsty grin reminiscent of a crimson deity of slaughter. What is this heart-wrenching agony to me? I have faced worse 100 times over in those days. Lin Cangsheng's eyes glimmered with terror, his visage stained with blood, resembling the harbinger of death itself. His voice, akin to a chorus of icy blades, pierced the hearts of countless onlookers. The organization of the demon god shall one day compel me to reclaim 100-fold the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. His voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, imbued with an immeasurable might. Strangely, within the confines of the demon god's dojo, countless practitioners of the dark arts felt a tremor in their hearts, as an inexplicable fear began to take root, as if the man's words would indeed come to fruition. At that moment, Lin Cangsheng suddenly howled at the sky, and a blinding radiance erupted from his being. A torrent of willpower, dazzling and overwhelming, rising from the depths of despair, thriving in the face of death. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to sink, nothing could impede my stride. At this moment, his brilliance seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the sky. The emperor and the elder of heart annihilation changed countenance, utterly unprepared for Lin Cangsheng's awakening of his own will amidst the horrifying torment of the heart-devouring punishment. He had actually ascended to the realm of true kings. As the terrifying heart-devouring punishment cast its shadow over the entire dojo, many dark practitioners began to pale, the chill emanating from deep within them causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. The agony of the heart-devouring was unfathomable. Gazing upon Lin Cangsheng's twisted and pain-racked visage, they could scarcely comprehend the extent of his suffering. Yet no one anticipated that Lin Cangsheng's bloodied face bore no trace of pain, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such torment. His bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon the entire dojo, and his chilling voice instinctively instilled terror within them. Even the excruciating heart-devouring could not bring this man to his knees. Contrarily, Lin Cangsheng radiated a magnificent white light, and beneath the weight of his imprisonment, his indomitable will was thoroughly ignited, allowing him to discover his true essence. The earlier manifestation of the true immortal, which had sought to suppress him with overwhelming intent, had nearly led Lin Cangsheng to the discovery of his own will, propelling him towards becoming a true king. A torrent of will erupted from Lin Cangsheng, enveloping an area within a mile around him, forcibly creating the embryonic form of a domain. The blood that sought to touch him was utterly repelled. Meanwhile, the terrifying insects that gnawed at his heart seemed to sense the tremendous waves of power emanating from Lin Cangsheng. Swiftly retreating from his pores and diving into the bloodied pool below, Lin Cangsheng, with disheveled hair and a visage stained with crimson, floated within the realm of white light. The overwhelming will radiating from him left countless onlookers astounded and shaken. Was this the power of a domain? Lin Cangsheng reveled in the sensation of having everything at his command within this white light, as if an unending tide of power could surge into his body. Though his physical form and magical prowess were entirely sealed, and even his consciousness lay dormant, he recalled how, in the sacred spirit continent, his martial arts master had once manifested the embryonic form of a domain through sheer willpower. Once that form took shape, ascending to the realm of true kings would be a natural progression. The prodigies of the devil path and divine path were utterly astounded by Lin Cangsheng's actions. Such remarkable individuals transcended mere prodigy. In the face of dire adversity, they could still unleash their will and forge a nascent realm. Such a person deserves to be called a genius. The smiling demon observed this scene, a bittersweet smile gracing his face, lamenting the plight of such a talented individual. Forced into such a desperate situation, should he continue to develop, he would undoubtedly secure his place among the prodigies of the human realm. Alas, his extraordinary display would only heighten the likelihood of his demise. The smiling demon glanced at the venerable elder hovering above, radiating boundless authority, and felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, this sorrow was fleeting, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. This child is far too extraordinary. He must be executed. The leaders of the demon god palace were left both astonished and enraged by Lin Cangsheng's sudden emergence. However, the matter had reached a conclusion. The terrifying oath he had just declared, coupled with his breathtaking performance, rendered any further deliberation moot. He could not be allowed to live. Lin Cangsheng seemed to sense something. Turning towards the supreme commander, the elder of hard obliteration, and the demon god palace, suddenly revealing a chilling smile. If I, Lin Cangsheng, do not perish, then brace yourselves for the tempest of my wrath. As his words echoed, the white light within a mile radius intensified, and the various demonic patterns entwined around Lin Cangsheng began to radiate brilliantly, as if he were harnessing the power of this realm to dissolve the sealing runes. Unfortunately, the emperor remained an emperor. The power he exhibited was incomparable to that of a mere individual who had just grazed the threshold of true king. Kill him, commanded the supreme commander, his expression unchanged, fully in control, directing the divine path's true immortal. The notion of an emperor crushing a true king would tarnish his reputation. The divine path's true immortal immediately directed a chilling smile towards Lin Cangsheng, exuding an aura of terrifying killing intent. No matter how stunning your brilliance, you cannot escape death. You dare threaten the entire demon god organization. Neither heaven nor earth can save you. In an instant, the divine path's true immortal struck, and amidst countless astonished gazes, unleashed a palm towards Lin Cangsheng. It seemed as though, in the void, a magnificent aura descended, overwhelming in power, suppressing all around. The strike, imbued with limitless might, was akin to a colossal hand of the celestial, destined to obliterate all. Lin Cangsheng's hair stood on end, his gaze fixated on the ferocious hand descending upon him. Even though he had forcibly unleashed his will from the depths of despair, astonishing and shocking all the prodigies within the demon god organization, he was still unable to withstand a strike from a true immortal. Lin Cangsheng's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his gaze steely, as a terrifying aura of murderous intent spread within him. Was this how he would meet his end? Who would cleanse the humiliation he endured? At that critical moment, a formidable demonic power descended from the heavens, reminiscent of the ancient starry river, shattering that colossal hand into dust. A majestic phantom rose from the firmament, seemingly the sole brilliance within the universe. This imposing figure emanated an unparalleled, wild aura. In an instant, the entire statue of the demon god quivered at the arrival of this phantom. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators within the demon god's domain felt an overwhelming dread wash over them, their bodies nearly collapsing under the weight of a celestial mountain. He is my protected one. How dare you act recklessly? The phantom's voice resonated like thunder, shaking the skies. Instantly, a powerful figure within the demon god palace exclaimed in shock, questioning the existence of such a peak emperor. Without hesitation, this towering phantom unleashed a punch, causing the surrounding void to collapse instantaneously. The true immortal of the divine path had no time to resist and was struck by this immense force, resulting in a colossal explosion that reduced him to fragments. Elder Heart Extinction's expression shifted as boundless pressure surged from him, roaring, "Which friend has descended in avatar form? Why unleash slaughter upon my demon god organization?" The Commander Emperor's radiance surged from the heavens, directly challenging the towering phantom, as if the commander of the demon emperor himself had manifested, absorbing all the pressure. "What is your intention in attacking my entire demon god organization?" As he spoke, the sound of the great Tao reverberated, akin to a sovereign addressing his subjects. The majestic phantom laughed heartily, the skies roiling, the world shifting hues, as an overwhelming, reckless, and ferocious will enveloped the surroundings, as if a peerless madman had descended, causing a tremendous upheaval within the demon god palace. "You, the esteemed demon god organization, dare to target those under the protection of the wild emperor? What justification do you possess?" This was a fierce interrogation, a furious inquiry. The clouds 10,000 miles high in the heavens shattered under the weight of his wrathful questioning. In that moment, both the Heart Extinction Emperor and the Commander Emperor paled. Even the terrifying true immortals, who were already in shock, found themselves utterly shaken. How could the Wild Emperor have arrived? Chapter 1025, a name that resounds years ago. As the chaotic era was about to unfold, the major forces of the human realm began their offensive against the Holy Spirit continent, descending upon it with considerable might. However, one fateful day, two figures emerged in the northeastern region of the human realm, both having ascended from the Holy Spirit continent. This occurrence sent shockwaves through the major forces of the human realm, for if a Titan had risen from the Holy Spirit continent, they must have been privy to certain critical circumstances. Consequently, various factions endeavored to investigate the circumstances surrounding these two formidable Titans. However, unbeknownst to them, one of these ferocious emperors had astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of imperial power. Upon his ascension to the human realm, his first act was to slay another emperor. The brutality of such an act, taking the life of an emperor at the apex of power, served as a stark warning to others. This ferocious emperor swiftly became a figure that the major factions dared not provoke, for among emperors, there exists a hierarchy. To reach the zenith of imperial strength, particularly as an ancient emperor, is a feat that commands respect and fear. Who would dare challenge a madman capable of executing an emperor to instill dread across the realms? Presently, the one instilling terror within the entire demon god organization is indeed this proud and ferocious emperor. At this moment, this madman has appeared within the ranks of the demon god organization, assuming the guise of a protector for Lin Long. Could it be that Lin Long shares an extraordinary connection with this formidable figure? The terrifying true immortal immediately sensed an overwhelming chill sweeping through his heart, impossible to suppress. A colossal phantom of an emperor, stretching 10,000 zhang into the sky, radiated an inexhaustible aura of murderous intent and malice, overshadowing the very light of the heavens. The fury emanating from him caused the firmament to tremble and the earth to quake. Countless prodigies and cultivators from both the demonic and divine paths were engulfed in dread. The arrival of a peak emperor's avatar carried a pressure potent enough to shake the very fabric of existence within a radius of 10,000 miles. The ferocious emperor was a designated target for extermination by the will of the demon god's manifestation, exuding an unparalleled commanding presence. This overwhelming pressure must be contained, lest the cultivators of the demon god's domain suffer catastrophic harm from merely enduring it. Elder Zenmi took a bold step forward, emanating a radiant glow that flickered between brilliance and darkness. The intent to eliminate him was an edict from our entire organization. "How about we strike a bargain instead?" he proposed, but before he could finish, the towering silhouette of the ferocious emperor glared fiercely, unleashing a colossal palm that descended upon the entire demon god palace. His hand erupted with boundless thunder, resembling a vast ocean of lightning crashing down from the heavens. The expressions of Elder Zenmi and the commanding emperor shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the ferocity of this emperor, who wasted no time in launching an assault against them. However, Elder Zinmi and the commanding emperor were both supreme figures of the demonic and divine paths, formidable existences among emperors. In response, these two terrifying entities unleashed their power, causing the very heavens to shatter and the sun and moon to flicker. Countless demon gods filled the sky as the world seemed to tremble and explode in chaos. The statue of the demon god shook violently. Gazing upward, one could see not only the devastation wrought by that terrifying force, but also the sky itself had turned pitch black, with the void collapsing entirely. Countless practitioners of the demonic path gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. As a peak emperor's avatar clashed against two formidable emperors, erupting in a cataclysmic display that shattered their resolve and unleashed chaos within the hearts of those whose spirits wavered. At that moment, a powerful figure from the demonic palace let out a thunderous roar, and an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted within the palace. Enveloped in an ancient demonic radiance, forming a colossal barrier of light that shielded the world-shattering confrontation, absorbing the shockwaves of power. Suddenly, a true immortal of the divine path emerged from the demonic palace, his visage filled with murderous intent, locking onto Lin Cangsheng as he prepared to strike, intending to slay him amidst the onslaught of the ancient barrier. Should Lin Cangsheng fall, the ferocious emperor would surely have no reason to persist in this fierce battle. However, at that critical moment, the demonic barrier shattered, producing a thunderous explosion. A colossal phantom foot descended from the heavens, accompanied by the might of rolling thunder, crushing the true immortal beneath its weight. Simultaneously, a beam of ancient radiance descended upon Lin Cangsheng, causing his figure to vanish in the astonished and fearful gazes of countless witnesses. Even the powerful figures within the demonic palace realized too late to intervene. That foot struck the entire domain of the demonic path, which spanned an expanse of over 600,000 miles, causing a violent tremor akin to an earthquake. A ferocious wave surged forth, reminiscent of a terrifying ocean, sweeping across the land with relentless ferocity. The multitude of demonic practitioners watched in horror as the advancing wave bore the power to obliterate them entirely. At that moment, another emperor intervened, unleashing a beam of ancient light from the demonic palace that collided forcefully with the oncoming wave, resulting in a silent, yet powerful impact. Above the shattered spatial barrier, those who looked up beheld two immense worlds, each evolving with boundless laws, causing the vast void to rupture and become densely populated with demonic entities. The two emperors had directly manifested a miniature world, engaging in a fierce collision with the towering phantom that reached heights of 100,000 zhang. The entire firmament seemed on the verge of collapse at that very moment. The terrifying sound of impact reverberated, causing a painful sensation in the eardrums of those present. The less adept practitioners of the demonic path were directly struck, bleeding from their orifices, their minds thrown into chaos. The fierce emperor, radiant with vigor, traversed the shattered void, unleashing unparalleled divine powers that relentlessly bombarded the many worlds of the two great emperors, igniting a cataclysmic explosion of destruction. The titans within the demon god palace roared in anger, as figures of demonic emperors soared into the sky, akin to ancient dragons of the demonic path stretching for miles. Their presence shaking the very foundation of the demon god organization. A more terrifying and profound demonic light erupted from within the palace, enveloping the entire statue of the demon god, its brilliance interspersed with myriad ethereal nuances, concealing the apocalyptic scene unfolding above. This demon god palace was an artifact of the path, currently being activated by formidable powers. The arrival of a single avatar triggered the mobilization of 10 titans and 2 supreme beings from the palace. The fierce emperor was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, the entire northeastern region trembled under the shockwaves of this earth-shattering battle, its origin rooted in a prodigious young man named Lin Long, whose name resonated throughout the northeastern domain. In the sky above the statue of the demon god, an ancient phantasm radiated an aura of unrestrained madness. With each punch and palm strike, it unleashed a terrifying force that could crumble mountains. The very fabric of the heavens and earth had collapsed, and relentless waves of energy roared like the primordial rivers of yore. Emperors were categorized into ranks, and a peak emperor's apparition appeared as if a deity had descended, firmly suppressing the supreme titans of both the demonic and divine paths. This fierce emperor was exceedingly ruthless. At that moment, 8 beams of divine light shot into the sky. The resounding voice of the demonic path echoed throughout the heavens, as if millions of demon gods were chanting in unison, saturating the world with an overwhelming presence of demonic power. A voice of authority erupted forth. Fierce Emperor, you dare to act recklessly within our demon god organization, merely descending as an avatar. You are deserving of death. This titan, a great emperor of the divine path, known as the godson demon emperor, held immense power and influence across the realms. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the heart-extinguishing elder and the leading emperor shifted drastically. The towering figure of the fierce emperor, standing at 100,000 zhang, locked its furious gaze upon the godson demon emperor. In an instant, the colossal form shrank to the stature of an ordinary human, yet an overwhelming ferocity erupted, transforming back into its original height. With a single palm, it struck down upon the godson emperor. Who dares to be so audacious? The hand descended like the wrath of the heavens, unstoppable by any will of the world. As the godson demon emperor's pupils constricted, he was about to unleash his unparalleled power when he suddenly witnessed the speed of a hand striking him dramatically increase. Landing squarely upon him, a being of such stature, the godson demon emperor, was abruptly reduced to a mere pulp. As myriad paths were shattered in the blink of an eye, the other 7 titans felt a chilling dread within. Even the supreme leader and the elder of heart annihilation were shaken to their core. That previous strike was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving even these 2 supreme figures unable to respond in time to offer assistance. This was merely a projection, a fragment of the true power, amounting to no more than a fifth, or perhaps even less, of his original self. If the true form were to descend, what cataclysmic upheaval would ensue? Yet, despite being just a projection, it had obliterated a great emperor with a single slap. The figure of the rampant emperor loomed across the collapsing void, a derisive smile curling upon his lips. Listen well, denizens of the demon god. My voice resonates like thunder from the heavens. If you dare to dispatch your true immortals or figures of the great emperor, I, alongside the 4 seas Taoist, shall assuredly descend in my true form to flatten your demon organization. The 9 titans turned ashen. They were acutely aware that when the rampant emperor ascended, he did so alongside a Taoist of equal standing. What manner of being was Lin Cangsheng? Humph, the void immortal, the true king, the void king. I do not interfere with the rampant emperor's dominion over the skies. Should you dare to bully the weak with strength, await my and the 4 seas Taoist's wrath. As he uttered the words wrath, an invisible fury seemed to ignite around the rampant emperor, sending shivers through the hearts of all great emperors present. Ha ha! To have slain a great emperor is indeed exhilarating. He laughed maniacally, his voice reverberating throughout the demon god hall. I take my leave now. But what remains is a gift from Lin Cangsheng. The colossal 10,000 zhang figure of the rampant emperor suddenly erupted, scattering countless motes of light across the heavens and earth. These luminescent particles permeated the demonic barrier, integrating into the surroundings, as hundreds of thousands of demon practitioners gazed upon the spectacle. The departure of the rampant emperor indeed brought them a sense of relief. But what were these shimmering particles? Suddenly, the scattered motes in the demon god arena began to morph into countless identical images. Among them appeared Lin Cangsheng, disheveled and drenched in blood, his pupils as dark as the abyss. A chilling voice emerged from the image. A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. The demon god organization has seized my supreme powers and subjected me to torment, all for the sake of a mere demon thief. Lin Cangsheng's eyes erupted with an infinite cold light, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the demon practitioners. If I cannot impart a painful lesson upon you, then I, Lin Cangsheng, shall willingly kneel and beg you to strike my face, strike it fiercely. This declaration echoed like a thunderclap, rolling through the minds of the many demon practitioners. The expression on the face of the supreme leader grew somewhat somber as he swept his hand, causing countless images to shatter and vanish. The recent emergence of a clone from the ferocious emperor had cost their demon god organization a newly ascended emperor, a loss of immeasurable magnitude. Moreover, Lin Long had compelled him to withdraw, even drawing forth the ferocious emperor and the sea sovereign, 2 supreme beings at the pinnacle of power. Should the demon god organization muster their full strength, they would not shy away from confrontation. However, in these chaotic times, they could not afford to act recklessly. The audacity displayed was beyond comprehension, brazenly threatening the entirety of their organization. The supreme leader and the elder of heart's destruction could not tolerate such insolence. A single emperor was seething with rage. How could a mere youth, whom they had nearly slain, now pose a threat to their entire organization? The elder of heart's destruction let out a snort, his voice resonating like thunder. With the protection of the ferocious emperor and the sea sovereign, how could they contend with Lin Long? Engaging in battle against such supreme beings was unthinkable. Lin Long must be eliminated. The supreme leader's gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, reminiscent of an emperor issuing commands. He ordered immediate dispatch to the celestial mechanism pavilion, willing to expend any resources necessary to ascertain Lin Long's precise location. Given the protection of two supreme emperors, he resolved to send celestial beings and true kings to eliminate this threat. The elder of heart's destruction concurred, asserting that celestial beings would be more than adequate to deal with this youth. He promptly set about mobilizing the army. The War of the Immortals was on the verge of commencing, and he dispatched 3 celestial beings, leading 10 true kings against Lin Long. The ferocious emperor had merely stated that no beings above the celestial realm should be involved. In the dire straits of heart devouring, Lin Long had managed to unleash a tremendous will, even without the eye of the demon god, still evolving the demonic path through the seasons. His extraordinary talent had thoroughly stirred the killing intent of the 2 supreme leaders of the demon god organization. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to their organization. The remaining 7 leaders nodded in agreement, a tide of murderous intent surging within the demon god organization. In a vast and desolate forest, Lin Cangsheng sat cross-legged, an immense, dark, devouring field unfurling behind him, continually absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to mend the wounds within his heart. The situation with the demon god organization was exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the ferocious emperor, he would have surely met a dire fate. The ferocious emperor was none other than the being to whom he had entrusted half of his soul in exchange for the transaction with the bronze ancient coffin at the Hunyuan Gate. To his surprise, upon arriving in the human realm, these 2 supreme beings continued to watch over him. Oh, the demon god organization must be preparing to rally their forces against me, Lin Cangsheng mused, his gaze akin to that of a specter. Consider this your first lesson. A flock of demonic birds, seemingly spurred by some unseen force, suddenly fled in panic from the desolate mountains. Lin Cangsheng closed his eyes. It was time for him to ascend to the realm of true kings. Chapter 10:27. Movements at this moment, in an unknown location. The endless winds of the 9 nether howled ferociously, resembling a multitude of dragon-like gusts surging through the realm. At this very moment, several formidable auras suddenly manifested, seemingly traversing the terrifying 9 nether winds with ease. The 9 nether winds, a fierce current emanating from the depths of the underworld, possessed the power to rend everything asunder. Engaging in conversation here could indeed deter some spies. Who would have anticipated the profound origins of this Lin Long? The presence of 2 supreme emperors has undoubtedly led the demon god organization to encounter an insurmountable challenge, a young man remarked, standing amidst the 9 nether winds as if he were a fish in water. If we were to encounter Lin Long again, our Wind King organization would surely seek to win him over. With his support, we might well surpass the demon god organization. Beside him, another figure spoke up, his entire being subtly enveloped in an aura of celestial energy, indicative of his existence at the immortal stage. Fengzi, must we bear responsibility for Lin Long? The demon god organization has developed at an astonishing pace in recent years. Humph, the young man scoffed, exuding an air of dominance. The demon god organization maintains ties with the 33 heavens, whereas our Wind King does not. Moreover, this time, it is likely that the Elder of Heart Extinction and the Titans of the Divine Path have conspired together, though seemingly opposed. The divine and demonic paths are fundamentally of the same origin. They merely present a facade for our observation. Upon delving into such matters, the remaining immortals fell silent. The young man smirked coldly. What they sought was an opportunity, and Lin Long's appearance provided precisely that. Should they acquire intelligence from this realm, and let Lin Long realize, the wrath of the 2 supreme emperors behind him would be a sight to behold. The other immortals shuddered, recognizing the young man's formidable tactics. After a brief pause, he commanded with authority, "Dispatch the orders. The battle of immortals is about to commence, and we must prepare earnestly. This time, Our Wind King organization must shine brightly. Also, relay my message to collaborate with the Dark Clan to seek Lin Lung's whereabouts and keep a close watch on that smiling demon. An immortal responded, evidently regarding himself as a servant. Meanwhile, in the boundless world of molten lava, countless torrents of magma surged. The terrifying and heart-stirring power casting doubt on whether stepping into the lava would lead to instant incineration. In this vast expanse of molten terrain, the magma erupted violently. As if several colossal magma dragons roared within. A massive whirlpool formed, and from its center emerged a man, bathed in lava. Next to this lava-drenched man appeared powerful beings. Their overwhelming auras faintly entwined with celestial essence, clearly existing at the immortal stage. Haha. The northeastern domain is growing ever more vibrant. The emergence of Lin Lung, endowed with extraordinary talent and supported by two supreme emperors, will surely ignite a fierce contest at the Battle of Immortals. The man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yanzi, at this Battle of Immortals, you will undoubtedly carve your path through obstacles and claim the championship. A being from the realm of ethereal immortals spoke with reverence. The first is inevitable. This fiery entity, with eyes ablaze, warns you to be vigilant against the Wind Master and the grinning demon, particularly the latter. The demonic organization has orchestrated a grand spectacle, and it is certain that their power will experience a significant leap. As for the Thunder Master, he shall inevitably fall before me. The being from the ethereal realm continued respectfully. High above in the 12 heavens, the majestic ice palace loomed, reminiscent of an ancient existence, akin to a divine abode. The atmosphere within the grand hall was so profound that Shui Linglong found it inscrutable. This marked her third visit to this place. Yet unlike the previous occasions, she came to convey critical information. Linglong, what brings you to me this time? The ethereal voice resonated once more, though its source remained unseen. Shui Linglong bowed to the void and replied, there have been significant changes within the demonic organization. Lin Lung has comprehended the 4 seasonal manifestations of the demonic path, awakening the third eye of the demonic statue. Moreover, the statue has manifested, declaring Lin Lung a demon thief, destined for execution. The last supreme emperor, the fierce emperor, has dispatched an avatar to intervene, revealing the presence of the Sea Taoist behind Lin Chun. These 2 ancient emperors stand with him, 1 body, 2 souls. This matter is indeed perplexing, and according to my investigations, they should have perished millennia ago. The mysterious elder seemed to be murmuring to herself. Shui Linglong stood in silence. Such a level of existence was beyond her reach. The elder paused briefly before continuing. It appears Lin Lung has miscalculated this time. However, the fact that the demonic statue has manifested indicates that something significant has transpired. You shall leave the palace and closely monitor Lin Lung. Understood, Shui Linglong responded succinctly, gracefully turning to depart. As she exited, the elder's voice echoed once more within the palace. It has been merely 2 years since the palace's decree. Lin Lung, what form shall you take in 2 years? Whether you seize the opportunity or let it slip away rests solely in your hands. Within the demonic organization, the recent events had unfolded like a calamity for countless practitioners of the demonic path. Closing their eyes would conjure the terrifying scene in their minds, destabilizing their spirits to the extent that even basic cultivation became unattainable. The arrival of the avatar of the Supreme Emperor and the ensuing battle with the 2 emperors, albeit only glimpsed, had turned their mental states upside down. This time, the demonic organization had suffered grievously. Meanwhile, in a demonic hall, a fearsome true immortal sat in command. Surrounded by a gathering of figures, all distinguished prodigies from the realms of demonic and divine paths. The 5 demons and the 3 great prodigies were prominent among them, with numerous ethereal immortals backing them. Lin Lung is deemed a demon thief, and soon the Heavenly Machine Pavilion will calculate his approximate location. I require 3 prodigies to lead 7 true kings, and 3 ethereal immortals to eliminate this child. Are you willing? I am willing, exclaimed Li Long. The disciple of the fearsome true immortal, his voice resonant, and his gaze dark and terrifying. The sinister hand behind him, the Blade One, also spoke in unison, declaring that this child was a demon thief who must be eradicated. The terrifying true immortal's gaze was fixed upon the smiling demon, who, despite wearing a broad smile, shook his head and said, if anyone is to be killed, let it be my 3 junior brothers. Humph. Li Long and the others responded with a cold snort, as if expressing disdain. Nevertheless, The terrifying true immortal did not hesitate and promptly issued an order. Li Long, I appoint you as the captain, leading 9 true kings and 3 void immortals. You must bring me this child's head. The terrifying true immortal paused slightly before adding, leave the smiling demon. The rest may disperse. Before departing, Li Long cast a cold glance at the smiling demon, then led the other 2 prodigies and the remaining talented individuals out of the demonic fortress, leaving only the terrifying true immortal and the smiling demon within. What business does the true immortal have with this young man? Inquired the smiling demon, bowing respectfully with a beaming smile. The terrifying true immortal gazed deeply at the smiling demon, stating, you are a prodigy of extraordinary talent, yet you suffer from an inherent physical flaw. I assume you have discerned much of the karma at play. Although the manifestation of the demon god is perplexing, it appears your father has orchestrated this elaborate scheme specifically for you. The smile on the smiling demon's face faltered slightly as his eyes grew profound. Is this why such elaborate machinations were undertaken, thereby offending 2 supreme emperors and losing a prodigious talent? The terrifying true immortal sighed wryly. Who would have anticipated that this child would have the protection of 2 supreme emperors? Nonetheless, this child is destined to be slain. The outcome is already determined. After a brief pause, the terrifying true immortal added, your father is doing this for your own good. The smiling demon maintained his smile, yet it seemed tinged with bitterness. He turned to leave, his figure appearing somewhat ethereal. Let us consider it for my benefit. His voice carried a deep sigh. Chapter 1028. The realm of true kings. Regardless of how the world outside swirled with chaos, Lin Cangsheng remained undisturbed. The willingness of the fierce emperor and the sea wanderer to assist him was largely due to his earlier sacrifice of half during the transaction with the ancient bronze coffin, which allowed them to awaken from the ancient era and repay their debt of gratitude. However, this favor had its limits and would eventually be depleted. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his own strength. Lin Cangsheng discovered an ancient ravine, home to formidable beasts. As Lin Cangsheng's body trembled, a chilling aura of death and overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing the beasts to roar in terror and flee as if confronted by a monster. The ravine fell silent in an instant. Bloodly, protect me, Lin Cangsheng commanded, waving his hand as the Xianshang King Tower ascended. He smiled at Bloodly, remarking, that ancient demon flute is indeed a remarkable treasure. I shall refine it within the Xianshang King Tower shortly. Thank you, Bloodly replied calmly. After the recent battle, Bloodly sensed a certain emotion stirring within him. He merged with the holy breath, largely inheriting Lin Cangsheng's character. He constantly felt a sense of repression within his heart, accompanied by a simmering anger that was accumulating. Should it erupt, it would surely lead to a frenzy. Perhaps in Lin Cangsheng's mind, he was already devising some mad scheme, reminiscent of the massacre of the various powers in the human realm from years past. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Cangsheng's body began to emanate a radiant white light, enveloping the surroundings in a sphere of brilliance spanning a mile. Within this luminous dome, Lin Cangsheng became the sovereign, with his will intricately woven throughout. This is my will, he mused, sensing the myriad aspects within his domain, a spirit of resilience in adversity, a defiance against death. This was merely the nascent form of his domain's will. Yet, it was far from sufficient, as the intent of martial arts still lingered. With a gesture of his left hand, Lin Cangsheng formed the ancient 6-character mantra, unleashing waves of Buddhist light from his palm, creating a golden shield resplendent with countless deities chanting in unison. Verses intertwined around his left hand, adorned with golden and black runes, gold symbolizing virtue, black embodying vice. The great Buddha seal of good and evil, the cycle of demonic scriptures. With a swift motion of his right hand, a pitch-black demonic will unfurled. This dark intent was distinct from the eye of the demon god, possessing a greater depth and mystery, shimmering with 6,000 points of light, akin to stars in the night sky. The realm of celestial demons. The scriptures of the infernal king converged into form. In an instant, a dark demonic realm erupted, exploding into countless demonic verses, flowing like a vast river towards the emerging black shield. The essence of the infernal king's scriptures surged into the core of one of the 10 pivotal light points among the 6,000. In that moment, one of the 10 light points erupted with boundless demonic radiance, engulfing the entirety of his will. Within this demonic light shield, an aura reminiscent of the infernal king emerged, powerful and overwhelming. The 6,000 rotating light points, infused with the essence of the infernal king's scriptures, transformed into an abyssal blackness, resembling a black diamond. Shimmering even in the dark. Merely fusing with the infernal king's scriptures, the monumental power of this demonic intent was on par with the demon god's domain. Intertwining with the Buddhist light, a dance of black and gold, each possessing its unique charm. At that moment, a cold light erupted from Lin Cangsheng's brow, akin to a glimmer from the ancient past, carrying the intent to shatter the heavens, capable of reducing everything to nothingness. In an instant, this cold radiance surged forth like an unparalleled sovereign, forcefully invading the realms of both Buddhism and demonic arts, unleashing an overwhelming murderous intent. A black shield emerged, cloaked in countless cold lights, reminiscent of celestial stars. With the sudden eruption of this ancient killing technique, the will to shatter the heavens manifested independently. The equilibrium of the two great wills of Buddhism and the demonic arts trembled violently in that fleeting moment. In the realm of the white expanse, the three monumental wills clashed instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying tremor. These ancient and formidable wills, birthed from the evolution of martial prowess, would never submit to one another. Lin Cangsheng suddenly rose, and at the moment of this collision, an aura of dominion enveloped him, as if he had been imbued with an ancient essence. A resplendent white sanctum manifested above his head, embodying divinity and the essence of domination. As the sanctum emerged, Lin Cangsheng resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. And this hallowed court forcefully descended upon the martial wills clashing beneath it. The sound resonated like an ancient bell tolling. The sanctum radiated a brilliant white light, akin to a magical stone capable of suppressing the three wills, rendering them immobile. Yet, beneath the weight of the sanctum, those martial wills trembled, collectively gathering strength in a desperate attempt to resist. The devouring domain, an endless abyss of darkness, enveloped the sanctum and the clash of wills, emanating profound and unfathomable energies. In an instant, a force of consumption surged forth from this domain. Lin Cangsheng's eyes sparkled with divine light as he leapt, emanating resplendent white brilliance, and seated himself upon the sanctum. I arise from adversity, emerge from despair, and grow stronger from the brink of death. I am the embodiment of the sacred lineage, manifesting the supreme sanctum, wherein the sacred reigns as the sovereign, and you shall all submit. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng's will resonated ominously with the sanctum. As the sanctum bore down upon the three wills, Lin Cangsheng experienced a moment of profound enlightenment. There are three lineages in the world: life, death, and the sacred. Through the suppression of the sacred shall reign. With a thunderous proclamation, Lin Cangsheng's overwhelming will emanated forth, silencing the three martial wills as if they had acquiesced to his dominion. A realm belonging to Lin Cangsheng was born in this instant. Endless white light enveloped a 5-mile radius, permeated by Lin Cangsheng's indomitable will, one that thrived in adversity and grew strong in the face of death. Within this will, he stood as the sovereign, as the king. Moreover, the paths of the devouring domain, the three wills, and the sacred lineage coexisted beneath Lin Cangsheng's will, forming an immensely potent force, hidden yet undisclosed. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng's body shuddered, as the sacred breath residing in his dantian radiated an extraordinary luminescence, as if connecting to a mysterious realm beyond comprehension. Stepping into the true king realm, he once again felt the influence of the sacred realm. This world was indeed the sacred realm. Lin Cangsheng's spirit stirred as he ventured forth into this sacred domain. The entire sacred realm appeared as a vast expanse of white, obscuring all visibility. An ancient sanctum flickered within this boundless world, and in that instant, Lin Cangsheng distinctly perceived the emergence of an ancient couplet above the sacred realm. When heaven collapses and earth shatters, myriad paths are annihilated. Only the sacred endures amidst life and death. Upon witnessing this couplet, an overwhelming essence surged forth, profoundly shaking Lin Cangsheng's soul. Those mere 14 characters, yet they depict an astonishingly grand scene. The heavens and the earth, along with all things, face utter destruction. Both the pulse of life and the pulse of death are obliterated. In this world, only the radiant light of the sacred pulse can endure eternally, ancient and indomitable. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng seems to have grasped something profound, and a mysterious, terrifying aura suddenly surges into the sky. Instantly, the cosmos shifts in hue. In the mountain gorge, Shueli sits cross-legged within the emperor's tower, eyes closed, evidently contemplating something profound. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Shueli's expression suddenly changes. His eyes snap open, and his countenance transforms dramatically. Chapter 1029, Thunder Sovereign. From Lin Cangsheng's being, a terrifying beam of light erupts, piercing the heavens, creating a gaping void in the clouds above. This white light seems to shoot into an unknown celestial realm. Within Lin Cangsheng's white domain, the devouring field entirely envelopes his space, merging into an abyssal darkness. The three great wills of Buddha, demon, and slaughter morph into three luminous moons, suspended high above, casting a bright moonlight. However, Shueli is acutely aware that should these three moons unleash their power, they would instantaneously manifest into an overwhelmingly fierce martial will. At the zenith of this pitch-black domain, a flicker of white light subtly glimmers, intermittently revealing itself. This flashing white light commands even the three great martial wills to submit, to be dominated. Lin Cangsheng, seated in the domain, appears utterly lifeless, as if a colossal stone were placed within this realm. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Cangsheng's gaze snaps open, and a profound pressure emanates from him. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng is imbued with an enigmatic essence, deeply arcane. With a sweeping gesture, the flickering white light above the dark domain bursts forth in dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire gorge in an instant. An ancient palace materializes, as if tracing back to the endless epochs of primordial times. Lin Cangsheng's aura resembles that of an eternal sovereign from the ancient era, ruling over this ancient palace, governing all. The heavens tremble, the earth quakes, and myriad paths are annihilated. Life and death are extinguished, leaving only the solitary sacred. Suddenly, upon the hazy sacred court, a brilliant golden script flickers. Ancient seal characters surge forth from the distant river of time, affixed to the ancient sacred court. With a resonating hum, Lin Cangsheng's entire domain trembles. A torrent of power erupts from within, transforming the pervasive darkness of the realm. Countless points of light begin to twinkle, with the three moons high above shining brilliantly, resembling the canopy of a starry night in March. Shueli gazes in awe at this spectacle. The domain manifests into a celestial phenomenon, enveloped in darkness, dense with stars, a remarkable existence emerging amidst the convergence of the March night sky. Upon achieving one's domain at the true king realm, this domain will intertwine with one's martial will. As the realm and its expansion unfold, one must not solely rely on sheer willpower, but also on the formidable strength of one's martial will. The more potent the martial will, the greater the destructive potential of the realm. At this moment, Lin Cangsheng astonishingly transformed his martial will into a manifestation of extraordinary phenomena within his own domain. A dark veil enveloped the surroundings, stars twinkled densely, and the moon hung high in March. Bloodly could scarcely fathom the extent of Lin Cangsheng's domain power, which had escalated to unimaginable heights. Recently, Lin Cangsheng's couplet, evolved from the ancient sacred court, had momentarily overwhelmed his very spirit. Typically, a true king's domain extends merely within a mile, reigning supreme within that territory. Yet, Lin Cangsheng's domain had expanded an impressive fivefold, further evolving into a remarkable phenomenon whose might could not be underestimated. With a mere thought, Lin Cangsheng summoned the encompassing manifestation, which swiftly coalesced like mist around his being. The mountainous gorge returned to clarity, devoid of the earlier manifestations. In this moment, Lin Cangsheng's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Each gesture radiated an imposing aura. It was a manifestation of vitality and spirit, and should he approach an ordinary mortal, that individual might very well perceive him as a sovereign descending from the heavens. Filled with reverence, much like an emperor, when an emperor's pressure is unleashed, even a true king would find themselves oppressed to the brink of demise. Indeed, the domain power of a true king is unparalleled, Lin Cangsheng remarked with a gentle smile directed at Bloodly. Bloodly immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations! The true king's domain has evolved into a phenomenon, encompassing a radius of 5 miles, equating to the domains of 5 true kings." Lin Cangsheng waved his hand dismissively. Possessing 5 distinct seas of consciousness, his domain naturally expanded 5-fold. Under his command, he could effortlessly alter the size of his domain, provided it remained within a 5-mile radius. In typical combat conditions, It would be improbable for Lin Cangsheng to manifest his quintuple domain. However, should this fivefold domain be employed alongside the Tian Shengwang seal, the power unleashed would be beyond imagination. Yet, this was the human realm, where the name of blood Tian Yao Zun echoed like thunder. Thus, even Lin Cangsheng treaded carefully, for the consequences of exposure would be unfathomable. "Let me refine that ancient demon flute for you," Lin Cangsheng proclaimed, waving his hand to summon the ancient demon flute, from which a tremendous devouring force immediately enveloped it. The flute began to resonate with a deep hum, radiating brilliance, and an ancient, ethereal melody reverberated through the air. Within Lin Cangsheng's consciousness, an image materialized, an ancient sage adorned with wisps of celestial energy, wielding the demon flute and playing a tune that flowed through mountains and rivers. The melody, though melodious, bore an undercurrent of sorrow, subtly influencing the emotions of those who heard it. This was a sound imbued with a touch of demonic essence, capable of ensnaring the minds of the listeners, leading them into a state of inner turmoil. "Be bold," Lin Cangsheng thundered, as the reincarnation magic diagram within his dantian began to operate, releasing an ancient and mysterious demonic will. The ancient demon flute was instantly struck as if by lightning. Its resplendent light swiftly dimmed, and the melody vanished without a trace, offering no resistance whatsoever. Lin Cangsheng grasped forcefully, and the ancient demonic flute shattered instantly. A torrent of overwhelming imperial will surged forth, faintly imbued with an ethereal essence. The devouring magic erupted suddenly, fully activating this imperial will. As a vast river of pure sovereign intent flowed towards the Xianshang King Tower, the entire Xianshang King Tower shimmered with a faint white light, resembling a body of exquisite crystal. With the onslaught of this imperial will, the tower's power grew even more formidable in a single tremor. It burst forth with the force of wind and fire, enhancing its perfection. Alas, to attain the second tribulation, there remained certain challenges. Bloodly, sensing the transformation of the Xianshang King Tower, sighed softly, acknowledging that its advancement was far more arduous than that of other treasures, requiring greater accumulation. However, such a requirement also rendered the Xianshang King Tower's power considerably more potent. Ascending to a low-grade Tao artifact entailed 5 tribulations, each breakthrough signifying a qualitative leap. The second tribulation was the Heart Demon Tribulation. These matters could not be rushed. Lin Cangsheng waved his hand, glancing at the ancient bronze sword embedded in his back. This sword, composed of an unknown material, contained fragments of the sacred spirit continent's essence, a weapon of unparalleled might. Upon arriving in the human realm, Lin Cangsheng had somewhat neglected it. It seemed capable of completely concealing his identity as Lin Long. A faint smile graced Lin Cangsheng's lips when the fierce emperor saved him. He had already assured Lin Cangsheng of his safety, fully aware of the implications. The 13 titans who ascended from the human realm had yet to reveal any shocking news, likely due to the influence of the fierce emperor and the four-seas Taoist. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng's gaze narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Thunder Sovereign, along with the 5 major forces of the northeastern domain, like the Ice Goddess Palace, seldom interfered with external affairs, engaging in activities only occasionally, and had never aligned with the Demon God organization. This time, it presented an excellent opportunity to leverage the Thunder Sovereign. Before departing, the fierce emperor had transmitted numerous items to Lin Cangsheng, urging him to seek out a glimmer of hope on his own. It was impossible for the fierce emperor to provide complete protection for Lin Cangsheng, as that would hinder his growth. If he were to fall victim to a being of the void immortal realm, it would mark the end of Lin Cangsheng's journey. After pondering for a moment, Lin Cangsheng suddenly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall, within which faintly lingered the malice of the celestial calamity, scattering into the mountain ravine. In a mysterious place, an elder clad in a white robe approached from afar, exuding an enigmatic aura as though he were merging with the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. He surveyed the assembled senior brothers ahead and remarked that the price the Demon God organization had paid this time was exceedingly steep. Although this youth was protected by 2 supreme emperors, deducing his whereabouts would not provoke their ire. The senior brothers had already gathered around an ancient, colossal tortoise shell. Seated upon it, the shell, extending for a mile, bore countless traces, as if it had endured the relentless passage of time, leaving behind marks of boundless vicissitudes. An unfathomable aura circulated within, eluding comprehension. The venerable elder clad in a white robe took his seat at the forefront of the ancient tortoise shell and addressed his fellow disciples, urging them to join their powers and divine the whereabouts of the young man. The group nodded in unison, their auras shifting as if they had melded into the very fabric of nature itself. Ethereal beams of celestial light flickered around them, as they collectively unleashed a profound incantation that transformed into a flowing river of energy, cascading into the ancient, colossal tortoise shell. Instantly, vivid scenes began to unfurl upon the surface of the shell, morphing rapidly. Mountains, rivers, and landscapes emerged in a swift succession. The elder suddenly called out, on the emperor's list, "Rank 287, Lin. The threads of fate are in motion, let us discern his form." The tortoise shell quaked violently, resonating with an ancient hum that caused the brothers to shudder, their minds clearing as they beheld a hazy vision materializing. Thick mists obscured the image, yet a vague humanoid silhouette could be discerned. Suddenly, a chilling light flickered from the figure within the fog, accompanied by an ancient ripple that transformed the scene into an impenetrable mist, rendering the silhouette invisible. A wave of alarm surged through the assembly. Their calculations had alerted the young Lin. The elder's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor steadfast as he declared, "This youth possesses a treasure that suppresses the secrets of fate. For now, we must employ the celestial soul-searching technique to scour this realm for any trace of his essence." The group readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, within the confines of a demonic stronghold, the demon Lord Li Long sat upon his throne, flanked by the demon Hand and the Blade. Behind him stood 3 formidable beings of the virtual immortal realm, while 7 true kings of demonic cultivation occupied the space below. The oppressive presence of 2 supreme emperors deterred the demon organization from deploying true immortals or emperors in pursuit, necessitating the formidable lineup of 3 virtual immortals and 3 prodigies allied with 7 true kings. Under such formidable circumstances, how could Lin Cangsheng hope to evade capture? Suddenly, a beam of demonic light pierced through the air, and Li Long grasped it with a swift motion, instantly rising with an aura that exuded terror and a countenance brimming with murderous intent. The celestial mechanism pavilion had already discerned Lin Long's general location. "Heed my command. Annihilate the brigands," he bellowed, as the rest, including the virtual immortals, echoed his battle cries, their killing intent soaring. In an instant, the 13 warriors surged forth like a tempest from the demon god's arena, emerging from the statue of the demon god. The smiling demon stood amidst the arena, a grin adorning his face as he observed the whirlwind of 13 warriors racing away, a hint of lament flickering in his gaze. No matter how dazzling one's talents may be, they cannot escape the weight of power's oppression. In this world, fairness is but an illusion, for self-interest eternally resides in the hearts of men. It is to be hoped that the Thunder Sovereign's reputation among the 5 great forces remains formidable. Unlike the Ice God Palace, which remains aloof from worldly affairs, the Thunder Sovereign's influence is palpably felt within the Northeast domain, wielding considerable power that few dare challenge. As for the location of the Thunder Sovereign's stronghold, it has long remained a mystery to the public. The concealment effect is remarkably executed. Lin Cangsheng possesses a map bestowed by the ferocious emperor, granting him intimate knowledge of the locations of the 5 major powers and their perilous territories. This desolate mountain he has descended upon is already in close proximity to the extreme east, encroaching upon the domain of the Thunder Sovereign. However, there remains a considerable distance to the territory of Thunder Island. Upon entering the true king realm, his entire being underwent a transformation in the laws of power, as if he were no longer the bewildered cultivator of yore, but had become an entity of self-awareness, endowed with his own will. A person of the true king realm is capable of disseminating their own intentions and establishing a school to accept disciples. Indeed, the human world differs from the sacred spirit continent. During Lin Cangsheng's soaring journey, he has observed numerous cities emerging across the land. These cities, akin to those ruled by the extreme demon True King, are governed by True King experts who dictate all affairs. Moreover, a multitude of races reside within these cities. These races, due to their limited strength, can only survive under the protection of the Thunder Sovereign, and they must embrace the Thunder Sovereign as their deity to receive such safeguarding. Naturally, these lesser realms are not Lin Cangsheng's destination. 2 days later, Lin Cangsheng found himself before a vast ocean, ancient and profound, where the roaring waters emanated a sense of unease. In the distant depths of this boundless sea, one could only wonder what terrifying beings might reside. This is the endless sea, the easternmost frontier. Thunder Island lies at the periphery of this infinite expanse. Faintly, Lin Cangsheng discerned the rumbling of thunder in his ears, causing a stir within him. His eyes sparkled as he turned towards the source of the ominous sound. To his astonishment, he beheld the faint outline of an island at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Activating his penetrating vision, he gazed further and discerned the island clearly. Above it loomed an expanse of boundless black clouds, from which torrents of lightning cascaded down upon the land. From a distance, the bolts of lightning descended like a tempestuous rain of thunder serpents, engulfing the entire island in a shroud of electric fury. Merely witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle instilled within him a profound sense of reverence and trepidation. Thunder embodies the might of heaven and earth. Even the celestial demons and spirits would retreat in its presence. After steadying his thoughts, Lin Cangsheng noticed that the waters surrounding the thunder-shrouded island emanated a crackling electric light, suggesting the presence of a formidable barrier. A faint smile graced his lips as he transformed into a radiant arc, propelling himself towards Thunder Island. Yet, upon traversing less than 100,000 miles into this boundless sea, a commanding voice resounded, "Who dares to intrude upon Thunder Island?" The surface of the sea shimmered with crackling lightning as the waters suddenly parted, revealing a formidable figure, a giant man bearing twin hammers, emerging from the depths. His stature resembled that of a small titan, his strength akin to that of a humanoid dragon, exuding an air of regal authority, embodying the essence of a true sovereign. These were the guardians of the realm. Lin Cangsheng, bowing respectfully to the giant, introduced himself as Lin Long and requested that he promptly inform your esteemed leader, Lei Zi, of his urgent matters on Lei Island. Upon hearing the name Lin Long, the giant's demeanor shifted. He regarded the audacity of this individual claiming to seek an audience with Lei Zi with disdain. His brows furrowed, and a fierce aura began to emanate from him, ready to unleash his wrath. The temperament of this giant was indeed tempestuous and volatile as thunder itself. However, Lin Cangsheng suddenly trembled, a talisman within his consciousness radiating with brilliance, enveloping him in an aura of thunder that bore the weight of destruction. The giant, poised to erupt in fury, was momentarily taken aback as his own impending tempest was unexpectedly suppressed, retreating back into his being. This was a manifestation of fear, a sign of reverence. Within the realm of thunder, there existed hierarchies. The giant commanded a type known as the Azure Thunderstorm, a natural endowment of his being, not the most formidable among the various forms of thunder. Yet, he had never before encountered such a spectacle within his peer group. As the thunder surrounding Lin Cangsheng receded, so too did the smile upon the giant's face, which transformed into one of solemnity, akin to a monarch issuing a decree. Awakened from his reverie, he broke into a cold sweat and regarded Lin Cangsheng with profound respect, clasping his fists and declaring that he would immediately relay the message. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of Lin Cangsheng's potent thunder, he surmised that this individual must possess an extraordinary background. Observing the giant's retreat, Lin Cangsheng surveyed the island, illuminated by the strikes of thunder, deep in thought. On Lei Island stood a resplendent pavilion, entwined with crimson lightning that emanated an air of solemnity. Even the ferocious bolts from the sky seemed to shy away, unwilling to approach. Within this pavilion, a remarkable young man presided, exuding an extraordinary presence, with thunder coiling around him. Below him gathered several young prodigies, clearly engaged in deliberations. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting the discussions within the grand hall. The young leader furrowed his brow slightly before granting permission for entry. The obstructing giant promptly entered, kneeling on one knee, and reported, "Lei Zi, an individual from beyond wishes to see you," claiming to be Lin Long. Upon hearing the name Lin Long, the expressions of those within the hall subtly shifted. Lin Long had made a significant impression within the Demon God organization, his name already echoing throughout the Northeast region. Although the Lei Zun organization was not known for frequent interactions, it was evident that they were well informed. "Lei Zi, it seems that Lin Long seeks you with a purpose," remarked one of the prodigies with a sardonic laugh. "The Demon God organization has acted excessively this time. Lin Long's visit to Lei Zi clearly suggests he desires an alliance with you." A faint smile graced Lei Zi's lips. The age-old adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend rings true. However, as the battle of the immortals is on the horizon, His appearance at this juncture seemed rather abrupt. Below, another individual spoke, suggesting that Lazy could afford to defer this meeting for now. Should the demon god organization overstep its bounds, perhaps engaging with him would be prudent. Yet, given his remarkable origins, receiving him was obligatory, though at this moment. There was no pressing need for a personal audience. Lazy pondered briefly, finding merit in this counsel, when the burly figure below interjected, "Lazy, I hope you do not take offense to my boldness." The others cast displeased glances, clearly uninterested in further discourse as they deliberated on weighty matters. Lazy waved his hand, urging him to speak freely. The man hesitated before continuing. "Just now, while I was attempting to prevent this individual from advancing, he unleashed a formidable surge of thunderous power." A voice interrupted, "Indeed, that is quite normal." The burly man persisted, "It is indeed normal. Yet the thunder emanating from him filled me with a sense of dread and reverence. Even my own thunderous energy was instantaneously suppressed within me." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged looks of astonishment, their prior expressions fading away. Meanwhile, Lin Cangsheng stood upon the boundless sea, absorbing the potent electric energy surrounding Thunder Island. Even the ancient rune of annihilation within his consciousness stirred with excitement. This rune embodies the will of destruction. Its significance was highly regarded by the Blood Elder, and even the esteemed Feng of the Ice God Palace deemed it too precious to associate with fate. This rune radiated the essence of thunder. Thunder not only signifies the banishment of evil, inherently countering the demonic path, but it also embodies celestial authority, representing the majesty of the heavens and wielding the power of annihilation. Lin Cangsheng held this ancient rune in high regard, having seized it from the hands of the Black Sky Fiend, never anticipating its extraordinary potency. His visit to Thunder Island was driven by two objectives. Primarily, the matter concerning this thunderous ancient rune. Just as Lin Cangsheng was lost in contemplation, a crimson bolt of lightning, akin to a celestial strike, swiftly approached, reaching him in an instant. Following closely behind were two concealed figures of the virtual immortal realm. Their presence so subtle that had Lin Cangsheng not possessed an extraordinary level of mastery, he might not have detected their ethereal essence. One of these figures was Lazy, his long hair flowing, clad in a thin robe, devoid of any visible artifacts. Yet, the thunderous pressure emanating from him instinctively invoked awe. He had attained an impressively formidable stature, infused with the essence of thunder. "Greetings, Lazy," Lin Cangsheng said with a calm demeanor, clasping his hands in respect, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, fostering goodwill. "Ah, you must be Lin Long. I have long admired your reputation and have wished for the opportunity to meet you," Lazy responded, his demeanor composed, yet subtly exuding the gravitas of a significant figure. "Respecting your wishes, I shall address you as Ziguang," Lin Cangsheng replied with a gentle smile, sensing that the other held no animosity towards him. With a smile, Chen Ziguang observed Lin Long, whose imposing demeanor was both restrained and inscrutable. He could not fathom the depths of Lin Long's character. Thus, he candidly expressed his thoughts. Having recently heard that Lin Long possessed a formidable thunderous power that instilled a sense of fear and reverence among the disciples of Thunder Sovereign, he questioned the veracity of this claim, and a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. The disciples of Thunder Sovereign were known for wielding various terrifying forms of lightning, a legacy tracing back to an ancient thunderous lineage, endowed with a natural constitution that nurtured divine thunder within them. However, Lin Long bore no blood ties to the thunderous clan. Lin Cangsheng smiled serenely, and as he did, his body trembled slightly. A strand of lightning coiled around his fingertip, resembling a serpentine bolt that spiraled with an aura of destruction radiating from him. In an instant, the lightning flickered out. Yet, Lazy's body could not help but shudder, as a faint crimson lightning glimmered in his pupils, embodying an ancient pressure. The display of Lin Cangsheng's thunder had stirred tumultuous waves within him, invoking a sense of trepidation that even he could not ignore. At that moment, Lazy, momentarily lost in thought, returned to his senses and greeted Lin Cangsheng with a respectful clasp of his hands, expressing his intent to discuss matters of significance, one regarding the demon god organization, and the other concerning the origins of his thunderous abilities, seeking Lazy's assistance. Lin Cangsheng's demeanor was one of utmost respect, devoid of any cause for offense. Regaining his composure, Lazy's gaze cleared as the lightning in his eyes dissipated. He suggested that this was not the appropriate venue for their discourse, emphasizing the gravity of the thunderous matter at hand, which necessitated the presence of his master's will. He requested that Lin Cangsheng accompany him to Thunder Island for a more in-depth conversation. Lin Cangsheng nodded, his eyes glancing at the distant Thunder Island, and without hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards it. Observing Lin Cangsheng's retreating figure, Lei Zi's eyes glimmered with intensity. At that moment, a master of the virtual celestial realm descended beside him, coldly scrutinizing Lin Cangsheng's back. Lei Zi mused that the lightning Lin Cangsheng had just exhibited must possess significant origins, and he contemplated whether the presence of a virtual celestial being was warranted. Silence! Lei Zi commanded sharply, though this individual had been his confidant since childhood. Softening his tone, he remarked on the gravity of the situation, cautioning that news of Lin Cangsheng's arrival must not spread throughout the entire clan. Understood, the virtual celestial being replied, following closely behind. Lei Zi remained stationary for a moment, his gaze fixed on Lin Cangsheng's departing silhouette. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, he swiftly pursued him. In an unknown realm, an elder addressed a middle-aged man beside him, pondering the emergence of a precious artifact and questioning whether that clan would once again rise to obliterate the thunder. He speculated on the immense power it would bestow should it fall into their hands, inquiring how the middle-aged man's disciple would choose to act. The middle-aged man's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes seemed to flicker with countless bolts of lightning. He noted that Lin Cangsheng stood with two supreme emperors behind him. If we attempt to seize it, given Lin Cangsheng's character, it will surely lead to a relentless conflict. Not only does it risk violating the heavenly order, but it also must bear the wrath of two supreme emperors. Should these two emperors direct their fury towards our revered thunder, other factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to carve out their share. In this era of chaos, various races and formidable powers are fervently ambitious, eager to step into the realm of the 33 heavens. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation of their kin. Surely, Lin Lung had meticulously contemplated the pivotal benefits long before his arrival. In such tumultuous times, it is not merely the unparalleled strong that are sought, but also the cunning heroes. The voice of the middle-aged man resonated powerfully. The elder, bathed in thunder, nodded in agreement. This could be seen as a trial. The continuous rumble of thunder reverberated, striking awe in the hearts of those who heard it. Lin Cangsheng chose to shut out this cacophony of thunder from his ears. As both individuals reached the Thunder Island, the instant Lin Cangsheng set foot upon its grounds, a bolt of lightning arced down from the heavens with ferocious might. Lin Cangsheng's body trembled as the destructive lightning enveloped him, yet as it grazed the top of his head, it dissipated into nothingness. Beside him, Lei Zi's eyes flickered with crimson lightning, his voice booming as he proclaimed, "This man is my friend. Retreat at once, and do not disturb us." It seemed as if Lei Zi were addressing the sky itself. The frenzied bolts that had previously rained down upon the island ceased to strike Lin Cangsheng. With a curious gaze, Lin Cangsheng observed that the ominous clouds and lightning covering the vast expanse of the island were actually part of a grand formation. This formation, naturally occurring, harbored unfathomable power. Any foolhardy enough to intrude upon this Thunder Island would undoubtedly meet a grim fate once the formation was activated. "Lin Lung, follow me," Lei Zi urged, leading the way. Shortly thereafter, Lin Cangsheng found himself in a secluded ravine. This ravine was imbued with an exceptionally dense power of thunder, and the rumbling in the sky did not dare to strike here. Along the journey, Lin Cangsheng noted the presence of numerous cities scattered across the island, inhabited by the Thunder Sovereigns. However, the solitude of this ravine and its rich, thunderous energy were a privilege reserved for Lei Zi. This ravine, shrouded in a multitude of grand formations, emitted a faint celestial glow, its abundance of power unmistakable. It was evidently not crafted by mere immortal hands, but rather by true celestial beings. As for the hidden restrictions, they were beyond Lin Cangsheng's perception. Upon entering the ravine, Lin Cangsheng could not help but marvel. Living here, Lei Zi was surely beyond the reach of even true immortals. Lei Zi led Lin Cangsheng into his pavilion, which concealed a terrifying force of thunder, exuding a formidable lethal energy, as if it were drawing upon the very essence of lightning, infused with divine authority. It was likely a quasi-Dao artifact. This pavilion was known as the Red Thunder Pavilion. "Lin Lung, I shall speak plainly," Lei Zi began. "There are restrictions in this place that prevent others from prying into our thoughts. The thunder that envelopes you harbors a will of destruction. Even my Red Lotus 3 industry thunder feels a sense of trepidation. However, to uncover its origin, we may need to summon my master will to investigate. Lin Cangsheng nodded and smiled at Chen Ziguan, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Ziguan. This artifact has long been a source of intrigue for me. If we can unravel its mysteries, I shall be sure to express my heartfelt thanks. Well then, you may rest here in this guest room for the time being. I will report to my master today, and I believe he will impart his will by tomorrow. As for your other matter, let us first resolve the enigma of the thunder before we discuss it further. Chen Ziguan spoke with meticulous precision, prompting Lin Cangsheng to nod in quiet approval. The fact that Chen Ziguan had risen to the status of Thunder Master was not solely due to the prowess of the Red Lotus Thunder. Under Chen Ziguan's guidance, Lin Cangsheng entered a guest chamber. However, he suggested a visit to the Thunder Sovereign, and to his surprise, Chen Ziguan readily consented, trusting Lin Cangsheng not to divulge any secrets, and provided him with a token. In the Red Thunder Pavilion, within the Grand Hall, two ethereal beings flanked the Thunder Master, standing vigil at his side. The previous assembly of prodigies had been dismissed, leaving the hall enveloped in profound silence. Chen Ziguan sat quietly upon the throne for an entire hour, before slowly rising under the watchful eyes of his two trusted aides. You will observe Lin Lung's movements on my Thunder Island closely, and keep this information confidential. I must convey a message to my master. The two ethereal beings promptly acknowledged their orders and departed. This was the core formation of the Red Thunder Pavilion. Upon entering, Chen Ziguan beheld a wisp of ethereal thunder energy suspended at the center, pulsating like a flame. From this ephemeral energy emanated an imperial might that demanded reverence. A power that seemed to envelop the entire core formation, causing the red thunder to circulate in a harmonious rhythm. Chen Ziguan directed a thought towards the awe-inspiring thunder energy, and then closed his eyes. This was a remnant of thunder left by his master, capable of transmitting messages and sensing crises. Before long, a sudden brilliance erupted from the thunder energy, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, a terrifying pressure sweeping through the surroundings. The vibrant red thunder was momentarily subdued, yet it continued to pulse, as if resisting the overwhelming force. Chen Ziguan clasped his fists, astonished internally at the swiftness of his master's response, realizing that his master had already anticipated Lin Lung's arrival. This matter is known to me as well. The thunder he unleashed belongs to the category of annihilation thunder, linked to an ancient treasure. A commanding voice resonated, akin to divine thunder descending upon the earth, capable of shattering the resolve of one's spirit. Should you acquire that talisman, you will command this annihilation thunder, and your future shall be boundless. With a 30% chance of attaining imperial aspirations, the decision to seize it rests solely with you. As the majestic voice faded, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the ancient formation resumed its prior state. Yet, Chen Ziguan's countenance remained obscured in the brilliance of the thunder, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. With a 30% chance of imperial aspirations, these 8 words echoed like a thunderous temptation. The great emperor, countless cultivators yearn to attain the path of the emperor, to gaze down upon vast lands. Only by becoming an emperor can one possess the eloquence to navigate tumultuous times and wield the power over millions of lives. Even Chen Ziguan cannot resist the allure of these mere 8 words. A 30% chance, what an immense probability. Among millions, only one can ascend to emperorship. Chen Ziguan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Illuminated by the crimson lightning, his expression appeared exceedingly fierce. 30%, he dreams of such odds. Moreover, this opportunity has abruptly presented itself before him. Should he seize it? The ancient array remained silent for a long while. Chen Ziguan seemed lost in profound contemplation. His eyes closed, oblivious to his own thoughts. The aspiration of becoming an emperor, with a 30% chance. Who could possibly refuse such temptation? Suddenly, Chen Ziguan opened his eyes. The aspiration of becoming an emperor, with a 30% chance. Everyone desires it, and I cannot turn it down. Yet, my burdens extend beyond merely achieving emperorship. A smile graced Chen Ziguan's face, a hint of nonchalance emerging, his demeanor undergoing an indescribable transformation. The ancient treasure is entangled with matters beyond comprehension. It cannot be casually seized. I have my own will, my own path. Not only shall I refrain from seizing it, but I shall also assist him, drawing him closer to align with those 2 supreme emperors. I, the Thunder Sovereign, have concealed my brilliance for so many years. With the arrival of this chaotic era, Is it not the perfect opportunity to ascend as the ultimate sovereign? Within the ancient array, a sudden clap of thunder resonated. At that moment, Qin Ziguan's figure embodied a heroic spirit. Chapter 1033. The secret of the illusory immortal realm. The Thunder Island of the Thunder Sovereign continually astonished Lin Cangsheng, evoking quiet admiration. The 5 great powers of the northeast region of the human realm are indeed formidable. The Thunder Sovereign is a force established by the remnants of the ancient Thunder clan, where the prodigies possess not only immense mastery over thunderous forces, but also innate ancient physiques that harbor the essence of primal lightning. Take, for instance, Qin Ziguan, whose natural constitution nurtures the red lotus threefold thunder, heralding great auspiciousness upon his arrival. In discussions with his third uncle, Lin Cangsheng learned that numerous physiques would emerge in this era, with each prodigy becoming immensely powerful. This is an age of competition, an era of chaos. After wandering for a day, Lin Cangsheng returned to the Red Thunder Pavilion, where Qin Ziguan sat in the grand hall, a gentle smile adorning his face. His eyes reflecting a profound understanding of the world's dynamics, as if he were guiding the course of history. A slight smile tugged at Lin Cangsheng's lips. It seemed that Qin Ziguan was indeed a remarkable figure. Brother Lin, how have you found your stroll on our Thunder Island? Qin Ziguan inquired with a smile. Lin Cangsheng replied, the abundance of thunderous elements on Thunder Island is a veritable treasure for the Thunder Sovereign's practitioners. To witness it is indeed my fortune. Qin Ziguan nodded, his gaze flickering. Brother Lin, just now, my master transmitted a thought across the vast expanse of time and space. He had foreseen it. Your talisman holds great significance, pertaining to an ancient treasure. Tomorrow, my esteemed master will personally descend and engage in a detailed discussion with you. Thank you, Brother Ziguang. Lin Cangsheng clasped his hands in respect. Qin Ziguang nodded slightly, his impression of Lin Cangsheng quite favorable. He then remarked, however, Brother Lin may not be aware that our Thunder Lord possesses a sacred thunder pool for purification. A figure, standing behind Qin Ziguang, immediately changed countenance and stepped forward, saying, Thunder Son, this matter must not be disclosed. He is not one of our Thunder Lord's kin. Withdraw, Qin Ziguang commanded, his authority resonating, not allowing dissent. The 2 loyal subordinates exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and reluctantly retreated from the grand hall. Seeing this, Lin Cangsheng was initially taken aback, then he smiled wryly, Brother Ziguang. Since this matter is of significant importance, let us refrain from discussing it further. After all, it is a secret of your Thunder Lord. Qin Ziguang waved his hand. Fixing a serious gaze upon Lin Cangsheng, I shall not conceal from Brother Lin. In this chaotic era, our Thunder Lord has remained low profile for many years, and it is now time for a resurgence. Since you find yourself opposed to the Thunder God organization, then we shall be allies. Lin Cangsheng felt a sense of warmth. Qin Ziguang's forthrightness was truly commendable. He articulated his intentions clearly, making it easy to accept the overture without any discomfort. This resonated with Lin Cangsheng's sentiments, and he replied with a bow, what Brother Ziguang has stated is indeed true. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh. Qin Ziguang continued, I perceive that Brother Lin possesses formidable strength, having already manifested the first layer of the wind and fire cataclysm. Within our Thunder Lord's domain, there exists an ancient thunder pool that emanates a divine thunderous aura. Entering this pool grants immense benefits of purification and the opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the thunder path. Lin Cangsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This thunder pool's baptism must be akin to the enlightenment of the demon eye. Had his demon god eye not been seized, once activated, it would summon the terrifying seasonal powers of the demonic realm. If Brother Lin does not mind, after my master conveys his will and clarifies your doubts tomorrow, we shall venture to the thunder pool, Qin Ziguang proposed with a smile, employing a remarkably effective tactic to foster camaraderie. Very well, thank you, Brother Ziguang. Lin Cangsheng and Qin Ziguang exchanged another knowing smile before taking their leave. As Lin Cangsheng stepped outside, he cast a glance at the imposing Red Thunder Pavilion, which exuded a tremendous aura of thunder, nodding in approval. His visit to the Thunder Lord had proven to be a judicious decision. Both this Thunder Son and the smiling demon were not to be underestimated. Seated in his secluded chamber, Lin Cangsheng felt the ethereal energy swirling above him, continuously cleansing his being, imbued with the majesty of thunder. Yet, he was acutely aware that the celestial essence he absorbed held no efficacy at this moment. Ascending to the true king realm was thus a natural progression. His magical prowess had reached a point of ceaseless flow, merging seamlessly with the cosmos. As Lin Cangsheng pondered, a vast array of scriptures suddenly appeared in his consciousness, a compilation of teachings regarding the cultivation realms bestowed upon him by his third uncle. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that a multitude of texts emanated from the introduction to the void immortal realm. In the realm of the void immortal, Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted with astonishment as he discerned that this echelon of existence was delineated into 5 distinct tiers. The first transition of the void immortal involves the opening of a spatial domain, transforming the essence into a realm of its own, an independent existence where martial arts evolve and take form, thus creating a void of its own. Once this space is established, one can perceive the ethereal presence of celestial energy lurking within. The second transition involves the refinement of the immortal root within the sea of consciousness, yielding a singular immortal root. Only with this root can one draw upon the celestial energy from the 33 heavens for personal utilization and the execution of immortal techniques. The distinctions among the third, fourth, and fifth transitions are articulated with utmost clarity and precision. Upon absorbing this knowledge, Lin Cangsheng fell into a contemplative state. Beyond the void immortal realm lies the true immortal domain, and beyond that, the emperor level. To ascend to the status of an emperor, one must first attain the rank of an immortal. The crux of the matter lies in how to carve out one's own space during the first transition of the void immortal. For instance, if Lin Cangsheng's domain were to attempt to ensnare a void immortal, that entity could effortlessly rupture the confines of the domain and escape the enveloping void, or even crush itself under the weight of its own spatial essence. Moreover, within this space, one can manifest their martial arts into a personalized form. In Lin Cangsheng's domain, while it transformed into an extraordinary phenomenon, the 3 martial wills merely appeared as 3 luminous moons, the devouring demonic powers cloaked in a shroud of night, and the holy court manifested as the myriad stars above. This presented a vivid tableau, yet within the space, it could be fully realized. The manifestation of martial arts in its true form would yield formidable strength. Furthermore, only upon entering the void immortal realm can one perceive the celestial energy from the ethereal plane. This energy surpasses spiritual energy in sophistication, and its power transcends that of magical energy. Now that he had stepped into the true king realm, Lin Cangsheng became acutely aware of how trivial both magical and spiritual energies truly were. In another sense, one's personal space is akin to a nascent embodiment of a self-contained world. This self-world is synonymous with the emperor. The question lingered, how could one sculpt their own space? Lin Cangsheng found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation. However, unexpectedly, this reverie consumed an entire night. The following day, 2 golden suns rose slowly in the sky, their scorching rays illuminating the world below. Within Lin Cangsheng's sea of consciousness, the voice of Chen Ziguan echoed, "Brother Lin, Master has descended his will and requests your immediate presence." Lin Cangsheng's heart jolted. His eyes narrowed as the mysteries of the ancient character of annihilation were about to be unveiled. With a decisive step, he vanished from the pavilion in an instant. Chapter 1034. The Pool of Divine Thunder. A wisp of ancient, oppressive, thunderous essence quivered within. Surrounding it were torrents of crimson lightning swirling about, and Lin Cangsheng's gaze swept across the expanse, as if he beheld an endless sea of red lightning roiling within. This was the core formation of the Red Thunder Pavilion. Lin Cangsheng was taken aback. He had certainly discerned the intricacies of this thunderous essence. His master, Chen Ziguan, indeed held a fondness for this disciple. Abruptly, a terrifying pressure emanated from the thunderous essence, suppressing the surrounding swirling crimson lightning, which, though still in motion, was evidently less fervent than before. Even Lin Cangsheng felt the flow of his own blood decelerate, as though a tremendous weight had settled upon his heart. In that moment, he sensed the descent of the emperor's will. Chen Ziguan observed Lin Cangsheng's unflinching demeanor and stepped forward to respectfully salute, stating that he had brought Lin Long. Lin Cangsheng reciprocated the gesture with a polite greeting. Suddenly, a voice, authoritative as thunder, reverberated through the ancient formation. "Lin Long, the ancient talisman of extinction in your possession is but one of the supreme treasures comprising a set," Chen Ziguan's master declared solemnly. "This treasure consists of 13 ancient talismans, each interconnected. It pertains to an ancient secret, intertwined with destiny, knowledge of which even I cannot fathom. If it were not for its connection to my lineage, such truths would remain concealed from me. You must diligently safeguard it and ensure the complete compilation of these 13 ancient characters, for it will yield immense benefits in your future. The 13 ancient characters comprise precisely these 13 talismans. Chun Ziguan's face reflected a wave of astonishment. Mastering even a single talisman's essence could bestow one with aspirations akin to a great emperor. Should all 13 talismans be harmoniously unified into the ancient treasure of the 13 ancient characters, the resultant power would be unfathomable. Moreover, the secrets and destinies entwined with this treasure are beyond even his master's comprehension. The magnitude of what was at stake was truly staggering. After regaining his composure, Chun Ziguan cast a profound glance at Lin Cangsheng, reaffirming that his prior decision had been wise. Had he succumbed to greed for this talisman and attempted to alter fate, the resulting calamities would have been extraordinarily perilous. Lin Cangsheng, momentarily taken aback, promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. There is no need for thanks." The authoritative voice resonated within Lin Cangsheng's spirit, reiterating, "Remember, this talisman bears great significance. Do not forsake it." Lin Cangsheng nodded repeatedly. Even the esteemed emperor had no intention of deceiving him regarding such matters. The repetition of this warning underscored the talisman's extraordinary nature. Yet, Lin Cangsheng possessed an abundance of treasures, such as the 6-character True Word Talisman, the bronze ancient sword forged from the fragmented essence of the Holy Spirit continent, and the bronze ancient coffin. Nevertheless, he felt a growing concern. This talisman of extinction was historically potent, having vanquished the phantom of Tao Tai and contended with the malevolent sovereign. Lin Cangsheng expressed his gratitude once more, and the oppressive aura dissipated swiftly, restoring the entire formation to its former state. "Congratulations, Brother Linlong, on acquiring such a formidable talisman," Chun Ziguan remarked with a hint of envy, yet without ulterior motives. Lin Cangsheng shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging that while the talisman was indeed formidable, it was entwined with ancient secrets and destiny. To be favored by destiny is not necessarily a blessing, he mused. Chun Ziguan agreed, choosing not to elaborate further. Destiny, as it is known, refers to the predetermined fate decreed by the heavens. Some individuals are born with immense fortune. Marked by destiny, they must fulfill certain tasks in accordance with celestial will, and even if they wish to evade such paths, they remain unable to do so. This sense of manipulation can be disconcerting, yet those favored by destiny often possess extraordinary luck, with futures that are boundless. The Black Heavenly Fiend, upon obtaining this talisman, was marked by destiny. However, its appropriation by Lin Cangsheng was a matter of fate beyond comprehension. These concepts were beyond Lin Cangsheng's current understanding and perception. He does not concern himself with matters of destiny. Instead, he focuses on the present and paves the way for the future. For this is the true path of a sovereign. Many enigmas will reveal themselves naturally when the time is ripe. Take, for instance, the ancient bronze coffin, which harbors a profound mystery. If one day he were to grow to an extraordinarily formidable level, he might unlock this ancient coffin with his own hands. Brother Linlong, I shall now escort you to the divine thunder pool, Chun Ziguan said with a deep smile. To Lin Cangsheng's astonishment, the divine thunder pool was situated beneath Thunder Island. This island, in fact, lay deep within a series of towering mountains. After traversing countless barriers and passing through vigilant guardians, Lin Cangsheng finally arrived at the divine thunder pool, where a fierce power of thunder surged forth, seemingly flowing from the annals of ancient times, erupting from the depths below. Lin Cangsheng immediately sensed an indescribable, terrifying force reverberating beneath him. The ancient character of destruction within his sea of consciousness seemed irresistibly drawn to this overwhelming thunderous aura, beginning to emit a faint glow, nurturing profound principles of annihilation within the ancient symbol, infinitely mysterious. Before them lay the divine thunder pool. A faint red arc of electricity began to swirl around Chun Ziguan's form, clearly countering the oppressive force of the thunder. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Cangsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an oppressive thunderous pressure, akin to that of an ancient celestial mountain, descending upon him. The ancient character of destruction in his consciousness vibrated intensely, as tendrils of annihilating thunder coiled around his body, dissipating the sensation of the celestial mountain's assault. In that fleeting moment, even Lin Cangsheng felt a lingering trepidation, akin to a mortal witnessing thunder from the heavens striking down, capable of obliterating him in an instant. The destructive thunder emanating from the ancient symbol enveloped him, allowing him to withstand the terrifying and heart-quaking pressure. Lin Cangsheng's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead, revealing a 10-mile expanse of tumultuous, bottomless crimson thunder, silent yet imposing, evoking a profound sense of mental oppression. From this crimson pool of thunder emanated an ancient aura, imbued with an indescribable majesty, reminiscent of celestial authority, instilling a fear of blasphemy in all beings, both divine and demonic. Had he not possessed the ancient character of destruction, the mere pressure emanating from this pool could have rendered him to nothingness. According to the ancient legends of the Thunder Sovereign, the divine thunder pool was birthed from a divine thunderbolt cast down by the heavens, giving rise to the Thunder Clan. The remnants of that divine thunder ultimately transformed into this pool, serving as a means for gifted cultivators within the Thunder Sovereign to refine their bodies. Chen Ziguan gazed at the vast expanse of crimson thunder with awe and reverence, remarking that if one were not innately attuned to the essence of thunder, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the divine thunder pool's pressure. Lin Cangsheng nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the feeling of imminent peril he had just experienced, which prompted him to regard the divine thunder pool with the utmost seriousness. The Thunder Sovereign's ability to stand among the 5 great powers is rooted in a depth of heritage that far surpasses that of other factions. However, beside the divine thunder pool, there are 2 figures. Just moments ago, Lin Cangsheng was captivated by the allure of the divine thunder pool and naturally overlooked them. Now, upon closer inspection, he sees a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man exudes a profound aura, one that resonates with thunder yet refrains from striking, emitting an air of reverence. This aura is strikingly similar to that of a terrifying true immortal. Beside the middle-aged man, the young man possesses a fierce gaze. A streak of azure lightning crackles ominously at his brow, rolling and rumbling as if poised to erupt, instilling an overwhelming sense of volatility. "You are Lin Long." The young man, upon spotting Lin Cangsheng's entrance, immediately sensed his presence, particularly the terrifying thunder that had flickered around Lin Cangsheng, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. As he spoke, he stepped forward with determination, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Cangsheng, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. "Our Thunder Clan brought you here to the divine thunder pool for body refinement, and it is nothing short of a travesty. Pray tell, what qualifications do you possess to step into this divine thunder pool? Merely relying on a talisman? It is truly laughable." His words rang out like a series of explosive thunderclaps, reverberating in Lin Cangsheng's ears. Chapter 1035, The Anomaly of the Ancient Sword. Chen Xingqiang holds considerable renown among the Thunder Sovereigns. His high innate talent within the clan, coupled with his fiery temperament, often leads him to express his dissatisfaction openly. Furthermore, with a true immortal father, he commands considerable influence among the Thunder Sovereigns. His relationship with Lei Zichen Ziguan is also notably favorable. The Divine Thunder Pool, a remnant of ancient divine thunder energy, once spanned millions of miles in ancient times, but has now dwindled to a mere 10 miles, underscoring the immense consumption of this divine essence. Chen Xingqiang believes that this ancient talisman bears a connection to their Thunder Clan, one that should be wielded by Lei Zi alone. However, the presence of Lin Long, combined with the preciousness of the divine thunder pool, has caused Chen Xingqiang to harbor intense displeasure towards Lin Cangsheng, compelling him to show Lin Cangsheng a taste of retribution. At this moment, he is directing his fury at Lin Cangsheng. Chen Ziguan, sensing impending trouble, attempts to intervene, yet Lin Cangsheng steps forward, unperturbed by the flickers of malice emanating from Chen Xingqiang, calmly retorting, "Do you believe I lack qualifications? Preposterous." Chen Xingqiang erupts in a torrent of insults, his gaze fierce. "If it were not for this ancient talisman, what abilities would you possess?" In the very instant he uttered those words, Lin Cangsheng's demeanor shifted dramatically. A terrifying aura of death surged forth from him, enveloping the ground beneath him as an immense domain unfurled, shrouded in a starry night sky illuminated by 3 radiant moons. This domain extended 5 miles, yet Lin Cangsheng had only released it to a distance of 1 mile. Chen Xingqiang's pupils constricted at once as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if he were sinking into a quagmire, beset by numerous constraints. The astonishing spectacle of the domain and the sudden surge of deathly momentum from Lin Cangsheng sent a jolt through his heart. In the presence of the extraordinary manifestation of the domain, both Chen Ziguan and the true immortal were profoundly shaken, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. They could scarcely have anticipated that Lin Lung had cultivated such a remarkable phenomenon. They were acutely aware of what this manifestation signified. Lin Chun unveiled it in an instant, only to retract it the next moment, no longer regarding Chen Qingqiu. Chen Ziguan inhaled deeply, astonished that Lin Chen's display of the domain had produced such an anomaly. This indicated superior potential, further solidifying his conviction that he had made the right choice in fostering a benevolent connection with such a prodigious figure, endowed with great fortune, a substantial background, and extraordinary talent. Conversely, Chen Qingqiu, rather than sensing the disparity in strength, felt his fury ignited. His form was suddenly enveloped by a surge of vibrant azure thunder, his aura swelling dramatically, echoing with the growls of ancient ferocious beasts amidst the blue lightning. "Cease!" A somber voice commanded, causing Chen Qingqiu to tremble, gritting his teeth with a fierce glare directed at Lin Chun, though he managed to suppress his raging heart. At that moment, the true immortal expert behind Chen Qingqiu approached, clasping his hands in greeting towards Lin Chun, his expression devoid of mirth. "I extend my gratitude to young friend Lin Lung for not holding my wayward disciple's impulsiveness against him." "Senior, you are too polite," Lin Chun replied with a smile, returning the gesture. "I can understand Qingqiu's straightforward temperament. Undoubtedly, many harbor discontent towards me. His reaction aligns with my own sentiments." "Who aligns with your sentiments, Lin Lung?" "Sooner or later, I, Chen Qingqiu, shall deliver a thorough beating to you. Just wait." Chen Qingqiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with dissatisfaction. Lin Chun merely chuckled, recalling the tempestuous nature of the violent king, reminiscent of Chen Qingqiu's own fiery disposition. He pondered the current states of the violent king, Xiao Ding, Shi, and Lin Xiuhan. "Young friend Lin Lung," the true immortal continued, "as you are an outsider, it is necessary to undergo additional procedures approved by the esteemed elders. Those formalities have now been completed, and you may enter the God Thunder Pool." Suddenly, a rift tore open in the sky, and a majestic jade token descended into the hands of the true immortal. Lin Chun, eschewing any pretense, recognized this as Chen Ziguan's maneuver to cultivate goodwill, and he saw no need for affectation. In an instant, he leaped into the God Thunder Pool. Watching Lin Chun plunge into the pool, Chen Qingqiu snorted in discontent. Yet he felt a profound trepidation within. The power that had erupted from the domain and Lin Chen's overwhelming aura had sent a chill through him. However, Chen Qingqiu's pride forbade him from acknowledging this. The moment Lin Chen entered the God Thunder Pool, his body shuddered as he felt an overwhelming force of thunderous destruction surging towards him, threatening to obliterate him entirely. As the destructive thunder enveloped him, the intensity of that sensation diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the tide of pale red lightning continued to fiercely engulf his entire being. Zzzzzzzzzz, an overwhelming sensation of paralysis swept through Lin Chen's entirety. Like a tide, the faint crimson thunder surged into every pore of Lin Chen, tumultuously rolling within his being, cleansing every inch of skin, flesh, and bone, expelling impurities and bestowing upon him a more formidable power. A wave of excruciating pain abruptly surged into Lin Chen's mind. "Let this guy suffer," Chen Qingqiu remarked with a displeased expression, followed by a hint of arrogance. "You, being so arrogant, shall soon experience the utmost agony." Even Chen Qingqiu, recalling the torment of the divine thunder pool, couldn't help but shiver. Observing his demeanor, Chen Ziguan and the true immortal exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, Chen Qingqiu was as Lin Chun had described. Amidst the swirling crimson lightning, Lin Chun unexpectedly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the thunder refining my body. It has been ages since I felt this sensation." A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Chen's face, back in the realm of death. He had once been shattered by lightning layer by layer. Now, immersed in the divine thunder pool, memories of those times flooded back, filling his heart with delight. Chen Qingqiu stared in astonishment, baffled by this individual who could laugh and exclaim joyfully even while being baptized by the divine thunder pool. Even Chen Ziguan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chun continued to laugh heartily, his spirit exhilarated, his body fervently absorbing the thunder, refining every part from the inside out. Having endured the trials of wind and fire, his physique had become as flawless as jade, akin to a treasure. However, This divine thunder pool, infused with a trace of divine aura, contained a subtle power that thoroughly cleansed Lin Cangsheng of all impurities. Moreover, he was continuously absorbing the strength of this divine thunder, simultaneously refining and nurturing his own power. After a day and night of baptism, his entire being shimmered like a diamond, free of impurities. The power within the thunder further augmented his growth, imbuing his physique with an aura of divine thunder that radiated strength. Regrettably, Lin Cangsheng sighed deeply. The cleansing from the divine thunder pool could have elevated him to the second level of the heart demon tribulation. However, the heart demon tribulation belonged to the demonic path, and under this divine thunder aura, he dared not commit himself. He would need to seek other opportunities for advancement in the future. Nonetheless, Lin Cangsheng was immensely satisfied. He had already reached the pinnacle of the first level. He decided to bring forth the Xianshang King Tower and other treasures to undergo the same baptism. With a thought, the Xianshang King Tower soared into the air, hovering above the divine thunder pool. The anguished cries of blood spirits emanated from within, leaving Chen Ziguan, Chen Qingchong, and the true immortal in a state of astonished silence. The cries of the artifact spirit echoed from this treasure. Could it possibly transcend into a low-grade Dao artifact? One must understand that even in the human realm, low-grade Dao artifacts are exceedingly precious. The birth of artifact spirits among quasi-Dao artifacts is rare indeed, and Lin Cangsheng possessed one. It seems that those two supreme emperors hold Lin Lungchen Ziguang in exceptionally high regard. Lin Cangsheng concealed his astonishment within, contemplating the scene. He similarly unleashed the ancient talisman inscribed with the character for extinction. This talisman, pulsating with thunderous energy, emitted a subtle sense of elation under the bombardment of the divine thunder in the thunder pool. It navigated through the pool, while the surging divine lightning continuously infused itself into the talisman. Lin Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. It appeared as though the talisman was absorbing the divine thunder. However, an idea struck him. The ancient bronze sword he had placed in his consciousness. Should he retrieve it for refinement? Why not give it a try? He mused silently. And with a mere thought, the bronze sword shot forth from his mind, plunging into the thunder pool. At the instant the bronze sword entered the pool, a sudden and extraordinary transformation occurred. Bathed in the divine lightning, the sword erupted in a radiant brilliance, as if an ancient, supreme light had descended upon it, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire underground palace. Chen Ziguang, Chen Qingchong, and even the true immortal's expressions changed dramatically. An ancient aura blanketed the expanse above the thunder pool, and beneath its influence, the pool seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. The bronze sword erupted with dazzling white light, a light that appeared to emanate from the other side of time. Within this resplendent glow, an intricate pattern materialized, ablaze with infinite flames, resembling a world engulfed in fire. Yet, within this fiery realm, a silhouette emerged, standing before a colossal furnace. This figure, though diminutive in stature, seemed to expand the very heavens and the earth within that blazing world, powerful, fierce, and immensely grand. Why did this figure seem so familiar? Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng shuddered, recalling the image of his uncle reclining languidly in a chair in the courtyard. That seemingly lazy yet slightly eccentric figure now appeared so imposing, fierce, and majestic. Even the true immortal present dared not gaze directly at this suddenly manifested phenomenon, feeling an unprecedented weight of suppression. Chen Ziguang and Chen Qingchong were no exceptions. In the midst of the boundless flames, the silhouette suddenly lifted a hammer, striking down fiercely amidst the endless sea of fire. With that single blow, the infinite flames coalesced into a single flickering flame upon the hammer, which then fell with a resounding impact. It was as though the entire world trembled. The clash of steel resonated with a continuous, thunderous echo. The back of the Uncle-S figure raised the hammer once more, and the terrifying flames surged again, enveloping the entire world in an endless conflagration. He swung the hammer down again, like an eternal figure repeating an everlasting motion. He was forging a sword, wielding boundless strength and indomitable will to shape a blade. As Lin Cangsheng beheld this spectacle, his eyes suddenly lost their luster, and he stood transfixed. The image of his uncle swinging the hammer with fervor struck him like a thunderous explosion, igniting an epiphany within his heart. Suddenly, the extraordinary phenomenon that had engulfed the divine thunder pool vanished without a trace, restoring the tumultuous sound of thunder that resonated throughout the area. The astonishment in the eyes of the three individuals, including the true immortal, remained unabated. They observed Lin Cangsheng, enveloped in a state of bewilderment, emanating an aura of profound mystery. He was immersed in the comprehension of Lin Cangsheng's exclamation, feeling an unsettling chill within. Initially, the ancient bronze sword had resonated with an unusual manifestation, and now this individual had succumbed once more to a state of enlightenment. Chen Ziguan was momentarily startled. "Lazy look," exclaimed the true immortal, "that ancient talisman is now flowing into the ancient bronze sword." Chen Ziguan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily turned to witness the ancient talisman flickering with crackling destructive thunder, adhering to the tip of the bronze sword, occupying approximately 1/15 of its surface. Astonishingly, the talisman was gradually merging with the ancient bronze sword. At that instant, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Lin Cangsheng. He leapt high from the divine thunder pool, his form suspended above it, radiating an enigmatic energy. The bronze sword trembled once more, unleashing a fierce surge of blinding white light, causing Chen Ziguan, Lin Cangsheng, and the true immortal to shudder, their eyes stinging with pain. When their vision cleared, they found themselves enveloped in a blinding expanse of white, unable to discern anything. Amidst the endless brilliance, Lin Cangsheng's domain unfurled, revealing a night sky adorned with countless stars and a full moon hanging overhead. As Lin Cangsheng stood within this realm, a formidable will surged forth from him. "I am the Taoist forger. With the first hammer, I extinguish suffering. With the second, I annihilate perils. With the third, I summon the great Tao." Lin Cangsheng's form within the domain trembled thrice. In that moment, it seemed as though an overwhelming force compressed the very essence of the 5-mile domain into a mere 1 mile. Yet, the dark night sky, twinkling stars, and the luminous moon unleashed an even fiercer power, illuminating the vast earth. The contours surrounding the domain began to take on a faint substance. It was as if with a mere thought, Lin Cangsheng could transform this domain into a colossal mountain, pressing down upon the land. "I have found the quintessence of Lin Cangsheng's enlightenment, soaring in spirit, unraveling the mysteries of ascending to the void immortal realm. Ha ha ha." The three listened as a voice, akin to thunder, resonated from the boundless white light. "I am the very embodiment of the forging hammer. With each strike, I obliterate suffering, surpass countless perils, and shape the realm into a sword yet to be formed. I transform my supreme will into the hammer of creation, channeling my essence into this unparalleled power. I mold this domain into the nascent blade, relentlessly forging it, bathing it in flames until at last it is wrought into an extraordinary divine sword. The space shall attain its utmost potential, leaving the true immortal realm in awe, incredulously remarking that this young man has grasped the profound mysteries of the virtual immortal realm, requiring only a vast reservoir of pure energy to forge his domain. Such a talent is indeed formidable." Chen Cangsheng and Chen Ziguan trembled, both existing within the true king realm. Yet they had not yet comprehended the essence of the virtual immortal realm. To their astonishment, Lin Lung had touched upon the virtual immortal realm. And what shocked Chen Ziguan most was that merely a month prior, this individual had been but a virtual king. As the white light dissipated, Lin Cangsheng remained suspended above the divine thunder pool, his aura now faintly imbued with a transcendent quality. Moments ago, he had perceived his third uncle's insights in his sword forging, transmuting his will into an iron hammer, striking his domain thrice, condensing it from 5 miles to 1, continuously refining it, even manifesting a tangible outline. The power of the domain had grown several-fold. Should Lin Cangsheng have sufficient boundless energy to sustain him, he could effortlessly transcend into the virtual immortal realm. Oh, this ancient bronze sword. How does it merge with the ancient character of destruction? Lin Cangsheng's keen gaze swept over his consciousness, discovering 2 wills within his sea of awareness, yearning to unite. However, without Lin Cangsheng's consent, they remained mere symbols affixed to the bronze sword. This ancient bronze sword, a fragment of the sacred spirit continent's essence, crafted by his third uncle, was inherently extraordinary. The character of destruction, one of the 13 ancient characters, carried divine destiny and formidable power. As Lin Cangsheng contemplated, realizing the 2 supreme treasures sought to merge, he resolved to facilitate their union. With clarity of thought, the character of destruction erupted, transforming into boundless thunder, enveloping the bronze sword. The thunder swiftly contracted, coalescing into a supreme thunder dragon, violently burrowing towards the tip of the bronze sword. A terrifying gale erupted from the sword, resonating with a celestial hymn that echoed above the divine thunder pool. In that moment of fusion, the bronze sword plunged decisively into the depths of the divine thunder pool. What followed was astonishing. The boundless divine thunder within the pool surged forth like wild stallions awakened, racing towards the bronze sword and entering into it, causing the very ground to tremble. The bronze sword absorbed the divine thunder from the pool, and given its ferocious momentum, it would likely consume a significant portion. Yet, at this moment, Lin Cangsheng remained oblivious. As the two unparalleled treasures fused, he was drawn into a new realm of understanding, his entire being enveloped by the ethereal thunder of destruction. The countenance of the true immortal realm shifted dramatically upon realizing the existence of that audacious individual. Lazy. This boy has forged two unparalleled treasures, drawing upon the power of our divine thunder pool. At this rate, he will absorb no less than 2/3 of it. This boy is here to steal. We must swiftly eliminate him. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Cangsheng was instantly consumed by fury. What audacity! The divine thunder pool is the foundation of our clan, and he dares to seize 2/3 of it. Such wolfish ambition. Lazy, immediately issue a command. We, the Thunder Sovereigns, must eradicate this intruder. The divine thunder pool is not only one of the foundations of their Thunder Sovereign, but also a potent symbol. Ancient legends have foretold that should the divine thunder cease to exist, so too would the day of annihilation for the Thunder Sovereigns. With only 10 miles remaining of the divine thunder pool, should Lin Cangsheng absorb 2/3 of it, how many prodigies of our clan would be deprived of their baptism? Wouldn't the Thunder Sovereigns be rendered feeble? Chen Ziguan's expression darkened, yet he suddenly smiled, his demeanor shifting from gloom to clarity. In an instant, he made a decision. No, we absolutely must not strike against him. Uncle Chen, immediately employ your powers to shroud the disturbances of the divine thunder pool. We cannot allow anyone to perceive the anomalies occurring here. The true immortal's expression faltered, while Lin Cangsheng's urgency grew. Unexpectedly, Chen Ziguan's countenance turned icy, exuding an overwhelming authority. Act swiftly. I command you in the name of Lazy. There is no room for defiance or further discussion. His commanding presence was akin to that of a sovereign. The true immortal, taken aback, nodded in compliance, and unleashed formidable magic upon the underground divine thunder pool, preparing to conceal all occurrences. As Chen Ziguan observed the scene within the divine thunder pool, his visage was shrouded in boundless lightning. Lin Cangsheng, watching his brother's resolute back, for the first time felt the profound aura of dominance emanating from the once gentle elder brother, now transformed into a figure of regal might. His word was law, unassailable. Chapter 1037. Rumors on this day, thunderous events were destined to unfold on Thunder Island. Whispers revealed that Lazy had escorted an outsider to the divine thunder pool. To the many cultivators of Thunder Island, the divine thunder pool represented legacy and faith. Yet now, an outsider had been brought into its sanctum. Upon learning of Lin Long's background and accomplishments, many of the Thunder Sovereign cultivators fell into contemplation. Though they felt discontent, it could also serve as an opportunity to forge a beneficial alliance. Thunder Island, Thunder Ming City. Among the numerous cities on Thunder Island, Thunder Ming City held significant weight. Each city represented a clan, a lineage, while the figures from Thunder Ming City could never rival the might of the Qin family. This lineage had still produced 3 true immortal realm giants. The existence of a true immortal within a race is akin to that of esteemed elders. In recent days, discussions in Thunder Ming City predominantly revolved around Lin Long's feats, astonished by the emergence of such a prodigy from the northeastern region of the human world. On this day, the city erupted in fervor, as a piece of news swiftly captivated the entire Thunder Ming City. What a pity that this young man ventured to the divine thunder pool to refine his body, only to suffer a backlash that nearly cost him his life. I have long heard of the formidable nature of the divine thunder pool's body refinement. Humph, this Lin Long, so brazenly boasting, deserved to be struck down to such a state. Ha ha, one of the legacies of my Thunder Sovereign. How could an outsider dare to meddle? Yet, there have been instances of outsiders attempting body refinement before, and Lin Long's near demise truly exemplifies his inadequacy. Regardless of the circumstances, this misfortune was self-inflicted. Ha ha. Lacking in talent, yet still seeking disgrace, it's utterly laughable. Not only within Thunderbright City, but simultaneously, the tale of Lin Long, who went to the divine thunder pool for body refinement and was nearly struck dead, spread like wildfire across the entire Thunder Island. The name Lin Long had now transformed into a subject of ridicule, especially among the prodigies of the Thunder Sovereigns, who increasingly looked down upon him. Across the lands governed by Thunder Island, numerous clans and the grand palaces overseeing the realm existed. Recently, a pair of ominous figures shrouded in black robes arrived in one such city. The chilling aura they emanated deterred outsiders from approaching. Before long, a middle-aged man soared into the sky, adorned in a regal robe edged with thunderous gold, striding forth with formidable authority. He directly approached the pair of black-robed figures and respectfully announced, "Everything is arranged. Let us proceed to the city lord's mansion." The onlookers were filled with trepidation, realizing that this pair was of significant origin, as even the city lord had personally come to greet them. Within the city lord's mansion, Li Long sat upon the lord's seat, while the city lord stood humbly below. 10 true kings and 3 virtual immortals manifested within the city. Li Long cast a glance downwards and spoke. "Recently, everyone has been utilizing the secret techniques of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to track down that scoundrel Lin Long. It appears we have traced him to your Thunder Sovereign's domain. Could it be that Lin Long has, as we suspected, entered Thunder Island?" Li Long's gaze shifted towards the city lord, who immediately responded with utmost respect. "According to my subordinates' inquiries, a young man named Lin Long has indeed arrived in Thunder Island recently. Furthermore, he was personally welcomed by the Thunder Emperor, and it is rumored that he has recently ventured to the divine thunder pool for body refinement." Upon hearing this, many present underwent a profound change in expression. Based on the information relayed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, this young man had ascended to the true king level and was ranked over 280 on the Emperor's list. The implications of him undergoing body refinement at the divine thunder pool are truly terrifying. The expression of the demonic figure shifted drastically, filled with murderous intent. This youth is indeed a devilish rogue, attempting to unite with the Thunder Sovereigns against our demon god organization. It is widely known that the Thunder Sovereigns have always been at odds with the demon gods, as the Thunder's nature is to vanquish evil, making them inherently adversarial. Li Long's countenance darkened as well. If it were just him alone, his ranking was only 2 places higher than this youth's. If Lin Long were to undergo further refinement, he would undoubtedly surpass Li Long as an opponent. The speed of this growth is truly terrifying. Within the grand hall of the Lord's residence, an atmosphere of oppression and tension enveloped the space. Li Long inquired solemnly, "My lord, may I ask the current state of the divine thunder pool's body refinement?" The lord of the city smirked inwardly, having deliberately refrained from mentioning it earlier to elevate his own status. Now, upon Li Long's inquiry, he clasped his hands and smiled. It is rumored that this youth entered the divine thunder pool for body refinement, only to be struck nearly lifeless by its power. Many elders of the Thunder Sovereigns, upon hearing this news, considered it an ominous sign and strongly insisted that he leave Thunder Island. As these words were spoken, the eyes of those present in the hall sparkled with intrigue. Struck nearly lifeless by the divine thunder pool? How cold and cruel, one remarked with a sneer. A notorious demon thief entering the divine thunder pool for body refinement is akin to courting death. He deserves to be struck to such a state. The crowd nodded in agreement, for Lin Cangsheng had earned the title of demon thief, a designation that even the spirits of the demon gods could not tolerate. Furthermore, he had dared to challenge the mighty thunder. Li Long felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a composed exterior. Indeed, this information is quite remarkable. The Lord's expression turned grave, asserting, "This news is exceedingly reliable. I have received consistent responses from several noble families in the major cities I contacted. Moreover, I have conducted discreet investigations in the cities of Thunder Island, and the information has proven to be true." Li Long exclaimed in approval, raising his hand dramatically, "Excellent. You have rendered a great service. I shall report this truthfully to the palace of the demon god. Surely, your rewards will be plentiful." The Lord's countenance brightened, for his objectives had indeed been achieved. The 3 respected figures of the demon path hovered behind Li Long, their gazes icy and foreboding. Li Long surveyed the assembly, each bearing expressions of murderous intent, and suddenly let out a chilling smile, reminiscent of a terrifying demon king baring his teeth. "Very well. Fate has decreed that Lin Long shall not survive this. We shall proceed to Thunder Island immediately, and while he is in such a weakened state, we will incapacitate him and seize him. The 9 true kings present erupted in a chorus of fervent shouts, their killing intent reverberating throughout the grand hall. Suddenly, a beam of demonic light shot through the air, akin to a demonic arrow targeting the Lord. The Lord's body trembled as he reached for the demonic light, his face suddenly alight with joy. Lin Long had been expelled from Thunder Island, and the injuries inflicted by the divine thunder had gone untreated. Li Long nodded, his eyes gleaming with 2 piercing beams of demonic light. Let us proceed. Chapter 1038. The deception. Lin Long's name has now become synonymous with thunder across Thunder Island, piquing the curiosity of many cultivators eager to witness the aftermath of his grievous injuries. Thunder Island. The 13 cloaked figures paused behind a rocky outcrop, preparing to advance into the controlled territory of Thunder Island. Should they dare to infringe upon this domain, the consequences would be dire, with death being a mere trifle. What is your perspective on this matter, Demonic Hand? Li Long's pitch-black eyes fixated on the distant island illuminated by thunder, betraying no emotion. Demonic Hand paused momentarily, contemplating. I believe this matter is largely true. However, since Lin Long has sustained severe injuries within the divine thunder pool, he will undoubtedly be looked upon unfavorably by all the thunder sovereigns, and he shall soon be expelled. Li Long nodded and expressed his concerns, saying, I fear there may be an explosion. If Lei Zun and Lin Long join forces, we shall surely perish here. Dao Yi, with an air of cold detachment, replied, even if Lin Long employs cunning schemes, with our 3 virtual immortals and 10 true kings, as long as Lei Zun does not intervene, Lin Long cannot possibly survive. Dao Yi's assessment was not without merit. Li Long turned to survey the group and coldly instructed, in this operation, I expect everyone to be alert. Even though Lin Long exudes the aura of a half-dead being, we must eliminate him the moment he approaches. The crowd nodded in agreement, and suddenly, Mo Shou's voice resonated in their minds. He is coming. Instantly, everyone suppressed their presence, their gazes fixed toward Lei Island. From that direction, 2 virtual immortals emerged from the sea, flanking a pale-faced young man, none other than Lin Chun. His aura was exceedingly weak, the flow of his power painfully slow, as if he had suffered severe injuries. Even the intake of spiritual energy was labored. The 13 figures cloaked in black simultaneously adopted a murderous demeanor. You have been greedy, and now you find yourself in this predicament. Our Lei Zun has shown you enough mercy, since even the pool of divine thunder cannot recognize you. Let it be known that our Lei Zun will no longer trouble you, nor should you seek any further association with us. One of the virtual immortals remarked. Disdain etched across his face. The pale Lin Shen nodded, though his eyes glinted with a fierce resolve, and sighed, this is all my own doing. Since I have failed to gain recognition, please convey a message to your Lei Zun. I, Lin Long, owe you a favor. The 2 virtual immortals sneered, offering no further words. As Lin Shun departed the sea, they did not even extend a farewell, turning instead to vanish toward Lei Island. Once outside the confines of Lei Island, Lin Shun took a deep breath and murmured to himself, the demon god organization must be dispatching individuals to hunt me down during this delay. I must recover from my injuries, otherwise I shall undoubtedly face grave complications. He inhaled deeply, concealing his presence entirely, his pallor evident as he abruptly shot forward. Despite his injuries, he traversed a considerable distance in mere moments. However, at that instant, a fierce wind arose, as if several thunderclaps echoed from thin air, unleashing a terrifying momentum that erupted above Lin Chun. The 13 cloaked figures seemed to detonate simultaneously above him. Among them, 5 true kings suddenly formed seals with their hands, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that spiraled forth, coalescing into a formidable magical formation in the sky. The dark energy cascaded downwards, resembling a vast demonic seal that swiftly encircled Lin Chun from all directions. The 5 demons binding array. The 5 true kings exclaimed in unison as the formation solidified, trapping Lin Chun within its confines like a cage. Moreover, an imposing formation, reminiscent of a grand seal, hovered above, akin to the stabilizing needle of the sea god, restraining both the formidable array and Lin Chun. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment, leaving Lin Chun no time to react. As the formation solidified, his expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed a powerful fist. Yet the overwhelming force barely stirred the array. A boisterous laughter echoed through the air as Li Long, standing above the demonic formation, beheld Lin Chun. whose countenance had changed within the confines of the trap. With a reined-in smile, he declared, "Lin, you never anticipated this, did you? Even with the protection of two supreme emperors, you cannot escape your doom after wreaking havoc upon our demon god organization." Observing Lin Cangsheng closely with his divine sense, Li Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. There was no deception here. For Lin Cangsheng's aura was identical to that which he had exuded within the demon god organization. Moreover, Li Long could not forget the glint in his eyes. The demon hand and Blade One exchanged knowing smirks. They recalled how Lin Cangsheng had once been audacious within the organization, proclaiming that the demon god organization would pay a price, and even brazenly stated that if he failed, he would kneel and allow them to strike him in the face repeatedly. Such arrogance was utterly unforgivable. Three virtual immortals stood behind Li Long, observing the unfolding scene with indifference. Their intervention was unnecessary at this juncture. Amusingly, merely because a spiritual artifact resembling a statue of the demon god labeled him a demon thief, they had chosen to deal with him ruthlessly. Lin Cangsheng's countenance rippled with boundless murderous intent, bearing down on the three prodigies with the promise of retribution. Li Long's expression remained impassive, recalling how Lin Cangsheng had once been their protege, reveling in the profound insights gained from the manifestation of the demonic seasonal images, now replaced by disdain and murderous intent. His gaze turned icy, and Blade One, with a countenance as frigid as a dagger's edge, surged toward Lin Cangsheng, who was ensnared within the demonic formation, the air thick with the aura of slaughter. Suddenly, Lin Cangsheng's pupils constricted. He bellowed fiercely as his essence transformed, manifesting an ancient tower that emerged from the depths of the formation, suppressing it. Lin Cangsheng's form vanished within the tower, which then surged skyward with immense force, resonating with the sound of distant thunder as the powers of wind and fire erupted forth, shattering the formation with a thunderous crash. The five true kings manipulating the formation were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The bronze tower ascended fiercely, forcefully repelling the descending Blade One. Thunderous roars emanated from the ancient tower as gale and flames surged forth, advancing toward the five true kings who had been controlling the array. This sudden turn of events jolted Li Long and his companions, and he exclaimed, his face paling, "Lin Cangsheng is unharmed. You three, quickly suppress this wretch." The three virtual immortals, caught off guard by this unexpected development, felt their hearts stir and unleashed their formidable auras like thunderclaps, preparing to act. Yet, at that very moment, an elegant melody of a flute resonated from afar, weaving a mournful and heart-wrenching atmosphere that lingered in the air. Not far from the three ethereal beings, a man and a woman, resembling celestial lovers, were gazing at them with smiles. The Qin Dijin Wang, now referred to as Qin Di Su Xian, felt his pupils constrict in surprise. He had not anticipated the arrival of these two individuals, and it was evident from their demeanor that they had come to intercept them. Quickly regaining his composure, Li Long commanded, "You three, subdue the two. Dao Yi, Mo Shou, swiftly join forces with me to expel these intruders from the tower." Li Long's killing intent surged, masterfully orchestrating the situation with meticulous precision. The three great prodigies, accompanied by the two true kings, descended from the heavens like a tempest, their momentum overwhelming as they charged towards the ancient tower. The three ethereal beings snorted in unison, naturally preparing to confront these two ethereal entities. The Qin Xian, with a serene smile, observed the towering might of the ancient structure as it loomed over the five true kings, remarking, "Little friend Lin Long, your ploy of stealing the heavens is quite remarkable. Who would have imagined that you possess not only a spirit artifact, but also the ability to achieve the unity of man and artifact? The unity of man and artifact signifies a fusion of essences, a seamless connection wherein all aspects converge into a singular entity. In a certain sense, it is akin to a second avatar. Therefore, it follows that the Lin Cangsheng who had just appeared was, in fact, the spirit artifact that resonated with Lin Cangsheng's essence. The stealing of the heavens is a conspiracy intertwined with the myriad rumors from Leizun Island, all part of a grand scheme." In an instant, the three ethereal beings were struck with profound realization, their pupils narrowing as they shouted in alarm, "This is a ruse." The one who emerged was not Lin Long, but rather his spirit artifact, a disguised entity. Yet, their warning had already escaped their lips. Suddenly, a vibrant rainbow shot forth from the ancient tower. unleashing a colossal force of wind and fire infused with crackling thunder, surging forth in a tumultuous wave. The three great prodigies and the two true kings felt their pupils constrict as they swiftly evaded the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Li Long's mind, and he quickly understood that he had fallen into Lin Cangsheng's trap. He had never anticipated that Lin Cangsheng had achieved the unity of man and artifact and birthed a spirit artifact, devising such an elaborate scheme. His gaze fell upon the five prodigies struggling beneath the tower, their expressions turning grave. This is dire, he realized as Lin Cangsheng's true form revealed itself atop the tower. The Xuanshang King Tower erupted with unparalleled Buddhist radiance, unleashing an overwhelming force of wind and fire mingled with thunder, transforming into an unrivaled suppression array directed at the five true kings. The five true kings, unable to even conjure their domains, let out cries of despair as they were forcefully subdued beneath the tower, their bodies contorted and their auras suppressed, rendered immobile like captives. Lin Cangsheng stood atop the tower, his hair flowing elegantly, devoid of any pallor. He cast a sweeping glance at the three astonished prodigies and the two true kings, smiling faintly as he remarked, "I did not seek out the demon god organization, yet it seems they have sought me out. Do you truly harbor such hatred for me?" His laughter, though subtly tempered, bore the chill of ice as he addressed the three great prodigies and the two true kings. "You shall all remain here with me." The killing intent surged forth like a radiant torrent,